The Demon King always thinks I'm secretly in love with him. Chapter 1 to Chapter 58. Bo Yang slowly opened his eyes. His head was buzzing, and the sounds from the outside world were sometimes loud and sometimes soft, as if there was a layer of water between them. After a while, he finally heard someone shouting in his ear, "Sir, wake up. Something happened." Bo Yang shook his head and sat up slowly while holding his head. "Who's talking?" "I'm your service system, Xiaoling. I'll accompany you during your transmigration and receive missions from the main system at any time." Transmigration, system. Bo Yang shook his head, and his memories slowly came back to him. About a month ago, his father, who was one of the richest men in Hua Nation, received news from somewhere that one could reconstruct one's character through the transmigration experiment, so he brought Bo Yang in. Bo Yang, male, 25 years old. He was fair, clean, tall, and handsome. He knew how to ride a horse, play golf, play the violin, speak 4 languages, draw, and sing. But, he was not proficient in any of them. It was all because his father was one of the richest men in Hua Nation. His wealth was comparable to that of a country, and he had a smart, handsome, and capable older brother. Bo Yang grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He stood at the peak of his life the moment he was born, and with his older brother in front of him, he did not have much ambition since he was young. His family did not have any expectations of him. Just like that, Bo Yang grew up happily. Although he was not proficient in any of them, he could still bluff others. Everything was going smoothly at first, but as he grew older, Bo Yang's character gradually revealed a huge problem. He was timid and afraid of trouble. He handled things gently, and was commonly known as a coward. His father was dissatisfied. "Look at all the spoiled rich kids. Which one of them isn't arrogant and despotic?" Why was it that when it came to Bo Yang, he became a coward who was afraid of trouble? Logically speaking, a coward like his youngest son should be spoiled. Anyway, with his father and older brother protecting him, his life would be smooth sailing. Who knew that something unexpected would happen? His older brother got into a car accident while on a business trip and became a vegetable. He lay in the hospital and did not know when he would wake up. His father had no choice but to look at his youngest son, hoping that he would take over his position. But because his youngest son was too cowardly and could not bear such a big responsibility, his father had a headache. At this time, his father's confidant gave him an idea. He said that there was a successful transmigration experiment in Hua Nation that could help Bo Yang reconstruct his character. A person's character was molded in different living environments, and this experiment could allow people to play a specific role in a simulated world in a short amount of time. It could save a lot of time and energy. And so, Bo Yang was dragged into the experiment cabin. These were Bai Yang's newest memories. "Xiaoling, tell me what to do next." Since he was already here, he could only bite the bullet. Bo Yang was confused. "I don't know." "Why?" "Xiaoling, there's a problem with the system. Sir's father originally wanted Sir to have a domineering and mighty character. After some discussion and testing, he chose the virtual world created by the novel Hurricane Wind for you to become the main character of Hurricane Wind, Zhouing. But I don't know what happened. We are now in Hurricane Wind, but you are not Zhouing." Hurricane Wind was a very famous fantasy novel. The main character, Zhouing, was born extraordinary. He seemed to be the son of 7 stars and was very lucky. After he obtained a golden finger, he had many followers and married a beautiful woman. In the end, he became the #1 person in the Heavenly Tao and ascended to the Heavenly Tao. It was a common story. It was famous because a famous entertainment company wanted to make it into a TV series. Who knew that a random web series would become so popular that even the novel would become popular? Bo Yang followed the trend and watched the TV series before. He remembered the general plot. Since the character he transmigrated into was not Zhouing, Bo Yang was a little dizzy. "Then who did I become?" "Xiazetian." "Who?" "Say it again." "Xiazetian." Bo Yang, Xiaoling, the two of them fell into silence. Who was Xiazetian? He was the lackey of the biggest villain boss in Hurricane Wind, the Eternal Night Devil. He was responsible for provoking the male lead and getting slapped in the face by the male lead. This person was two-faced. He was arrogant in front of his subordinates and others, but in front of masters who were of a higher level than him, he was submissive. Especially in front of the eternal night devil, he bowed and groveled. His attitude was very despicable. The most impressive thing about him was that he was extremely lecherous and didn't discriminate between men and women. It was because he foolishly flirted with the male lead's sister that he was chased by the male lead for 10 chapters. From then on, they became enemies and became enemies. How did he become such a character? No, I want a refund. Bo Yang couldn't take it anymore. Xiaoling said, "You can't refund it, sir. When I found out about the error, I already communicated with the main system. The main system insisted that this was the initial setting and couldn't be changed." How is that possible? Didn't you say that I was Zhouing? Xiaoling said, "Yes, that's why I said that the main system made a mistake." Bo Yang panicked. Then what should I do now? I don't want to be Xiazetian. I want to go back. Xiaoling replied, "In principle, the character can go back once they die." Bo Yang, then should I commit suicide immediately? You can't commit suicide. Xiaoling hurriedly stopped him. Xiazetian is a very important character in the plot. If he dies early, it will affect the entire plot and the fate of the main character. At that time, the main system will determine that you have made a system error and will implement a correction program. Once the correction program is implemented, your brain in the real world will be severely damaged and there is a 90% chance that your brain will die. Xiazetian is the key to the main character's ascension. He can only die at the moment of the main character's ascension. Bo Yang remembered that Xiazetian had died. Xiazetian killed one of the main character's most beloved women and used despicable means to force the main character into a desperate situation. Who would have thought that the main character's little universe would explode and level up? He killed Xiazetian and defeated the eternal night devil at the same time. He also ascended and left this world for a bigger world. In other words, the main character needed Xiazetian and that woman called Zhao Qing'er as stepping stones for his ascension. If Xiazetian didn't interfere, the main character wouldn't be able to break through himself. Bo Yang wanted to curse. My dad didn't spend 10 million to send me here just to let me die. Didn't they say that if I failed, I would at most be mentally exhausted for 2 days? How did I become brain dead? Because the system made a mistake. Xiaoling cried. It insisted that this was the initial setting. Bo Yang wanted to die. Then who made the initial setting? Bo Yang was anxious. How could the system make a mistake? Didn't they say that the probability was the same as winning the lottery? Could it be that someone tricked me? Xiaoling was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "That's right. It's possible. How could the main system make a mistake? Maybe it was tampered with when the initial setting was inputted. That's why it became like this. Then can I contact the outside world and tell them about my situation?" Bo Yang asked. Xiaoling whimpered. "No, sir. Ever since we were sent into this world, we can only accept missions issued by the main system. The people from the outside world and the people inside can't contact each other until the main system decides that the mission is completed." Bai Yang wanted to curse again. Who's the one trying to trick me? My dad? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be. How could his dad suddenly change the settings and suddenly make the system so that if he couldn't complete the mission, he would become brain dead? It was obvious that he wanted him to die. Bo Yang was depressed. Xiaoling comforted him. Don't be afraid, sir. As long as we do our best to complete the mission, we can leave. Bo Yang couldn't think of a way and could only admit that he was unlucky. Which bastard did this? When I get out, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Wait, the main system has issued the first mission. Xiaoling suddenly said. Bo Yang immediately perked up. After a while, he heard Xiaoling say in his mind, Mission 1, act as Xiazetian and survive before the male lead, Zhouing, ascends to the celestial realm. If Xiazetian dies before Zhouing ascends, immediately execute the transmigrator's brain death. Father, oh father. Although I'm usually not very useful, I've never screwed over my father. You've screwed me over this time. Bo Yang was about to cry. Xiaoling comforted him, Mister, you can do it. We can definitely complete the mission. Xiaoling will help you. Bo Yang wiped away his tears and said, since I'm already here, since I can't resist, I can only accept it. Xiaoling said, Mr. is right. We have to perk up. I have the entire novel, Fierce Wind, with me. If Mr. can't remember the plot, I can help you. Mr. Fierce Wind has a total of 10 million words. Zhou Ying's ascension to the celestial realm is about 3 million words. In other words, Mr. only needs to persevere for a third of the plot to be able to go home. Bo Yang heard that he only needed a third of the plot to be able to complete the mission and perked up. That's great. Thank you, Xiaoling. Xiaoling smiled happily. Mister, you don't have to thank me. This is what I should do. When Mr. leaves this world, I hope you can give me a 5-star rating for my service. Bo Yang immediately said, I'll definitely give you a 5-star rating. No problem at all. I'm so happy. The clear girl's voice in his mind was full of joy. It diluted Bo Yang's fear and uneasiness. One person and one system got along very well. Bo Yang sorted out the uneasiness in his heart and perked up. Then I'll try to complete the mission as soon as possible and go home as soon as possible. Xiaoling, let's go find the main character now and give him pills and techniques so that he can ascend as soon as possible. Xiaoling said, okay. Bo Yang finished communicating with Xiaoling in his mind. He raised his head and looked around. He realized that he was in a medium-sized cave. The inside of the cave was filled with pitch-black stones. Near the innermost part of the cave, there was even a pool of lava that was bubbling with steam. The entire cave was filled with scorching heat, and Bo Yang was almost cooked. Xiaoling's voice rang out in his mind. The memory is being loaded. Sir, please bear with it. After about a second, Bo Yang's mind suddenly exploded with many new things, including cultivation techniques. He hurriedly circulated a cool and refreshing stream of energy through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Wherever the stream of energy passed, his body felt extremely cool. Through his memories, he understood that this lava was actually a very good cultivation ground. The spiritual energy inside was abundant, and many people begged for it but could not obtain it. Only Xianxia, one of the 4 young masters of the demon domain, had the qualifications to monopolize this cave. Bo Yang was speechless as he flipped through the memories in his head. This Xianxia was a classic villain. According to the script, if he had nothing to do, he would cultivate in the cave every day. If he had something to do, he would go out and flirt with a beauty. Then, he would do all kinds of evil without thinking about the consequences. It was as if his life's purpose was to be tyrannical and flirt with beauties without any goals. Thinking about it, what did villains want in life? They were supposed to give treasures, cultivation techniques, beauties, and treasures to the main character. Bo Yang only wanted to leave this world and go back to being a comfortable young master. He immediately got up and walked out of the cave. Once he got out, he would immediately find the main character and let him ascend as soon as possible. Just as he walked out of the cave, Xiaoling said in his mind, Sir, the main system has issued a daily mission. Please complete the daily mission well. What daily mission? Bo Yang was puzzled. Why do I have to do the daily mission? Xiaoling explained, Sir, have you forgotten why you entered this world? Of course he couldn't forget. I was tricked by my father. Bo Yang was expressionless. Xiaoling was silent for a moment before saying, Sir's purpose in entering this world was to train your character. Therefore, the system will issue some missions for you to complete in order to achieve the goal of training. Sir, if you do well, you will receive a certain amount of points. If you don't, you will receive a punishment. What punishment? A punishment that will be unforgettable for you. Bo Yang. It didn't sound like anything good. Bo Yang was speechless. Is this also a system error? No. Xiaoling, this is what your father requested. He wants you to be more ruthless. If you aren't ruthless, you won't be successful. Bo Yang, father, you're really my father. Sir, don't worry. The daily mission is very simple and easy to complete. Bo Yang was slightly relieved. Okay, tell me what the daily mission is. Xiaoling said, Sir's daily mission is to flirt with a beauty. It's very simple, right? Bo Yang, are you kidding me? You want me to flirt with someone else? He hadn't even held a girl's hand more than a few times in the past 20 years. Now he actually wanted to flirt with someone else. Why do you want me to flirt with someone else? How can there be such a mission? Xiaoling, because Xianxia himself is a heinous person. He likes to flirt with beauties, so Sir must do things according to his character. Besides, you are afraid of flirting with someone else, so the system will naturally make you do what you are afraid of. It will train your courage. Bo Yang wiped his face. Okay. Flirting is flirting. In this kind of F*King world and mission, he wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and leave this world. Male lead, please ascend soon. Bo Yang had just walked out of the cave when two voices came from both sides. Gongzi. Bo Yang was almost startled by the sudden voice. Looking carefully, it turned out to be two brother and sister dressed in black with red lips and white teeth. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. They were extremely eye-catching characters in a crowd. The two lowered their heads and cupped their fists respectfully. Bo Yang thought, they are probably Xianxia's lackeys. Hearing the two shouting, Bo Yang hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Please rise." As soon as he said that, Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind. Sir, Xianxia will not treat the two siblings with such a gentle attitude, and he will not say please rise for no reason. If you do something that does not conform to your character, you will be electrocuted once as punishment. Bo Yang did not have time to react before an electric current rushed from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. He almost jumped up from the shock. It was too painful, Xiaoling said, Sir, remember not to do too many actions that do not conform to your character's behavior. Bo Yang's heart still palpitated. I won't. It was so painful, who would dare to OOC? Although he had communicated with Xiaoling for a while in his mind, only a short time had passed in reality. Bo Yang came back to his senses and found the two siblings staring at him in shock. It was probably inappropriate for him to say please rise just now. Bo Yang hurriedly retracted his hand and coughed. You can go. I want to be alone for a while. Yes. The two siblings answered and left the cave without any hesitation. Bo Yang sent the two siblings away and let out a long sigh of relief. The reason why he sent the two siblings away was because he was afraid that he would be electrocuted if he did something inappropriate again with someone else. In other people, it was the son who tricked the father, but now it was the father who tricked the son. Father, do you know that you have tricked your son to death? And that person who was playing dirty tricks in the dark, what was he thinking? Bo Yang cursed silently as he walked forward. He had Xianxia's memories in his mind, so he remembered the way. The cave was on an extremely high mountain, and the mountain was covered with a layer of demonic barrier. Unless one had a certain level of skill, they would not be able to stay on the mountain for long. At the foot of the mountain was the city of the infernal realm. Logically speaking, if a big shot like Bo Yang wanted to go down the mountain, he could just use instant travel, but Bo Yang did not want to reach the infernal realm so quickly. He had exposed himself in front of his two subordinates and was electrocuted. If he went to the infernal realm and met someone else who exposed him, just thinking about it made him tremble. As he walked, he absorbed the memories in his mind. Unknowingly, he had reached the middle of the mountain. There was a pavilion at the bottom of the rolling clouds. Bo Yang walked over and found a person standing in the pavilion with his back facing him. This was the third person Bo Yang had seen since he came to this world. From the back, it was a man. He was thin, tall, and straight. He had a head of jet black hair that was draped over his shoulders. The top half of his hair was loosely tied up with a green hairband. The man was wearing a long green robe that was delicate and light. There were no patterns on it at all. However, such a simple green robe on the man's body looked especially elegant and beautiful. The clouds below the pavilion were rolling, and the mountain mist came out of nowhere. The man's green clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He had to admit that at that moment, it was really beautiful and dashing. If there was a woman present, she would probably be mesmerized. Bo Yang wasn't a woman. He was only stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and subconsciously stopped in his tracks. He felt that he would disturb the man if he walked over, but there was only one way down the mountain, and it was right beside the pavilion. Bo Yang hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Sir, don't forget to do your mission. Xiaoling's voice suddenly rang in his mind. If she hadn't mentioned it, Bo Yang would have forgotten that he still had a mission to flirt with a beauty. Bo Yang looked at the man in front of him, and his eyes lit up. There was a beauty here. Xianxia didn't care about men or women. As long as it was a beauty, he would do it. Bo Yang looked left and right. There was no one there. The man in front of him didn't look like a burly man full of muscles. He had an elegant temperament and a thin figure. Haha, the other meaning of elegant temperament was that he had a bony figure and wasn't very strong. It was easy to make a move on him. If something really happened in the remote mountains and forests, no one would come even if the man shouted himself hoarse. No, no, no. I just want to flirt with him. I don't really want to do anything to him. Anyway, he was a man. His psychological endurance should be stronger than a woman's. At most, he would run away after touching him. He wouldn't lose anything. It was the perfect time to flirt with him. What was he waiting for? Bo Yang prepared himself mentally and quietly approached the pavilion. The man was still standing with his back facing him. He was probably fascinated by the scenery and didn't notice the movement behind him. Bo Yang quietly walked behind the man. After all, he was still a little weak. Bo Yang stood 2 steps behind the man and didn't dare to go forward. It was his first time flirting with someone. He wasn't familiar with it, and he wasn't brave enough. What should he do? After hesitating for a moment, Bo Yang gritted his teeth and directly went forward to touch the man's butt. Bo Yang didn't know if it was because of the remnant thoughts of this body or because he was too focused, but a thought flashed through his mind. It was quite elastic to the touch. The moment he touched it, a sound rang out in his mind. Xiaoling said, "Sir, the mission is complete." "Oh, that's great." Bo Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The man in front of her slowly turned around, his handsome face full of surprise. Bo Yang's eyes were a little dazed. He was dazzled by the man's beauty. His eyebrows were slender and his eyes were handsome. He had never seen such a good-looking man in real life. Every inch of his body seemed to have been carefully sculpted, and there was not a single flaw to be found. Perhaps it was because of the virtual world, but it was normal for computer-designed characters to be good-looking. But why does this face look so familiar? Wait a minute. Bai Yang rummaged through his memories, and his eyes widened abruptly. Isn't he the eternal night devil, my top boss? After the memories in his mind returned, Bo Yang almost wanted to scream. His body took a step back, wanting to escape. But after taking a step back, he stopped. It was impossible to escape in front of the Demon King. If he was caught, he would die even more miserably. The man seemed to be very surprised. He probably didn't expect Bo Yang to touch his butt. Then, he gently raised his slender eyebrows. His face clearly didn't have much expression, but that instant of raising his eyebrows seemed to cause ripples in the air. For some reason, there was a kind of dazzling illusion. This person is a little too good-looking. Xianxia. The cold voice made Bo Yang come back to his senses. I actually touched the big boss but just now. What should I do now? I'll be beaten to death. In a flash, Bo Yang remembered how Xianxia usually bowed to the Eternal Night Devil. This coward immediately knelt in front of the Eternal Night Devil and said loudly, "Master, I didn't do it on purpose. I definitely won't do it again." In terms of cowardice, Bo Yang's personality was quite similar to Xianxia's. There was no movement above his head. After a while, a soft "oh" was heard. The tone of the voice was raised, and there was a trace of an indescribable smile. Bo Yang broke out in a cold sweat. In his memories, the Eternal Night Devil wasn't someone who was easy to get along with. His methods were decisive, and those who offended him didn't have a good ending. "Master, I really didn't do it on purpose." Bo Yang was quick-witted. "I saw that there was a bug on Master's clothes, so I wanted to help Master kill the bug. I didn't think that I would offend Master. I hope Master can forgive me." "Is that so?" The low voice was like the quiet sound of flowing water. Bo Yang broke out in even more cold sweat. He lay on the ground and said, "Master, please forgive me. Since I can't escape, I'll just ask for a light punishment." Bo Yang's heart was uneasy. His chin was lifted by a hand, and Bo Yang was forced to raise his head to look at the eternal night devil's smiling face. That face was flawlessly handsome, enough to make any woman flock to him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a trace of a smile in his eyes. However, that smile didn't seem to reach his eyes. Xianxia, oh Xianxia. It's fine if you like to flirt with other women, but today you actually came to me. Am I being too nice to you? Bo Yang almost cried out loud. He was forced to raise his head and say, Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. The eternal night devil smiled. He looked very good when he smiled, and there was a hint of gentleness in his smile. However, Bo Yang's body couldn't help but tremble. That was the fear that remained in his body. Which hand was it that touched it just now? At this time, other than begging for mercy, there was no other way. Bo Yang reached out to grab the eternal night devil's sleeve and begged for mercy. Master, please forgive me. Master, please forgive me. At the same time, he asked Xiaoling loudly in his mind, what should I do now? What if he kills me? Xiaoling encouraged him. Sir, please calm down. You are the eternal night devil's right-hand man. He definitely won't take your life over such a small matter. I understand. But when he asked me which hand touched it, did he want to chop off my hand? Xiaoling was silent for a moment and said, You don't have to die if your hand is chopped off. As long as you don't die, there's no problem. Bo Yang cried out loud again. I don't want to be a one-armed hero. Xiaoling comforted him. Sir, Yanghua became a hero after being one-armed. His temperament has improved. I don't want to be Yanghua. Bo Yang's heart collapsed. While he was crying to Xiaoling in his mind, the eternal night devil saw that Bo Yang didn't reply. The smile on his face turned cold. Don't make me ask a second time. The cold tone made Bo Yang shiver. He realized that the eternal night devil was angry. If the demon king was angry, the consequences would be severe. Helpless, Bo Yang could only raise his right hand. He looked pitifully at the eternal night devil and said in a weak and helpless voice, Master, can you not chop off my hand? The eternal night devil was stunned. He took a step closer to look at Bo Yang. After staring for a while, he frowned slightly. A look of suspicion flashed across his face, but Bo Yang didn't notice it. Master. Bo Yang was still begging for mercy. The eternal night devil let go of his chin and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Seeing that you are sincere, I'll let you off. Bo Yang was so happy that he almost cried. Thank you, Master. But just as he finished thanking him, the eternal night devil said again, I cannot chop off your hand, but you have to punish me with something else. Bo Yang's face immediately fell. He said nervously, Master, what do you want to punish me with? The eternal night devil seemed to be in a good mood. Although Bo Yang didn't know why, he felt that he was really angry and wanted to kill someone when he was touched. But he didn't know why he wasn't angry now. What do you want to punish me with? Bo Yang asked anxiously. Take off your clothes. Bo Yang suddenly raised his head. He couldn't believe what he had heard. The eternal night devil smiled. Don't make me repeat myself. The fear in Bo Yang's bones made him shiver. He stood up and took off his clothes without saying anything. Who allowed you to stand up? What? Bo Yang was dumbfounded. He saw the eternal night devil's handsome face reveal a gentle smile. He quickly knelt down and pulled his belt, but it was a pity that he didn't manage to. It was his first time wearing an ancient costume. He didn't even know what he was wearing. Plus, it was inconvenient to kneel down, so he didn't know how to take it off. He pulled at the belt that was tied into a dead knot. His forehead began to sweat. Xiaoling, how do I take off my clothes? Xiaoling said, Sir, don't be anxious. The more anxious you are, the harder it will be to untie it. Relax, then it will be untied in one go, easy for you to say, Bo Yang roared in his heart. He might as well go all the way. He directly used his magical power to tear off his clothes. With a crash, Bo Yang successfully tore off his clothes. He very boldly took off his clothes. At this moment, he was only left with a pair of white underwear. The mountain breeze blew, and the slightly loose underwear fluttered in the wind. His upper body was naked, and his body was white. He was used to living like a prince. His skin was delicate, and his muscles were well proportioned and smooth. It was quite a sight to behold. The Eternal Night Devil laughed. This time, it seemed to be more sincere. It wasn't the fake smile that made one's scalp numb. Master? Bo Yang asked carefully. If other people transmigrated and encountered this kind of situation, they would probably struggle for a bit. At the very least, they would curse. Bo Yang's personality was too soft and cowardly. He actually took off his clothes just like that. But because he was so tactful, the Lord Devil Lord's mood didn't seem to be that bad. He didn't chop off his offending hands. The Lord Devil Lord stretched out a white finger and gently pointed at his underwear. Take it off. What? Bo Yang stuttered. I have to take off my pants too. The Lord Devil Lord softly hummed. That sound seemed to contain magical power, making people's hearts jump. Bo Yang didn't feel that magical power. He was only nervous about his pants. He regretted that he picked the wrong person to tease. He wished he could turn back time and pretend that he didn't see this person. He originally thought that teasing a man in the deep mountains wasn't a problem. But now, it seemed that he was the one who was helpless. Bo Yang was depressed. He had been spoiled since he was a child. Even if his family was angry, he could get away with it as long as he begged. Now that he was in trouble, he started to beg the Eternal Night Devil. Master, please, don't take off my pants. He raised his head and stared at the Eternal Night Demon King with his clear eyes. His rosy lips were slightly parted, and his voice was soft and tender, like that of a newborn deer. Even he himself didn't know how soft and tender his voice was. In modern society, if he were to beg others like this, most people would immediately release their maternal instincts to help him. But the person standing in front of him was the Eternal Night Devil, the master of the devil world. He was tough and cold, and would not be moved easily. So the Eternal Night Devil just smiled and said, "Take it off." Bo Yang groaned in his heart. He could only slowly put his hands on his belt. Then, with a bitter face, he slowly took off his pants to his thighs. But because he was kneeling, he couldn't take his pants down to his knees. He didn't dare to stand up. Her white underwear was hanging on her legs, and she was hesitating to take it off. It was very erotic and awkward. The wind on the mountain was very strong. When the wind blew, Bo Yang's body trembled slightly, and small goosebumps appeared on his skin. He didn't know if it was because of the cold wind or because of the awkwardness. Who can save me? It's so awkward, Bo Yang screamed in his heart. The situation now was too strange. Although there was only the Eternal Night Devil, he felt embarrassed as if he was being watched by countless people. He comforted himself in his heart. It was no big deal. They were all men, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. Bo Yang comforted himself in his heart. He might as well go all the way. He bent one leg and took off his pants, then changed to the other leg. As he took off his pants, he thought bitterly in his heart. You're the one who wants me to take off my clothes and pants. He quickly took off his pants and threw them aside. Master, I'm done. He deliberately said loudly, as if he didn't care. The Eternal Night Devil didn't say anything. Bo Yang looked up. Master? The Eternal Night Devil didn't say anything. After a while, the person in front of him came closer and squatted down in front of him. His dark eyes sized up Bo Yang's body as if he was looking at something. His eyes were pitch black, like two deep pools of water. When his eyes scanned Bo Yang's skin, Bo Yang felt as if he was being touched, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Master? Bo Yang swallowed his saliva. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly stood up, his face expressionless. Let's go down the mountain naked. Ah? Bo Yang was dumbfounded. He could not believe what he had just heard. Did the Demon King want him to run down the mountain naked, so if I touch his butt, he wants me to run naked? This wasn't the difference a little too big? Bo Yang looked at the Demon King's face and didn't dare to speak his mind. As expected, the Demon King was not to be trifled with. If someone hurt him, he would definitely return the favor. Meet me at the Palace of Eternal Darkness. After the Eternal Night Devil said this, his figure gradually faded and finally disappeared into the wind. There was no longer any trace of that person's aura. Bo Yang knelt on the ground for a while. After confirming that the eternal night devil had really left, he stood up. After kneeling for a while, his knees were almost numb. The mountain wind made him shiver. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look for his clothes. After all, the eternal night demon king had left. He could put on his clothes and go down the mountain without being seen by anyone. However, when he saw the torn clothes and pants on the ground, he knew that his plan had failed. Needless to say, it must have been the eternal night devil who ruined it. Isn't the demon lord a little too petty? He didn't even leave me a pair of underwear. Bo Yang didn't know what to say. Thinking of the eternal night devil's words and looking at the path down the mountain, Bo Yang could only choose to go back. He originally wanted to walk slowly, but now he could only use instant travel. Bo Yang started to use instant travel, based on his memory, but when he used his qi, he found that he was imprisoned. Bo Yang was shocked. When did the demon king imprison his qi? So, did this mean that he had to walk back naked? The eternal night devil was so thoughtful. Very good, he was running naked on his first day here. Bo Yang wanted to cry. Helpless, Bo Yang walked down the path. He was worried that he would meet other people, so he was very careful. But after walking for a long time, he still didn't meet anyone. Xiaoling comforted him. Mister, don't be nervous. It's not the real you. It's okay if someone sees you naked. Yes, this is Xiaoziqian's body, not mine. Even if he runs naked, it has nothing to do with me, Bo Yang. Also, we're in a virtual world now. Everything is fake. Yes, this was a virtual world, not the real world. Even if someone saw him running naked, it would just be a bunch of data. Thinking of the eternal night devil. Yes, he was just a big NPC. So what if other NPCs saw him naked? Bo Yang gradually got over it. Actually, if you think about it, the eternal night devil is a big NPC. There's no need to be afraid of him. Xiaoling, Mr. is right. You have to think this way. You have to be brave in facing all difficulties. You have to be brave in facing people who are stronger than you. This is also the purpose of your training in this world. Bo Yang, I will. Xiaoling, don't be afraid. Bo Yang, I'm not afraid. They're all NPCs. Even if I run naked in front of millions of people, it's okay. Xiaoling, Mister, you're amazing. Bo Yang revealed a nervous smile. Then, he straightened his back and calmly went down the mountain as if he was wearing clothes. Halfway down, he passed by a lake. Bo Yang walked along the shore and inadvertently looked into the water. Damn. Isn't this me? A naked figure was reflected in the water. That figure, that face, wasn't it him in the modern world? Xiaoziqian looks like this? Bo Yang asked in disbelief in his mind. He had transmigrated into a villain in a novel. How could he look exactly like him? When Mr. becomes a character in a novel, the system will use Mr.'s appearance to create this character. Therefore, Xiaoziqian will definitely look exactly like you. Then what about before I transmigrated? Did Xiaoziqian look like this? If I suddenly change my appearance, won't they think it's strange? Mister, please don't worry. In this virtual world, the system is omnipotent within the rules. Everyone who sees you will think that you are Xiaoziqian. They won't remember Xiaoziqian's previous appearance. In their minds, you will look like this. So that's how it is. But looking at the reflection in the water, Bo Yang felt a little embarrassed. If he used someone else's body or appearance to run naked, he would feel safe. But now that he was using his own appearance and body, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This subtle feeling lasted until he reached the foot of the mountain. Xiaoling did a lot of psychological preparation for him. He also tried his best to comfort himself. But when he reached the foot of the mountain and saw the people below, he hesitated. Did he really have to run naked in front of so many people? Even if he borrowed clothes, it would be very awkward if people saw him. Just as he was hesitating, there was a sudden noise from the forest beside him. Bo Yang's hearing had become very sharp. He could hear the slightest movement in the wind. He quickly turned his head. Who's there? The sound of branches breaking could be heard, and a strong figure jumped out of the forest. Bo Yang looked carefully and saw that it was a tall wolf. The wolf's body was gray and black, with soft fur and sharp eyes. When it stood up, it was half the height of a person, and its body was more than twice the size of a normal wolf. Out of human instincts, Bai Yang quickly got into a defensive posture and wanted to escape. But the wolf's movements were faster than his, and it jumped to his side in an instant. It didn't pounce and bite him like he had imagined, but instead lowered its head and gently rubbed against him. Only then did Bo Yang notice that there was a bundle hanging around the wolf's neck. Seeing the wolf's gentle appearance, Bo Yang secretly thought, could it be something for me? He tentatively stretched out his hand to take the bundle, but the wolf didn't move. Bo Yang relaxed and took the bundle down. When he opened it, he saw that there was a set of black clothes inside. It was actually a gift of clothes. There was only one person in the world who knew that he was running around naked, so it was obvious who had sent the clothes. Bo Yang's mood was a bit complicated. At first, he thought that the Eternal Night Devil was unreasonable and would take revenge for the smallest grievance. He had only touched his but a little, but the Eternal Night Devil wanted to imprison his demon energy and make him run down the mountain naked. But now, the Demon King had sent a wolf to deliver clothes, so he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of the crowd and could be considered to have saved some face. In his impression, the Demon King was arrogant, cold, and unreasonable, but now he felt that he wasn't as unreasonable as he thought. Bo Yang rubbed the wolf's head and happily said, "Thank you." The wolf snorted and used its furry head to rub against Bo Yang's body. Bo Yang opened the bundle and took out the clothes. Under Xiaoling's guidance, it took him a lot of effort to put on the clothes. But he quickly found another problem. The clothes that the Demon King had sent were only clothes and no pants. In ancient times, people wore trousers on the lower half of their body and a long gown on the outside. There were no trousers, just like a woman wearing a skirt with nothing underneath. Bo Yang was speechless. Just now, he thought that the Lord Devil Lord had some conscience and was not as cold as he thought. Now, he realized that not only was this person cold, but he was also very vile. With no other choice, Bo Yang could only put on his clothes properly. His long clothes covered his bare thighs, but if he was not careful, he would be exposed. The wolf knelt on the ground. What did he mean? "Sir, he wants you to sit down." No way, was he going to ride a wolf back? Bo Yang was flattered and surprised. He had never thought that he would be riding a wolf. Now that there was such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. This wolf was definitely different from the wolves he had seen before. It seemed to be very intelligent and could understand human language. "Are you really here to pick me up?" Bo Yang asked carefully. The wolf did not speak, but its ears twitched. "Seems like it." Bo Yang's bad mood from running around naked instantly brightened up. He could ride a wolf. That was something he had never thought of before. How cool would it be to ride a wolf at lightning speed? So he happily climbed onto the wolf's back. When he was on the wolf, the big bad wolf stood up and carried him forward like the wind. Its speed was not slower than a car. The wind on both sides was a little painful as it blew on his face. The nearby scenery became blurry because of the speed, and he flew backwards. Bo Yang grabbed the wolf's fur and slowly searched his memory. After a while, he found something related to this wolf. This wolf was the Eternal Night Devil's beloved pet. The Eternal Night Devil had a hobby of collecting rare and strange beasts. In his palace, there was a majestic grayish-black wolf. It was the one in front of him. This wolf carried Bo Yang through the bustling streets. The environment in the infernal realm was bad. There were demonic barriers everywhere, so there were not many long-term gathering places. The size and prosperity of the city could not be compared to the human world. When those people saw Bo Yang riding the wolf through the streets, they only took a quick glance and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at him. Bo Yang read one word from their eyes: fear. Xianxia was one of the 4 young masters of the infernal realm. He was tyrannical, bullied the weak, and was lustful and greedy. In the infernal realm where strength was respected, it was understandable that such a person would be in a high position. However, it did not mean that others did not hate him or fear him. Xianxia gladly endured the fear of others and enjoyed it very much. Bo Yang felt that even if he really went through the streets naked today, no one would dare to say a word. He rode the wolf and quickly passed through the streets and forests. He came to a huge mountain. There was a city built on the mountain. There was very little sunlight in the infernal realm. The sky was a strange black. However, the sky of this city was basically completely black. There were also some unpredictable whirlpools that suddenly appeared and disappeared. From afar, the mountain seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black fog. It was vague and hazy, with a sinister and treacherous aura. Bo Yang rode the wolf and came to the front of the city gate. The guards at the gate hurriedly bowed when they saw him. Bo Yang was not interrogated and directly rode the wolf into the city. Although it was called a city, it was more accurate to call it a castle. There were very few people inside. Most of them were wearing black armor. They patrolled back and forth with serious expressions. In the middle of the city, there was a high ground. There was a palace built on top of it. That was the palace of the Lord Devil Lord, the palace of eternal darkness. Bo Yang walked along the main road. Along the way, people bowed when they saw him. To be honest, this was the first time Bo Yang had received such great treatment. He was not used to it. After entering the palace gate, the gray wolf crouched down and did not move forward. Bo Yang knew that it was not willing to carry him anymore, so he tactfully got down. Actually, when he first rode the wolf, he was very excited. He felt that riding a wolf for the first time was very amazing. However, when he rode the wolf, his butt and the coarse wolf fur rubbed against each other. It was very uncomfortable. His butt was burning with pain. He really wanted to use a basin of ice water to apply it. Of course, before applying the ice water, Bo Yang wanted to find a pair of pants to wear. After entering the palace of eternal darkness, his memory suddenly became clear. Xianxia often stayed here, so he was very familiar with the grass and trees here. Bo Yang followed his memory and quickly made a turn. After 7 or 8 turns, he came to a remote room. That was his residence when he occasionally stayed in the palace of eternal darkness. His spare clothes were placed there. Of course, that also included his pants. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Lord Xia, please come to the main hall." Bo Yang turned his head and saw a tall man in black standing behind him expressionlessly. That was one of the personal guards of the Lord Devil Lord, Li Yu. Bo Yang turned his head and looked at the door that he did not have time to push open. He wailed in his heart. "My pants." However, after understanding the methods of the Demon King, he did not dare to resist. The Lord Devil Lord obviously did not want him to wear pants. If he really wore them, if the Lord Devil Lord was unhappy and did something strange to him, he would have nowhere to cry. The only thing he could do now was to do everything according to the Lord Devil Lord and let the Lord Devil Lord cool down. "Why are we going to the main hall?" In order to ease the tension in his heart, Bo Yang asked the man in black. However, the man was silent. Along the way, no matter how Bo Yang tried to start a conversation, the man did not speak. It was as if he was a taciturn gourd. Just as he was about to continue, Xiaoling reminded him in his mind. "Sir, Xianxia is not the type of person to get close to his subordinates. He is very arrogant. If you talk to a subordinate like this, be careful of being punished by the system." After Xiaoling's reminder, Bo Yang realized that his current identity was Xianxia. He had to play this role according to the system's requirements. If his performance did not match the image of the character, then he would be punished. Bo Yang put on a deep and arrogant face, closed his mouth, and did not speak anymore. Thus, the two of them walked into the main hall in silence. There were a few people in the main hall. The one sitting on the throne at the very top was naturally the Eternal Night Devil. At this time, he had changed into a black robe with dark patterns. Every stitch of the robe was extremely exquisite, revealing a domineering and majestic aura. His hair was no longer tied with a silk ribbon, but was tied up with a purple gold crown. His white jade-like face was as calm as water. His pitch-black eyes lightly swept over, making people involuntarily shiver and want to kneel on the ground. Bo Yang had just walked in when he felt the Eternal Night Devil's gaze. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that the Lord Devil Lord was looking at his lower body. Maybe it was an illusion? The Lord Devil Lord was so majestic and domineering. How could he do such a thing, there were 4 people standing under the throne. In the middle, there was an old man with snow-white hair and a black robe. His back was facing Bo Yang, so he couldn't see his face clearly. There were 2 people standing on the left. One of them was tall, about 2.5 meters, even taller than Yao Ming. He was wearing a small golden vest made of unknown material. His 2 arms were muscular and his beard was thicker than a person's thigh. His fists were bigger than basins. One punch from him would probably take away half of his life. His face was also very fierce. His eyebrows were crazily long and thick, twice as wide as an ordinary person's. His eyes were a strange blue. This image should be Xianxia, one of the 4 princes of the Devil Realm in Fierce Wind. According to the introduction, Xianxia was extremely strong and his body was incomparably hard. His body was his weapon. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt that the description in the article was very accurate. Standing beside him was a young man in white. He was slender and his foxy eyes were curved. His mouth had a smile that was very popular in modern times. He smiled all the time and looked very friendly. But Bo Yang knew that this guy was the one with the most evil tricks among the 4, Lu Jianfeng, one of the 4 princes of the Devil Realm. Moreover, as someone who had watched the TV series, Bo Yang knew that he had another identity, a spy in the human world. Of course, the reason for this spy was very complicated. At first, the Eternal Night Devil sent him to the human world as a spy. Lu Jianfeng accepted the order and completed the task very well. But this person was very ambitious. He wanted to be the king of the Devil Realm, so he left a backup plan in the human world. Under many circumstances, this person's identity and position became very subtle. In the end, if Lu Jianfeng didn't stab the Eternal Night Devil in the back, the human world might not have been saved. Seeing this character, Bo Yang couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lu Jianfeng was very sensitive and immediately turned his head. When he saw Bo Yang, he smiled and said, "Lord Xia is finally here." Right, Bo Yang suddenly recalled that this person was his good friend from the infernal domain. Among the 4 young masters of the infernal realm, Xianxia looked down on all of them except for Lu Jianfeng. This was because Lu Jianfeng was too good with words and knew how to conduct himself. No matter who he interacted with, he was able to dispel the other party's wariness. But now that he understood Lu Jianfeng's true personality, Bo Yang politely declined this person. Without hesitation, he walked to the side of Hua Feihua, who was also one of the 4 princes. Hua Feihua was no ordinary person. He was the biggest crossdresser in the entire book. She was very beautiful, and there was nothing wrong with her acting as a woman. She was dressed in a bright red robe and wore a golden ornament on her forehead. The hairpins and jade hairpins on her head were adorned with pearls and emeralds. She was the epitome of what it meant to be bejeweled. When Juju saw Bo Yang, she immediately winked at him. Bo Yang shuddered. "Xiaoling, sir, you have to smile." Bo Yang, ah? Xiaoling, in the original novel, Xianxia was interested in Hua Feihua. Bo Yang, yes, he remembered this setting. Xianxia was extremely lecherous. Regardless of gender, as long as the other party was good-looking, he would want to eat them, even if the other party was a crossdresser who killed people like flies. Of the 4 young masters of the infernal realm, one was extremely lecherous, one was a crossdresser, one was a double agent, and one was simple-minded. It was a miracle that this kind of trash could hold such a high position. Bo Yang forced a smile and walked to the crossdresser's side without changing his expression. "Since everyone is here, High Priest, you can speak." The Eternal Night Devil, who was sitting on the throne, opened his mouth. With the Demon Lord's words, everyone obediently lowered their heads. The white-robed old man standing in the middle immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes." Then he turned his head and said to the 4 people, "Last night, when I observed the stars, the solar wheel reacted and a new prophecy appeared. The prophecy said, the son of 7 stars will destroy the infernal realm and unify the world." Hearing this sentence, Bo Yang raised his head in surprise. This prophecy could be said to be the summary of the entire book. The male lead, Zhou Ying, was the son of 7 stars. After obtaining the treasure, the dragon sword, he kept leveling up. In the end, he defeated the infernal realm's big boss, the Eternal Night Devil, killed Xianxia, unified the two worlds, and ascended. It was also because of this prophecy that the male lead was attacked or assassinated by the infernal realm. He was in great danger and had a slim chance of survival. Xianxia and the male lead became enemies in the human world. Teasing women was one of the reasons, but the most fundamental reason was this prophecy. Because the demon king prophesied that he would kill the son of 7 stars, he sent Xianxia to the human world to find this person and kill him. Later on, Xianxia and the male lead became enemies. Since the prophecy had appeared, it meant that the plot had begun. Xiaoling, help me find out where the plot is? Yes, sir. After a moment, Xiaoling said in his mind, Sir, Zhouing went to the Tingyun sect to participate in the preliminary examination. Halfway through, he was framed and fell into a cold pond. The cold pond stimulated his physique, causing him to show the appearance of the son of 7 stars. Zhouing was originally an orphan who was adopted by the Li family, a rich family in the village. As the male lead, he was naturally handsome and charming. Women couldn't close their legs when they saw him, so the eldest daughter of the Li family took a fancy to him and promoted him to be her personal servant. Miss Li's favor caused the jealousy of another young genius in the village, who caused trouble for the male lead many times. However, the male lead was naturally very smart. The villains must have low IQ, so the male lead cleverly avoided them every time. This continued for several chapters. The Tingyun sect was accepting disciples. Miss Li took him to the Tingyun sect to participate in the preliminary examination. The male lead was framed by the villains and fell into the cold pond, almost dying. Fortunately, his physique played a role at the crucial moment and saved his life. The son of 7 stars? Hua Feihua asked curiously, what son of 7 stars? The priest said, the legend of the son of 7 stars is very old. It is said that every few thousand years, a son of destiny will appear. He has 7 stars. This person is amazing and has outstanding ability. He is a person who can ascend. In other words, this so-called son of 7 stars will be able to destroy our demon realm and then unify the human and demon realms? The tall and strong Zhong Shua's voice was like a bell. He was indignant. What kind of joke is this? Such big talk. Lu Jianfeng was relatively cautious. High priest, have these prophecies come true? Some have come true, and some haven't. The old man said slowly, as the saying goes, man can conquer the heavens. Even if he is the son of destiny, so what? He is still not the heavens. He is just a person. Hua Feihua continued, you mean, as long as we kill this person, the prophecies can't come true? The priest nodded with a smile, tacitly agreeing with his words. You all heard it? The eternal night devil sat on the throne. His voice was incomparably cold. Compared to when he was on the mountain, he was a bit more aloof. It was more in line with the image of the eternal night devil in Bo Yang's mind. We heard it. The 4 of them said together. Since you heard it. The Lord Devil Lord's gaze swept over the 4 of them, and finally fixed on Bo Yang. Now, I need someone to go to the human realm and kill this person. It's here. When Bo Yang heard this, he immediately stepped out and knelt on one knee. Master, please let me go to the human realm. After Bo Yang took the lead, the others also reacted. They all expressed their willingness to go to the human realm and work like cows or horses to kill this so-called son of 7 stars. The Devil King just stared at the few people in the main hall with an unfathomable gaze, then smiled. Do all of you want to go? Lu Jianfeng, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for Master. Hua Feihua, Master, please give me the task. I'll definitely complete it. Everyone expressed their loyalty. Bo Yang naturally didn't want to fall behind. What a joke, this was the best chance to go to the human realm. If he let others go, not only would he lose the chance to go to the human realm, but others might also hurt the male lead. If anything happened to the male lead, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. At this crucial moment, Bo Yang's mind was clearer than ever. He quickly knelt on one knee and said sincerely, Master Hua needs to guard the intelligence organization. It's not suitable for her to go. Master Zhong is also not suitable to manage the devil army. Lord Lu has a status in the human realm, so he should be the most suitable. However, because of Lord Lu's status, it's not suitable. If he's exposed, Master's efforts will be ruined. It's better for someone to help from the side. I don't have a position right now, so I'm the most suitable. The Eternal Night Devil stared at Bo Yang with a smile on his face. His expression could be described as gentle, but Bo Yang was inexplicably afraid of him. Maybe it was because of instinct. Zhong Shua scratched his head and asked in confusion, "You all want to go?" "If that's the case, then I won't fight with you." The other three all expressed their willingness to go. The Eternal Night Devil, who had been quietly listening to everyone expressing their loyalty, said, "This matter can be discussed later. You all can leave first." Since the Lord Devil Lord had spoken, the others naturally did not dare to disobey. They all stood up and walked out. Bo Yang also walked out. Before he could take 2 steps, a faint voice came from behind, "Xianxia, you stay." Bo Yang stopped and turned around. "Master." The other 4 had already left the main hall. Only the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang were left in the huge palace. "Master." Bo Yang stood respectfully below the throne. He bowed slightly and looked like he was all ears. "Do you know why I asked you to stay?" the person on the throne asked. "I don't know." Actually, he was thinking in his heart. Could it be that the Lord Devil Lord wanted to give him the mission? Bo Yang was very willing to do this kind of mission. This was because he originally wanted to find the male lead. Unfortunately, the male lead was in the human world and he was in the demon world. If he wanted to cross the boundary between the 2 worlds, it would be very troublesome and would alarm the Demon King. Now that he had a legitimate reason to go to the human world, he naturally wanted to fight for it. The Lord Devil Lord walked down from the throne and slowly walked to Bo Yang's side step by step. He was very good-looking. His eyebrows were slender and his eyes were handsome. His robes were gorgeous. When he walked, he was like a dazzling painting. The Eternal Night Devil, Jizi Xuan. His birth and age were unknown. He was handsome. His only goal was to invade the human world. This was his setting in Gale. It seemed that in every fantasy novel, there was an ambitious person. They did not need any reason or logic. They only needed to have the ambition to dominate the world. In the end, they were defeated by the male lead. This kind of character was not likable. Everyone was happy to see his failure and death. Bo Yang thought the same when he watched the TV series and felt that it was only natural. But when the real Ji Zixuan stood in front of him, he felt a little strange. After all, the TV series was played by actors, and the perspective of the TV series was the male lead. Everyone's emotions followed the male lead, so naturally, they hated the villains to the core. But now, Bo Yang had become Xiezetian, the Eternal Night Devil's #1 lackey. He had also seen how different the Eternal Night Devil was, so his mood had changed. The Lord Devil Lord came to him and looked at him quietly for a moment. Then he said softly, "As my capable subordinate, you have disappointed me too much recently." Bai Yang blinked, not understanding what was going on. When the child's mind was blank, it was easy for his face to be at a loss and look especially innocent. The Lord Devil Lord looked at him and unexpectedly explained, "Recently, many people have reported to me that your life is very unrestrained and that you have stolen other people's women." "Huh? Is there such a thing?" Bo Yang was confused and asked subconsciously. The Lord Devil Lord frowned slightly and a trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. His voice also became cold. "Originally, I didn't care about what you were like in private. But in the future, we will unify the 2 realms. It's best if you keep your morals in check and set an example for the people of the world. When others said that you were unrestrained in front of me, I didn't believe them at first. But you even dared to provoke me, so there's an 80 to 90% chance that you are rotten in private." Bo Yang, so the Lord Devil Lord still held a grudge against him for touching his butt. The Lord Devil Lord continued, "Food and sex are human nature. But don't let beauty affect your important matters." So, the Lord Devil Lord made him run around naked. Bo Yang, who had been educated, immediately knelt on one knee. "I will follow Master's teachings. I will definitely repent and never do it again." If he did it once, he would have to bear the consequences. There would definitely not be a second time. The Lord Devil Lord seemed to be quite satisfied. At this time, Xiaoling reminded him in his mind, "Sir, you better hurry up and beg the Lord Devil Lord to let you go to the human world. Only then can you come into contact with the male lead." Bo Yang's heart was beating like a drum. I understand the logic, but what? But I'm a bit scared. Facing the serious Lord Devil Lord, it was like facing the teaching director who he used to be the most afraid of. He didn't dare to ask for anything at all. "Xiaoling, sir, don't be scared. Think about the mission." Yes, the mission had to be done. What was there to be afraid of? The person in front of him said that he was the Lord Devil Lord. At best, he was just a big NPC. What was there to be afraid of? He didn't know how many times he had tortured NPCs in games. This NPC was just a bit better looking than the NPCs he had seen before. It was a bit more domineering and could move. But, if you want to go to the human world, you have to accept the mission to kill people. I have never killed anyone before. Bo Yang said in his mind. Killing the son of 7 stars. If he couldn't complete the mission, how would he explain it to the Demon King? And in the novel, Xianxia had killed a lot of people. Those could all be missions. "Xiaoling, sir, we are in the virtual world. These people are all fake. Even if you kill someone, it's just killing a set of data. Don't be afraid." That was right. Bo Yang understood this logic, but he couldn't get over it in his heart. Xiaoling continued, "Sir, if you don't complete the mission, you can't return to the real world." Bo Yang's head hurt. "Xiazetian?" The raised voice made Bo Yang come back to his senses. "Master?" The man in front of him had a slightly cold expression. His eyes were full of coldness. "Did you hear what I said just now?" "Bo Yang, if I say I didn't hear it, will you beat me to death?" The Lord Devil Lord bent down and reached out to grab Bo Yang's chin, forcing him to raise his head slightly. "You're getting more and more daring. You actually dare to be distracted in front of me." Cold sweat trickled down Bai Yang's face. The potential of a human being was limitless. At this moment, Bai Yang, who was afraid of being punished again, suddenly had an idea. "Jun Shang, I don't feel well." The Lord Devil Lord raised one of his good-looking eyebrows. "Where do you feel uncomfortable?" "My butt doesn't feel well." Bo Yang said. "Master, can you let me put on my pants first?" The Eternal Night Devil probably didn't expect Bo Yang to say something like this. He was stunned. "Your butt doesn't feel well?" "Yes, why does it feel uncomfortable?" "Bo Yang. If not, why do you always have to ask such an awkward question so tirelessly?" Bo Yang cursed in his heart, but still answered honestly, "I was riding on the wolf's back just now. Its fur was too thick, and my butt hurt from the friction." The Eternal Night Devil, his hand paused, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head helplessly. You, he looked at Bo Yang carefully again, and seemed a little confused. "You look the same as before, but why do I feel that you're much more pleasing to the eye? You're not an imposter, are you?" Xiaoling and Bo Yang both gasped in their hearts. This Lord Devil Lord was too sharp. "Master?" Bo Yang pretended to be confused. The Eternal Night Devil changed the topic. "I want to give you today's mission. What do you think?" "You want to give me the mission?" Bo Yang only hesitated for a moment, and then answered without hesitation, "I'm willing to complete the mission with my life." If he wanted to kill someone, then so be it. After all, he was only killing data. If he couldn't complete the mission, he would be finished. What was the point of being so conflicted? There was only one word, do it. The Lord Devil Lord revealed a satisfied smile, and said after a moment, "You can leave first." Hearing this, Bo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly left the main hall. After leaving the hall, the first thing he did was to run to his room, find a spare pair of pants, and put them on. The moment he put on the pants, he felt that the whole world was safe. Bo Yang didn't want to stay in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Lord Devil Lord's personality was unpredictable, and if he played a joke on him again, it would be over. He didn't want to deal with people like the Demon King at all, so after putting on the pants, he quickly left the Palace of Eternal Darkness. It didn't take long to go from the Palace of Eternal Darkness to his own mansion. His mansion was built very luxuriously. The demon realm was originally lacking in resources, and it was very poor. Everyone was fighting for survival, and there weren't many people like him who wasted money and luxurious things on their homes. After entering the door, he walked through the front yard and into the backyard. Bo Yang was immediately captivated by the flowers and plants in the backyard. Tall, short, fat, thin, male, female, old, young. All of them were beautiful and very pleasing to the eye. These people were only wearing a thin white dress, and it was translucent. With just a glance, he realized that they weren't wearing underwear. They weren't even wearing underwear. Right now, Bo Yang was very sensitive about whether or not he wore underwear. Her beautiful naked body was covered by the translucent gauze. It was very tempting. Seeing Bo Yang come in, everyone hurriedly knelt down and said in unison, "Young master." The coquettish voice made Bo Yang quiver. Just as he was about to ask them to get up, he suddenly remembered the electric shock he received. He quickly shut his mouth and pretended to be mysterious. He coughed and said faintly, "Get up." The people in the courtyard stood up one after another. Bo Yang did a quick count and found that there were about 30 people. This Xianxia was really lustful. 30 people. Sleeping with one every day for a month. Was his kidney still okay? The people in the courtyard stared at him, their eyes full of expectation. What were they expecting? Expecting him to sleep with them? Bo Yang suddenly had a toothache. After greeting them, he walked forward without looking back. He followed his memory to the study. He prepared to sit in the study until the sky turned dark. He wanted to think about what to do next and organize the memories in his mind. No one dared to disturb him. The people in the courtyard sighed in disappointment. Sitting down in the study, Bo Yang rested his chin on his hand and pondered. In fact, he couldn't think of anything. The memories in his mind were like a movie. He watched some of it from beginning to end, but the information was too large to remember. He also had no idea how to do the next task. Before he could think of anything, it was already night time. Someone knocked on the door of the study. "Young master." "Come in," Bo Yang said. He imitated Xiaozitan's usual tone when he said that. It was quite dignified. "Sir is getting better and better." Xiao Ling praised him in his mind. His expression and tone are very similar. Is that so? Hearing Xiao Ling's evaluation, Bo Yang was a bit happy. Sir's father will definitely be very happy to see you like this. Bo Yang's face fell at the mention of his father. He wanted to go back and scold his father when he thought about who had caused him to end up in this state. The door to the study was opened, and a shifty-eyed man walked in. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Young master, everything is ready." This person was his butler. What's ready? Bo Yang didn't understand. He searched through his memories for a moment, but he couldn't find anything special. It was probably Xiaozitan's casual order that he had forgotten about, so he had no recollection of it at all. But Bo Yang didn't panic at all. Since he didn't know what it was, he would pretend that he knew. "Okay, I got it." When the shifty-eyed man heard this, he hurriedly made an inviting gesture. Then, "Young master, please." "Eh? Still want to go out?" Bo Yang had no choice but to stand up and follow the shifty-eyed man out of the study with a calm expression. After a few turns, they arrived at a room. The room was brightly lit, and candles were lit everywhere, illuminating the entire room. Right in front of the room was a soft couch covered with thick fur. It looked very fluffy and soft. That should be the place where Xiaozitan usually stayed. Bo Yang's expression didn't change as he walked straight to the couch and sat down. The moment he sat down, some images suddenly appeared in his mind. Those were probably Xiaozitan's memories. The images flashed too quickly, and Bo Yang didn't see them clearly. Seeing that he had sat down, the shifty-eyed man clapped his hands. After 3 loud claps, 2 young men walked in from the side door. The 2 men were wearing the transparent muslin clothes that they had seen during the day. They didn't wear any clothes underneath that could cover their bodies. The 2 men were very beautiful, and they looked exactly the same. They were obviously twins. What were they doing? After a moment of confusion, Bo Yang suddenly reacted. Could it be that the shifty-eyed man was arranging someone to serve him in bed? Damn, serve him in bed? This was awkward. According to Xiaozitan's character, he was so lecherous that he definitely wouldn't reject the good things that were about to happen. But as Bo Yang, he didn't want to sleep with two men. Although he hadn't been in a relationship before and wasn't sure if he liked men or women, according to the natural order of things, he should like girls. As a boy who liked girls, how could he sleep with two men? Where was his integrity? However, he couldn't do anything that went against his character. Just as he was thinking about how to tactfully reject the two men in front of him without losing his character, the shifty-eyed man retreated, leaving the two incomparably enchanting men behind. The two men walked forward. Wait. Bo Yang hadn't thought of how to reject them yet. The two men stopped in their tracks and reached out to take off their muslin clothes. The muslin clothes were already loose, and with a gentle lift, they slipped off, revealing two naked bodies. Damn, this was too direct. Wait, Bo Yang thought that the two men would walk over to him and sit on his left and right, so that he could hug them. Who knew that the two men didn't get on the bed, but leaned against each other, and then, suddenly hugged and kissed each other? Wait, what happened? I'm sitting here, and the two of them should be my male pets. They should be kissing me, but why are they kissing each other? Bo Yang was deeply confused. However, before he could think about the key points, the two men kissed and started to touch each other's bodies. Then, one of them laid on the ground, and the other took out his penis, fiddled with it, and then stuffed it into the discordant part of the one in front of him. Damn, damn. Damn. Damn, Bo Yang suddenly jumped up from the soft bed, and his voice changed. What are you doing? The two men seemed to be shocked by his shout. They raised their heads and stared at him in shock. Bo Yang could see the confusion on their faces. Don't you know what we're doing? Yes, I don't know. Who knew that the two of you would suddenly hug each other, kiss each other, and suddenly do it? If I knew, I wouldn't have let the two of you in. Bo Yang cursed in his heart for a long time. Get out. He pointed at the door, and didn't dare to look at the two men. The two men panicked and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Young master, what did we do wrong? You were the one who ordered Chief Gu to let us perform tonight. Damn, Xiaozitan actually had this kind of hobby. Get out, get out, get out. Get out 3 times in a row. The two men kneeling on the ground didn't even have time to put on their clothes and hurriedly ran out. After the door closed, Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could finish, Xiao Ling said, Young master, Xiaozitan wouldn't have reacted the way you did just now. What you did just now was not in line with your character, so you need to be punished. A bolt of electricity fell from the top of Bo Yang's head, causing his face to twist. That feeling was even more terrifying than what he saw just now. If he knew it would be so painful, he wouldn't have let the two men leave. Even if he was blind, he would have watched the two men finish doing it. After being electrocuted, Bo Yang fell onto the bed like a broken doll. He felt as if his body had been hollowed out. What sin have I committed? He stared blankly at the ceiling. On the first day he transmigrated, he first ran around naked, then saw such an unpleasant scene. He felt mentally and physically exhausted. I want to sleep. Go to sleep. Xiao Ling said, remember to wake up tomorrow to do the daily mission. Damn, he almost forgot that there was a daily mission to flirt with beauties. What kind of broken system made him do this kind of daily mission? However, he was really too tired. He didn't want to argue with Xiao Ling, so he laid down on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, when Bo Yang opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. After a night of rest, he seemed to be in much better spirits. Xiao Ling reminded him again, Sir, the daily mission. I remember this. Bo Yang said helplessly. You will be rewarded for doing the daily mission. Really? Bo Yang was happy. I applied for it with the main system. Xiao Ling said, the main system will consider it and give you a reward. What reward? You will know when the time comes. Xiao Ling, you are really too good. Originally, Bo Yang was still a bit against the daily mission, but when he heard this, he immediately became happy and even looked forward to doing it. Yesterday's daily mission made him suffer a lot, but when he thought about it, yesterday was just an accident. Because who would have thought that the target of his teasing would be the eternal night devil? Today was different. He was in his own mansion, and there were his male and female pets everywhere. Any one of them was a beauty. Not to mention teasing them, even if he did this to them, they would not resist. In conclusion, today's daily mission was very easy to complete. With a happy mood, Bo Yang pushed open the door and walked out. As soon as the door opened, he saw a man and a woman dressed in gauze standing on both sides, holding a basin of water and a towel in their hands. Bo Yang did not even look at the man and walked straight to the woman holding the towel. He reached out and touched her face. "Beauty, your face is so smooth." The woman immediately blushed and shyly lowered her head. "Young master," there was a ding in his head, indicating that the daily mission was completed. Bo Yang took the towel and wiped his face, then took out other toiletries and washed up. He quickly finished everything and walked into the courtyard. From the corner of his eye, he saw two figures kneeling in the courtyard, and there was someone who was whipping the two people. Bo Yang stopped in his tracks. His eyesight was very good. Although he was far away, he could still see clearly that the two people kneeling on the ground were the two men who entered his room last night. The one who whipped their backs was Shifty Eyes. This guy was cursing as he whipped them, and was very overbearing. Bo Yang frowned and walked over quickly. "What are you doing?" When the shifty-eyed man heard the voice, he immediately put down the whip and turned his head respectfully. "Sir. Why did you hit them?" "They didn't serve you well last night, so they should be punished," he said with shifty eyes, trying to curry favor. Bo Yang was just about to say that it wasn't that they didn't serve him well, but when he remembered the pain from the electric shock last night, he was afraid that it would ruin his image, so he quickly changed his words. "Punishment early in the morning, so noisy. Get out of here." The shifty-eyed man hurriedly said, "I deserve to die 1,000 times for disturbing milord." Then, she sternly said to the two men, "Didn't you hear that you're disturbing the young master? Get the hell out of here." The two men hurriedly stood up and hurriedly ran down the corridor. "I said, they are my people. Whether they should be punished or not is up to me to decide. What right do you have to do it?" Bo Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at the shifty-eyed man in front of him. The shifty-eyed man didn't expect Bo Yang to settle accounts with him. He was stunned and stammered, Sir. You're not allowed to touch my people in the future, do you hear me?" Yes. The shifty-eyed man hurriedly bowed and answered. For the next 3 days, Bo Yang was mentally and physically exhausted. Actually, he was very relaxed in Xiaozetian's mansion. He didn't have to do anything else, and it seemed like he didn't have any missions. But when night came, the women in the courtyard would think of ways to climb into his bed. Bo Yang didn't like to be promiscuous, nor was he lecherous. He politely declined the beautiful bodies that pounced on him. But according to Xiaozetian's image, he couldn't refuse people to serve him every day. If he continued like this, then he would be violating his image and would be punished by the main system. So, Bo Yang wanted to get in touch with the male lead as soon as possible. He wanted the male lead to ascend to the heavenly realm as soon as possible so that he could return home. The biggest problem now was that he was in the demon realm, and the male lead was in the human realm. There was a barrier between the two realms. This barrier prevented people from the demon realm from going to the human realm, but there would be some cracks in the barrier every once in a while. These cracks would occasionally appear, allowing demons from the demon realm to run into the human realm and cause trouble. Generally speaking, these cracks weren't stable and would disappear very quickly. After the Eternal Night Devil inherited the throne, as an outstanding and ambitious ruler, he wholeheartedly wanted to attack the human realm and unify the two realms. So, he thought of a way to find a passage in the barrier between the two realms. The creation of this passage was all thanks to Lu Jianfeng. The Eternal Night Devil first used his own power to find a crack, then used his own power to send Lu Jianfeng to the human realm through this crack. After Lu Jianfeng arrived in the human realm, he used his glib tongue to hook up with an evil person in the cultivation realm. He used that person's identity to create an array and worked with the Eternal Night Devil to secretly create a stable passage between the two realms. This passage would open about once every 3 days, and only a few people could pass through at a time. The Eternal Night Devil wanted to attack the human realm. His first plan was to secretly send troops to the human realm and destroy the 4 boundary stones guarding the barrier. As long as the boundary stones were destroyed, the barrier would be broken, and the demon army would swarm in. Other things aside, the problem that Bo Yang was currently facing was that there was only one passage from the demon realm to the human realm. If he wanted to use this established passage, he would need the Eternal Night Devil's permission. Previously, the Eternal Night Devil said that he wanted him to go to the human realm to kill the Son of Seven Stars, but a few days had passed and there was no news from the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Bo Yang had nothing to do and was very impatient. Since the Eternal Night Devil didn't look for him, he would take the initiative to go to him. After resting for a while, Bo Yang saw that the time was right, so he once again went to the Palace of Eternal Darkness to see the Lord Devil Lord. They had only met twice, but Bo Yang was already a little afraid of the Lord Devil Lord. To be honest, if he had another choice, he definitely wouldn't see this person again. However, for the sake of the mission, he had to take the initiative to find him. When he reached the entrance of the Palace of Eternal Darkness, he was stopped. "Sorry, the master said that no one is to disturb him. Protector, please go back." The guard cupped his fist and said. Not allowed to enter. Bo Yang hesitated whether or not to go back home. In his mind, Xiaoling said, "Sir, you have to be brave. Don't be afraid." Bo Yang realized that if he went back now, he didn't know when he would receive news from the Eternal Night Devil. Since he wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible, he had to take the initiative. He nodded and didn't make things difficult for the guard. He turned and left. However, he didn't leave the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Instead, he walked around the palace gate for a while. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared outside the gate. Bo Yang used teleportation to enter the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Palace of Perpetual Darkness was surrounded by a barrier. Any unauthorized intruder would be detected by the people inside. Bai Yang had already prepared himself to be besieged by many guards, but miraculously, he stood under a palace wall for a moment, and not a single person appeared. Bo Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise and walked straight inside. Along the way, there was no one in the palace. In his impression, even if there were few people in the Palace of Eternal Darkness, it shouldn't be so empty like today. Bo Yang was a little curious. He followed his memory and came to the main hall. The throne was empty, and there was no one around. There was no one to inform him, and no one to stop him from entering. What was going on? If someone was curious, they would probably search the entire palace to find out the mystery. However, a timid person wouldn't do that. Bo Yang called out to the master a few times in the main hall. When he didn't get a response, he stood obediently in the main hall and waited. After a while, Bo Yang heard a strange sound coming from the back of the main hall. The sound came from the side hall behind the main hall. There was a door there. Bo Yang curiously took 2 steps forward. The sound suddenly disappeared. "Master?" Bo Yang carefully walked in through the door. Just as he walked around the door, his nose suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. The fragrance was so strong that it was almost suffocating. His head also became dizzy. Bo Yang hurriedly covered his nose and raised his head. He saw a person standing in the middle of the side hall. That person was wearing a pitch-black robe embroidered with complicated golden patterns. His pitch-black hair flowed down like a waterfall. His back was facing Bo Yang as he stood in the middle of the room. There was a strange fragrance in the air. Bo Yang used his nose to smell it. His head became even dizzier and even his vision became blurry. This feeling was very strange. It was like he was dreaming. Everything he saw and heard was like a dream. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that there were 4 incense burners around the room. There seemed to be something burning inside them. The fragrance was probably coming from those 4 incense burners. "Who let you in?" A cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Bo Yang knew who the person in front of him was. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Master, get out." The fragrance in the air became even stronger. The voice seemed to come from a distant place. It had an irresistible power. Bo Yang immediately stood up and uncontrollably walked out of the room. When he stood back in the main hall, a cool breeze brushed past his head. Only then did he seem to wake up from a hallucinatory dream. "What happened to me just now? It was like I was being controlled by someone." As soon as he walked into the room, his brain seemed to have been turned into paste. He couldn't think at all. Bo Yang stood in the empty main hall and slowly thought about what kind of fragrance was in there. Before he could figure it out, the eternal night devil, who was wearing a black robe, walked out from the side door. He slowly walked to the throne and sat down. Bo Yang noticed that his clothes were loosely worn. The buttons weren't fastened. As he walked, a small piece of smooth skin and one side of his collarbone were exposed. His neck was slender and his skin was smooth. It had a faint glow to it. His loose hair fell from both sides and covered part of his chest. The eternal night devil walked out in this disheveled state. The demon king leaned back on his throne with one hand supporting his head. His expression was very lazy. "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me? What are you doing here?" Bo Yang hurriedly said, "Master, I want to share your burden. Last time, you said that you would send me to the human world to find the Son of Seven Stars. When should I set off?" The man on the throne raised his eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. "You broke into my palace today because of this?" There was a hint of surprise and coldness in his voice. An invisible pressure came from the direction of the throne. Bo Yang felt as if he was in the deep sea. There was extremely high water pressure all around him, making it hard for him to breathe. He knew that the eternal night devil was angry. Yes, first he touched his butt, and now he broke into his palace. Very good, he had successfully provoked the demon king's anger. To appease the Lord Devil Lord's anger, Bo Yang's mind was working very quickly. Ever since he had transmigrated to this world, Bo Yang felt that he had been racking his brains to come up with a solution. He had never worked so hard in the past 25 years. Perhaps this was also a form of training. He lowered his head deeply and put on a submissive posture. He said respectfully, "Master, I just want to share your burden." His words were very sincere, fully expressing his enthusiasm to do something. Leaders all liked enthusiastic subordinates. He was betting that the eternal night devil would not punish him for such a small matter. After all, in the book, Xianxia was the eternal night devil's #1 lackey. As the #1 lackey, he must be someone who was deeply trusted. Bo Yang was betting on the eternal night devil's trust in Xianxia. The air was quiet for a moment. The Lord Devil Lord walked down from his throne. Bo Yang noticed that he was barefoot and did not wear shoes. He walked over step by step on the black floor made of an unknown material. He stopped in front of Bo Yang and scanned Bo Yang's body. Bo Yang knew that he could not back down now. If he did, the eternal night devil would become even more suspicious. The scene he saw in the rear hall was definitely not a good thing. Bo Yang raised his head, his eyes clear and innocent. If he looked at others with such a gaze in the real world, everyone's maternal instincts would be triggered. The eternal night devil studied him for a moment, and the cold aura around him gradually subsided. "Since you've made such a request, there's no reason for me to refuse," the eternal night devil said calmly, his voice containing a hint of coldness. Bo Yang could sense that he was very angry. He guessed that it had something to do with the scene he saw when he barged into the back of the palace. It was probably not what the eternal night devil wanted him to see. "Master, when can I leave for the human world?" Bo Yang asked. "You seem to be in a hurry to go to the human world?" The eternal night devil squinted his eyes slightly. His eyes were long and narrow, and the ends of his eyes were as sharp as a knife. There was a coldness that could cut through everything. But even so, he was still very good-looking. It was against the rules to be good-looking. Even if he threatened others angrily, it was not annoying. When Bo Yang heard the eternal night devil's question, he was shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He hurriedly said, "I just want to help the master as soon as possible." He was still unable to control the expression on his face, so he lowered his head and did not let the eternal night devil's gaze meet his face. This way, he could avoid being exposed. The eternal night devil was a cunning person, and he was very observant. If he was not careful in front of him, he would be discovered. When he lowered his head, he felt the eternal night demon emperor's gaze on the top of his head. It was like a small knife cutting through his entire body, peeling off his skin and piercing into his internal organs, probing for the deepest secrets of his body. Bo Yang did not move. After a long time, the person above his head suddenly asked, "What did you see just now?" What did he see just now? Actually, when he entered the back of the palace, he only smelled a strong fragrance. That fragrance made his head suddenly dizzy, and he did not observe the situation in the back of the palace. And now he had a premonition that if he said that he saw something, the person in front of him would very likely kill him. So he honestly replied, reporting to the master, "I did not see anything just now." "Raise your head," the person in front of him said. Bo Yang did as he was told and raised his head. The Lord Devil Lord stared at his face. Bo Yang's heart pounded, and his face was full of innocence. He was really innocent, because he really did not see anything. The Lord Devil Lord stared at him for a moment, and finally said, "Trespassing into the palace of eternal darkness, if it was anyone else, would be a death sentence." When this sentence was said, Bo Yang knew that he would not kill him. He hurriedly put on a regretful face, and sincerely said, "This subordinate has trespassed into the palace of eternal darkness, and has disturbed the master. Please punish me, master." At the same time he said this, he was actually thinking, Xianxia was the number one lackey of the Eternal Darkness Demon King, and he had a mission to complete. The Eternal Darkness Demon King would definitely not kill him. The Devil King smiled. "Punishment? It's a punishment that should be meted out." His eyes stared at Bo Yang for a moment, and then he asked, "Which leg stepped into the palace of eternal darkness first?" Bo Yang was a bit dumbfounded. Which leg stepped into the palace of eternal darkness first? This question made Bo Yang quickly recall the first time he saw the Eternal Night Devil. At that time, he almost had one of his hands chopped off. Now the Eternal Night Devil was asking this question again. Could it be that he wanted to chop off his own leg? No, that's impossible. I'm his right-hand man. How could he do such a thing that would harm his left and right arms? After comforting himself for a moment, Bo Yang carefully said, "It seems to be the right leg." The Eternal Night Devil smiled, and that smile gave Bo Yang a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Lord Devil Lord suddenly made his move. A black demonic aura swept Bo Yang out of the main hall. Immediately after, Bo Yang's whole body was tied up by a black rope. His right leg became a support point and was tied to a tree, and his whole body fell down. Reflect on yourself. The Lord Devil Lord's faint voice floated over from afar. Bo Yang's whole body was tied up tightly and hung on the tree. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Fortunately, the servants in the Palace of Eternal Darkness had all been dismissed, and there was no one in the palace. If other people saw him hanging on the tree, who knows what kind of joke he would make. Even if no one saw him, it was still very uncomfortable to be hung like this. Bo Yang couldn't struggle, and was hung like this for the whole night. Fortunately, in his mind, Xiaoling talked to him to distract him, so he didn't feel uncomfortable hanging on the tree alone for the whole night. The next morning, the Lord Devil Lord mercifully put him down. Bo Yang's whole body was stiff from being tied up. After being exposed to the cold wind for the whole night, his right leg, which was used as a support point, was red and swollen. The moment he was put down, he felt that his whole right leg had lost feeling. The Lord Devil Lord really wasn't to be trifled with. I should stay away from him in the future. "Mister, are you okay?" Xiaoling asked with concern. "Do I look okay to you?" Bo Yang covered his right leg and limped forward. Xiaoling didn't say anything. "Come to the main hall to see me." Bo Yang, who was just about to walk out of the Palace of Eternal Darkness, heard this and wanted to cry. "Great hero, great king, please let me go. I already know that I was wrong, okay? I will never trespass into the Palace of Eternal Darkness again." Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't disobey the Lord Devil Lord's orders. Bo Yang could only return to the main hall with tears in his eyes. Walking into the main hall, the Lord Devil Lord was talking to another person. That person was Lu Jianfeng. Seeing Bo Yang, Lu Jianfeng smiled and nodded at him, looking very friendly. Bo Yang subconsciously nodded at him, expressing his friendly attitude. Probably noticing that his walking posture wasn't right, Lu Jianfeng asked curiously, "What's wrong with your leg?" Bo Yang looked at the expressionless Demon King and lied through his teeth, "I've been squatting in the toilet for too long, so it's numb." Lu Jianfeng's face showed an indescribable expression. The Demon King had a smile that wasn't a smile. Bo Yang walked to Lu Jianfeng's side and stopped. Lu Jianfeng's gaze was still sweeping over his leg. Bo Yang's expression didn't change. Tomorrow, you and Lu Jianfeng will go to the human world together. The Lord Devil Lord's voice sounded from high above. So fast? After being hung up for an entire night, Bo Yang was a bit tired. Hearing this, Bo Yang suddenly became excited. Bo Yang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Yes." His voice was loud and clear, and very powerful. The handsome man sitting on the throne smiled, seeming to be very satisfied with Bo Yang's reaction. Like this, Bo Yang finally had the chance to go to the human world. Coming out from the main hall, Bo Yang went back to his mansion to rest for a while. The next day, he went through the passage to the human world full of energy. When he arrived at the human world, Lu Jianfeng introduced him to the mission this time, which was to intercept and kill the young cultivators who entered the secret flowers fantasy realm. The priest speculated that the Son of Seven Stars might be among these people. Even if he wasn't, being able to kill the living forces of the human world was also very good. Hearing Lu Jianfeng's introduction, Bo Yang immediately searched for the description of this plot in his mind. The Secret Flowers Fantasy Realm trial was a major event in the cultivation world every 10 years. All the sects in the cultivation world would send their more outstanding juniors to participate in the Secret Flowers Fantasy Realm trial. The entire trial would rank the juniors, and according to the ranking, there would be various rewards. At the same time, the ranking in the fantasy realm would determine the strength of a sect, and the rewards were also very expensive. So whether it was because of the pursuit of fame or hoping to get the rewards, most of the young talents would enthusiastically participate and strive for a good ranking. In the original novel, the male lead Zhou Ying and Miss Li entered the Tingyun sect together. Miss Li was an official disciple, and the male lead Zhou Ying was her servant who was responsible for serving Miss Li's meals and daily life. The male lead relied on his own protagonist aura as a small servant in the Tingyun sect to attract the attention of his destined daughter, Zhao Qing'er, the daughter of the Tingyun sect master, and inadvertently gained the favor of Zhao Qing'er. Originally, the male lead was not qualified to participate in the Secret Flowers fantasy realm, but with the help of the female lead Zhao Qing'er and Miss Li, he still participated in the Secret Flowers fantasy realm. It was also in this Secret Flowers fantasy realm that the demon race invaded and killed many cultivators. Among the hundreds of people who participated in the Secret Flowers fantasy realm, only the male lead survived. And the male lead also obtained his biggest cheat in the Secret Flowers fantasy realm, the dragon sword. What Bo Yang didn't expect was that his first appearance in the human world would be to participate in such a big massacre. After walking for a while, Bo Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He found himself in a mountain. There were tall trees all around him, and even further away were tall mountains. Roughly estimating, there was no one within a radius of 10 miles. The demon realm had placed the passage in a place like this, so it was very safe. As soon as the two of them appeared, several figures suddenly appeared in the forest. They were all wearing black cloaks, and their faces were hidden under the cloaks, so they couldn't be seen clearly. When these people saw Lu Jianfeng and Bo Yang, they all cupped their fists and knelt down, calling out in unison, "My lord." Their voices were very respectful. Bo Yang glanced around and found that these people weren't all from the demon race. There were also 2 humans. Humans who could gain Lu Jianfeng's trust must have done something unspeakable. After all, in the novel, Lu Jianfeng had become a demon. Lu Jianfeng nodded and gestured for them to rise. They stood up and curiously sized up Bo Yang. Bo Yang's face was cold and arrogant. Sometimes, being cold and expressionless was the best protection. "Greetings, Lord Xia." Lu Jianfeng gave them a rough introduction of Bo Yang's identity. After they heard this, they cupped their fists towards Bo Yang and respectfully said, "My lord." Bo Yang pretended to be mysterious and nodded slightly without saying anything. In any case, he maintained a posture that they could only watch from afar and not communicate with. The more they spoke, the more mistakes they would make. If they were exposed, they would have to bear the consequences. Since we're already here, there's no time to lose. "Let's carry out the plan," Bo Yang said in a low voice. At the same time, he asked Xiaoling in his mind, "What do you think of my performance?" "Very good, sir." "Please keep it up," Xiaoling gave an affirmative answer. Bo Yang was relieved when he heard that. "Lord Xia, the secret flower illusion realm has been activated." There are a total of 263 cultivators who participated in the experiment this time. They have all entered the illusion realm. Don't worry, Lord Xia, we have already made arrangements. When the time comes, we will definitely catch them all. Although Bo Yang knew about the plot and the book described Xiaotian's participation in the massacre, Bo Yang didn't want to kill anyone. So he asked, why do you have to kill everyone? All we need to do is kill the 7-star sons. If we kill them all, it'll cause a huge ruckus and alert the cultivation world. Lu Jianfeng said, the Lord Xia is right, but your conclusion must be based on the fact that they know who did it. If they don't know who did it, why would they seek revenge on us? Everyone should be prepared for life and death in the illusion realm. The secret flower illusion realm hasn't had any problems for so many years. It's understandable that a small problem suddenly occurred. Hearing this, Bo Yang said, but there's no need to kill so many people. He regretted it immediately. With Xiaotian's personality, he wouldn't say something like that. The real Xiaotian would only be excited when he heard about killing. Xiaoling said in his mind, Sir, Xiaotian wouldn't say something like that. He needs to be punished. Just as Bai Yang was about to retort, there was a sudden crackling sound above his head. An electric current struck him from the top of his head, and an intense pain ran through his entire body. Bai Yang couldn't hear anything for a moment, and his vision turned black. Lu Jianfeng raised his head in surprise. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Bo Yang from head to toe. After a while, he said slowly, Lord Xia really surprised me. I didn't expect the Lord Xia to be so merciful to the cultivators of the human world. Bo Yang was shocked. He endured the pain of the electric shock and explained, I was just worried that if we made too much noise, it would alert the cultivators of the world. Lu Jianfeng didn't know if he heard it or not. He just smiled and said, Lord Xia, you're worrying too much. What else could Bo Yang say? He could only shut his mouth like a quail and didn't say anything else. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. If he said something wrong again and was struck by lightning, that feeling would be overwhelming. Lu Jianfeng didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. Of course, after all, the two of them had been together for so many years. Xiaotian's way of doing things had never changed. Even if he suddenly said something inappropriate, it wouldn't attract too much attention. After that, Bo Yang didn't talk much anymore. When people asked him questions, he used the simplest words to answer them. This continued until the day the secret flower fantasy opened. Lu Jianfeng's identity in the human world was the disciple of the Destiny Elder of the Tingyun sect. The Destiny Elder of the Tingyun sect had been completely controlled by him and became his puppet. The Destiny Elder was one of the hosts of the secret flower fantasy this time. Lu Jianfeng had already placed his own people in various places of the secret flower fantasy through the Destiny Elder. They even mixed in with the cultivators. As long as he gave the order, the cultivators who entered the secret flower fantasy would be like turtles in a jar. They would all be killed and no one would be able to escape. Under such strict planning, as a new disciple, it was impossible for the hero to escape from this massacre. However, because he was the hero, it didn't stop him from having the protagonist's halo. The book described how he was kicked down a cliff. The cliff was a bottomless abyss. In the eyes of others, there was no chance of survival. However, the hero didn't die after falling down the cliff. Not only did he survive, but he also obtained the biggest cheat in the book, the dragon sword. He was the only survivor out of more than 200 people. Therefore, he was immediately questioned by others after he survived. They believed that he had a lot to do with the deaths of the 200 people. Bo Yang read the original book through Xiaoling in his mind and prepared for the next plot. After all, it was his first time meeting the hero of a novel. He was still a little nervous. The hero's fate was closely related to his return to the real world. Therefore, his first goal was to protect the hero and let him successfully obtain the dragon sword. On the day the secret flower fantasy opened, Bo Yang had already entered the fantasy under the arrangement of Lu Jianfeng. The Lord Devil Lord sent him to help Lu Jianfeng for a reason. Lu Jianfeng had a more prominent identity in the human world. It wasn't convenient for him to act in person. He definitely needed someone to carry out the real mission. This person was Xiaotian. One in the light, one in the dark. They were able to perfectly complete the Eternal Night Devil's mission. The secret flower fantasy was a small world. There were many magical beasts inside, but they were all low level. Moreover, the world inside was relatively large. All kinds of formations and obstacles were set up very well. It was a very perfect place to test things. It was very suitable for people who had reached a certain level of cultivation to enter and test things. Bo Yang hid in the treetops of a dense forest, quietly looking down. In the fantasy, other than him, there were also a few of Lu Jianfeng's subordinates. They were the real killers. Bo Yang didn't want to kill people, but he wasn't a saint who had to stop others from killing people. All he could do was try his best to keep his hands clean. He didn't make a move, and no one urged him. Lu Jianfeng wasn't here, so his position was the highest. The big bosses were all hidden behind the scenes and wouldn't make a move casually. Usually, they would send the small bosses in front. Bobby ABA? Bobby ABA? Bobby ABA? Only the big bosses would make a grand entrance and hold everyone's ground. Currently, Xianxia was the big boss here. No one doubted that he would protect the human race. When the participants entered the secret flower fantasy, they would be scattered to different places. More than 200 people were scattered. There were only 3 or 4 people in one place, and at most 7 or 8 people. At this time, it was easy to make a move. Bo Yang's hearing was now very sensitive. He quickly heard the sound of fighting and killing around him, accompanied by screams. These rising stars who came in were not weak in cultivation, but they had entered an unfamiliar environment with all kinds of obstacles and demonic beasts. Many of them were killed before they could react to the sudden sneak attack. Following the content of the original novel, Bo Yang remembered that the male lead would fall off a cliff. So when he entered the fantasy, he immediately used his divine sense to explore the fantasy. Finally, he found a suitable place for the male lead to fall off the cliff. Then, he quietly waited. As expected, about an hour later, the 4 of them appeared in the dense forest. 3 men and a woman. The woman was Miss Li, the cannon fodder of the male lead. The young man beside her should be the male lead. Bo Yang looked down. The male lead was still a young man, about 16 or 17 years old. He had handsome features, slender limbs, and a great body. As the male lead of a YY novel, he must have sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and handsome looks. Otherwise, how could he attract so many women to follow him around? As the male lead, his temperament must be extraordinary. Even if his status was low and his strength was not good, he still had the aura of a king. In short, it would make people feel that he was different and had a strong aura. Take Miss Li, for example. She had taken a liking to his handsome appearance and unique temperament, which was why she had a crush on him. Bo Yang was a little curious when he saw the male lead. But after seeing him, he was a little disappointed. This was because the male lead in the TV series was played by a handsome and popular young actor. The other supporting actors' appearances were second. If the first person Bo Yang saw after transmigrating to this world was the male lead, he would be amazed by his appearance and temperament. But unfortunately, the first person he saw was the Eternal Night Devil. Not to mention how bad the Demon King's personality was, just in terms of appearance and temperament, compared to the current male lead, he was 10 streets ahead of him. When he saw the male lead, he saw that he was just an ordinary and outstanding young man. Bo Yang, who was full of expectations, was a little disappointed. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and seriously prepared for the next scene. No matter what the male lead looked like, he was still the most important person in this world. He was the most important treasure. Letting him ascend was the most important thing. Miss Li seemed to be injured. She was supported by the male lead as they ran forward. The other 2 male disciples followed beside them. As they ran, they used their swords to guard their surroundings. Did they catch up? One of the disciples asked nervously. The other disciple looked behind him in a panic. He didn't seem to see anything. It seems like they didn't catch up. Hearing his words, the 3 people in front all let out a sigh of relief. Including the male lead. Miss Li suddenly sat on the ground. I can't run anymore. I'm not running anymore. As the cannon fodder supporting female lead who liked the male lead, Miss Li was naturally beautiful. Her eyebrows were curved and her skin was white. In short, she was worthy of her identity as a supporting female lead. Of course, her personality was not as gentle and considerate as the female lead. "Miss, are you all right?" the male lead asked with concern. Miss Lee rolled her eyes at him and pouted. "Do I look all right to you?" Bai Yang remembered the plot. The four of them encountered a ferocious beast. The beast was extremely ferocious. Miss Lee was inexperienced. Relying on her strength, she went to provoke the beast alone. In the end, she was seriously injured by the beast. The male lead hurried to save her, but was also injured by the beast. The remaining two disciples also came to help, but they couldn't defeat the beast. The four of them fled in panic. In the fight just now, the male lead was also injured, but no one cared about him. Although Miss Lee kept saying that she liked him, she was actually selfish and only cared about herself. "How did you protect Senior Sister Lee?" After feeling safe, the two disciples came to settle accounts with the male lead. The two of them had been following Miss Lee because they were her admirers. Miss Lee usually favored the male lead, and this had already caused their dissatisfaction. Now that Miss Lee was injured, they naturally took the opportunity to step on the male lead. The situation was very funny. Miss Lee was the one who provoked the beast first and was injured by it. The male lead was injured while protecting her, and now they were blaming him for not protecting her. That was the truth, but the male lead couldn't refute it. If he did, it would be like pushing the responsibility to Miss Lee. As Miss Lee's servant, he could only choose to remain silent and apologize. "I'm sorry." Miss Lee bit her lip and suddenly reached out to pull his arm, but the male lead cleverly avoided her. "Were you hurt just now?" Big Sister Lee asked. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lee." "It's just a little bit of skin," the male lead said with restraint. The other two saw that Miss Lee was so concerned about the male lead, and their hearts ached. Their faces showed their dissatisfaction. A servant will always be a servant. Useless. The male lead didn't say anything. Although he didn't have any expression, Bo Yang, who had read the original novel, knew that the male lead was very angry. He was an extremely proud person. Now he didn't have the strength, so he could only endure. Once he had the strength, he wouldn't endure anymore. Bo Yang released his divine sense and found that 2/3 of the people in the illusion were already dead. Several black-clothed people were coming this way. Everywhere they went, not even a blade of grass would survive. They were determined to kill everyone. Killing and walking, those people had already rushed over to this side of the forest. The male lead and the other two disciples were still arguing about who was right and who was wrong. The other two disciples wanted to abandon the male lead because in their opinion, the male lead was just a low-level servant. If something really happened, he would be a burden, so it was better to abandon him. But Miss Lee was unwilling to abandon the male lead, so they argued and did not notice the danger around them slowly approaching. In the original novel, the male protagonist would not die, but according to the current situation, if he was discovered by those people, the male protagonist would definitely die. There was a contradiction here. According to normal logic, the male lead would die, but the male lead in the novel could not die. So how did he escape? Bo Yang quickly asked Xiao Ling to find the original text in his mind. "Xiao Ling, hurry up and help me find out how the male lead escaped." "Yes, sir." After a while, Xiao Ling said, "Sir, when the men in black wanted to kill the male lead, the ferocious beasts that were chasing after them chased after them. The ferocious beasts stopped the three of them, so they were able to escape." Ferocious beasts. Bo Yang spread out his divine sense and found that the ferocious beasts were also circling around outside the forest, and seemed to be going far away. The three men in black had already entered the forest. In a moment of desperation, Bo Yang reached out and gathered a mass of demonic energy at his fingertips. The demonic energy quickly flew towards the ferocious beasts. The demonic energy surged forward and stabbed into the back of the ferocious beasts like a sharp sword. After the ferocious beasts felt pain, they immediately turned around and ran into the forest. "Wait, didn't you notice anything strange here?" The male lead was very alert and seemed to notice that something was wrong. He suddenly interrupted their argument. "What's strange?" Miss Lee hurriedly asked. The male lead listened for a moment and his face suddenly changed. "It seems like someone is coming." The other two people listened for a moment and said, "We didn't hear anything." The male lead said, "I really did hear it. Hurry up and leave here." The two disciples immediately sneered. "What are you saying? We clearly didn't hear anything. That's funny. Your cultivation is low. Could it be that you heard it more clearly than us?" As soon as they finished speaking, 3 men wearing black cloaks suddenly appeared in the forest. When the 3 people saw the male lead and the others, they didn't say a word and attacked like lightning, killing them as they wished. The 2 people who were laughing at them were instantly beheaded. Miss Lee let out a scream. After the 3 people killed them, they immediately jumped towards them. Their strength was much higher than the male lead and Miss Lee. The male lead was only able to use his sword to block one attack before he was sent flying with blood spurting out of his mouth. Zhouing. Miss Lee was actually able to step forward at the critical moment and protect the male lead without any regard for her own safety. The male lead's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect that Miss Lee would actually risk her life to protect him. Miss Lee's body was pierced from behind by a sword. The male lead cried out in alarm and hurriedly hugged Miss Lee's body. Miss, are you all right? Hurry up and leave." Miss Lee's mouth was filled with blood as she spoke intermittently. When the original story mentioned this moment, the male lead was very shocked. He already had a place in his heart for Miss Lee. Of course, cannon fodder was cannon fodder. So what if she had a place in his heart? She was already dead. The 3 men in black didn't care that the 2 people were separated by life and death. They also didn't have the time to care about the 2 people talking about love. When their attack didn't hit, they quickly raised their swords and chased after them. At this time, the male lead was still immersed in the sadness and shock of Miss Lee blocking the sword for him. He simply didn't have time to react. Seeing that he was about to die under the swords of the men in black, Yang Bo became anxious. Bai Yang was anxious and quickly made a move. A leaf flew over and knocked the sword out of the black-clothed man's hand. "Who is it?" The men in black vigilantly looked around. At this time, a rumbling sound came from not far away. A moment later, a giant rhinoceros-like beast charged over. Wherever it went, all the trees were broken. The men in black were caught off guard and were sent flying. The male lead and Miss Lee finally finished their last words. "For example, I'll ask you one last time, have you ever loved me? Miss? Lie to me, okay? I beg you." "Yes, I've always loved Miss, but because of my low status, I couldn't say it to you. You must live well." And so on and so forth. After saying this, the male lead seemed to come back to his senses. Miss Lee was no longer breathing. The male lead gritted his teeth and stood up. He stumbled into the depths of the forest. The 3 men in black were blocked by the beast. For a moment, they couldn't chase after him. The male lead ran forward in panic. At this time, Miss Lee's words became his belief to survive. "I must live," he shouted as he ran. He was out of breath. Bo Yang had been silently following behind him. Hearing him say this, he couldn't help but think, "Brother, if you keep running around like this, you might not be able to survive." He spread out his divine sense and found that most of the people in the illusion had been killed. What surprised him even more was that Lu Jianfeng had also appeared. It seemed like he wanted to kill everyone with his own hands. The 3 men in black might not be able to kill the male lead, but if Lu Jianfeng were to make a move, then such an accident would not happen. Lu Jianfeng was one of the 4 great childs of the devil realm. He had superb methods, meticulous thoughts, and most importantly, very strong martial arts. People with strong martial arts had relatively strong spiritual pressure. With strong spiritual pressure, the range of one's divine sense would also expand. For example, Xiaozetian's divine sense could expand to cover the entire secret flower illusion. He could roughly sense the situation in the illusion. He could see who was still alive in the illusion at a glance. Lu Jianfeng's martial arts should be similar to his. His divine sense could also cover the entire secret flower illusion. As long as he spread out his divine sense, there was no way he couldn't find the male lead who was still alive. As Bo Yang expected, after a moment, he felt Lu Jianfeng rushing in the direction of the male lead. At this time, the male lead had already run to a cliff according to the original setting. This cliff should be where he jumped off. The situation was extremely urgent. Lu Jianfeng's speed was unbelievably fast. He quickly appeared in front of the male lead who had nowhere to run. However, Bo Yang was faster than him. This was because he was originally closer to the male lead. So when Lu Jianfeng arrived, he was already one step ahead of the male lead. With a flying kick, he directly kicked him off the cliff. You. Lu Jianfeng, who had just arrived, glanced at Bo Yang with a puzzled expression. Bo Yang's heart was pounding, but the expression on his face was still arrogant and indifferent. He's just a small piece of trash. I can pinch him to death with one finger. How could I trouble you to do it? Lu Jianfeng said, we should kill him directly. Bo Yang was nervous. He was timid and didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, Xiaoling encouraged him. Sir, don't be afraid. Lu Jianfeng's status is the same as yours. Under normal circumstances, he won't suspect you. Bo Yang adjusted his breathing slightly and forced himself to calm down. He continued to speak in a disdainful manner. If I kick him, do you think he can still survive? Moreover, there's a cliff below. He's just a foundation establishment cultivator. There's no way he can survive. Lu Jianfeng thought for a moment and nodded. Lord Xia's words make a lot of sense. At this time, Lu Jianfeng didn't put a small foundation establishment cultivator in his heart. Moreover, he didn't suspect that Xia Zetian would secretly protect a small cultivator. Therefore, according to his own judgment, Xia Zetian definitely wouldn't leave anyone alive. Even if that person was lucky enough to survive, there was no possibility of survival after falling off the cliff. Moreover, he had more important things to do now. Clean up the battlefield immediately and clean up our traces. The people from the Tingyun sect and several other large sects are about to enter. He said to the men in black who were listening to his orders. Everyone responded in unison and quickly dispersed. Bo Yang secretly wiped his sweat. After sending the others away, Lu Jianfeng said to Bo Yang, my status in the human world is special. I can't leave for a long time. I'll leave the matters in the illusion to you. Bo Yang couldn't ask for more. He was very excited, but fortunately, he wasn't too excited. His expression was still very calm. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. After receiving Bo Yang's promise, Lu Jianfeng disappeared. Sensing that he had left, Bo Yang immediately jumped down the cliff to look for the male lead. When he knocked the male lead off the cliff, he had secretly done something to the male lead's body to hide his scent. That was why Lu Jianfeng couldn't sense his scent and thought he was dead. That was why he was able to leave so easily. The cliff was thousands of feet high. Bo Yang's heart was beating like a drum. The situation just now had been too dangerous. In order to make a move before Lu Jianfeng, he had kicked the male lead with all his might. He didn't know if the force he used was too strong or too weak. Could he have really kicked the male lead to death? Although he didn't think the male lead would die so easily, what if there was a problem with the system? It wasn't the first time the system had a problem. After jumping off the cliff and flying in the air for a while, he landed at the bottom of the cliff. There was a deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. The male lead landed on a rock by the pond, and Bo Yang used a demonic aura on him. The demonic aura concealed his aura, and at the same time, it protected his heart meridian, preventing him from falling to his death. When Bo Yang saw the male lead lying on the ground, he hurriedly walked over to check his breathing. He found that he was still breathing weakly. Very good, the male lead didn't die. As long as he was still breathing, the male lead wouldn't die. This was because his 7-star physique would slowly heal his wounds. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. The dragon sword was hidden at the bottom of the pool. The male lead's 7-star physique could sense the dragon sword at the bottom of the pool. When he woke up, he would be able to get the sword. After confirming that he was fine, Bo Yang turned around to leave. However, just as he took a step, his ankle was grabbed. Bo Yang was shocked. He looked down and found that the male lead had actually woken up in a daze. He didn't wake up, but he was in a semi-conscious state. He probably sensed that Bo Yang was the only person by his side, and that he didn't have any ill intentions, so he subconsciously asked him for help. Save me. I beg you to save me. The male lead's voice was very weak. He tried his best to raise his head. In his blurry vision, he saw a tall black figure. He couldn't see the face clearly, but he could feel that this person had a very comfortable aura, so he instinctively asked him for help. Bo Yang originally wanted to leave, but he was stopped by him. He couldn't kick him away, so he squatted down. Don't worry, you definitely won't die. Because you're the child of destiny. I'm the child of destiny? Zhou Ying vaguely heard this voice and repeated it. Yes, you're the child of destiny. In the future, you'll be above millions of people. However, this process will be very difficult, so no matter how painful it is, you have to endure it. Zhou Ying's consciousness was already blurry, but those words were clearly transmitted to his ears. That person's voice was gentle and strong. Not knowing why, Zhou Ying believed his words. I'm the child of destiny, I definitely won't die. Bo Yang pressed his hand on the male lead's forehead and injected a strand of devil qi into his body. That strand of devil qi could open some of the acupoints in his body, allowing him to recover faster. Zhou Ying fainted again. Bo Yang stood up and disappeared down the cliff. After dealing with the male lead, he led the others to quickly clean up the traces in the secret flower's illusion. Then, he led the others to leave before the illusion closed. The secret flower's illusion opened again 3 days later. After the secret flower's illusion opened, the trial takers would be closed after a period of time. The elders outside would observe the situation inside through the bronze mirror placed in the illusion. However, because the Destiny Elder and Lu Jianfeng were inside, the bronze mirror had been tampered with long ago. The people outside could only see that the bronze mirror showed that everything was normal. The bronze mirror could be tampered with, but the jade pendants that some disciples carried with them couldn't be tampered with. These jade pendants were connected to the disciples' lives. When they sensed that the disciples' lives were gone, the jade pendants outside would react accordingly. Soon, the elders found that everything in the bronze mirror was normal, but the jade pendants were breaking one after another. They immediately realized that something was wrong. But no matter how fast they reacted, they still wasted a lot of time. The illusion had been closed, and they couldn't go in to investigate. 3 days later, when they reopened the illusion, they found that everyone was dead. No, except for one person. The male lead, Zhou Ying. Bo Yang didn't know what happened after the male lead, but he had read the original novel, so he had a general idea of what would happen. At this time, he didn't leave at all. Since he had completed the mission, he had to go back and report. After returning to the demon realm through the passage, Bo Yang immediately went to the Palace of Perpetual Darkness to report. As he walked, he thought about what reason he should find to go to the human realm again. Soon, he arrived at the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. After reporting, he entered and rushed all the way to the main hall. Perhaps the Eternal Night Demon King had been informed of Bai Yang's arrival, or perhaps the Eternal Night Demon King had already sensed his arrival. When Bai Yang entered the main hall, the Demon King was already seated on the throne. Greetings, Master. Bo Yang said respectfully as he knelt on one knee. Get up. The Demon King stretched out a hand and raised it slightly. Bo Yang stood up. How was the matter resolved? Bo Yang told the Demon King everything that happened in the human realm. Of course, he covered up the scene where he saved the male lead. Master, although we killed more than 200 rising stars of the cultivation world, we can't guarantee that we killed the Son of 7 Stars. Because the Lord Priest didn't tell us what the Son of 7 Stars looked like. He only told us that he was about 15 or 16 years old. Bo Yang said, just in case, Master, I implore you to go to the human realm again to investigate the Son of 7 Stars. Very good, you said it very well. Bo Yang secretly gave himself 32 likes. This reason was good. It was logical, reasonable, and showed loyalty. You didn't find the real Son of 7 Stars? The Lord Devil Lord leaned sideways on the throne with a lazy expression. Bo Yang replied carefully, yes. So you want to go to the human realm again? The Demon King tilted his head and asked casually. After all, he was a little guilty. Bo Yang swallowed his saliva and calmly said, yes. Heh. The man sitting on the throne let out a chuckle. Then he sat up straight and walked down from the throne, slowly coming to Bo Yang. Bo Yang lowered his head. The subtle sound of clothes fluttering approached and stopped a step away. You are quite concerned about the son of 7 stars. A lazy and soothing voice sounded from above. His heart tightened. Bo Yang whispered, for master, this subordinate will naturally do his best. For me? The man in front of him laughed again. Bo Yang lowered his head even more. For master, for the demon realm, this subordinate is willing to sacrifice his life. Good, very good. The demon king seemed to be pleased as he returned to his throne and sat down. Bo Yang paused and couldn't help but say, Master, Lu Jianfeng directly entered the secret realm of Mirage and killed more than 200 people. Although we removed the traces in the end, the people of the cultivation world aren't fools. They will definitely be able to find out. If they are alerted, it will be very difficult for us to infiltrate the human world in the future. Bo Yang said this because he felt that Lu Jianfeng was too cruel to kill more than 200 people. However, he regretted it after saying this. It was completely like telling on Lu Jianfeng. There was no need for Xianxia to tell on Lu Jianfeng because Lu Jianfeng wasn't his enemy. Even if he killed everyone in the world, it had nothing to do with him. These words were actually contrary to Xianxia's personality. However, the strange thing was that the electric shock he expected didn't appear. Xiaoling, what's going on? Why didn't I get an electric shock? Xiaoling said, Sir, because Xianxia is very jealous, he often tells on others. Therefore, you saying bad things about Lu Jianfeng behind his back doesn't go against Xianxia's character. Bo Yang was speechless. He didn't know how to answer. Lu Jianfeng didn't have a problem doing that. My goal is to unify the human world and the demon world. In order to invade the human world, we must weaken their strength. Killing the newbies they spent so much effort to cultivate is a better way. The eternal night devil's voice brought Bo Yang back to his senses. Bo Yang was shocked. The eternal night devil was indeed a cold-blooded demon who killed without batting an eyelid. He was cold and cruel and would do anything to achieve his goal. More than 200 lives were nothing in his eyes. Bo Yang's heart thumped. For the first time, he felt the terror of the man in front of him. Facing Lu Jianfeng and the male lead, Bo Yang's heart wouldn't beat so fast and wouldn't be so nervous. This was because he had watched the TV series and knew the general plot. He knew what would happen to the male lead, so he was very confident in his next move. If a person had a card up his sleeve, he would naturally be confident in doing things. However, facing the eternal night devil, Bo Yang's heart was very uneasy and didn't feel safe at all. This was because whether it was a novel or a TV series, the eternal night devil's perspective. He was only a villain. Bo Yang didn't know what kind of person he was when he didn't follow the plot. He didn't know what kind of person he was. I understand. The eternal night demon lord obviously had the intention to protect Lu Jianfeng. Bai Yang was not stupid and immediately said, Your subordinate has finished his report. Does my lord have any other orders? If not, please let me go. The eternal night devil seemed to have heard his thoughts. He waved his hand and said, You may leave. After a moment, the Lord Devil Lord added, You have completed the mission well. I have already sent someone to send the reward to your residence. Go back and rest. Bo Yang pretended to be very happy. He knelt down and thanked, Thank you, master. Then he got up and left. He turned his head and his face fell. The eternal night devil didn't mention anything about him going to the human world again. When would he go there again? Walking out of the main hall, he still didn't see many people. Bo Yang didn't want to go back to his residence. Thinking about the group of women in his residence gave him a headache. Ever since he transmigrated, he hadn't once pampered his harem. If he continued to refuse, not only would the system punish him, others would also notice his abnormality. What a headache. After wandering around the huge palace of perpetual darkness for a while, Bo Yang suddenly remembered that he had a spare room in the palace of perpetual darkness. His eyes lit up. Why would he want to go back? He could just stay in the palace of perpetual darkness. As long as he didn't go back, he wouldn't need to pamper his harem. The palace of perpetual darkness was so big. The eternal night devil couldn't possibly chase him away. In the past, if he stayed late, he would rest in the palace of perpetual darkness. It wouldn't be a big problem to stay here today. Thus, Bo Yang happily made a decision. He went to his spare room. It was cleaned regularly, so it was very clean. Thus, he went in and lay down on the bed directly. He suddenly remembered the eternal night devil's words. Have a good rest. Speaking of which, he was quite sleepy. Bo Yang lay on the bed and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but Bo Yang suddenly heard a noise coming from outside. It seemed like someone was talking. His 5 senses were very sensitive. After waking up, he subconsciously listened. Sister, are we really going over? Didn't the nanny in charge specifically say that we can't go near the main hall at night? What if we get caught? A woman's timid voice sounded. What are you afraid of? We've been sent to the palace of perpetual darkness for a month. We haven't even seen the master's face. Are you willing to accept this? If we can get close to the master and gain his favor, we'll be blessed for the rest of our lives. The other woman said. But sister, no buts. If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go alone. When I get his favor, don't blame me for not warning you. Hearing this, Bo Yang understood. Those 2 women should be women sent to the eternal night devil. Speaking of which, the Lord Devil Lord was high and mighty. However, there didn't seem to be any women like the Devil Queen or Devil Concubine. The TV series didn't have much description of the Lord Devil Lord. The focus was on his invasion of the cultivation world. There was no description of his personal feelings, let alone his private life. Those 2 women should have wanted to get close to the main hall, hoping to gain the favor of the Lord Devil Lord. It seemed that the Lord Devil Lord had ordered them not to get close to the main hall at night. It wasn't just the main hall. The last time he entered the palace of perpetual darkness, there weren't many people in the palace. Today, when he came out of the main hall, there weren't many people in the huge palace of perpetual darkness. This didn't match Xiaoxian's previous memories. In Xiaoxian's previous memories, although there weren't guards everywhere in the palace of perpetual darkness, there were people stationed everywhere. The security was very tight. It definitely wasn't empty like it was now. Bo Yang suddenly recalled the scene when he entered the palace of perpetual darkness. The Lord Devil Lord was in the back hall, standing in the middle of several incense burners with disheveled hair. When he discovered that he had intruded, his expression was very terrifying. Intuitively, Bo Yang felt that this matter had a lot to do with the lack of people in the palace of perpetual darkness. Bo Yang was very curious. However, he was timid. Even if he was curious, he didn't dare to pry too deeply. The other party was the Demon King of perpetual darkness. He was cold and merciless, killing people without batting an eyelid. Besides, what was the use of prying into secrets? It wasn't like he could eat it. The conversation between the 2 women ended. Bo Yang pretended that he hadn't heard anything and continued to sleep on the bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep again, he suddenly heard a scream. That scream was incomparably mournful and full of fear. Bo Yang's hearing was very sharp, so he woke up immediately. Save us! Save us! Who can save us? The woman's terrified scream came from afar. She was constantly gasping for breath, as if she had encountered something extremely terrifying. It sounded like she was screaming and running at the same time. Bo Yang could tell that it was one of the 2 women from before. She had just woken up and was probably still a bit confused. When she heard the cry for help, Bo Yang didn't even think about it. He pushed open the door and rushed 1,000 miles in the direction of the sound. As a modern person who had received a good education, as a man with a conscience, when he heard a woman cry for help, his first reaction was to step forward bravely and pull out his sword to help. So Bo Yang immediately rushed over. The speed of traveling 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye was extremely fast. He arrived at the place where the cry came from almost instantly. It was the front of the main hall. A woman was desperately running forward, but her body seemed to be imprisoned by something and she couldn't move forward at all. Behind her, a thick black figure had wrapped around another woman. In the dark night, it was impossible to see what was going on. In addition, the thick black figure was wrapped in an extremely powerful and violent demonic aura. The demonic aura was like a substance, burning like a black flame. It enveloped the two people, causing the two people to seem like they had merged into one. It was impossible to see who was who. A moment later, the two figures in the flame really merged into one. This was definitely not an adjective, but a real description. Seeing this situation, Bo Yang's mind naturally came up with a word: devour. That's right, the black figure had devoured the other woman. After the black figure devoured the woman, the black flame quickly moved forward to wrap around the other woman. The woman's face was full of tears as she cried out in despair. However, no matter how loudly she shouted, no one appeared around her. Not even one person came out to check. When Bo Yang saw the black shadow, he came back to his senses and realized that he was not in the real world, nor was he in a lawful society. He was in a virtual fantasy world. In this world, strength was the most important thing, and human life was secondary. Save me! Save me! When the woman saw Bai Yang, she cried and called out to him. Previously in the secret realm, Bo Yang saw the men in black killing people, and knew that there were 263 people killed there. At that time, he knew that the plot of the original work was like this, so he did not save them, because he knew that those people would definitely die. Even if he did not save them, the psychological pressure would not be great. But now, the woman in front of him was an unfamiliar character, and did not appear in the original work. Bo Yang did not know whether she deserved to die or not, and more importantly, she saw him and asked for his help. "Sir, don't go over." Xiao Ling's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bo Yang's raised foot paused. "Why?" "Sir, Xianxia will not save her." Bo Yang's heart trembled. "But you see, she's about to die." "Sir, don't forget, we are in a virtual world. That woman is just a set of data, she's not worth saving." That was true. Bo Yang could not help but look at the woman. At this time, the thick black shadow had enveloped her, and the woman struggled as if she could not breathe, her body trembling violently. Bo Yang could not bear to see her like this. "Sir, did you not notice who that black shadow is?" Bo Yang raised his head and carefully looked at the black shadow. After a moment, his eyes widened in shock. That's the Eternal Night Devil?" "Yes." Xiao Ling said, "If you save that woman, you might be killed by the Eternal Night Devil." Bo Yang's body trembled. He would never forget that if he died in this world, he would also die in the real world. Was it worth it to sacrifice his own life to save a strange woman? Moreover, that woman was not a real woman, she was just a set of data. The answer was obvious. Hence, Bo Yang immediately turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized something. He turned back and ran in the direction of the Eternal Night Devil. "Sir!" Xiao Ling was shocked and shouted in his mind. At this time, Bo Yang had already rushed in front of the black shadows. He pulled the woman out and at the same time, used magic in his hands. Under the forceful penetration of his magic, the black demonic aura that was originally wrapped around the woman's body dissipated. Bo Yang pulled the woman to one side, and the two of them fell onto the limestone floor together. "Let's go," Bo Yang said and quickly pushed the woman away. The woman had some skills. She got up without saying a word and ran forward with all her strength. Soon, she disappeared into the night. "Sir, are you crazy?" Xiao Ling shouted in his mind. "Leave now." Bo Yang did not say a word. Not only did he not escape, he even stepped into the black flames. The black demonic aura that was originally grabbing the woman quickly changed its target and wrapped around him. Bo Yang used his skills to disperse the black demonic aura. At the same time, he rushed forward with all his strength. This time, he broke through the demonic barrier that was surrounding the Eternal Night Devil and hugged him tightly. "Master, wake up." Xiaozitan's martial arts were very strong. Otherwise, he would not have become the right-hand man of the Eternal Demon King. After he hugged the Eternal Night Devil, he used his skills to force the Eternal Night Devil to shrink the black flames. The Eternal Night Devil was suddenly attacked and his body trembled slightly. At that moment, Bo Yang used his skills again and forcefully imprisoned the Eternal Night Devil. His power was nothing compared to the Eternal Night Demon Monarch's. Even if he managed to imprison the Eternal Night Demon Monarch, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Master, wake up! He shouted loudly at the Eternal Night Devil. The Eternal Night Devil was wearing a black robe. His black hair was loose and his eyes were ominous red. Master! Master! Bo Yang called out again. After a while, the red in the Eternal Night Devil's eyes gradually faded and he finally regained his clarity. It's you? Why are you here? The Lord Devil Lord regained his senses and frowned. Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Lord Devil Lord recovered in time. Otherwise, he would not know what to do next. Master, don't you remember? Bo Yang was sweating all over and was almost exhausted. The Eternal Night Devil looked around calmly and his gaze finally stopped on Bo Yang in front of him. Why didn't you leave? The Lord Devil Lord's expression was dark and gloomy. Bo Yang thought, as expected, he still retained his consciousness and could see me. Bo Yang clearly knew that he was asking why he did not escape, but he deliberately misinterpreted his meaning. Master, I stayed in the room of the Palace of Eternal Darkness to rest today. I accidentally heard someone calling for help, so I rushed over. So you saw it all? Bo Yang lowered his head deeply. Master, I will definitely not tell anyone about this. The black demonic flames, the loss of consciousness. Everything pointed to the fact that the Eternal Night Devil had gone berserk. No wonder the Eternal Night Devil wanted to send the people in the Palace of Eternal Darkness away. If other people knew that the Demon King had gone berserk, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause? Of course you won't tell anyone. The Eternal Night Devil's voice contained a trace of treachery. If you tell anyone, you won't be able to see the sun of the next day. Bo Yang's cold sweat was about to flow out. His heart was beating fast as he said, Master, I know that the Tingyun sect in the cultivation world has a treasure called the Biyunju. It can repair the meridians and control the berserk state. Master, please wait. I will definitely bring the Biyunju to you. I have also heard a little about the Biyunju. The Eternal Night Devil's voice was cold. Are you really willing to find it for me? How could he answer it this time? Bo Yang immediately replied loudly, this subordinate will definitely find the Biyunju. The person in front of him did not speak for a long time. Bo Yang knelt on the ground uneasily. Sir, you should have left just now. Xiao Ling said in his mind, the situation just now was so critical. Sir, aren't you quite timid? Why did you still dare to rush up? You think I rushed up to save that woman? Xiao Ling did not speak, but it seemed like she had silently agreed. That was only one of the reasons. Bo Yang's voice was very calm. Actually, when I saw the Eternal Night Devil in the rear hall last time, I already had my suspicions. Tonight, when I saw the Demon King again, I knew that he had gone berserk. The Demon King sent away the people in the Palace of Eternal Darkness because he did not want anyone to see him go berserk. If he really lost all his senses when he went berserk, it would be impossible for others not to notice. You also saw how destructive his power was just now. If he really lost his senses, he would definitely go around killing and devouring people. But the fact is that there was no news of him going berserk. It can be seen that he has not completely lost his senses. He is still very dangerous even if he has not lost his senses. Xiao Ling said. Xiao Ling, you still don't understand? I already discovered his secret before, and he no longer trusts me. If I saw him go berserk and run away today, he would not trust me even more. He might even kill me to hide his secret. So that's why you rushed up? Xiao Ling suddenly understood. Yes. Bo Yang said, he did not lose his senses. With my current skills, I would definitely be able to wake him up if I rushed up. The facts have proven that I was not wrong. But it was really too dangerous just now. What if he could not control himself and hurt you? I am 70% sure. Bo Yang paused, then said, this time I did such a bold thing. Shouldn't you praise me? Xiao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, Sir is amazing. While he was conversing with Xiao Ling in his mind, only an instant had passed in reality. Suddenly, Bai Yang felt his chin being held by someone. He was forced to raise his head and meet the dark eyes of the Eternal Night Demon King. The Demon King's hands were very beautiful and cold. His hands gently caressed Bo Yang's face. His movements were very gentle, as if he was touching a treasure. The slightly cold touch made Bo Yang's body tremble slightly. This reaction was very subtle, and the Eternal Night Devil probably did not notice it. The biggest problem now was how the Eternal Night Devil would deal with him. He had discovered the secret of the Eternal Night Devil going berserk. Would the Demon King choose to keep him or kill him? Bo Yang actually did not think that the Eternal Night Devil would kill him. Just now, he did not take the opportunity to kill him. Instead, he imprisoned the Eternal Night Devil to wake him up. This action itself had already shown his loyalty. The cold hands touched his face and chin for a moment, then finally left. "Okay, bring me the Bianju," the Eternal Night Devil said softly. Bo Yang felt that the pressure around him had disappeared, and he knew that the crisis was over. After the crisis, he couldn't help but praise himself for what he did just now. On one hand, he expressed his loyalty, and on the other hand, he found an excuse to enter the human world. It was really killing two birds with one stone, the best of both worlds. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely find it for you." The Eternal Night Devil didn't say anything, but his dark eyes stared straight at him, making Bo Yang's hair stand on end. He said carefully, "Master, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." The Eternal Night Devil didn't know what to think. His eyes became dangerous for a while, and then very clear for a while. After a while, he waved his hand, indicating for Bo Yang to leave. Bo Yang received his orders, and quickly left the Palace of Eternal Darkness without looking back. After leaving the palace, he felt a chill on his back. He must have broken out in a cold sweat just now. He originally thought that staying in the Palace of Eternal Darkness would save him a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect that the palace would be even more dangerous. If he had known earlier, he would have gone back to the mansion to play Tai Chi with those women. Bo Yang cursed as he walked, but after the nervousness passed, he felt that staying in the palace tonight was worth it. After all, he got another chance to enter the human world. Everything else was fake, only the mission was real. Bo Yang only had one thing in his heart, to help the male lead ascend. After returning to the mansion to play Tai Chi, since he had promised to find the Bianju for the Eternal Night Devil, he had to do what he said. Bo Yang rested for a day or two, and when the passage opened again, he went through the passage and left the demon world. As soon as he reached the human world, he couldn't wait to go to the Tingyun sect. In the plot, after the male lead left the secret realm, everyone died, and he was the only one alive. He even had the dragon sword with him. A small servant was actually able to obtain the dragon sword and survive that massacre, which immediately aroused everyone's suspicion. Even if the male lead said with all his might that someone else had invaded and caused all this, no one would believe him. This was because there were no witnesses at that time. The people of the devil world had already cleaned up all the traces. The male lead could not be cleared of suspicion. So many people had died, and they were all the rising stars of the various sects and clans. They had spent a lot of energy and resources to cultivate these young talents, but they had died just like that. All the sects and clans wanted an explanation. As the only survivor and a member of the Tingyun sect, he had to give everyone an explanation. The male lead couldn't prove his innocence, and the other sects couldn't prove that he had killed the other 200 people. However, due to public opinion, the Tingyun sect decided to execute him in public. Of course, Lu Jianfeng had added fuel to the fire. He couldn't leave this youth who would cause endless trouble. If he really continued to investigate, it might even implicate him. When Bo Yang arrived, the Tingyun sect was preparing to send the male lead to the heavenly punishment stage. As long as the male lead died, the public opinion would calm down. Although the male lead had the dragon sword, he couldn't use it at all right now. He was just a youth with low martial arts. Facing such a situation, he couldn't resist at all. He could only be tied up and sent to the heavenly punishment stage. When he heard that the male lead had been tied up and sent to the heavenly punishment stage, Bo Yang thought that it was terrible. Wouldn't he die without a doubt? The heavenly punishment stage was the place where the Tingyun sect executed criminals. There was a formation there to protect it, and the executioner would be there to watch over it. It was basically impossible for the person to escape. No matter how you looked at it, the male lead could only die. But, Xiaoling, I remember that the male lead didn't die. How did he escape from the heavenly punishment stage? Bo Yang asked Xiaoling in his mind. Xiaoling said, according to the original novel, a mysterious person in black suddenly appeared and caused a ruckus on the heavenly punishment stage. He also kidnapped the male lead, so the male lead escaped. Why did he kidnap the male lead? Bo Yang asked. Because the male lead has the dragon sword. As long as he dies, the dragon sword can change owners. This is also why many people want him to die. So it was like that. Who is that person in black? Wait, let me see. After a while, Xiaoling said, it seems to be an unimportant person. That person kidnapped the male lead and wanted to kill him. In the end, the male lead killed him instead. That doesn't make sense. There are so many people in the Tingyan sect, and there are also experts from other sections. Even if they want to steal the dragon sword, they shouldn't appear at this time. Isn't that clearly a live target? But if this person doesn't appear, the male lead will definitely die. Bo Yang was speechless, so this person's role is only to save the male lead? Xiaoling thought about it and said, it should be like that. Alright, although there was a loophole in the logic, it was fine as long as the male lead didn't have to die. Bo Yang hid his presence on a mountain not far from the heavenly punishment stage. His divine sense was very strong and his eyes and ears were very sharp. Even if he was far away, he could clearly see what was happening on the heavenly punishment stage. Since someone came to save the male lead, he didn't need to make a move. He patiently waited on the mountain. On the heavenly punishment stage, the male lead had already been tied up on a rack. The rack was very tall, about 10 feet tall, and was shaped like a door. The male lead was tied up and placed on the rack. The person who grabbed him walked away and the male lead's body automatically floated up. Seeing this scene, Bo Yang knew what would happen next. A large amount of blue swords would appear from the door and cut the male lead into pieces. In an instant. Oh my god, it's already at this time. Why hasn't the person in black appeared yet? If he was late by a minute, the male lead would be cut into pieces and the world would collapse. Xiaoling, do you think that person will appear? Xiaoling didn't say anything. Xiaoling? Xiaoling said in a small voice, Sir, I don't dare to confirm it. Why? Bo Yang was shocked. The system recognizes that the male lead and the main character's plot can't collapse, but it can't guarantee that accidents won't happen. Bo Yang was a bit dizzy. You mean that the male lead might die? Yes, not only might the male lead die, you might also die. As for what will happen after you die, I'm not sure. But one thing is for sure. If you can't complete your mission, you will also die in reality. Holy shit. Bo Yang suddenly raised his head and saw a blue light appear on the heavenly punishment stage. That was a sign that countless swords were about to appear. At this critical moment, Bo Yang had no choice. He quickly used his demonic energy to wrap himself in a black fog. Just like that night when the eternal night devil went berserk, people couldn't see his figure clearly. Then, he used his greatest strength and slammed into the barrier beside the mountain. The barrier covered the entire Tingyan sect. The huge barrier shook for a moment, and the entire Tingyan sect shook. The execution on the heavenly punishment stage was interrupted. What happened? The people on the heavenly punishment stage were shaken until they were all twisted and turned. Many of the weaker ones even fell to the ground from the shock. Someone destroyed the protective barrier. The Tingyan sect's elder immediately said. The protective barrier was very strong. It protected the sect. Not only did it serve as a guard, but it was also a symbol of the sect. Someone broke into the Tingyan sect and wantonly destroyed the protective barrier. That meant that someone had declared war on the Tingyan sect. In front of a great enemy, everyone naturally had to destroy the enemy in front of him. At this time, no one cared about the male lead who was still hanging in midair. Bo Yang slammed into the protective barrier again, and the entire Tingyan sect shook. Who dares to break into the Tingyan sect? Several elders reacted the fastest. With a whoosh, they flew into the sky and flew in the direction of Bo Yang. Bo Yang immediately left the mountain and flew towards the heavenly punishment stage where the male lead was. His whole body was shrouded in a black fog that rolled like flames. He deliberately blurred his voice. Hand over the Bianju, and I can spare your lives. His words were arrogant, domineering, and majestic. In fact, Bo Yang's heart collapsed at this time. Xiaoling, Why do you think someone would be so stupid as to challenge the entire Tingyun sect by himself? Is Xiaoziqian's strength enough to deal with these people? Will he be able to escape? Sir, what's the use of saying this now? You've already done it. No matter what, you can only cry and do it. Xiaoling, sir, you've done very well. You have to be brave. As a man, you have to do something earth-shattering in your life. No, Xiaoling, I've never thought of doing something earth-shattering. I just want to go back and comfortably be a young master, eating and waiting for death. That's why Sir's father sent you to this world. Please don't say any more. Xiaoling said, Sir, you were the one who broke the protective barrier of the Tingyun sect on your own accord. I was forced. Bo Yang was almost crying. Xiaoling comforted him. Don't be afraid. You've already done it. What's the use of being afraid? Look at those entrepreneurs. Which one of them didn't succeed by focusing on moving forward? Don't be afraid and don't regret. Only like this can you become a successful manager. Bo Yang refused to listen to Xiaoling's nagging. Several elders had already surrounded him, and Bo Yang couldn't afford to be distracted. He hurriedly channeled his power to fight. Who are you? Why do you want to break our Tingyun sect's barrier? One of the elders asked. Bo Yang's voice was vague and unclear. Hand over the Biyunju and the dragon sword, and I'll spare your lives. How dare you covet our Tingyun sect's treasures? You're courting death. Several elders were angry. They set up a sword array, wanting to trap Bo Yang in it. But who was Bo Yang? Bo Yang was one of the 4 young masters of the Devil Realm. He was a powerful protector. At that moment, he imitated Xiaoziqian's maniacal laughter in the TV series. It didn't matter if he looked like it or not. Anyway, it was enough to express his insolence. You bunch of trash, dare to stop me? Accompanied by Bo Yang's maniacal laughter, sand and stones flew around. A large amount of demonic aura surged out, enveloping the entire Tingyun sect. Those who were infected by the demonic aura immediately lost their minds and began to attack each other. For a moment, the entire Tingyun sect was in a mess. It's a demon race. It's a demon race. Finally, someone shouted in horror. After the human realm and the devil realm were separated, there hadn't been a demon race for a long time. Everyone knew what the appearance of a demon race meant. Since Bo Yang was so powerful, it meant that there was a problem with the barrier separating the 2 realms. Everyone, don't be afraid. Concentrate on your spirit and qi. Concentrate on your qi. The head of the Tingyun sect also appeared. He immediately called for the disciples to follow him and recite the mantra to keep their minds clear. Father. Zhao Qing'er also appeared. She panicked as she looked at the disciples killing each other. She rushed forward and shouted, Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Bo Yang also saw Lu Jianfeng and Elder Qian Ji come out. Lu Jianfeng seemed a little surprised by the current situation. He raised his head and looked in Bo Yang's direction. Bo Yang met his gaze and knew the doubts in his heart. In this situation, Bo Yang could not explain it to him. Lu Jianfeng reacted quickly. He immediately put on a frightened expression and rushed into the crowd to save people. When Bo Yang saw Lu Jianfeng appear, he was worried that Lu Jianfeng had guessed his true intentions. In order to dispel this person's suspicions, he deliberately injured the sect leader beside Lu Jianfeng. At this critical moment, Lu Jianfeng flew out and blocked the attack for the sect master. Lu Jianfeng pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood. The sect leader turned pale with fright and hurriedly supported him as they retreated. As they retreated, he asked, Are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Jianfeng said weakly. It seemed that after today, Lu Jianfeng would become the sect leader's most trusted person. At this time, the 5 elders had already caught up. Although the Tingyun sect was caught off guard and fell into chaos, the Tingyun sect was still a 1,000-year-old sect. The strength of each elder was not ordinary. No matter how strong Xiaoziqian was, it was impossible for him to defeat so many people. Therefore, he made a feint and quickly escaped from the encirclement of the 5 people. He once again flew towards the sect leader. At this time, the sect leader was busy protecting the surrounding disciples and the injured Lu Jianfeng. He was still reciting the clear heart mantra. He did not expect that Bo Yang would escape from the encirclement of the five elders and rush towards him. Caught off guard, he could only retreat in horror. As the Tingyan sect's sect leader, although his skills were not the highest, they were definitely not weak. Lu Jianfeng blocked in front of him and exchanged a palm with Bo Yang, pushing Bo Yang away. The sect leader quickly reacted and stabbed his sword towards Bo Yang. However, Bo Yang's move was still a feint. His real target was not the sect leader, but the female lead, Zhao Qing'er, who was not far from the sect leader. Since the male lead had already been saved, he had to prepare to run. What was there to fight about? He couldn't win if he fought, and he couldn't kill him if he wanted to. If this continued, he would die here. It was better to grab a hostage and run. Zhao Qing'er did not expect that she would become a target. In addition, her skills were relatively weak. Bo Yang had already reached her side in an instant. He slapped her neck and knocked her unconscious. Then, he grabbed Zhao Qing'er and quickly flew into the sky. He flew in the direction of the heavenly punishment stage. When he flew over to attack the sect leader, the five elders who besieged him also flew over. Now that he had grabbed Zhao Qing'er and was heading towards the heavenly punishment stage, those people did not dare to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. They could only follow behind him from afar. With Zhao Qing'er as a hostage, the besiegers did not dare to make a move. They were afraid that they would hurt Zhao Qing'er. Therefore, the pressure on Bo Yang was greatly reduced. He rushed to the heavenly punishment stage, grabbed the male lead who was still unconscious, and quickly disappeared in midair. Within 3 days, I want to see the Biyunju. Otherwise, these two people will die. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave behind some ruthless words. The purpose of him rushing to the human world was to find the Biyunju for the eternal night devil, not to save the male lead. If he only grabbed Zhao Qing'er and the male lead and ran away, it would definitely make the eternal night devil and Lu Jianfeng suspicious. Now, he had stirred up the Tingyan sect, captured Zhao Qing'er and the male lead, forced and threatened the Tingyan sect to hand over the Biyunju, and helped Lu Jianfeng to build the trust of the sect leader, so that he could go further in the Tingyan sect. In this way, the people in the cultivation world would only think that his purpose was the Biyunju and the dragon sword, and the people in the devil world would think that his purpose was the Biyunju and helping Lu Jianfeng. Sir, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Your brain works so fast at such a critical moment. Xiao Ling analyzed the current situation and the consequences of him causing trouble in the Tingyan sect, and praised sincerely, "You're so thoughtful in such a critical situation. Sir, your mind is not inferior to anyone else's." Bo Yang remained silent. He was now focused on escaping, so he didn't have time to talk to Xiao Ling. When he felt that he had shaken off his pursuers, Bo Yang was exhausted. He found a mountain forest, threw the 2 burdens in his hands on the ground, and sat down under a tree. He heard Xiao Ling's words and smiled bitterly. "Actually, I didn't think too much when I did it. I just chose the best way based on my intuition. The situation just now was so critical." He was not an intelligent person, so how could he have considered all aspects? So he only made the choice in a hurry. But after listening to Xiao Ling, it seemed that this was the best way to deal with it. No, it wasn't the best way. It was the only way he was forced to do it. According to Bo Yang's personality, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to cause trouble in the Tingyan sect. Even if he wanted to get the Biyunju, he would have chosen to do it secretly. If he had time, he wouldn't have blatantly stolen the male lead. Instead, he would have used other means to get the male lead without anyone knowing. "Wow, Sir's intuition is really accurate," Xiao Ling praised. "Now, no one will suspect that Sir made such a big fuss just to save the male lead." Yes, he made such a big fuss just to cover up his real purpose. Thinking of this, Bo Yang couldn't help but look at the male lead at his feet. Then, he kicked him lightly. "Isn't it all for you? Boy, you should really thank me. If it wasn't for me, you would have died twice." Unfortunately, the person on the ground was unconscious and couldn't hear him at all. Bo Yang didn't dare to let him hear his words. If the male lead discovered his purpose and spread the news, then he would be in danger in front of the eternal night devil. Bo Yang grabbed the 2 of them and walked further away. After all, this place wasn't safe. After flying for a while, they arrived at a mountain and saw a rundown house. There were no traces of people around. Bo Yang felt that it was about time, so he chose this place. Looking at the two people lying on the ground and the dense forest around them, Bo Yang fell into deep thought. Xiaoling, why do you think I said that I would only hand over the goods in 3 days? I could have done it the next day. Why did I have to delay it until 3 days later? Xiaoling was speechless. Sir, you have to ask yourself this. Bo Yang recalled the scene for a moment. Probably because I was too deeply influenced by the TV series. In the TV series, it was either 3 days, 7 days, or 49 days. It made it 3 days for me. But why did he have to stay in this godforsaken place for 3 days? It wasn't like Bo Yang had nothing better to do and was looking for trouble for himself. Thus, after putting down the two people, he went down the mountain and grabbed a man who looked like someone from the cultivation world. Then, he threatened him to deliver a letter to the Tingyan sect. In the letter, they agreed to exchange the hostages at Shaoan Mountain the next day. That person probably heard about what happened at the Tingyan sect today. After being threatened by Bo Yang, he was scared witless and scrambled to deliver the letter. After doing all this, Bo Yang returned to the rundown house with satisfaction. The male lead and female lead were still asleep. Bo Yang was bored to death and didn't know what to do, so he just sat on the ground and meditated. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. Xiaoling, the dragon sword has already recognized the male lead as its master. I remember the book said that as long as the male lead dies, the dragon sword can change masters again. That's right. Then this doesn't make sense. According to this setting, the male lead should be chased by many people. With his skills, how can he survive until the second half of the novel? Xiaoling said, in the novel, there are many villains who want to steal the dragon sword, but they are all killed by the male lead in the end. Bo Yang said, when you watch TV or read novels, you think that there's no problem with the male lead killing people above his level. But when you personally come to this world, you feel that there's a big problem. Think about it, if a person only has an elementary school education level, no matter how hard he works, he can't get into Tsinghua or Peking University. The current male lead is just a primary school student. Many of them graduated from Tsinghua University or Peking University, and some are even instructors. These people can easily crush him, so how could they not snatch his Dragonsong sword? Sir, there's something called the protagonist's halo in this world. He just can't die. What can you do to him? Bo Yang choked. After a while, he said, what you said makes a lot of sense. But didn't you also say that this world doesn't completely follow the novel? The male lead can die, and I can also die. It's like this. Xiaoling was very confused. Sir, what are you trying to say? I want to say that if we let the male lead leave like this, it's too dangerous. Without me looking after him, he might be beaten to death one day. Xiaoling thought for a while and thought that Bo Yang was right. Then what does Sir want to do? Bo Yang also thought for a while and suddenly thought of an idea. I got it. Xiaoling, sir? Bo Yang walked to the side of the male lead who was lying down and squatted down. He reached out and pressed his hand on his forehead. At the same time, he circulated his power through his body. The male lead's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, and his body was as weak as a piece of tofu in Bo Yang's eyes. Soon, Bo Yang detected the dragon sword in his body. Sir, what do you want to do? It's too dangerous for him to carry the dragon sword like this. Moreover, I caught him without taking the dragon sword, others will definitely find it strange. So I decided to let him form a connection with the dragon sword. As long as the male lead dies, the dragon sword will immediately self-destruct. This way, no one will dare to easily harm him. As Bo Yang spoke, he activated his devil chi and connected the male lead's meridians to the dragon sword. Xiaoling was silent for a moment, then said, Sir, I realized that you're actually very thoughtful. I didn't think of these things. Bo Yang smiled, thank you for the compliment. After interacting with you for a while, I feel that you don't even need to enter the trial. With your wisdom, you can definitely manage the company well. Bo Yang didn't think that Xiaoling would evaluate him like this. He froze for a moment, then smiled, you're the first person to praise me like this. Even my parents think that I'm timid. I don't think that Sir is timid. Normally, Sir is like a rabbit, but at critical times, your courage is so big that it scares me. You're capable of doing anything. Are you praising me or insulting me? Bo-young smiled bitterly. I'm brave because I was forced to. After chatting for a while, Bo-young focused on establishing a connection with the male lead. For hours passed, and Bo-young felt that the male lead's life was already tightly connected to the dragon sword. He let go of his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. After fighting with someone in the Tingyun sect and spending so much energy to establish a connection with the male lead, he was now very tired. Looking around, the thatched cottage was empty. There was nothing. There were only a few bundles of grass by the wall. Bo-young walked over and spread them out. He fell on top of them and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Bo-young was awakened by a slight movement. His five senses were very sharp, and in addition to the fact that he was in a dangerous situation, he was always vigilant. He woke up as soon as he heard movement. The movement came from the ground not far away. Following the sound, Bo-young found that the male lead had already woken up. He got up and looked around suspiciously. Finally, he saw Zhao Qing'er and quickly walked over to shake her awake. Senior sister, wake up. Zhao Qing'er was shaken for a while and slowly woke up. She stared at the male lead in a daze for a while, then her eyes widened and she suddenly sat up. I'm not dead? The male lead frowned. What happened? Why are we here? The male lead was already unconscious when he was sent to the heavenly punishment platform, so he didn't know what happened afterwards. Zhao Qing'er quickly told him about how Bo-young broke into the Tingyun sect and kidnapped them. The male lead's expression was very stunned. So noisy. A cold voice came from the side. The male lead, Zhou, stiffened and slowly turned his head. Not far away, a handsome man dressed in black was half lying on top of a haystack. His hair was loose and his face was handsome to the point of being devilish. His eyes were as black as ink, and if one looked into them, one's mind would be sucked in. The male lead's heart thumped and he quickly looked away. Who are you? Then he woke up. You're the one who kidnapped me and senior sister? Bo-young slightly narrowed his eyes and tried to show a devilish smile. As for whether or not he showed the arrogance of a villain, Bo-young wasn't sure. But from the male lead and Zhao Qing'er's fearful expressions, he seemed to have succeeded. You're not that stupid, kid. The male lead immediately asked vigilantly, why did you kidnap us? Bo-young sat up straight and smiled evilly. Kid, I didn't kidnap you, but the dragon sword on your body. As for that woman. He glanced at Zhao Qing'er and smiled contemptuously. I didn't kidnap her, but Bianzhu. After saying that, he actually didn't know how to communicate with the two of them. He had to maintain Xiaozitan's character and play the role of a bully. Unfortunately, his experience was limited and he didn't know if he could play the role. Are you part of the demon race? The male lead was still asking questions. According to Xiaozitan's character, he might not obediently answer. Bo-young thought for a moment and waved his hand. The male lead flew out and fell to the ground. You think you're qualified to ask me questions? Bo-young coldly snorted, stood up, and walked out of the room. Alright, now he didn't have to deal with the two of them. The next thing he had to do was to snatch the Bianzhu and release the male lead and female lead. But there was another problem. The male lead was still under suspicion for killing more than 200 people. Even if he was released, he might be dragged to the execution heaven stage again. If he was dragged to the execution heaven stage again, then everything Bo-young did would be in vain. Oh right, Xiaoling, how did the male lead get rid of suspicion in the book? Zhao Qing'er helped him. She begged the sect leader and the sect leader protected the male lead. Bo-young thought for a moment, that's right. Zhao Qing'er seems to be interested in the male lead. It's normal for her to protect him. Sir, Zhao Qing'er only has a faint good impression of the male lead. She doesn't want to protect him. If Zhao Qing'er really wanted to protect him, she wouldn't have done nothing when the male lead was sent to the execution heaven stage. Bo-young frowned slightly. You're saying that Zhao Qing'er hasn't fallen in love with the male lead yet? Yes, sir. Then how did she fall in love with the male lead? The original story is like this. After Zhao Qing'er and the male lead were kidnapped, the person who kidnapped them wanted to do something to Zhao Qing'er. The male lead tried his best to protect Zhao Qing'er's innocence. So Zhao Qing'er was very touched. When she went back, she pleaded for the male lead. So that's how it was. Bo Yang nodded. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and said, "What did you say?" Zhao Qing'er was molested and the male lead was the hero who saved the damsel in distress? According to the setting of the original novel, Zhao Qing'er and the male lead Zhou Ying were captured by a demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator was lustful and wanted to take liberties with Zhao Qing'er. But now, the demon didn't appear. It was Bo Yang. Bo Yang was speechless. He pointed at his nose and said, "Are you reminding me to play this role?" "Sir, Xianxia is a greedy and lecherous person. It's normal for him to molest Zhao Qing'er. Also, sir, you should do your daily mission." Daily mission. Thinking of the daily mission, Bo Yang was speechless. It seemed that molesting Zhao Qing'er was imperative. He hoped that the male lead wouldn't beat him too badly after becoming the #1 master. After muttering in his heart for a moment, Bo Yang walked into the room. The male lead and female lead were talking. The male lead was checking on the female lead's wound. Zhao Qing'er seemed to be injured. Seeing Bo Yang come in, the two of them hurriedly separated. The male lead subconsciously shielded Zhao Qing'er behind him. "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you." Bo Yang imitated the eternal night devil's smile. The two of them were slightly stunned when they saw his smile. Bo Yang walked directly in front of the two of them. The male lead became alert. "What do you want to do?" Bo Yang deliberately smiled obscenely. "What do I want to do? With such a beauty in front of you, who wouldn't be moved?" The two of them were shocked. Zhao Qing'er was so scared that she shrank back. "What do you want to do? Don't come over." The male lead hurriedly stood in front of Bo Yang. "You can't do this. Get out of my way." Bo Yang arrogantly pushed him away. "Yes, I know I can't do this. She's your wife. If I really tease her, you'll hunt me down to kill me. But handsome, I have no choice. I have to complete my daily mission. I have to help you chase your wife." Bo Yang was crying in his heart. He strode in front of Zhao Qing'er and revealed a smile that he thought was very perverted. Then, he reached out and touched Zhao Qing'er's face. "This face is so smooth." Zhao Qing'er thought that Bo Yang was really going to do her. She was so scared that tears almost flowed out. "Senior, you can't do this. If you really destroy Senior Zhao's innocence, she'll immediately draw her sword and kill herself. You won't be able to get the Bianju anymore." The male lead's urgent voice came from behind him. His words made Bo Yang's outstretched hand pause. Zhao Qing'er was also very smart. She immediately drew the sword from her waist and placed it against her neck. "Don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll die in front of you. Beauty, I have ways to break the sword in your hand and make you unable to move. You can't even kill yourself. But I couldn't do that." Bo Yang thought to himself. He stood there hesitantly and narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me? Senior, why lower yourself to the level of a little girl? As the saying goes, love can only be happy if both parties are willing. Look at her, although she's pretty, her face is ugly when she cries. Isn't her crying and throwing tantrums very disappointing? What's more, this place is broken and dirty, and this woman hasn't taken a bath yet. Even if you want to enjoy yourself, you should let her take a bath in a good inn, right?" In the novel, Zhou Ying was a relatively smart person. In this situation, this guy had a glib tongue, and his words actually made some sense. Bo Yang looked around and purposely frowned, as if he was dissatisfied with the dilapidated place. "This woman is the beloved daughter of the Tingyun sex leader. You used her to exchange for Bianju. If she really commits suicide, wouldn't Senior lose more than gain? If Senior really wants a woman, I have a place that I can introduce to Senior. The women there are thousands of times more beautiful than this woman. Moreover, they are all gentle and considerate. Their martial arts are also very good. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. I don't know if Senior is willing to come with me?" The male lead began to hint. If Bo Yang really let him go, he could use this opportunity to escape. However, Bo Yang's villain, Xianxia, wasn't the kind of villain with a 250 IQ. Therefore, Bo Yang could only refuse. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You want to use this opportunity to escape? No way. Senior, I definitely won't escape. The male lead Zhou began to bluff. I entered the secret fantasy realm and obtained the dragon sword. The other 200 people are all dead. They now suspect that I killed those 200 people. As long as I appear, I will definitely be cut into pieces. Speaking of which, I have to thank Senior. If Senior didn't save me in time, I'm afraid that I would have died in the heavenly punishment platform. As he spoke, he actually bowed deeply towards Bo Yang. Kid, you're right. If I didn't save you, you would have died countless times already, Bo Yang secretly said in his heart. He knew that Xianxia was pulling strings to lower his guard. He followed his words and said, "You're thanking me?" He didn't really want to kill the male lead. Now that he was safe, Bo Yang really wanted to chase him away. That's right, Senior. Those vile people in the Tingyun sect wanted to kill me indiscriminately. There's no place for me in the cultivation world anymore. Senior is the safest place. His words were reasonable and very convincing. Bo Yang was waiting to be convinced. His attitude became much gentler. Not bad, you're quite tactful. Senior, are you from the demon race? The male lead probed. Of course I'm from the demon race. Bo Yang said arrogantly. Senior's bearing is extraordinary. You turned the Tingyun sect upside down with one move. Your skills are really extraordinary. The male lead began to bewitch him. Bo Yang pretended to be very pleased. Seeing that he was pleased, the male lead began to flatter him. Bo Yang was very happy to be flattered, and his guard against the male lead became lower and lower. In the end, the male lead suggested to find a chicken to eat, and Bo Yang agreed. In the novel, the man in black who captured the male lead was arrogant. He thought that the male lead couldn't escape, because if he did, the people outside would catch him and he would die. Also, Xianxia was in his hands, so the male lead couldn't escape far. So he agreed to the male lead's request to move freely. Bo Yang, who knew the content of the novel, knew that the male lead would escape soon and contact the people outside. Bo Yang acted according to the man in black's movements. He had to pretend that he didn't notice anything and wait quietly. What kind of stupid plot is this? The person that we spent so much effort to capture is actually allowed to go out alone? Does he not have any vigilance at all? Bo Yang felt that it was unbelievable. Xiaoling, cough, cough, it's a novel. You can't ask for too much. This plot is still logical. It's much better than some anti-Japanese dramas. Bo Yang thought for a moment, and actually agreed that she was right. The male lead went out to catch a chicken, but in reality, he quickly went down the mountain to contact the people. They agreed to surround Bo Yang at night and save the male lead and Zhao Qing'er. After the discussion, the male lead caught another chicken and went up the mountain as if nothing had happened. He used all kinds of flowery words to coax Bo Yang, and praised Bo Yang so much that he was about to reach the heavens. Bo Yang pushed the boat with the current. He purposely acted careless, but in reality, he was secretly planning an escape route. What a joke. He definitely had to fight tonight. What if he couldn't win? He definitely had to escape. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was getting closer and closer to the agreed time. The male lead suddenly came over with a chicken leg and said, "Senior, this is the chicken leg that I roasted. The meat is very tender. Do you want to try it?" Bo Yang casually took the chicken leg. At this time, the male lead suddenly stabbed the dagger in his hand into Bo Yang's body when Bo Yang wasn't paying attention. That dagger was the treasure of another sect. It was specially used to restrain demonic energy. Bo Yang clearly knew this, but he could only take the stab. At this time, the people lying in ambush outside rushed in and attacked Bo Yang together. The male lead had already pulled Zhao Qing'er away from the battlefield. Seeing the two of them finally escape, Bo Yang's face was full of tears. My mission is finally complete. Now, the only thing he had to do was to escape the encirclement. He was able to come and go freely in the Tingyun sect because of his profound martial arts. He originally thought that escaping would be easy, but he didn't expect that because of the demon race, the Tingyun sect would contact several cultivation sects and ask them to invite their ancestors. These old fellows who didn't care about worldly affairs and who knew how long they had been here. They had profound martial arts and were one step away from ascending. If several of them appeared at the same time, even if the eternal night devil was present, he wouldn't be able to deal with them, let alone Bo Yang. Things were beyond his expectations, and Bo Yang was a little flustered. Xiao Ling, I remember that the book didn't say that the ancestors had to come out to encircle and suppress them. The book also didn't say that Xiao's heavenly tribulation took away Zhao Qing'er and Zhou Ying. Bo Yang had nothing to say. He was in a sorry state as he tried to escape from the encirclement of several people. At this time, saving his life was more important. He couldn't care less about his Bianzhu. However, the ancestors' martial arts were too profound. He couldn't escape at all. The array was getting smaller and smaller. It looked like countless ropes were about to firmly tie him up. Once he was trapped, what awaited him would be his body being smashed to pieces. Could it be that he was going to fall here? If he died here today, would he also become brain-dead in reality? Would his father regret sending him here? For a moment, Bo Yang's mind was filled with many thoughts. At this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky like a sharp sword and charged into the formation with irresistible force. The strong aura shook everyone, and the black demonic aura circled around the array. The two ancestors who were besieging him suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps. A crack appeared in the array. Now was the time. Go. A familiar cold voice sounded in his ears like a clap of thunder. Bo Yang felt someone grab his waist and bring him thousands of miles away in the direction of the crack. In the blink of an eye, before the elders could reorganize the array, the black shadow had already left with Bo Yang. The wind whistled against his face. Bo Yang turned his head and saw the eternal night devil's fair side profile. Eh? Why did the eternal night devil appear? Confusion flashed through his mind for a moment. In fact, Bo Yang had thought that someone would come to save him, and this person was most likely Lu Jianfeng. Because he caused a ruckus in the Tingyun sect, Lu Jianfeng was also present. At this time, Lu Jianfeng was not wary of Xia Zetian and thought that he was his helper and companion. Even if he was not willing to save him, he might contact him to find out what happened if something unexpected happened. However, what he did not expect was that Lu Jianfeng did not appear, but the eternal night devil did. He even personally saved him. This was something that Bo Yang did not expect. Think about it, whether it was in TV dramas or novels, the villains usually did not appear easily. They would only appear at the last moment and then be defeated by the male lead. Moreover, the eternal night devil had already gone mad. He was in the demon world, so why would he suddenly appear in the human world? Master? Calm down, don't speak. The eternal night devil's voice was as cold as ever. Bo Yang hurriedly shut his mouth. No matter how the eternal night devil appeared, he was now saving him. If Bo Yang wanted to live, he had to obediently do as he was told. Thus, Bo Yang obediently shut his mouth. The eternal night demon king was hugging Bai Yang's waist with great strength. Bai Yang could not help but think that the eternal night demon king was quite strong. The two of them were too close, and Bo Yang felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to remind the eternal night devil to let him go by himself. But looking at the Lord Devil Lord's handsome side profile, he did not dare to say it. She had come all the way here to save him, yet he still despised her for hugging him. If he said that, he would probably be beaten to death. Hence, Bo Yang could only be carried by the eternal night devil all the way. Not long after, the eternal night devil also realized that their positions were not right. He put Bo Yang down. Demon Monarch Eternal Night was also able to travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Despite being chased by several old ancestors, he was still able to easily leave them behind. If it were Bai Yang, he would have probably been caught by them again. In other words, the eternal night devil's power had reached a terrifying level. If he knew that he was going against his orders, he could pinch him to death with a single finger. Master, why are you here? Bo Yang looked around and realized that he had been brought to a swamp. In the settings of the cultivation world, the territory was very vast. This was because other people could teleport thousands of miles or fly very far away. If it was only as big as the Earth, powerful people would have to fly around the entire Earth in one round. They would definitely feel very frustrated. Hence, the settings of the cultivation world were especially vast. There were countless small worlds within the large world, and the large world was divided into many large worlds. For example, above the human world, there was the celestial world. For example, the current swamp was endless and stretched for thousands of miles. As far as the eye could see, there were large patches of reeds swaying in the wind. This swamp had a radius of about 100 miles. It was like a sea, and the scenery was very spectacular. If it had not been for the wrong time, Bo Yang would have been willing to stay and enjoy this beautiful scenery. After all, this kind of scenery was rare. After the Eternal Night Devil put him down, a few black figures suddenly flew out of the swamp and quickly came to the Eternal Night Devil's side. "Master, those people have been lured away by us." The Eternal Night Devil nodded. "Well done. Go back and tell Lu Jianfeng to continue with the plan." What happened today was not a big deal. It seemed that he wanted to appease Lu Jianfeng. Those few people respectfully responded and quickly disappeared into the swamp. "Master," as soon as Bo Yang opened his mouth, the Eternal Night Devil's gaze turned towards him. That clear gaze made Bo Yang tremble. This person was clearly smiling, but for some reason, Bo Yang was a little afraid of him. "Look at what you've done." As expected, he was here to settle accounts with me, Bo Yang thought to himself. When he was forced to make a scene in the Tingyun sect and didn't get the Biyunju, he knew that things couldn't be settled. He hurriedly knelt on one knee. This subordinate knows his mistake. "Please punish me, master." "Of course I'll punish you, but not now." The Eternal Night Devil helped him up, grabbed his waist again, and teleported 1,000 miles forward. After a while, the two of them returned to the vicinity of the passageway. The passageway only opened once every 3 days because it consumed a large amount of energy every time it opened. People on both sides of the passageway needed to borrow the power of a magic weapon to maintain the passageway. However, after the magic weapon's power was exhausted, it needed to be recharged again. This took some time, so the passageway would only open once every 3 days. "Master." 2 men in black appeared. They were the guardians of the passageway. The passageway was built on the cliff of a mountain. The whole mountain had been cut in half by a sword, and only half of it was left. A hole had been cut in the smooth side of the mountain. If an ordinary person entered the hole, they would only be able to enter the mountain. However, if the magic weapon opened the hole, they would be transported to the devil world. The Eternal Night Devil didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand, and a whirlpool began to appear in the black hole. It grew bigger and bigger until it could accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. Then, he grabbed Bo Yang and entered the whirlpool. Bo Yang said, "Master, I can walk on my own." The Eternal Night Devil didn't seem to hear him. He continued to hold him. Bo Yang didn't say anything. The two of them walked for a while. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They were on top of an altar. The familiar altar indicated that they had returned to the devil world. The altar was built on a flat piece of land. It was daytime in the devil world, and the dim yellow sun shone on everything. There were a few people guarding the altar. When they saw the Eternal Night Devil appear, they quickly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Master." The Eternal Night Devil held Bo Yang and nodded at them. Then, they disappeared from the altar. After a while, the two of them returned to the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. The Palace of Perpetual Darkness was darker than other places. This was because there was always a black demonic aura above the palace. This demonic aura blocked the dim sunlight. The Eternal Night Devil brought Bo Yang into the main hall before letting him go. He didn't say much from the beginning to the end. The less he spoke, the more nervous Bo Yang's heart became. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and tense. Bo Yang could clearly feel that the Eternal Night Devil was very angry. It was natural for him to be angry. He had suddenly caused a ruckus in the Tingyun sect and let the people of the cultivation world know that the demon race had reappeared. He had completely alerted the enemy. More importantly, not only had he alerted the enemy, he hadn't obtained the Jade Cloud Pearl yet. In this situation, he could only be tactful and admit his mistakes. Only by sincerely repenting could the Demon King's anger be appeased. Of course, before he admitted his mistake, he had to gain the Demon Monarch's good impression and let him cool down. Bo Yang quickly knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "Thank you, Master, for saving me." The Eternal Night Devil slowly walked to the throne and sat down. He rested his chin on one hand and looked at Bo Yang with cold eyes. It was as if he was seeing Bo Yang for the first time. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so brave. In the novel, Xianxia had always been very brave. But the Eternal Night Devil obviously wasn't praising him when he said such words in this situation. Your subordinate knows his mistake. Bo Yang was very tactful. Of course, he didn't forget to defend himself. Your subordinate was just anxious for a moment. When I thought about how Master was suffering from chi deviation, your subordinate was very anxious. I couldn't wait to get the Bianzhu. But I didn't expect to get nothing. Please punish me, Master. Bo Yang's expression was pained. He put on a look that said, I was really worried about you and made a mistake. Then he coughed twice to show that he was seriously injured. What he meant was, Lord Devil Lord, you see, I was seriously injured to help you. Can you bear to punish me? The Eternal Night Devil looked at him for a moment and said slowly, Punish? What do you think I should punish you for? How would I know? It's best if you don't punish me. Bo Yang said in his heart, but he said, no matter what the punishment is, your subordinate will gladly endure it. Anyway, I just want to show that you can hit me or scold me as you wish. I'm completely loyal. The Lord Devil Lord was silent for a moment. You're usually a bit stupid, but this time you're especially stupid. Don't you use your brain when you do things? Bo Yang's chest was shot by an arrow. He held on and said firmly, I didn't think so much at that time, it's fine if you do whatever you want in the demon realm. But when you're in the human realm, you're still so arrogant. There are many capable people in the human realm. If they could just rush up and shout like you and achieve their goals, why would I need to spend so much effort to send Lu Jianfeng into the human realm? Although the Eternal Night Devil was reprimanding him, Bo Yang could feel that he wasn't particularly angry. Great, as long as he didn't kill him on the spot, there was still room for negotiation. Bo Yang put on an ashamed face. Master, it's my fault. I didn't think it through. I'm not angry because you didn't get the Bianzhu. I'm angry because you didn't take a better approach, the Lord Devil Lord said. Bo Yang lowered his head and admitted his mistake. His attitude was good. Master is right. I didn't think it through and acted rashly. It won't happen again. There will be a next time? Since I promised Master something, I must do it. I must get the Bianzhu. Bo Yang's eyes were firm as he stared straight at the Eternal Night Devil. There was an obvious persistence in those eyes. The Eternal Night Devil was slightly stunned. Then he frowned. There's no need to do this. My situation is very complicated. It's not something a mere Bianzhu can solve. What? The Bianzhu can't solve Master's problem? Master, please tell me what I need to do to help you recover. As long as you say it, I'll definitely do it. Bo Yang's eyes were filled with anxiety and anticipation. Of course he was anxious. If the Eternal Night Devil didn't look for the Bianzhu, how could he go to the human world again? I heard that there's a kind of holy beast called the Flood Dragon in the human world. If you kill it and take its heart, you can cure all diseases. Master, I didn't get the Bianzhu this time. I'm going to the human world to look for the Flood Dragon. The Eternal Night Devil stared at Bo Yang with a subtle gaze. You really care so much about my body? Of course. Bo Yang said immediately. His expression and tone didn't have a trace of hypocrisy. Master's body is related to the demon race. Your subordinate is naturally very concerned. These words seemed to have pleased the Demon King. The corners of Dada's mouth rose slightly. Although the curve wasn't very obvious, Bo Yang still noticed it. Looks like the Demon King isn't that hard to coax. Master, don't worry. I will definitely find the Bianzhu and Flood Dragon's heart for Master. Bo Yang said sincerely. The Demon King stared into his eyes again, as if trying to determine whether his words were true or false. However, Bo Yang really did want to help him find these two items, so his attitude was very sincere. In the end, the Demon King looked away, his expression much gentler. There's no need. The Bianzhu can only solve the problem of my cultivation going berserk. It can't solve the most fundamental problem. As for the Flood Dragon's heart, it's completely useless. Bo Yang panicked. If the Demon King didn't want these two things, how was he going to go to the human realm? Master? His anxiousness fell into the Demon King's eyes. The Demon King sighed slightly, raised his hand, and stopped him from continuing. I understand your intentions, but you are seriously injured. You should recuperate well. We can discuss other things later. He's so easy to talk to, it looks like his heartfelt expression just now moved the Lord Devil Lord. Bo Yang continued to work hard and continued to express his loyalty. Master, don't worry. My injuries are fine. After a while, I will definitely bring you the Byunju again. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured just now. Previously, he was nervous and wrapped himself in demonic energy, so he didn't feel it that deeply. Now that he was relaxed, the suppressed pain suddenly erupted. After vomiting that mouthful of blood, Bo Yang was stunned. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly stood up from his throne and instantly came in front of him. His eyes contained a trace of unobvious concern. Xianxia? Intense pain assaulted him. Bo Yang's vision turned black, and he instantly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, it was already night time. Bo Yang found himself sleeping in a spacious palace. The palace was dark, beautiful, and dignified. You're awake? A man's voice came from the side. Bo Yang turned his head and saw a man with a cold expression and spiky hair standing at the side. This was the Eternal Night Devil's bodyguard, Liu. Liu was handsome and cold. He never smiled and didn't talk much. Where is this? Bo Yang immediately sat up and asked. This is the Master's palace. You were unconscious in the Palace of Eternal Darkness, so the Master arranged for you to rest in the palace. So that's how it was. Then why are you here? Liu was the Eternal Night Devil's bodyguard. He was deeply trusted by the Demon King. Could it be that the Demon King sent him to protect him? That's impossible. The Master said that if you woke up, I would take you to the Spirit Spring. Spirit Spring. Bo Yang searched his memories for a moment and found clues about the Spirit Spring. There was indeed a Spirit Spring in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. That Spirit Spring could quickly repair a person's body. Ordinary people could be reborn after soaking in it, and people with cultivation could increase their spiritual power. However, that Spirit Spring was exclusive to the Eternal Night Devil. He didn't expect it to be open to him this time. He didn't expect that there would be additional benefits. Bo Yang was surprised and happy. So, he could get away with causing trouble in the Tingyun sect, that's great. Since you're awake, come with me. Liu's voice was cold. He was so tired recently. Soaking in the hot spring was good. Moreover, Bo Yang didn't want to be a patient, so he immediately got off the bed and said, okay, quickly take me there. Liu raised his eyebrows and looked Bo Yang up and down. After a while, he said, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed the Master? Not only did the Master personally unblock your meridians, but he also allowed you to soak in his Spirit Spring. Haha, Bo Yang could read the jealousy in Liu's tone. I didn't do anything. I only have loyalty to the Master. If the Master told me to go east, I would never go west, Bo Yang said seriously. Liu snorted and turned to lead the way. Bo Yang smiled and followed him out of the palace. Teacher. Xiaoling suddenly spoke in his mind. Yes? Bo Yang smiled and followed behind Liu. I found that you're very suitable for acting. Your performance just now almost made me think that you're very loyal to the Eternal Night Devil. Bo Yang said, didn't you tell me to maintain my character? If I go against it, I'll be punished. Moreover, if I don't insist that I did it out of loyalty, I won't be able to keep my life. Xiaoling said, I know, teacher. What I want to say is that many people can't do it. You just entered this world not long ago, but you're already able to adapt to this life. The people I met before all needed a long time to adapt. Teacher is especially talented in this area. Are you praising me or criticizing me? I'm praising you. Then thank you. The man and system chatted happily as they followed Liu to the hot spring. Wait. Bo Yang suddenly reacted, are there many people like me? Yes, before you, there were many people who experimented. Bo Yang was suddenly curious. Am I the only one experimenting in this world? Is there anyone else like me? Xiaoling in his mind didn't answer. Xiaoling? Teacher, we've arrived at the hot spring. Hurry up and go. After saying this, Xiaoling seemed to have died and didn't make a sound. Bo Yang called out twice and didn't get a response, so he could only give up. Lord Xie? Li Yu's cold voice sounded. Bo Yang came back to his senses and saw that there was indeed a hot spring in front of him. Before he walked over, he could feel a large amount of spiritual energy floating out of the hot spring. Cultivating in this kind of place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Bo Yang was overjoyed and quickly walked to the hot spring. It's here. Li Yu said, goodbye. Take care. I won't send you off. Bo Yang waved his hand, not caring about his cold attitude. After all, he came to this world to complete a mission, so other people's attitudes didn't matter. Thinking about it carefully, these people were all groups of virtual data, so Bo Yang was even less interested in what other people thought. So Li Yu turned around and left. Looking around, Bo Yang didn't find anyone, so he quickly took off his clothes and happily soaked in the hot spring. Strong spiritual energy entered through his pores, and it was so comfortable that Bo Yang almost moaned. Bo Yang quickly circulated his spiritual energy and began to repair his injured meridians. After circulating the spiritual energy in his body for a few large cycles, Bo Yang felt much better. He slowly opened his eyes and found that the sky was bright again. What time is it now? Bo Yang asked Xiaoling in his mind. Xiaoling replied, it's already the second day, teacher. I actually meditated for so long? Bo Yang was a bit incredulous. When meditating, the length of time could be controlled by oneself. Bo Yang thought that he would meditate for at most 4 hours, but he didn't expect that he would meditate for an entire night. That's because your injuries were too serious. Xiaoling said, you have to be careful in the future. Sometimes, if you're too seriously injured, you might die if you don't get treatment in time. Thanks for the reminder. I can't even control meditating after getting injured. If someone came to kill me midway, I'm afraid that I would have died unknowingly. Bo Yang still had lingering fears. Teacher. Xiaoling wanted to say something, but stopped. What's wrong? Bo Yang was puzzled. After a moment of silence, Xiaoling said, the Lord Devil Lord came by midway. He came here? Why didn't I know? Could it be that he would sleep so deeply while in seclusion? That's not right. Even if he was in seclusion, he would still retain his 5 senses. How could he sleep until daybreak like this? And he didn't even know that someone had come. Sir, the Lord Devil Lord healed you midway. He sealed off your 5 senses and set up a formation around the hot spring, Xiaoling explained. Bo Yang suddenly understood. No wonder he didn't wake up until daybreak, eh? Wouldn't that mean that he'd seen my body again? Bo Yang had some? Thinking about it, it wasn't like he hadn't run around naked before. They were both men, so it wasn't a big deal. Bo Yang quickly threw the discomfort to the back of his mind. Although he overslept, his body was much better than expected. Bo Yang still couldn't believe it. Was it really the eternal night devil who healed him? Xiaoling, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Of course I didn't see wrongly. It really was the Lord Devil Lord who healed you. Xiaoling's voice was very certain. That's not right. Not only did I not find the Bianzhu for him, but I also caused a ruckus in the Tingyan sect and prematurely exposed the existence of the demon race. It would be strange if he didn't hate me to death. Why did he heal me? Bo Yang was puzzled. Xiaoling was silent for a moment. Sir, based on your performance, you are loyal to the Demon King and are willing to risk your life to find the Bianzhu for him. It's normal for the Lord Devil Lord to be moved. Xiaoling's explanation made Bo Yang understand. Xianxia was a tyrannical person in the demon realm. He was lustful, but his loyalty to the Lord Devil Lord was unquestionable. Thinking back to their previous conversation, the Eternal Night Devil said that he was angry because Bo Yang chose the wrong method to get the Bianzhu. That made sense. However, it was still a bit strange. Even if the Demon King forgave him, he was still treating him too well. Then why did he treat her so well? You want to win me over? There was no need for that. Xianxia had always been his loyal lackey. After thinking about it, there was only one explanation. The Lord Devil Lord looks cold, but he's actually not that bad. He quietly healed himself. If it wasn't for the system Xiaoling, he wouldn't have known. Not everyone could do a good deed without leaving a name behind. Therefore, the only explanation was that he had a good personality. However, no matter how you looked at it, the fact that the Demon King had a good personality just didn't seem right. Bo Yang looked around. The entire hot spring was steaming hot, and it was shrouded in mist. He couldn't see his surroundings clearly. The high temperature made people feel dizzy, and the collision of spiritual energy made people feel even more absent-minded. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. Since the Lord Devil Lord had prepared such a good cultivation holy land for him, Bo Yang gratefully continued to stay in the hot spring. He closed his eyes again and began to cultivate. Mister, don't forget your daily mission. He almost forgot that he had a daily mission to flirt with a beauty. Bo Yang sighed and said to Xiaoling in his mind, okay, I know. He prepared to stay for a while longer before leaving. Right now, his body was heavily injured, and he didn't have the hobby of being sick all the time. If he could get better as soon as possible, of course he would choose to get better as soon as possible. He began to circulate spiritual energy in his body again. After an unknown amount of time, Bo Yang felt that his consciousness was starting to blur. He could faintly feel that there was movement around him. The warm water seemed to be vibrating, washing his body. Bo Yang had just finished circulating his spiritual energy. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that the sky was already dark. Crap, a day had already passed, and he still hadn't finished his daily mission. He shook his head and wanted to stand up, but he suddenly sat back down in the hot spring. His head was too dizzy. The temperature of the hot spring was too high, and the spiritual energy was too abundant. It caused his entire body to feel dizzy. He had to quickly get up to do his daily mission. Right now, he was heavily injured and couldn't withstand the electric shock. Even if he wasn't injured, he didn't want to experience that kind of ecstasy again. Flirting with a beauty was imperative. At this time, a slender figure appeared in the white hot spring mist. The figure was tall, and the black hair was like a waterfall. Just the outline of the figure in the mist was enough to dazzle people. That was definitely a great beauty. After a while, the beauty came to Bo Yang's side. In that moment, Bo Yang didn't know what to think. He felt that the heavens were helping him by sending a beauty to his door when he wanted to do his daily mission. Duty-bound, he stepped forward and hugged the beauty, reaching out to touch her face. "Your face is so smooth," he deliberately said with a lecherous look. "Mister." Xiaoling screamed in his mind, "What are you doing?" "I'm completing my daily mission," Bo Yang said innocently. Xiaoling's voice was too horrible to look at. "But you can't flirt with anyone." Bo Yang's mind finally cleared. He looked at the beauty in front of him. His face was like jade, his lips were red, his skin was white, his hair was like a waterfall, his eyebrows were sharp, and his gaze was like a knife. Wasn't this the eternal night devil? Bo Yang, F***ck, who am I, where am I, what did I do just now, what did I do? Everything? Did I flirt with the eternal night devil again? The Lord Devil in front of him didn't react. From his expression, it was obvious that he was stunned. It was as if he didn't expect Bo Yang to do this at all. For a moment, the air was quiet. For a moment, neither of them moved. Bo Yang felt that the hot spring water seemed to have turned cold. Otherwise, why would his body feel so cold? Master. Bo Yang stammered. "Why are you here?" The eternal night devil seemed to come back to his senses. He looked Bo Yang up and down again. His gaze made Bo Yang's hair stand on end. "Master?" Bo Yang asked carefully. The eternal night devil smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so daring, Xianxia." "No, I'm not daring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been stuffed into this world by my father as an experiment," Bo Yang said painfully in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." What misunderstanding? Bo Yang knelt on the ground in fear. He wanted to fully express his guilt, but unfortunately, he forgot that he was standing in the hot spring. It would have been better if he didn't kneel. Once he knelt, his body tilted and he fell directly into the water. Out of instinct, Bo Yang quickly struggled in the water to stand up. His hands grabbed onto the nearest thing to him to use as leverage. In a fluster, he directly pressed the person in front of him into the hot spring. Splash, splash. Water splashed everywhere. Bo Yang, Xiaoling, Eternal Night Devil, Master, I didn't do it on purpose. Bo Yang quickly pulled him up. He was already prepared to be killed. The Eternal Night Devil's entire body was soaked. Unlike Bo Yang, who was completely naked, he wore a white unlined shirt. After being wet, the unlined shirt stuck to his skin. His firm chest was faintly discernible. His pitch-black hair was loose and dripping with water. A beauty coming out of the bath. It was breathtaking. That is, if you ignored his dark and cold eyes. Bo Yang couldn't help but glance at the Eternal Night Devil's wet body. He subconsciously thought, this person's figure is so good. The water temperature in the hot spring was very high, but Bo Yang still shivered. He trembled as he said, Master, I really didn't do it on purpose. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find a way to deal with the situation in front of him. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of anything. If he launched a sneak attack before the Eternal Night Devil killed him, he would gain the upper hand. But the Eternal Night Devil's martial arts were 1,000 times stronger than his. He might be killed before he could even make a move. The other option was to escape. The Demon King was so strong, and they were in the demon realm. Where could he escape to when he was seriously injured? Then he could only hope that the Lord Devil Lord would be kind and let him go. But he had repeatedly challenged his bottom line, Xiaoling, I'm going to die. Can you pass on my last words? Bo Yang painfully said to Xiaoling in his mind. Xiaoling said sympathetically, Sir, no problem. If you have any last words, just say it. I'll definitely pass them on. Bo Yang thought for a while and said, Tell my father not to be sad. I don't blame him for dying in the experimental world. Tell him not to regret it. I'm very happy to be his son. Also tell my mother to take care of her body and not be too sad. As he spoke, Bo Yang himself became sad. His voice choked, also pass on a message to my brother. I hope that he will take care of his body in the future, support his parents, and live on with this responsibility of mine. Oh right, also tell him that I've never liked that friend of his called Ji Yuan. That friend is very problematic. He's too shrewd. I hope that my brother won't be deceived. Sir, I've remembered everything. You can go in peace. Xiaoling's voice was also choked with emotions. These days, it's all thanks to you. You're really a good system. If there was a chance, I really wanted to give you a 5-star rating. But now, I can't. Bo Yang sobbed. Xiaoling immediately woke up from his sadness, You can give me a score now. Sir, wait a moment. Give me a score first before you die, okay? Bo Yang. Bo Yang cried, I'm about to die. How can you say such things? Xiaoling seemed to feel guilty as she coughed and said, It's just a habit, Xiazetian, you really have guts. You actually dared to be distracted in front of me. The faint voice entered his ears and Bo Yang immediately woke up. He was so focused on quarreling with Xiaoling that he actually forgot that there was a demon king in front of him. It seemed like there was no way to be kind. Since that was the case, he was too lazy to pretend. Either way, he was going to die. Hee hee. It's just a string of computer data. Why should I bow and scrape to you? Eternal Night Devil Jizi Xuan, so what if I touched you? I just wanted to touch you. I touched you, so what if I touched you? If you want to kill me, then hurry up and do it. Bo Yang roared loudly and then closed his eyes to wait for the pain that would follow. However, after waiting for a while, the expected pain did not come. He couldn't help but open one eye to secretly observe, but he found that the Lord Devil Lord was standing in the same place with a stunned expression. Then, that shock turned into understanding, and then understanding turned into a kind of conflict. This change in mood was really unpredictable. The Lord Devil Lord didn't appear much in the novel. This person was unfathomable. Bo Yang didn't know what this person's personality was or what he did when he didn't appear. Facing this unknown data, Bo Yang didn't feel safe at all and didn't know how to deal with it. What was he confused about? Was he confused about how he should kill him? Ah, what a cruel and heartless man. Bo Yang complained in his heart. You like me? Ah, the sudden voice made Bo Yang unable to react. He opened his mouth wide and let out an ah. The Eternal Night Devil frowned. Previously when you touched me on the mountain, I felt something at that time. Later, I heard that you didn't touch any men or women after returning to the mansion and kept a lot of corpses. I guess that you might have some feelings for me, but I'm not sure. Bo Yang fainted. Who was he? Where was he? What was he talking about? No matter how stunned Bo Yang was, the Eternal Night Devil said slowly, not long ago, you secretly stayed in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. You stayed because you wanted to get close to me, right? Later on, when you saw me enter Chi Deviation, not only did you not run away, you also did not take the opportunity to kill me. Instead, you risked your life to wake me up. That's when I started to think that you might really like me. The Eternal Night Devil's voice was calm, and his words were reasonable. However, Bo Yang felt that something was amiss. When you saw that I was possessed by Chi Deviation, you actually took the initiative to ask me to snatch the Bianzhu. For this, you didn't hesitate to get seriously injured. At this moment, I am sure that you have truly fallen in love with me. Bo Yang opened his mouth wide, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The Eternal Night Devil raised his eyebrows and said firmly, Xianxia, you like me? Bo Yang, no. Bo Yang wanted to reach out his hand and stop the Demon King from letting his imagination run wild. Great Demon King, at most, I have some loyalty to you. When did I fall in love with you? Everything I did was for another man. Don't misunderstand, however, the Demon King did not know what he was shouting in his heart. He was still immersed in his own imagination. Of course, it's natural for an outstanding Demon King like me to like me. There are also many people who have fallen in love with me. I'm not surprised that you like me. It's just that you are my right-hand man. I don't want there to be any more relationship between us. Bo Yang's lips trembled, and he was unable to speak. The Eternal Night Devil saw that he was so shocked that he could not speak. He sighed deeply in his heart and confirmed his thoughts. Originally, I didn't want to directly expose this matter, but I feel that you can't hold it in anymore. You've been by my side for so many years. I don't know when you fell in love with me. If you had been holding it in, I would have pretended that I didn't know. But I feel that you can't control your feelings anymore. Bo Yang, Great Demon King? Great Demon King, what are you saying? What do you mean I can't control my feelings anymore? Why don't I know? The Eternal Night Devil pressed his hand on Bo Yang's shoulder and said sincerely, Zai Tian, it's impossible for me to fall in love with you. Give up. Bo Yang, he moved his lips and wanted to defend himself. Sir, the Lord Devil Lord has misunderstood. You don't have to die. Xiaoling said happily. Xiaoling's words woke Bo Yang up. Yes, the Lord Devil Lord has misunderstood. He wanted to defend himself, but a thought suddenly appeared in his mind and stopped him. Why do I have to explain? What good will it do me to explain? If I don't explain, then I'll carry on with my mistake. What's there to defend? If I tell him, Lord Devil Lord, that I didn't fall in love with you, and that I went to the human world for someone else, then wouldn't I be beaten to death? Moreover, the Demon King obviously wasn't interested in me. It's best to let him misunderstand. At most, I can act like I'm hurt and get away with it. Then I can logically express that I don't like the Demon King anymore. Then, the two of them can happily be king and servant. It's clear what I should do to benefit myself. Bo Yang immediately displayed his acting skills. His face showed shock, pain, and shame. Sir, your expression is too exaggerated. You use too much force. Bo Yang immediately restrained himself and quickly turned his head away, not letting the Eternal Night Devil see his distorted face. He nervously asked, Master, why you know everything? His voice trembled, fully expressing his shock. Xiaoling, how's my acting? Sir is great. I'll give you 100 points. That's great. The Eternal Night Devil continued, Zetian, I won't pursue the matter of you going to the human world to cause a ruckus in the Tingyun sect. Recuperate well and go back to rest. Don't see me for a while. Master. Bo Yang deliberately showed a sad expression. Master, how can you be so cruel? Don't tell me you won't even give me the chance to see you often? Xiaoling vomited in her mind. Bo Yang refused to accept it. What are you vomiting for? This young master worked so hard to act, and this is your reaction? Xiaoling said firmly, I just suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It has nothing to do with your acting skills. Please continue. Bo Yang snorted softly. He kept recalling the TV dramas he watched, trying hard to recall the lines of the female lead or supporting female lead. Master, I don't ask for anything. I just want to stay by your side. Please don't chase me away. The Eternal Night Devil was shocked. The expression on the face of the person in front of him was very sad. He was begging humbly. It wasn't that the Eternal Night Devil hadn't been begged before, but those admirers were afraid of him and didn't dare to say much. And the person begging him now was Xie Tian, one of the arrogant four young masters. He used to be such an arrogant person, but now he was begging him to give him a chance to stay by his side. The Eternal Night Devil was very shocked. When a woman knelt on the ground and begged a man not to leave, everyone would sympathize with her, but they wouldn't be shocked. They would think that it was normal. But when a man knelt on the ground and begged another man, everyone would be very surprised. If the man kneeling on the ground was an arrogant person, then it was simply unimaginable. How much did he love her to be willing to beg in such a humble way? The Eternal Night Devil's feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he felt very comfortable. Anyone would be happy to be liked by an outstanding person, but when this person was his right-hand man, he hesitated. The Eternal Night Devil didn't like to mix business and personal matters, and he had never thought of doing anything to his right-hand man. He didn't expect Xie Tian to be so stubborn. He thought that if he rejected him directly, with Xie Tian's self-esteem, he would definitely take the initiative to back out. But he didn't expect this person to not even care about his self-esteem. How much did he like her? Recuperate well. Not wanting to be entangled, the Eternal Night Devil got up and left the hot spring. Leaving was the best choice for Xie Tian. Maybe if they didn't meet often, he wouldn't think too much about it. The Eternal Night Devil thought to himself. Master. Bo Yang saw that he had left and heaved a sigh of relief. But he had to complete the act. He couldn't fall out with him immediately, so he still maintained his begging posture. He reached out his hand and called out to the Eternal Night Devil loudly. Hearing his shouts, the Eternal Night Demon King ran even faster and soon disappeared from sight. When Bo Yang saw that he had really left, he was completely relieved. He had just walked back from a life-and-death situation, and his little heart was beating wildly. I didn't die. Bo Yang said. There's no need to doubt, you really didn't die. Xiaoling said. Making a big mistake and not dying, the result was already the best. What should I do next? Bo Yang murmured, I just want to finish the mission as soon as possible. If there were a few more crises like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resolve it. He didn't die the first time, didn't die the second time, but what about the third time? The best solution was to finish the mission as soon as possible and return to the real world. The male lead had returned to the Tingyun sect, and there should be other scenes to follow. Bo Yang really wanted to return to the human world to follow the male lead and help him ascend as soon as possible. But now that he was in the demon world, what reason should he use to go to the human world? He thought as he went ashore, put on his clothes, and left the Palace of Eternal Darkness. He didn't want to continue staying in the Palace of Eternal Darkness to deal with the Eternal Night Devil. On one hand, he was afraid that he would be exposed, and on the other hand, the Eternal Night Devil's temper wasn't good. If he annoyed him, he might really kill him. The Eternal Night Devil told him not to see him, so Bo Yang obediently stayed in the mansion. Anyway, he was hurt in love, so it was normal for him not to go out and mix with people. Because he loved the Eternal Night Devil, it was normal for him not to roll in the sheets with the harem. He pretended to be depressed and holed up in his mansion. Everything was perfect. The only bad thing was that the Demon King didn't want to see him, and he really didn't. Originally, Bo Yang wanted to use the excuse of being hurt in love to get the Demon King to banish him to the human world, but the Demon King didn't want to see him, so he didn't even have a chance to speak. Bo Yang was very distressed. Almost a month passed like this, and at the end of the month, the Palace of Eternal Darkness finally sent a message, asking him to see the Demon King. At this time, Bo Yang's injuries had already healed. When he heard the order, he quickly pulled himself together and thought about what he wanted to say in his mind. Then, he went to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. After entering the palace and entering the main hall, Bo Yang saw the Eternal Night Devil whom he had not seen for a long time. The Lord Devil Lord seemed to be in good spirits. His clothes and hair were neat and tidy, unlike the previous 2 times he had seen him. Clothes make the man, just as horses make the saddle. When the Lord Devil Lord was slovenly, he was wild and unrestrained. But when he wore it seriously, he was incomparably majestic. In any case, a beauty would look good in whatever she wore. Bo Yang couldn't help but sneak a few glances at him. He thought to himself, the art of this game is really talented. To be able to design such a beautiful character, should I find the designer and have a good chat with him? Bai Yang knelt down on one knee. Monarch. Bai Yang's thoughts were nonsensical, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Get up. The Eternal Night Devil raised his hand. Bai Yang took the opportunity to stand up. I wonder why Jun Shang has called me here. Bo Yang was a little curious. Before, he had requested to see him several times, but now he was suddenly summoned. Could it be that something had happened? The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment. I heard that during this period of time, you have been staying in the mansion and drinking your sorrows away? The Demon King was actually paying attention to him. Bo Yang raised his head and looked at the Demon King. His eyes were much gentler than usual. Suddenly, he had an idea. Could it be that the Lord Devil Lord thought that he had been staying in the mansion because he was hurt? It was true that he had been staying in the mansion, but drinking his sorrows away was not reliable. He ate and slept well every day. The only thing he was worried about was how to find a reason to go to the human world again. But he couldn't tell the truth. Bo Yang thought for a moment and said, reporting to the master, I was injured. I should have stayed in the mansion to recuperate. Xiaoling said, Sir, why did you answer like that? You should have said that you were very sad because you were rejected. Bo Yang ignored her. Because you rejected me, I was very sad. He really couldn't say these words. It was too shameful. The Eternal Night Devil's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Your injury seems to have healed. Thank you for your concern, Master. My injury is no longer a big problem. Bo Yang replied in a methodical manner. He didn't say anything unnecessary. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The two of them didn't know what to say to break the awkwardness. After a long time, the Eternal Night Devil said, if your injury is healed, you still have to do what you need to do. The opportunity had come. Bo Yang knelt down on one knee again. Since the master doesn't want to see me, why don't you send me somewhere else? The Eternal Night Devil sat up straight. His hand unconsciously tapped on the armrest of the throne. Bo Yang had asked to see the Demon King 3 times before. All 3 times, he was rejected by the Demon King. The Eternal Night Devil felt a little guilty. He didn't expect that his rejection of Xianxia would be such a big blow to Xianxia. Xianxia actually loved him so deeply. The Eternal Night Devil was a little distressed. Being outstanding was also a sin. As long as I stay in the demon realm, I want to see the master. Master, I will control my feelings. I will definitely not trouble the master. I ask the master to send me as far away as possible. Master, the son of 7 stars in the human realm is still alive. Why don't the master let me continue to search for him? What if the son of 7 stars is still alive? Bo Yang wanted to vomit. He had sacrificed a lot for the mission. How could he say such words? It was such a clear hint. The Eternal Night Devil didn't reply for a long time. He seemed to be deliberating. Bo Yang's heart was uneasy. He knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and waited nervously. After a while, the person on the throne said, it just so happens that I need someone to go to the human realm to help me do something. I'll leave it to you. Bo Yang was overjoyed. He quickly suppressed his excitement and said, "Thank you, master." The Eternal Night Devil was a rational person. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and no longer cared about Xianxia falling in love with him. After Bo Yang agreed to go to the human realm, he began to talk about some things in the human realm. If the Eternal Night Devil wanted to attack the human realm, Lu Jianfeng alone wouldn't be enough. Because Lu Jianfeng was hiding in the dark, he needed someone in the light. "What orders does the master have?" Bo Yang asked. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes became cold and emotionless. "I want you to go to the human realm and help Lu Jianfeng destroy the 4 boundary stones." It was actually this mission. In the original novel, Xianxia was the Eternal Night Devil's #1 lackey. He stirred up trouble in the human realm and did many bad things. The book didn't say why he came to the human realm. Now, the reason was found. Because Xianxia fell in love with the Eternal Night Devil, he was sent to the border. It was so melodramatic. Bo Yang's mood was complicated. He said in a low voice, "Master, this subordinate will not disappoint you." Lu Jianfeng sent back news that the boundary stone might be in Black Cloud sect. "Tomorrow, you will go to the human realm." After the Eternal Night Devil finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. Bo Yang couldn't ask for anything more. He quickly left. Even after leaving the Palace of Eternal Darkness for a long time, Bo Yang still couldn't calm down. "I never thought that the reason Xianxia went to the human realm was because he fell in love with the Demon King and was hated by the Demon King." Xiaoling said, "Mister, the original novel didn't say the reason, but I think that's definitely not the reason. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Anyway, we've achieved our goal." Going to the human realm to meet the male lead was the most important thing. If one day the Eternal Night Devil knew that he was acting in front of him, and everything he did was to meet another man, who knew how he would feel. He would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. After all, he was such a confident person. He believed that Xianxia loved him deeply. If he knew that he was being cuckolded, then what would happen to him? Bo Yang shuddered. No, he definitely couldn't let him know. That's not right. What cuckolding? I don't really like him. Moreover, the Eternal Night Devil also rejected me. Anyway, it was better not to let him know. With complicated feelings, Bo Yang returned to the mansion. He rested for a day. When the passage opened, he once again went to the human realm. The news about the Black Cloud sect came from Lu Jianfeng. It was said that he had done many investigations in the human realm and found that a boundary marker was at the Black Cloud sect. Now, Xianxia's mission was to go to the Black Cloud sect and break this boundary marker. The barrier between the human realm and the demon realm was very powerful, but it was not invulnerable. There were 4 boundary steels guarding it. If all 4 boundary steels were broken, then the barrier between the demon realm and the human realm would very likely be broken. The biggest problem now was that they did not know where the boundary steels were. Even if they knew where the boundary marker was, there would definitely be experts protecting it. It wouldn't be easy to break it. Lu Jianfeng had been in the human realm for more than 20 years and only found one. It was obvious that the Eternal Night Devil attached great importance to it. Sending another protector to the human realm was enough to show that he was determined to get this boundary marker. Bo Yang brought a few helpers from the demon realm to the human realm. Lu Jianfeng also set up some forces in the human realm. In addition to the demon race that he brought over, their combined strength was very strong. Destroying a sect was not a problem. Lu Jianfeng set up a stronghold on a mountain not far from the Black Cloud sect. He had been preparing for a while. He gathered some of his subordinates from all over the place and waited for the final order. There was a ruined temple on the mountain. Lu Jianfeng asked his subordinates to repair the temple and cover it with a camouflage spell. From the outside, it was impossible to see the house there. Bo Yang brought his subordinates to the mountain under the guidance of the gatekeeper. Lu Jianfeng was waiting in the house. Bo Yang walked into the room and realized that other than Lu Jianfeng, there was an old man in his 50s or 60s. The old man was wearing a gray robe with a bird spreading its wings and flying high embroidered on the cuffs and collar of his robe. Seeing the bird's symbol, Bo Yang knew that he was from the Black Cloud sect. However, he didn't know if he was a spy sent by Lu Jianfeng or if he was a traitor. This is one of the 4 protectors of the demon race, Xianxia, Lu Jianfeng introduced when he saw Bo Yang walk in. The old man bowed deeply to Bo Yang respectfully. Greetings, Lord Xia. I've heard that the Lord Xia's cultivation is high and you have an extraordinary aura. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Bo Yang nodded mysteriously and turned to look at Lu Jianfeng. Lu Jianfeng introduced, this is Elder Qiu from the Black Cloud sect. He was actually an elder. Lu Jianfeng brought him here directly, which meant that he had confirmed that this person could be trusted. It wasn't easy to gain Lu Jianfeng's trust. This meant that this elder was definitely on the side of the demon race and sincerely wanted to help them destroy the boundary steel. What Bo Yang didn't understand was why some humans would help the demon race to attack them. No eggs would remain intact when the nest was overturned. He didn't know what these people were thinking. It was understandable that Elder Qian Men would help Lu Jianfeng because Lu Jianfeng had already controlled his mind and he couldn't think independently. However, other than Elder Qian Men, there were other people who helped Lu Jianfeng. They knew Lu Jianfeng's true identity, but they still helped him. Bo Yang couldn't understand. He didn't have a good impression of traitors. Xiaozitan's persona was arrogant, so it didn't matter if his tone was arrogant. Protector Lu, destroying the boundary steel is related to our clan's grand plan. Can this person be trusted? Before Lu Jianfeng could say anything, the elder hurriedly explained, please be at ease, Lord Xia. My loyalty to the Demon King can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Bo Yang sneered, heaven and earth can bear witness? You can even betray your own sect, what loyalty do you have? That elder had some status in the Black Cloud sect. After being ridiculed by Bo Yang, his face turned red and green. The atmosphere was awkward, and Lu Jianfeng came to the rescue. Lord Xia, you've misunderstood. Elder Qiu has never been in an important position in the Black Cloud sect. He has sacrificed a lot, and yet he was framed by despicable people. It's the right choice for him to abandon the darkness and join the light. What he meant was that he wasn't satisfied with his current position in the sect. He wanted to be promoted but couldn't, so he might as well sell out the sect. Bo Yang didn't know what others were thinking, but he didn't like dealing with such people. In private, this kind of person had a bad character. In public, he was fickle and despicable. One day, he might stab him in the back. However, he was now his ally, and there was no benefit in falling out with him. Bo Yang stopped. I hope that there won't be any problems in the future. We must ensure that the master's matter is foolproof. The elder was slapped in the face, but he quickly returned to his humble attitude. He hurriedly said, no, the boundary marker is in the Black Cloud sect. There won't be any problems. That's good. After that, the 3 of them discussed the boundary marker of the Black Cloud sect for a long time. Finally, they came up with a plan. Elder Qiu returned to the Black Cloud sect first and poisoned a few of the grand elders in the sect. At midnight, Xiaozitan brought people into the Black Cloud sect. Elder Qiu opened the protective mountain array, and a group of people secretly entered the forbidden area to destroy the boundary marker. With Elder Qiu as the spy, things should go smoothly. In the original novel, the destruction of the Black Cloud sect was a huge event that shocked the human world. It was also from then on that the human world reacted positively when the demon race's invasion was exposed. Xiao Ling, I remember that all the elders and sect leader of the Black Cloud sect were killed, right? Bo Yang asked Xiao Ling in his mind. Xiao Ling replied, yes. But it's strange. According to Lu Jianfeng's plan, he should have destroyed the boundary steel without anyone noticing. He didn't plan to kill anyone at all. How could the elders and sect master of the Black Cloud sect be killed? Lu Jianfeng's style of doing things was very low-key. He wouldn't make a big fuss at such a critical moment. Xiao Ling also said, it's strange. Something must have happened that we don't know about. As he talked with Xiao Ling in his mind, the matter of attacking the Black Cloud sect and destroying the boundary marker in the real world was decided. The time was set to be tomorrow. As soon as the matter was discussed, Bo Yang left the room with the excuse of being bored. After he left the room, Xiao Ling said, Sir, you shouldn't have looked down on Elder Qiu like that. I can't stand this kind of capricious traitor. Sir, this is where you're immature. He's your ally and has a close relationship with you. Even if you don't like him, you can't be rude to him. Bo Yang was dissatisfied. Why are you talking like my father? Xiaoling said, because that's what your father wanted to teach you. There's a saying that it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Just now, you offended Elder Qiu. That won't do you any good. If he tries to obstruct your plan, you'll be in a passive position. Bo Yang frowned. That's why I don't want to take over my father's business. I hate this kind of hypocrisy. But sir, aren't you pretending to be Xiaoxian and pretending to be the eternal night devil? Bo Yang was silent. After a long while, he said, I hate this. Sir, life is like this. Everything can't go your way. You have to learn to accept it. You hate hypocrisy, but doesn't your father hate it as well? Everyone is born with their own responsibilities. If you don't do it, someone else will have to do it. Sir's father sent you to this world to conduct experiments. I hope you can understand his painstaking efforts. Bo Yang was stunned. In the past 25 years, he was the pampered young master of his family. He didn't have to worry about anything. He didn't even have to bear any responsibilities because his brother and father were above him. But he forgot that everyone was born with responsibilities. If your life was smooth sailing, there must be someone helping you move forward. You're right. Bo Yang was silent for a moment, then said, I was ignorant in the past. I didn't understand the hardships my father and brother had to go through. Xiaoling said, Sir, if your father hears about this, he'll be very happy. Speaking of his father and brother, Bo Yang wanted to complete the mission and go back. When he left, his brother was still lying on the hospital bed. He didn't know if he had woken up. And now that he entered this world, he didn't know how long it would take for him to complete it. The family's matters, the company's matters, all depended on his father. His father's status was very high, but at the same time, he had to bear a lot of pressure. Thinking of the white hair on his temples, Bo Yang felt even more uneasy. Sir, I miss them. Bo Yang murmured, I hope I can complete the mission quickly and go back to help my father. Brother hasn't woken up yet. Mother must be very worried. Seeing that Bo Yang was showing signs of being depressed, Xiaoling stopped him in time. Sir, you should be focused now and complete the mission as soon as possible. That's right. I want to complete the mission as soon as possible. Bo Yang was energized. I also want to find out who did something to cause problems in my mission. This person dared to do something to me. I'm worried that he will do something to my family too. Sir, don't think too much for now. Just complete the mission as soon as possible. Thank you, Xiaoling, you're welcome. My mission is to help you complete the mission and get the necessary training. This is what I should do. Xiaoling said. Bo Yang's main purpose in coming to the human world was to see the male lead. Now that he was anxious, he couldn't wait to fly to the Tingyun sect to see the male lead. But since he didn't complete the mission for the Black Cloud sect, he could only wait. The next day, Bo Yang brought people to lie in ambush outside the Black Cloud sect. When a sparrow flew out of the Black Cloud sect, Bo Yang knew it was time to take action. This sparrow was specially modified. Only Bo Yang could sense the aura on it. This was the signal to take action. In the middle of the night, there weren't any stars or moon in the sky. Everything was silent and gloomy. At first, Bo Yang wanted to use his divine sense to check on the situation in the Black Cloud sect. But he gave up on this idea because it was easy to alert others. Those who were weak might not be able to sense it, but those who were strong or sensitive would be able to sense it. Furthermore, divine sense wasn't omnipotent. Just like satellite images, if someone deliberately blocked them, they wouldn't be able to see the real thing. If they could really see what they wanted to see, then this world would be clearly visible to those powerful people. For example, a big boss like the Eternal Night Devil wouldn't specially send Lu Jianfeng to the human world to check on the situation. If he came to the human world and activated his divine sense, he would be able to find the 4 boundary markers. Once the signal was sent, Bo Yang immediately ordered them to enter the Black Cloud sect. In the middle of the night, most of the people were asleep. Even if they were not asleep, they were meditating. The temporary activation of the protective mountain array did not alarm anyone. Hence, Bo Yang and the rest were able to sneak into the Black Cloud sect. After entering the Black Cloud sect, Bo Yang followed the marks left by Elder Chiu and headed north. Bo Yang had seen the map of the Black Cloud sect. He knew that the north was the forbidden area of the Black Cloud sect. The boundary marker was there. Bo Yang led the group into the forbidden area. Because there were also arrays set up in the forbidden area, Bo Yang walked very carefully. If it was someone else, they might not be able to deal with these arrays. However, it was Xianxia, one of the 4 young masters of the devil world. He had a certain level of knowledge about arrays. More importantly, he had profound skills and could destroy them by force. Hence, the group entered the forbidden area smoothly. However, it was a forbidden area after all. When they destroyed the arrays, they caused a commotion. Very soon, the people in the Black Cloud sect noticed them. After entering the forbidden area, Bo Yang realized that it was full of graves. Those were probably the graves of the previous sect leaders or elders. If someone who did not know the truth walked in, they would only think that this was where the sect leaders and elders were buried. They would not think much of it and might just turn around and leave. However, Bo Yang knew that the boundary marker was buried in one of the graves. I'm sorry. In for a penny, in for a pound. The situation was urgent. According to Xiaozitan's character, he would definitely destroy everything. Bo Yang ordered, "Destroy all the graves." After receiving the order, everyone started to destroy everything in the forbidden area. In an instant, the originally peaceful graveyard was turned upside down. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area? Just as Bai Yang was about to make a move, one of the tombs in the middle suddenly exploded, and a figure shot out, attacking Bai Yang. Bo Yang retreated. Then, a few graves around him exploded. Figures also flew out of the graves. Seeing these people jump out of the graves, Bo Yang's pupils constricted. When did they hide in there? Elder Chiu didn't tell him about this. He didn't know if he was hiding it on purpose or if he didn't know about it at all. Bo Yang's divine sense did not detect any auras other than his own, so he was caught off guard and forced to retreat. In this situation, he had no choice but to fight. Don't worry about me. I don't care about these little bastards. Continue looking for the boundary steel. Bo Yang ordered loudly. His aura suddenly shook, and his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A powerful devil chi engulfed the entire forbidden area. Demon race. The few people who had emerged from the tomb were shocked. Oh no, the demon race is invading. They want to destroy the boundary stone. We pledge our lives to protect the boundary steel. Those few people shouted in unison and attacked Bo Yang together. This was because they could see that Bo Yang was the leader of this group of people and was also the one with the highest power. Only by concentrating their power to kill him would they be able to eliminate the rest of the people. Bo Yang finally saw the faces of these people clearly. There were a total of 10 of them, and all of them were old men with white hair and aged skin. They were wearing the uniforms of the Black Cloud sect. In a flash, Bo Yang suddenly remembered a forbidden technique. Legend had it that this forbidden technique could allow a powerful person to restrain all of their vitality when they were on the verge of death, sealing their last bit of strength and vitality in their body. Later generations would bury their bodies in the tomb and become a part of the formation, protecting the things that were protected by the formation. When the array was touched, these people would come back to life for a short period of time and become the array's guardians. Bo Yang had never thought that the people who would become the guardians of the formation would be the Black Cloud sect masters. This was because they had to be willing to sacrifice themselves to the formation. In other words, these 10 people were willing to be a part of the formation to protect the boundary steel. Bo Yang was very touched. If he could, he would express his admiration and let them go. Unfortunately, his current identity was Xiaozitan, one of the 4 great young masters of the devil world. Xiaozitan would definitely not allow these people to escape, nor would he express his admiration. Hence, Bo Yang used all of his strength to meet them head-on. In an instant, the entire forbidden area was filled with sand and stones. Demonic chi and spiritual energy danced wildly. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to withstand the scattered energy. 1 against 10, he was actually not at a disadvantage. This was Xiaozitan's strength. None of them could do anything to each other. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. The 10 people's strength was very strong, but they were dead after all. They could not maintain it for long. When their energy weakened, they would return to the earth. Bo Yang planned to stall for time. After about half an hour, the 10 people immediately became anxious. Why hasn't the current sect master rushed over? One of them shouted. The boundary steel is about to be destroyed. Why are they not doing anything? Could it be that the Black Cloud sect has already surrendered to the demon race? Did they let the demon race in? The 10 sect masters discussed as they fought. Don't waste your energy. Bo Yang laughed arrogantly. You Black Cloud sect people sent us in. Why would they come in to help you? I advise you to save your energy and obediently return to your graves. I can reward you with an intact corpse. Actually, he admired these people and wanted to leave their corpses intact. Unfortunately, these people did not appreciate his kindness. After hearing his words, their attacks became even more frenzied. Unfortunately, they were powerless. When the time was up, the 10 people instantly turned into ashes. The forbidden area suddenly quieted down. The graveyard was almost destroyed. Bo Yang could not hold on for much longer. If those 10 people had held on for a little longer, the one who would have died would definitely have been Bo Yang. Where's the boundary steel? Bo Yang asked while panting. Found it. Someone shouted not far away. Bo Yang quickly flew up. Indeed, he saw that a grave had been cut open. It was not a coffin, but a black stone stele. The boundary stele was hidden in this grave. Bo Yang did not hesitate to use his palm to hit the stone stele. Countless cracks appeared on the black stone stele, and then it shattered into small pieces. A sound came from outside the forbidden area. The array of the forbidden area had been broken. About 4 to 5 people barged in. They were the sect masters and elders who had rushed over after sensing the disturbance in the forbidden area. When they came in and found that the forbidden area had been destroyed, they were furious. Without a word, they attacked Bo Yang's people. Demon race scum, give me your life. Bo Yang did not have much energy. He quickly retreated. His subordinates blocked in front of him and fought with the 4 people. The boundary steel has been destroyed. Let's retreat. Bo Yang ordered. Their mission was to destroy the boundary steel. Since the mission was completed, there was no need to kill anymore. Of course, this was Bo Yang's wishful thinking. You're not allowed to leave. Give me your life. The 4 people did not give up. Bo Yang did not want to take their lives. He did not use his full strength. He fought as he retreated, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Just as it was chaos, Bo Yang discovered that there was a sneaky figure at the entrance of the forbidden area. A vague thought suddenly flashed through Bai Yang's mind. He immediately said, "Be careful." This sentence was for the 4 people to hear. Unfortunately, the 4 people only saw him as an enemy. They only wanted to kill him, and did not listen to him at all. 4 silver lights silently flew over from the darkness, and quickly sank into the backs of the 4 people. The 4 of them screamed and fell to the ground, dead in an instant. Lord Xia, are you okay? The person who ambushed the 4 people asked with concern. His face was full of flattery. It was Elder Chiu. Why did you shoot me in the back? Bo Yang was very angry. He hated this person who ambushed him from behind. Lord Xia, I was saving you. Elder Chiu said. Bo Yang took a deep breath. He knew that it was stupid to question Elder Chiu at this time. It was also not in line with Xiaoziqian's character. Why would Xiaoziqian question Elder Chiu for 4 unrelated enemies? I don't need you to save me. Bai Yang forcefully suppressed his anger. With this lord's skills, how could I not be able to deal with these people? If you make a move, you are saying that this lord is incompetent. Elder Chiu was shocked. Lord Xia, there's no such thing. I only wanted to help you. Both of them knew that Elder Chiu did not attack to help Xiaoziqian. He did it for himself. As long as these people died, he could rightfully become the head of the Black Cloud sect. Alright, the mission is complete. Let's leave quickly. Since they were already dead, there was no point in saying anything more. Bo Yang waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to leave with him. This subordinate respectfully sends you off, Lord Xia. Elder Qiu said servilely. Since the sect leader and the elders were dead, Bo Yang released his divine sense to scan the entire Black Cloud sect. He was shocked by what he saw. 5 people were dead in a house not far away. Judging from their clothes, they should be the elders of the Black Cloud sect. Including the 4 people who died in the underground, all the elders and sect leader of the Black Cloud sect were dead. In another room next to that room, there were a few poisoned people lying on the ground. Those people were relatively young and looked like they were from the younger generation. Perhaps some of them were the direct disciples or children of the elders. As for who did it, it went without saying. Bo Yang turned to. Look at the flattering Elder Qiu. You even killed your own colleagues. I'm starting to suspect that you're the real demon race. Elder Qiu's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, if you don't remove the roots, they'll grow again. Only by killing all the people who know about this can I ensure my safety. Bai Yang smiled faintly. His smile was extremely evil. All the elders are dead except for you. How are you going to get rid of the suspicion then? Elder Qiu was stunned. His expression changed. He forced a smile and said, thank you, Lord Xia, for your reminder. I'll leave the rest of them here. They don't know anyway. Bo Yang did not want to talk more. He quickly disappeared into the night with his men. Bo Yang was exhausted when he arrived at Lu Jianfeng's base. He instructed his subordinates to take care of the aftermath and went into the guest room to rest. Mister, are you unhappy? Xiaoling asked in his mind. Why should I be happy after killing so many people? Bo Yang frowned. Mister, they're just a bunch of data, Xiaoling comforted him. Bo Yang was silent for a moment. He sighed and said, I know, but I don't feel good about it. After all, those people looked like real people. They could move. It was too realistic. Sir, you did your best, Xiaoling said. Elder Qiu wanted to kill everyone, but you saved their children. Just now, I was really afraid that you would lose your composure and say something that doesn't fit your character. But at the last moment, you held back. Sir, you did a great job. They will definitely die. No matter how you save them, they will definitely die. But didn't you say that I might die, and the male lead might die too? Does this mean that those people might still be alive? Sir, don't be so stubborn. Xiaoling was very worried. Everything you did was because you had no choice. You just killed a bunch of data, a bunch of NPCs. It's no big deal. Think about your parents and brother. They are still waiting for you in the real world. You must pull yourself together and complete the mission. Bo Yang rubbed his eyebrows. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. Xiaoling knew that there were many things that needed time for the person involved to think through, so she didn't say anything else. Bo Yang used up a lot of energy, and he was very depressed. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He only fell asleep when the sun was about to rise. The next day, Lu Jianfeng came. When he saw Bo Yang, he asked, how did the mission go? The boundary stone has been destroyed. After a night of rest, Bo Yang's mood was much better. Things had already reached this point, and there was no turning back. He had to get rid of these negative emotions. Now, he had to complete the mission properly. He had been in the human world for a few days, but he still hadn't received any news about the male lead. He hadn't seen him either. Now, he had to get down to business. Looks like Master's grand plan is one step closer. Lu Jianfeng didn't seem surprised, and said with a smile. This mission is completed. Are there any other missions? Bo Yang said expressionlessly. Not at the moment. Is there any news about the other 3 boundary stones? Lu Jianfeng's expression became serious. He shook his head and said, not yet. Don't worry, as soon as there is news about the boundary stone, I will inform you immediately. Lu Jianfeng was very polite to Bo Yang. This was mainly because Bo Yang was personally ordered by the Demon King to help Lu Jianfeng complete the mission. He was a close subject of the Emperor. His every move could be reported by Xie Zetian to the Eternal Night Devil, so Lu Jianfeng was naturally polite to him. The two chatted for a while. Lu Jianfeng suddenly changed the topic and said, "Oh right, I wonder if the Lord Xia knows Zhou." Zhou, Bo Yang was stunned, and then shocked. Why did Lu Jianfeng suddenly ask about this? Zhou? Who is Zhou? Bo Yang's reaction was not bad. He quickly frowned and pretended to be confused. Last time in the secret flower fantasy realm, does the Lord Xia still remember the young man you kicked off the cliff? Bo Yang's heart was beating fast. He said calmly, "I remember." Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lu Jianfeng's sharp eyes stared at him, as if he wanted to see something. Do you know that he is not dead? What? Bo Yang pretended to be shocked. He said in disbelief, "He is not dead." How is that possible? Yes, I also think it is impossible. Lu Jianfeng's tone was meaningful. The first time the Lord Xia did not kill him in the secret flower fantasy realm, I think it was luck. But the second time on the execution stage, the Lord Xia still did not kill him. This luck is a bit too good. Bo Yang's heart was shocked. He almost forgot, the male lead was not killed in the secret flower fantasy realm that day, nor on the execution stage. Lu Jianfeng knew about it. During this time, he only cared about hiding the eternal night devil and forgot about the hidden threat of Lu Jianfeng. What should I do, Xiaoling? Being questioned without warning, Bo Yang panicked. Calm down, sir. When you encounter something, you have to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Xiaoling said. I can pretend to be calm, but I have to think of a solution. Bo Yang said. Xiaoling said, I don't know either. Bo Yang said, help me think. Xiaoling said, sir, I really can't think of a solution. Besides, this is sir's test, not mine. Sir should think of a solution himself. Bo Yang said. Can you not drop the ball at critical moments? Xiaoling said with conviction, I am the system. The system can only provide the necessary help. If I have to help you think of a solution for all the difficulties, what is the use of having you? Why do you still need to train? What kind of training do you need? Bo Yang was speechless. It made sense. He couldn't refute it. If he couldn't beg others, he could only beg himself. Quickly think of a solution, quickly think of a solution, yes, there must be a solution. Bo Yang forced himself to calm down. His brain spun quickly and he suddenly had an idea. He pretended to be surprised and said, the young man on the execution stage? Which young man? There were so many people on the execution stage. I couldn't recognize him. Lu Jianfeng raised his eyebrows. When he was being punished on the execution stage, the Lord Xia took him away. Have you forgotten? Bo Yang was shocked. You mean, the young man with the dragon sword on the execution stage is the young man in the secret flower fantasy realm? Lu Jianfeng observed his expression and said with a smile, yes, it's him. How is that possible? Bo Yang couldn't believe it. He didn't die. I think it's impossible too. Lu Jianfeng said slowly. That young man is called Zhou. He was originally a low-level disciple of the Tingyun sect. In the secret flower fantasy realm, he was kicked off the cliff by you. Not only did he not die, he even got the dragon sword. He was about to be cut into pieces, but you saved him. You caught him and didn't kill him. Not everyone has this kind of luck. Bo Yang remained calm and frowned. It's strange. But that day in the secret flower fantasy realm, I didn't pay attention to what he looked like. Then on the execution stage, I only wanted to snatch the dragon sword, so I caught him. Who knew that they were the same person? Since Lord Xia wanted to snatch the dragon sword, why didn't he do it? Lu Jianfeng pressed on, asking the key question. Bo Yang's heart trembled, but his tone was still calm. You may not know, but that young man's life is already linked to the dragon sword. If you forcibly take it out, the dragon sword will self-destruct. That's why I didn't kill him. Do you understand, Lord Lu? Lu Jianfeng frowned. Really? Bo Yang laughed coldly. Then why do you think I didn't kill him? Could it be that I let him go because I pitied him? The last sentence was said on purpose. With Xie Zetian's character, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Lu Jianfeng thought about it and thought of Xie Zetian's previous style of doing things. He laughed. It seems that I misunderstood. Misunderstood what? Bo Yang raised his eyebrows. Lu Jianfeng waved his hand and laughed. It's not a misunderstanding. I just had some doubts in my heart. Thinking about it, Lord Xia didn't need to save him at all. I felt that it was a misunderstanding. Bo Yang heard his relaxed tone and knew that the matter was over. He secretly sighed in relief. Lu Jianfeng changed the topic and asked, "Is it true that the dragon sword can't be taken out?" Bo Yang thought, so that's what he was worried about. It's like that for now. Bo Yang knew that if he wanted to win his trust, he had to take out something practical. But I don't know after a while. What do you mean? Lu Jianfeng raised his eyebrows. Bo Yang said, the dragon sword and Zhou Ying's life are connected. If one is damaged, the other is damaged. But once Zhou Ying's cultivation level rises to Yuanying, he will be reborn. Won't the connection naturally be broken? The cultivation levels in this world were foundation establishment, Jindan, Yuanying, out-of-body, spirit severing, body fusion, Deshang, tribulation passing. Before Yuanying, it was all about laying the foundation. A person's age also increased like an ordinary person. At Yuanying, there would be a complete rebirth. After that, the body would be stronger and the aging would be greatly reduced. Lu Jianfeng was startled. After a moment, he reacted and laughed. You're right. Not bad. Not bad. Then he laughed. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Bo Yang thought expressionlessly, male lead, I'm not deliberately tricking you, but this secret will soon be discovered. Sooner or later, it will be exposed. Don't blame me. But he was relieved too early. Out of more than 200 people, he was the only one who survived. He even obtained the supreme treasure, the dragon sword, and escaped assassination time and time again. With such good luck, do you think he might be the child of destiny in the prophecy? Lu Jianfeng suddenly said as he stared at Bo Yang. This Lu Jianfeng was indeed sharp. No wonder the eternal night devil valued him so much. Bo Yang's heart trembled. After thinking for a moment, he nodded, it's possible. Lord Xia, since there's a fish that escaped the net, you should naturally kill him. Don't you think so? Lu Jianfeng asked. Bo Yang's heart pounded. After thinking for a moment, he said, what you said makes a lot of sense. Lord Xia? Lu Jianfeng's smile deepened. Bo Yang understood the meaning behind his smile. His mind spun quickly, and he finally nodded, if he's the child of destiny, I will definitely kill him. He wasn't certain. The premise was that this person was the child of destiny. If he could prove that Zhou Ying wasn't the child of destiny, then everything would be fine. But how could he prove that he wasn't the child of destiny? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Of course, before thinking it through, he wanted to confirm the safety of the male lead. Where is this person now? He's in the Tingyun sect. Why didn't Lord Lu do it? Bo Yang was most afraid that Lu Jianfeng would do it himself. If that happened, the male lead would die without a doubt. Lu Jianfeng shook his head, my identity isn't suitable for me to do anything in the Tingyun sect. If I leave behind any clues, then everything I do will be in vain. That person is being guarded by the sect master and several elders, so I don't have a chance to do anything. Hearing this, Bo Yang was relieved. He had Xiaoling pull up the original story. In the original story, the male lead was locked up after returning to the Tingyun sect. In other words, the male lead was safe for the time being. When Bo Yang came to the human world, he originally planned to see the male lead and stimulate his meridians so that he could advance and ascend earlier. But now, it seemed that this plan could only be delayed. The most important thing at the moment was to clear the suspicion of the male lead being the chosen one. Thinking quickly, Bo Yang suddenly thought of a method. I will remember what the Lord Lu said. Since the boundary stone has been destroyed, I will naturally return to the demon realm to report. Before he took action, he had to return to the infernal realm to meet the eternal night devil and borrow the eternal night devil's help to protect the male lead. He was on the same level as Lu Jianfeng, so Lu Jianfeng couldn't ask him to leave. It was up to him whether he wanted to stay or leave. Lu Jianfeng said, of course. Bo Yang was afraid that he would do something, and said, "Lord Lu, it's best that you don't touch Zhouing right now. The dragon sword is a supreme treasure, and the master is determined to obtain it." Now, he could only use the tiger's skin to pull the banner. In reality, Bo Yang didn't say a single word about Zhouing to the Eternal Night Devil. Lu Jianfeng smiled, "Since the master has a request, this Lu will naturally obey." Bo Yang smiled slightly, then turned and left the room. It seemed that the Eternal Night Devil's name was still very useful. Bo Yang passed through the passage and returned to the demon realm. He didn't even have time to return to his own mansion before he hurried to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. However, when he arrived at the Palace of Eternal Darkness, he found that the Demon King wasn't in the palace. After asking around, he found out that something had happened in the demon realm. The demon realm's territory was very vast, and naturally, it bred all kinds of powerful demon race. Moreover, the demon realm emphasized strength, so many powerful demon race hoped to obtain wealth and status through strength. This led to frequent fighting and killing in the demon realm. The Eternal Night Devil's father unified the demon realm and was recognized by the entire demon race. When it came to the Eternal Night Devil's generation, everyone was restless and not easy to control. The demon realm's territory was vast. Other than the Demon King who resided in the Palace of Eternal Darkness, there were several other demon kings. These demon kings all had their own territories and ruled over the entire demon race. This time, the one who committed the crime was the Western Demon King. It was said that he privately gathered troops and declared himself an emperor, and challenged the Eternal Night Devil. With such a big provocation, the Eternal Night Devil naturally accepted the challenge. He had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he really didn't accept the challenge, the Eternal Night Devil would no longer have any prestige in the demon realm. Bo Yang rushed all the way to the Western Demon Realm. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, he heard the news of a great victory. The Eternal Night Devil had already captured the Western Demon and was planning to bring him back to the Palace of Eternal Darkness to be publicly executed as an example to others. Bo Yang was speechless. Did the Western Demon eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts to rebel? Why did he have to provoke the Demon King instead of being a Demon King? The Eternal Night Devil was the most outstanding big boss in history. What couldn't he deal with? See, he was dealt with in an instant. The people around the Eternal Night Devil all recognized Bo Yang. They knew that he was the Eternal Night Devil's right-hand man, Protector Xia, so he didn't encounter any obstacles when he appeared alone. He smoothly entered the Western Demon Palace. The Eternal Night Devil was in this palace. The palace of a Demon King and a vassal. Territory was definitely not comparable to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Whether it was the layout or the grandeur, it lost by a large margin. Of course, in the demon realm, the layout and size of the palace were secondary. The most important thing was the formation and location. The formation and location of the Palace of Eternal Darkness were second to none. This Demon King's palace was very luxurious. Even the decorative patterns on the walls were painted with gold. It was quite graceful and unique. "Lord Xia, why are you here?" A guard that he knew from the Palace of Eternal Darkness came forward and asked with a surprised expression. After all, the news that Bo Yang was sent to the human world had spread throughout the Palace of Eternal Darkness. There were also rumors that the Eternal Night Devil and Bo Yang didn't have a good relationship. He was sent to the human world as a punishment. Bo Yang's mind was preoccupied with something and didn't notice the guard's expression. "Where is the master? I have an urgent matter to see him about." The guard pointed to a magnificent palace behind him and said, "The master is resting inside." Bo Yang nodded and walked straight in. Just as he walked to the door, a black shadow flashed out and blocked his path. It was Li Yu. Li Yu's expression was still cold. "Lord Xia, please stay. The master is resting now. It's not convenient for anyone to disturb him. I have something to report to the master." What a joke. If he didn't solve this matter quickly and return to the human world later, Lu Jianfeng would cause trouble and kill the male lead. Then he would also be finished. "Lord Xia, please go back." Li Yu was as unmoving as a mountain. He didn't give Bo Yang any face. Xia Zetian had a respected position in the demon realm. Most people would give him some face and be respectful when they saw him. However, this Liu always showed him a cold face, as if he owed him millions of spirit stones. Bo Yang had searched Xiaozitan's memories and couldn't find any conflict with Liu. So Bo Yang didn't understand why Liu didn't give him any face. Let him in. A faint voice floated out from the palace. Liu immediately bowed and said, yes. Then he moved aside and made a path to the palace. Lord Xia, please. Bo Yang immediately walked into the palace. There were white curtains everywhere in the palace. There were 2 screens in the middle, blocking the view from the outside. Through the fluttering curtains, Bo Yang could faintly see a slender figure. That person was sitting behind the curtains. His posture was tall and straight, and he was as still as a bell. Bo Yang immediately said respectfully, greetings, master. Why are you back? The eternal night devil's voice was always cold. Bo Yang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the demon king's voice was gentler than usual. In the past, when the Lord Devil Lord talked to him, his voice was cold and his tone was businesslike. However, after meeting him twice, Bo Yang felt that the coldness had lessened. Master, there was indeed a boundary stone in Black Cloud Gate. I have already destroyed it. You have done well. The Eternal Night Devil said, this time you have done a great service. I will send a reward to your residence. Thank you, Master. Bo Yang said, this time I have something to report to Master. Speak. Bo Yang said the story that he had thought of. Master sent me to the human world to assist Lu Jianfeng in killing the rising star of Secret Flower Illusion. Yesterday, I found out that there was still one person alive in Secret Flower Illusion. That person fell off a cliff and by chance obtained the dragon sword. Not long ago, I went to the Tingyun sect to steal the Bianju. At that time, in order to confuse the public, I especially stole the dragon sword and the sect leader's daughter. I originally wanted to get the 2 treasures, but I didn't expect to be seriously injured. The 2 people also escaped. I know what you are talking about. The Eternal Night Devil's voice was very calm. After he finished speaking, Bo Yang said in his heart, he knew, Lu Jianfeng had already told the Demon King about the matter. Fortunately, he came back this time to explain the situation. If he continued to hide it, the Eternal Night Devil might suspect him. That youth with the dragon sword seems to be called Zhou. He was originally a low-level disciple, but he suddenly obtained the dragon sword. His luck is too good. Law Protector Lu suspects that he is Tian Ming's son of 7 stars. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ling hurriedly said in his mind, Master, how can you say that? The Lord Devil Lord is the son of 7 stars who wants to kill Zhou. What if he listens to you and goes to kill Zhou? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear the Lord Devil Lord say that Lu Jianfeng already told him about this? Maybe he already knows about Zhou Ying's existence. Zhou Ying fell into my hands twice and didn't die. Wouldn't the Lord Devil Lord be suspicious? The best way to deal with this is to confess. But, don't worry, I have a way. Bo Yang threw down this sentence. The Eternal Night Devil was indeed interested. You mean that the youth with the dragon sword might be the son of 7 stars? Yes, Master. Bo Yang said, Master, do you know why I didn't kill him after I took him away from the heavenly punishment stage? The Demon King's voice was calm. Oh, why? Bo Yang said, at that time, this subordinate wanted to steal the Bianju, but when I reached the foot of the mountain and heard about the dragon sword, I wanted to take the opportunity to steal the dragon sword. I took that youth away and wanted to kill him to take the dragon sword, but later I found out that the dragon sword had already formed a close connection with the youth. If I killed the youth, the dragon sword would self-destruct, so this subordinate didn't do it. Bo Yang explained, later on, the Tingyun sect's people chased after us. That boy and the sect leader's daughter were very cunning and took the opportunity to escape. This subordinate couldn't even take care of myself, so I didn't kill them. This subordinate did not report this matter to the master in time, and did not realize in time that the young man might be the son of destiny. This subordinate has neglected his duty, please punish me, master. After saying that, Bo Yang knelt on the ground with a sincere expression. What he said was very logical. Other than hiding the fact that he knew the male lead and wanted to protect him, everything else was true. The reason why Bo Yang exposed himself was because he was afraid that Lu Jianfeng had already told the Demon King all his guesses. If the Demon King began to suspect him, then his actions in the future would be very inconvenient. Moreover, the Lord Devil Lord would turn his attention to the male lead. At that time, even if the male lead didn't die, he would shed a layer of skin. She might as well confess it herself and think of a way to protect the male lead. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment. "You came here in such a hurry just to tell me this?" Bo Yang was stunned. He thought that the Eternal Night Devil would ask him about the Chosen One, but he didn't. "Yes," Bo Yang said. "Is such a small matter worth you rushing back from the human world?" the Eternal Night Devil asked. Bo Yang was stunned again. After thinking about it carefully, cold sweat began to flow out. With Xianxia's style of doing things, there was no need for him to rush back from the human world unless it was something very important. The mission to break the boundary stone at the Black Cloud Gate was set from the beginning. Lu Jianfeng naturally had a way to contact the Eternal Night Devil and tell him everything that happened. The possibility that Zhou Ying was the child of destiny was only Lu Jianfeng's speculation. He had not confirmed it. With Xianxia's character, he would not have rushed back just because of this. But now, not only did Bo Yang rush back to the demon world, he even came all the way to the western demon world. His urgency was self-evident. If it was just to tell the Eternal Night Devil that Zhou Ying might be the Chosen One, Xianxia wouldn't go to this extent. No wonder the Eternal Night Devil kept probing. Could it be that he had already begun to suspect something? Bo Yang only wanted to come back and use the Eternal Night Devil to protect the male lead. He was so anxious that he forgot about this. "What do we do, Xiaoling?" Bo Yang felt a bit of despair. Xiaoling said, "Sir, I don't know what to do either. We'll have to rely on you to solve this." She couldn't be of any use at this crucial moment. "What use do I have for you? I'm just a surveillance system." Xiaoling felt wronged. He couldn't count on her. Bo Yang's mind spun quickly. He didn't immediately reply to the Eternal Night Devil's words. The hall fell silent. The Lord Devil Lord seemed to be very patient. He quietly waited and didn't rush Bo Yang. Bo Yang couldn't say anything. He also remained silent. After a while, the Eternal Night Devil said, "You mentioned that the dragon sword has already become one with that youth?" "That's right." Bo Yang hurriedly replied. "If I want to take the dragon sword, I can't kill him?" "That's right." Bo Yang paused, then added, "I can't kill him for now." "Oh?" When a human cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, all their life source weapons will once again become one with their body. As long as that person's nascent soul is destroyed at that time, you can take his life source weapon. "You mean that if I want to take the dragon sword, I have to wait until that youth reaches the nascent soul stage?" "That's what I mean." Bo Yang lowered his head and waited anxiously. The reason why he said those words was because he knew that if he didn't kill the male lead, he wouldn't get the Eternal Night Devil's approval. On the contrary, it would arouse suspicion. If he suggested that the male lead could be killed, but the time had to be delayed, the Eternal Night Devil should be able to accept it. The dragon sword is a treasure. It's rumored that if you can obtain it and refine it, you can obtain unparalleled power. The Demon King's voice was neither slow nor slow. There was no urgency, nor was there any surprise. It was as if he was talking about an insignificant object, and not a treasure that everyone wanted to obtain. Bo Yang immediately said, "If Master obtains the dragon sword, his power will increase by another step, and he might even be able to ascend." "You're making me excited." The Eternal Night Devil chuckled, "All right, I'll leave that person's life for now, but that person must be under my control. If he's the son of 7 stars, that would be the best. At that time everything will be settled once and for all." Hearing this, Bo Yang knew that the male lead was temporarily safe. "That's natural." Bo Yang immediately said. "The mission to find the son of 7 stars cannot be abandoned." It seemed that the Eternal Night Devil wasn't certain that Zhou Ying was the son of 7 stars. Bo Yang loudly agreed, and he let out a sigh of relief. The Eternal Night Devil allowed Zhou Ying's life, so the male lead would be safe at least until he reached the nascent soul stage. As for what happened after the nascent soul stage, he would just have to take it one step at a time. The biggest problem was solved. Bo Yang didn't think that things would go so smoothly, and he was very happy. He looked at the eternal night devil behind the curtain, and out of a subtle feeling of gratitude and guilt, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, your injuries." "I'm fine." The eternal night devil's voice came from behind the curtain. "Don't worry." He didn't speak much. Bo Yang thought that he probably didn't want others to mention his cultivation deviation, so he tactfully didn't mention it again. Bo Yang left and found someone to ask about the Western Sky Demon. The Western Sky Demon was very powerful, and after staying in his fief for 1,000 years, he finally couldn't sit still. Not long ago, he obtained a treasure from somewhere, and it was said that with this treasure, one's power would surpass anyone, so he rebelled. The Eternal Night Devil led his army to quell the rebellion, and fought a fierce battle with him. In the end, the Western Sky Demon was still defeated by the Eternal Night Devil, but it was said that the treasure that the Western Sky Demon obtained could indeed increase his power. The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have been injured in the battle. Bo Yang thought of the Eternal Night Devil's figure sitting behind the curtain, and understood. The Demon King might not have been injured, but he was already in a state of cultivation deviation, so a big fight would definitely cause his spiritual energy to be in chaos. His situation wouldn't be good, otherwise there wouldn't be rumors of him being injured. Bo Yang felt that he had let the Demon King down, so he carefully asked the guards and helped to strengthen the array around the palace. Unknowingly, it was already night time. Since they had achieved a great victory, they naturally needed to celebrate. The Western Sky Demon's palace was temporarily used as a venue for a banquet. The Eternal Night Devil asked people to take care of the captured criminals, but he didn't prohibit everyone from drinking and celebrating. On the day of the banquet, he even dressed up and attended, and rewarded everyone who had done well. Everyone saw that his complexion was normal, and his spirit was excellent, so they secretly thought that the rumors couldn't be trusted. The Demon King wasn't injured at all. Bo Yang knew that he wanted to appease everyone, so he replaced the Eternal Night Devil to drink and take care of the chores. Xianxia had handled this kind of thing before, so Bo Yang followed his memory and did it. At first, he wasn't very familiar with it, but later on, he got more and more used to it. Xiaoling praised, "Mister, you're doing very well. You look like a qualified leader." Bo Yang said, "Thank you for the compliment. Luckily, the demon world has a clear hierarchy, otherwise I wouldn't be able to handle it." The reason why he was able to take over the chores was because the subordinates trusted their superiors. Bo Yang's orders were quickly carried out. Of course, others were willing to listen to him because he had the Eternal Night Devil behind him. Everyone respected the Demon King, feared him, and obeyed him. But Mr. is still doing very well. To be able to manage such a large army, it won't be difficult for you to manage a company in the future. Xiaoling thought a lot. Bo Yang only laughed when he heard this. We'll see. To be honest, he wasn't interested in managing a company. He always felt that the company belonged to his older brother. He only needed to be an idle person. He buried himself in government affairs. With him in charge, everything was normal. On the night of the third day, Bo Yang finished taking care of the day's affairs and was about to return to his room to rest when the Eternal Night Devil appeared. For the past 2 days, Bo Yang helped the Eternal Night Devil with his daily affairs. The Demon King stayed in the back of the palace to recuperate. He didn't hide the fact that his body was in a bad condition from Bo Yang. Bo Yang helped him hide the news and did his best to help him deal with the people outside, allowing him to focus on recovering his body. Because he had used the Demon Lord, his heart was filled with guilt, so he worked especially hard. However, in the eyes of some people, this behavior was interpreted differently. "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Bo Yang was surprised and happy. He was really happy. Now that the Demon King had come out, he didn't need to care about the government affairs that made his head ache. It wasn't easy to be the Demon King. Although it would feel good to have a centralized rule, there would also be a lot of government affairs. People like him who were afraid of trouble would politely decline. Yes. The Demon King nodded. He approached him and looked at the military report on the table. His complexion was much better. His skin was fair and rosy, and his aura was very powerful. The army remained in the west. Bo Yang told the outside world that he was reorganizing the army and pacifying the powers in the west. In reality, he was waiting for the Demon King to recover. From the looks of it, the Demon King had truly recovered. Bo Yang saw that he was interested in the military report and quickly told him about the day's government affairs. The Demon King nodded from time to time. After Bo Yang finished talking about the government affairs for the day, the Demon King finally said a single word. Bo Yang, all right, the Demon King was a man of few words. But I'm done talking. Shouldn't you let me go? Bo Yang had not slept much these few days because he had been dealing with government affairs. He really wanted to go back and rest early. Just as he was thinking about how to tactfully say goodbye, the Demon King suddenly said, "You rushed over here just to see me, right?" Ah? Bo Yang did not react in time. The Demon King glanced at him. His eyes were very deep. When he glanced at him, his long eyelashes trembled. It made people's hearts beat faster. Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly looked away. "I've thought a lot these few days. You rushed back to the demon realm from the human realm because of me, right?" The Demon King's voice was very pleasant to hear. It carried a strong sense of certainty and confidence. Bo Yang finally understood what he was saying. But it was because he understood that he was a bit stunned. What was the Demon King thinking again? What did he mean by, because of him? However, his hesitation was seen by the person in front of him. It proved the Demon King's thoughts. Sighing softly, the Lord Devil Lord said, "Didn't I tell you not to like me? Once you heard that I went to attack the Western Sky Demons, you rushed back. Xianxia, you didn't keep your word." Bo Yang, wait, it's not what you think. Bo Yang recalled the day when the Demon King asked him why he came back. Bo Yang's answer was not very good. After that, the Demon King changed the topic. Bo Yang felt that the matter was already over. He did not expect the Demon King to keep it in his heart and ponder over it. He did not know what reason he had pondered over. No matter what he pondered over, Bo Yang did not want to know. He hurriedly denied, "Master, it's not like that. The reason I rushed back was to report about the Black Cloud sect. Lu Jianfeng has already told me about the Black Cloud sect. Why would you need to rush back from the human realm and specially come to the Western Sky Demon realm to tell me about it? Rushing back to report? Who was he trying to fool? This little thing did not even know how to find an excuse." The Demon King thought worriedly, so Xianxia was not fooling around. He really liked me. Bo Yang, the reason you rushed back was probably because you heard some rumors. You knew that the Western Sky Demons had obtained a treasure and were fearless. You also knew that I was suffering from chi deviation and was injured. You were afraid that something would happen to me, right? The Eternal Night Devil's voice was very certain. Bo Yang, he did not know how to answer. Yes, the matter about the Black Cloud sect was not urgent. According to Xianxia's character, he would not have rushed back from the human realm to inform the Eternal Night Devil. But he had rushed back, so he had to give a suitable reason. Of course, he could not say that it was to save the male lead. Now, before he could think of a reason, the Eternal Night Devil had already helped him think of one. It was because of love. Bo Yang was in a mess. He had almost forgotten that the Eternal Night Devil had misunderstood that he liked him. According to the Eternal Night Devil's logic, Xianxia was upset when he was rejected and asked to go to the human realm to do a mission. However, his heart was still tied to the Eternal Night Devil. When he heard that he was going to attack the Western Sky Demons, he rushed back worriedly. Not only did he help to hide the Demon King's physical condition, he also did his best to help him with the government affairs. If this was not love, then what was it? There was nothing wrong with this logic, but Bo Yang did not pay attention to the matters of the demon realm. He did not know that the Eternal Night Devil was attacking the Western Sky Demons, nor did he know that the Western Sky Demons had a treasure. But at this moment, Bo Yang could only remain silent. He realized that the Lord Devil Lord, who was usually aloof and cold, actually had an inexplicable confidence. Moreover, he was very imaginative. This contrast made Bo Yang feel quite surprised. His silence made the Eternal Night Devil even more certain of his own thoughts. He sighed again. "Xianxia, you have to learn to control your feelings. There are some people that you will never be able to be with in your lifetime." Bo Yang's dead fish eyes were speechless. "No, I have never wanted to be with you." The Demon King's words were profound as he analyzed again. I know that you like men. An outstanding man like me will naturally like me if you stay by my side for a long time. But my goal is to unify the human realm and the demon realm and ascend to the upper realm. Love and affection will only drag down my plan. Do you understand? Bo Yang's dead fish eyes were still speechless. Great Demon King, where did you get the confidence to think that I will fall in love with you after staying by your side for a long time? Bo Yang cursed wildly in his heart, but he still maintained a shocked expression on his face. What could he say? He could not deny it. If he said, Lord Devil Lord, I came all the way back to save another person, wouldn't I be beaten to death on the spot? Bo Yang endured it and said sullenly, Master, the reason why I came back was because of my loyalty. I have no other intentions. Great Demon King, I really did not fall in love with you. Please wake up. The Demon Lord glanced at him, and from that glance, Bai Yang could see the helplessness that said, Don't explain, I know everything. Bai Yang instantly felt extremely stifled. All right, you can leave now, the Demon King said, as if he did not want to continue this conversation. Bo Yang knew that he could not explain himself, so he did not want to and immediately left. The people in the palace arranged for him to stay in another palace. Now that the Demon King had recovered, he only needed to stay in the palace for one night before returning to the Palace of Eternal Darkness the next day. Bo Yang was deeply shocked by the Eternal Night Devil's words. In the past, he thought that the Demon King was high and mighty, as cold and arrogant as the moon in the sky, unreachable and unreachable, like a celestial being who did not eat the food of mortals. But after a few interactions, he realized that the Demon King was a complete narcissist. He was extremely confident, and once he had set his mind on something, even 9 bulls could not pull him back. People always had flaws, but once they had flaws, they would come alive. Bo Yang fully realized that the Eternal Night Devil was made of flesh and blood. He could make mistakes, cheat, and be proud of himself. He was not as scary and great as he had imagined. Her impression of him from watching TV in the past was gradually collapsing. Bo Yang felt that he needed to get to know this person again. Wait, why do I need to get to know him again? He was just a big NPC. Just a set of data. What was there to care about? Bo Yang shook his head and threw the Eternal Night Devil out of his mind. If he misunderstood, then so be it. It seemed that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. On the way back to the other palace, Xiaoling suddenly said, You haven't completed the daily mission. Oh, I almost forgot again. Bo Yang slapped his forehead and sighed helplessly. He looked around but did not see any beauties. This time, the Eternal Night Devil had only brought an army with him. He did not bring any women with him. Because the Eternal Night Devil had gone mad, he did not want others to know about his physical condition, so there were very few people around him. There were only a few people left in the palace, and the few palace servants that stayed were not very good-looking. This made things a little awkward. If Bo Yang wanted to complete the mission, he had to flirt with a beauty. But when he entered the palace, other than the Eternal Night Devil, there was only Li Yu, who did not have a good impression of him. A few days ago, he went out to flirt with anyone on the streets to complete the mission. Now that it was so late, he definitely could not leave the palace. Xiaoling, do you think I should just flirt with one of them to complete the mission? Bai Yang looked at the monkey-faced old woman in front of him. The old woman noticed his gaze and gave him a fawning smile, bowing slightly. Bai Yang thought of the scene of him teasing her and couldn't help but shudder. Sir, the system gave you the daily mission to increase your points. If you don't complete it diligently, be careful that the system will not give you any more points. Xiaoling was a little unhappy. Bo Yang was helpless. It's the middle of the night now. Where am I going to find a beauty? There are definitely beauties. It just depends on whether you are willing to find one. I know that you are very resistant to this mission, but Xiaozian is a lecher. It's fine that you have not touched the harem, but if you don't flirt with anyone now, do you want the system to kill you? Seeing that Xiaoling was about to continue nagging, Bo Yang quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I understand. Bo Yang thought for a while and suddenly remembered that there should be many beauties in the Western Sky Devil's palace. The Eternal Night Devil had captured the Western Sky Devil and some of his palace maids and concubines and locked them in another palace. As long as Bo Yang walked over and grabbed one of the concubines, he should be able to complete the daily mission. Bo Yang gave himself a thumbs up for being so quick-witted. The sky was already dark. It was the time when the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was very suitable for sneaking around. With the eternal night devil around, Bo Yang did not dare to use his divine sense to spy on the palace where the concubines were. He remembered the general direction he heard during the day and walked in that direction. Soon, he arrived at the palace. There were many more guards at the entrance than the Demon King's palace. That was natural, because they were guarding criminals. Seeing Bo Yang, the guards hurried forward and greeted him respectfully, Lord Xia. Bo Yang had a straight face. I'm here to check on the Western Sky Devil and see if there are any problems. Xianxia was one of the Eternal Night Devil's most trusted people. The guards were not wary at all. Lord Xia, this way please. Then, they opened the door and let Bo Yang in. Bo Yang walked into the palace and immediately saw a bunch of people tied up with ropes. They were tied up tightly and were piled in the middle of the palace. Most of them were women, but there were also some men. Judging from their clothes, they should be the Western Sky Devil's concubines. Seeing Bo Yang walk in, those people struggled in fear. Bo Yang deliberately smiled evilly and said to those men and women, "What are you afraid of? I won't hurt you." Yes, there were both men and women in the Western Sky Devil's harem. Each of them was a beautiful woman with a delicate figure and rosy lips. The demon realm was very open. It was normal for people to like both men and women. Wasn't Xianxia also a scumbag who liked both men and women? Bo Yang always had a clear goal. Since he was here to tease the beauties, he walked over and bent down to touch a beauty's chin. As he touched her, he said with pity, "You're so young and beautiful, but you're going to die soon. How pitiful." Then, he carefully touched her cheeks and whispered, "Your skin is so smooth, your eyes are so big, your nose is so straight. Look at how beautiful you are. Of all the things you can do, why did you have to be the Western Sky Devil's concubine?" Xiaoling said in his mind, "Sir, why do you always say the same thing when you tease people? Your skin is so smooth and white. Can you change it up a little? I'm sick of hearing it." Bo Yang was speechless. "It's enough that I'm teasing people to complete the mission. You want me to change it up a little? Is there a system like you?" Xiaoling said, "Sir, as a manager, you have to learn to be creative. You'll be despised if you keep using the same method." Bo Yang. Innovation shouldn't be used in this area, right? Anything can be innovated, sir. Don't limit your thinking. Jack Ma once said that innovation is the company's primary productivity. You can innovate anywhere and anything. You should change your way of teasing beauties, change your method, change your atmosphere, Bo Yang. Wait. Bo Yang stopped her. Did Jack Ma say this? He did. Xiaoling was resolute. Since Jack Ma said so, it must be true. Bo Yang, he seemed to have returned to the time when Jack Ma dominated his circle of friends. Forget it, I've completed the mission anyway. Bo Yang let go of the woman's chin and stood up to walk outside. When he turned around, he saw the guards who followed him and looking surprised. Bo Yang saw their expressions and stopped in his tracks. Aya, this is bad. He came in with the excuse of checking the situation, but in the end, he came in to tease a beauty and left immediately after teasing her. This can't be justified. At the very least, he should show that he was really here to check on the hostage. So he turned around, as if he didn't want to leave. He revealed an unfathomable expression and said with his back facing the group of men and women, "You are so young and beautiful. Are you willing to die like this?" Originally, he didn't have any other intentions in saying this. He just wanted to pose and let the surrounding people understand that he was here to ask questions. He had already planned that if the people behind him didn't answer, he would leave with a few harsh words. But what he didn't expect was that his aura was too strong and his tone was too dark. The woman that he touched was scared and immediately began to struggle. "I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Please let me go, I don't want to die." Bo Yang continued to pose, "Speak. Think of everything you know. Maybe I can ask the Demon King to let you go." Bo Yang swore that he said this purely to show off to the guards who opened the door. He didn't really want to ask for any secrets. He imitated the villains in TV dramas and slowly said in a cold and treacherous voice, There are so many of you, so you should know something. I can consider letting the person who tells the secret first live. As for the second person, you won't have this chance. Then he turned around and stared at the group of people with an unfathomable smile. Now, which one of you will tell me first? He had already planned that if no one spoke, he would leave a harsh sentence and leave. It could be considered as an explanation to the guards. His gaze swept over the crowd. Those people began to tremble and worry appeared on their faces. Lord Xia, we have already questioned them before. They don't know anything. A guard came forward and said. Bo Yang slowly looked at his fingernails. They didn't know before, so they might have forgotten. After so much time has passed, maybe they will be able to remember something after calming down. He raised his head and revealed an extremely evil smile to the group of people. Don't you think so? The group of people revealed a frightened expression. Bo Yang continued to smile and said in a very light tone, if you can't remember anything, then you are a group of useless people. Go on your way as soon as the sun rises. Bo Yang secretly gave himself a V in his heart. Not bad, not bad. He had the aura of a villain. There was no response. It was fine if there was no response. Bo Yang turned around and was about to leave when a terrified voice came from behind him. I'll talk. I'll talk. Huh. Bo Yang turned around in disbelief and stared at the beauty he had just touched. The beauty was the prettiest of the group. She was relatively young, had a delicate body, and a gorgeous face. She was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears, and anyone who saw her would feel their heart soften. What do you have to say? Bo Yang couldn't believe it. He actually managed to get something out of a casual scam. The so-called guard probably didn't think that the beauty would actually say something. He was shocked and stepped forward to say sternly, hurry up and tell the truth. The beauty hurriedly said, I'll talk. The treasure that the Western Sky Devil obtained is called Nirvana? Beads, other than being able to rapidly increase one's power and having a strong shield, their greatest function is to be able to undergo Nirvana and be reborn. Nirvana rebirth? Bo Yang frowned. Yes. How can he undergo Nirvana and be reborn? Don't tell me he can come back from the dead? If you say anything false, do you know what will happen to you? Bo Yang's voice was cold. The beauty trembled and hurriedly replied, he can't be resurrected from the dead, but has Nirvana? The beads can transfer their soul into another body through possession. Usually, when people try to possess someone, there's a 90% chance of survival. It's extremely dangerous, but with Nirvana? The beads can definitely succeed in possessing someone, and can even retain the power of the soul. There was actually such a thing. After the beauty said it, the other guard and Bo Yang thought of another problem at the same time. Oh no, it's possible that the Western Sky Devil has already possessed someone and left. The guard said and quickly gathered the people around him and rushed towards a room in front. Bo Yang naturally followed closely behind and entered that room. Previously, they had captured the Western Sky Devil and locked him in a sealed room alone. They had even set up an array around him. Originally, it was to prevent him from escaping, but now they realized that it might have helped him. Sure enough, when the guard commander opened the door, he found the Western Sky Devil, who was chained up, lying limply on the ground. Bo Yang quickly went forward to check his breathing and found that he was no longer breathing. The Western Sky Devil was dead. No, it should be that he had escaped by possessing someone else's body. If Nirvana? The beads could retain a complete soul, then the Western Sky Devil's power would not be damaged at all. Bo Yang suddenly raised his head. Oh no. Lord Xie? Bo Yang did not care about anything else and immediately used instant travel to rush towards the palace where the Eternal Night Devil was. Everyone only felt a gust of wind pass by, and Bo Yang had already disappeared from where he was. Bo Yang quickly arrived at the palace where the Eternal Night Devil was, praying in his heart that nothing would happen to him. Right now, the Eternal Night Devil's orders had not been sent out yet. If he died, Lu Jianfeng might make a move on the male lead. After the Eternal Night Devil died, the passageway to the human realm would fall into the hands of Lu Jianfeng. Instead of dealing with such a cunning person, he would rather have a heart-to-heart talk with the Eternal Night Devil. Rumor had it that the Western Sky Devil was a very vengeful and arrogant person. Otherwise, he would not have started a rebellion, declared himself king, and even challenged the Eternal Night Devil. After he possessed the body, there was a high possibility that he would do two things. Either he would escape, or he would directly seek revenge on the Eternal Night Devil. Based on the Western Sky Devil's personality, Bo Yang was worried that he would take the risk and directly assassinate the Eternal Night Devil. At this time, everyone had let down their guard, so it was very likely that he would succeed in one strike. Therefore, Bo Yang had to make sure that the Eternal Night Devil was safe, both for business and personal reasons. As soon as he entered the palace, Bo Yang discovered that the entire palace was set up with an array. Because the array was set up in a hurry, it was not very strong. The purpose of the array was not to block people, but to prevent people outside from sensing what was going on inside. Not good, the Western Sky Devil really came in. He quickly entered the palace and saw that it was filled with thick demonic aura. Two figures were flying quickly inside. One was the Eternal Night Devil, and the other belonged to Li Yu. Seeing Li Yu, Bo Yang was stunned. He did not expect that the person who was possessed by the Western Sky Devil was one of the Eternal Night Devil's most trusted people. It seemed that this Western Sky Devil had some brains. The two of them fought for a while and separated. Bo Yang discovered that there was a wound on the Eternal Night Devil's chest. Blood was flowing out of the wound. Li Yu, why? Even though the Eternal Night Devil was suffering from chi deviation and was heavily injured, he still stood upright and did not look injured at all. However, his expression was very ugly, as if he could not believe that the person he trusted the most would hurt him. He is not Li Yu, he is the Western Sky Devil. Bo Yang said as he flew to the Eternal Night Devil's side and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay? Why are you here?" When the Eternal Night Devil saw Bo Yang, his dark eyes revealed a trace of shock and inexplicable emotion. He then pointed at Li Yu, who was panting, and said, "You said that he is not Li Yu, but the Western Sky Devil?" "Yes." Bo Yang stood in front of him and looked at Li Yu. He said in a low voice, "I went to the palace where the Western Sky Devil's concubines were imprisoned. His concubines told me that the Western Sky Devil has the Nirvana Pearl." "Pearl, as long as he has the Nirvana Pearl? The pearl can possess a person's body and not be hurt. So I thought that the Western Sky Devil must have escaped. I just didn't expect him to possess Li Yu." "So you rushed over immediately?" "Yes, I was worried that the Western Sky Devil would take action when Master was not paying attention," Bo Yang said. "Master, please don't worry. I swear to protect Master's safety." After saying that, he rushed forward to fight the Western Sky Devil. He was focused on the fight and did not see the complicated expression on the Eternal Night Devil's face. The Western Sky Devil retreated as he fought. "Xianxia, the Eternal Night Devil has already gone mad. Now that I have injured him, as long as you and I work together, the world will be shared by the two of us. Xianxia, you must think carefully." The Western Sky Devil tempted Bo Yang as he fought. If it was the Xianxia of the past, he might have listened to him. But now, it was Bo Yang. He did not have the ambition to conquer the world. The Western Sky Devil's temptation was not attractive to him at all. "My loyalty to the Lord Devil Lord can be witnessed. By heaven and earth. You have offended your superior, you must die." Of course, when necessary, he would shout slogans to express his sincerity. He fought with the Western Sky Devil for a while. The Eternal Night Devil finished recuperating and joined the battle. 2 against 1, the Western Sky Devil was at a disadvantage. Seeing that he could not win, the Western Sky Devil made a feint and rushed out like a shooting star. However, just as he rushed in that direction, the Eternal Night Devil suddenly appeared in front of him. With a turn of his hand, the Western Sky Devil was sent flying back while vomiting blood. This palm strike was extremely heavy, causing the Western Sky Fiend to fall to the ground. Soon, he breathed his last. The Eternal Night Devil quickly walked to the Western Sky Demon's side and squatted down. Ignoring his injuries, he channeled his demonic chi into Li Yu's body. Bo Yang realized that he was trying to save someone. "Master!" Bo Yang hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. What a joke! With the Demon King's current physical condition, if he were to use his own demonic energy, he would most likely die on the spot. He had put in so much effort to save the Demon King, and he didn't want to fail at the last moment. Don't worry about me. The Lord Devil Lord frowned as he channeled more magic into his hands. Master, let me do it. Bo Yang immediately walked over and squatted down, injecting his magic. With his help, the pressure on the Eternal Night Devil was greatly reduced. However, no matter how the two of them tried to repair Liyu's heart, Liyu didn't react at all. His body didn't have a trace of life. Master, he's already dead. Bo Yang grabbed the Eternal Night Devil's hand that was continuously channeling his magic. When the Western Sky Demon took over his body, his soul had already disappeared. At that time, he was already dead. The Eternal Night Devil's face revealed a pained expression. He finally retracted his hand and slammed it on the ground. Damn it! Bo Yang was very surprised. He had always thought that the Eternal Night Devil was a cold-blooded demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Now, it seemed that the Eternal Night Devil was actually very concerned about the people around him. Perhaps he was more sentimental than he had imagined. This knowledge changed Bo Yang's impression of the Eternal Night Devil. He was no longer wary of him and was afraid of him. He placed his hand on the Eternal Night Devil's shoulder and said in a low voice, Master, my condolences. The Eternal Night Devil didn't speak, nor did he move. Master? Bo Yang was puzzled. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and softly fell down. Looking at the person lying on the ground, Bo Yang began to worry. He had been hoping that the Eternal Night Devil would return to the palace so that he could go to the human world to visit the male lead, Zhou. Now that the Eternal Night Devil was unconscious, he couldn't just abandon the Demon King and run away. The people outside finally rushed in. This time, the Eternal Night Devil was with Xianxia. Xianxia had been in the military camp arranging the troops and had only rushed over when he heard the news. Master! Master! Xianxia rushed into the palace with a group of fully armed people and saw Bo Yang helping the Eternal Night Devil up. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, Master is injured? Yes, this is not to be spread. I will immediately treat Master's injuries, Bo Yang said. I will go and get a doctor, Xianxia said. Bo Yang couldn't ask for more. He really wanted to get rid of the hot potato in his hands. However, before Xianxia could turn and leave, the Eternal Night Devil suddenly opened his eyes and said sternly, Don't call a doctor. Master, you're awake? Bo Yang and Xianxia both showed a happy expression. Pass down my orders. Don't say a word about what happened tonight to anyone. The Eternal Night Devil stared straight at Xianxia. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he had regained his usual decisiveness. Even though he was now seriously injured, his aura was still so strong that no one dared to disobey him. But Master, your injuries. Xianxia had always been loyal to the Eternal Night Devil. Hearing this, he was very worried. Zetian, stay here and help me treat my injuries, the Eternal Night Devil said. You guys go out first. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, yes. After that, he called for some other people to guard outside the palace. Bo Yang was speechless. It seemed that he couldn't escape this time. Originally, he had planned to wait for Xianxia to find a doctor to treat the Eternal Night Devil. He could return to the Palace of Eternal Darkness first, or even go back to the human world under the pretense of looking for elixirs for the Demon King in the human world. However, it didn't work now. Help me to the bed. The Eternal Night Devil stood up with difficulty. Bo Yang quickly helped him to the front. There were curtains everywhere in the palace, blocking the view of the surroundings. After going around the curtains, one could see a gorgeous bed. Master, I don't know how to treat injuries. Why don't you call the doctor over? Bo Yang said. No need. I want you to stay by my side. The Eternal Night Devil sat on the bed and panted slightly. Then, he said with a gentle expression, I really have to thank you this time. Bo Yang immediately expressed his loyalty. Master, it's my duty to share your burdens. The Eternal Night Devil sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Thick demonic aura gradually rose around him. He was probably healing himself. Since he had already given the order, Bo Yang couldn't leave. He could only stay by his side. He didn't know how long he stayed by his side. Bo Yang fell asleep unknowingly. When he was in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill in his body and woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw that the demonic aura around the Eternal Night Devil was so thick that he couldn't see his figure clearly. This was a very obvious sign that the demonic aura had gone out of control. Master! Bo Yang was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and tried to control the demonic aura with his demonic aura. However, just as his demonic aura came into contact with the Eternal Night Devil, the demonic aura on the Eternal Night Devil's body seemed to have a life of its own. It stretched out countless tentacles and wrapped around Bo Yang's body. One of the demonic aura even wrapped tightly around his neck. Bo Yang was caught off guard and was pulled onto the Eternal Night Devil's body. Bo Yang quickly supported himself on the bed and tried to break free. However, the demonic aura on the Eternal Night Devil's body was extremely attractive. Just as his body moved a little, the demonic aura on his body suddenly exerted force and pulled Bo Yang onto the Eternal Night Devil's chest. The two of them got closer and closer together. The Eternal Night Devil's chest was as hard as a rock. His two arms subconsciously wrapped around Bo Yang's waist. Master! Bo Yang called out again. The Eternal Night Devil's two arms tightened even more. He had obviously lost consciousness. Bo Yang recalled the scene he saw in the main hall of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Eternal Night Devil lost consciousness and swallowed a woman. The situation now was exactly the same as that time. Was the Eternal Night Devil going to swallow him too? He didn't want to die here. Bo Yang struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, as if he was in a swamp. The Eternal Night Devil's hands wrapped around his waist and pulled his entire body close to his chest. The two of them were skin to skin, with no gaps between them. Bo Yang could only use the most primitive method to struggle. His two legs kicked around on the bed, trying to stand up. Their bodies were too close together. His legs kept moving around on the Eternal Night Devil's legs as he struggled. Gradually, he felt as if there was something protruding from below him. After a while, he realized what it was. Bo Yang, F***ck, the Eternal Night Devil can't be thinking that I'm his woman, right? He knew that the Eternal Night Devil hadn't completely lost consciousness. As long as he was out of the range of his magic, he should be able to wake him up. After all, he had succeeded last time, hadn't he? Bo Yang stopped struggling and retracted his magic. The magic surrounding him also relaxed. Then, Bo Yang quickly gathered all the magic in his body and released it all at once. Even the Eternal Night Demon Monarch's powerful demonic power was repelled. Taking advantage of this gap, Bo Yang quickly escaped. He wanted to escape the range of the Eternal Night Devil's swallowing. However, he thought too well. As soon as he escaped, his ankle was suddenly grabbed by the Demon King's hand, and his entire body was forcefully dragged onto the bed. The Eternal Night Demon King probably didn't want him to run away. This time, the Eternal Night Demon King hugged him and turned him over, pressing him directly under his body. Master! Bo Yang couldn't struggle and shouted loudly. It's over, he was about to be swallowed. Xiaoling, save me! In a moment of desperation, Bo Yang shouted at Xiaoling in his mind. Xiaoling was also very anxious. Sir, use your strength. Use more strength. Bo Yang, damn, why does it sound so weird? The Eternal Night Devil's demonic aura thickened once again and quickly enveloped the two of them. Master! It's me, wake up! Bo Yang shouted loudly, hoping that the Eternal Night Devil would wake up. He also hoped that the people outside would hear the noise inside and rush in to help. However, his voice was blocked by a cloud of demonic aura, and the people outside couldn't hear him at all. The Eternal Night Devil frowned, as if expressing his dissatisfaction with Bo Yang's unwillingness to cooperate. He pounced on Bo Yang, reaching out and pressing down on his hands and legs. Bo Yang didn't even have a chance to struggle. His death was near. Bo Yang was very regretful. He shouldn't have come in to save this person just now. What did it have to do with him whether he lived or died? Even if he died, Lu Jianfeng would attack the male lead. At most, he would fall out with Lu Jianfeng and escape with the male lead. With his protection, how could the male lead die? The heavens want me to die. Bo Yang was devastated. Eternal Night Devil Ji Xuan, if you kill me today, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Go to hell, bastard. Bo Yang couldn't move his body, but he could still move his mouth. He was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. Probably annoyed by his shouting, the eternal night devil suddenly lowered his head and sealed Bo Yang's mouth with his lips. Oh. Jizi Xuan, you bastard, oh. Bo Yang's words were completely sealed. The eternal night devil's head was dizzy. He knew that he had already gone mad and couldn't control the demonic aura. In the deepest part of his consciousness, there was still a bit of consciousness. That consciousness was trying to control his body, trying to regain his consciousness. However, that consciousness was very weak. I need power to control, a voice said in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a source of power beside him. The eternal night devil didn't hesitate to stretch out his tentacles and firmly grab onto that source of power. However, that source of power was very disobedient and kept trying to escape. Of course, the eternal night devil didn't want it to run away, so he used even more power to control it. He heard a voice speaking, but it was vague and couldn't be heard clearly. That voice was like a needle piercing into his brain, making him feel a headache. So he subconsciously wanted to seal the source of the voice. However, his hands and feet were useless, so he could only seal it with his mouth. But what surprised him was that the thing he touched was very soft and a little cold. There was also a refreshing aura spreading out from it. That aura smelled very good, and it was mixed with a bit of magic. That was the magic that he needed. The eternal night devil didn't hesitate to suck. He stretched out his tongue to explore, trying to suck more. A steady stream of power flowed into his body, and the eternal night devil felt much better. He sucked even harder. On the other hand, Bai Yang, who was being sucked by the eternal night demon monarch, felt dizzy. He was about to faint. The eternal night demon monarch was sucking his strength. The power in his body surged towards the eternal night devil like a flood. The feeling of the power being sucked away made him feel very weak. However, the person on top of him was not satisfied. He held his head and kissed him even more tightly. Suddenly, Bo Yang felt a hot and moist thing enter his mouth. When he realized what it was, his head was about to explode. Go away. Woo. He tried to struggle, but his limbs and body were all pressed down and couldn't move. The loss of power made his body weaker and weaker. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the person on top of him seized the opportunity to invade even harder. His whole mouth was swept around by that hot and moist thing. It was very strong, and it was a little painful. That thing was very rude and unreasonable. It was like a thief who had broken into a treasure house. It was robbing everywhere, and it couldn't wait to sweep every inch of his mouth. However, it wasn't satisfied. It even went deeper, almost reaching his throat. More and more power flowed out. Bo Yang remembered that time when he donated 400 cubic centimeters of blood. Because of his weak body, his blood pressure started to drop halfway through the blood collection. The blood flow in the blood bag decreased, and the doctor who drew the blood was still pressing on the blood bag with all his might, trying to suck all the blood out of his body. Bo Yang felt dizzy. Black spots appeared in front of his eyes, and his chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. The feeling now was the same as that time. All the strength and blood in his body were about to be sucked dry. He no longer had any strength to resist. He was like an exhausted fish lying on the bed, allowing the person on top of him to do whatever he wanted. Soon, everything in front of him turned black, and he lost all his senses. Faintly, he seemed to hear a voice calling him with concern, hugging him, and caressing his face. That feeling was like returning to when he was young and being hugged and comforted by his mother. Bo Yang instantly felt wronged and shrank into that person's arms. Bo Yang had a wonderful dream. In the dream, he returned home. His parents were waiting for him at home. When his mother saw him, she rushed up to hug him and comforted him. His father stood aside with a smile on his face. His brother came down from upstairs and said to Bo Yang, "You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." After the dream ended, Bo Yang suddenly woke up. When he woke up, he found himself on a soft bed. He opened his eyes. After a while, he realized that he was dreaming. I didn't die, his body was shaking. Looking around, he saw a small, narrow room with windows on both sides and curtains hanging from them. After looking around for a while, Bo Yang realized that he was not in a room, but in a carriage. He hurriedly sat up and rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. He remembered that he was almost sucked dry by the eternal night devil. What happened after that, he had no memory of it at all. But now that he woke up, it meant that the eternal night devil was awake at the last moment. Did he escape? That must be it. Not long after he rejoiced, Bo Yang suddenly remembered something, his magic power. Bo Yang activated his magic power, but no matter what he did, he could not use any magic power. His dantian and meridians were empty. There was nothing. Bo Yang panicked. No way, he was not dead, but he was disabled. He regretted saving the eternal night demon monarch more and more. He also regretted getting close to the eternal night demon monarch. If he had just left and let Xianxia come in to protect him, not only would he be credited for saving the eternal night demon monarch, he would also be unharmed. Why did he stay obediently at that time? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. How could he complete the mission in this way? Xiaoling, what should I do now? I don't have any magic power. How can I complete the mission in the future? If he lost his power, it would be impossible for him to even pass through the passage. How could he save the male protagonist in such a dangerous world and let him ascend safely? Sir, don't worry. In the novel, Xiaozitan's martial arts are very high. This means that his martial arts have not disappeared. But didn't you say before that the plot of this world isn't set in stone and that accidents can happen? Xiaoling didn't seem to know how to answer. This, Bo Yang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He thought for a moment, and his face turned cold. I became a cripple because of the eternal night devil. He must take responsibility. You want to leave after sucking away all of my power? No way, Xiaoling quickly said. Yes, go find him. He must have a way to help you recover. Just as he was about to settle the score, the curtains of the car were pulled open. The eternal night devils had appeared outside. When he saw Bo Yang, a smile appeared on his cold face. You're awake? Bo Yang did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his smile was a little flattering. Speaking of the devil, Bo Yang didn't know what to say when he suddenly saw his creditor. His expression changed for a moment, and he said in a low voice, my power is gone. There was a fire in his heart, but it was not a wise choice to get angry now. If he got angry in a moment of anger, not only would his previous contributions be written off, but he would also make the eternal night devil unhappy. Maybe the eternal night devil had some conscience. Li Yu's death made Bo Yang see this point clearly. A person who could disregard his own safety to save others should not be a person without a conscience. But Bo Yang would not forget the eternal night devil's cruel and ambitious methods. If he really dared to stop him, he would end up like the Western Sky Devil. So Bo Yang did not let the eternal night devil see that he was angry. I've checked for you. It's only temporary. The eternal night devil said, under my guidance, you can recover after resting for a while. That meant that he could recover. Bo Yang's expression became slightly better. But he had to rest for a while. That meant that he would not be able to go to the human world for a while. Bo Yang's mood instantly turned bad. The Demon King seemed to see that he was not in a good mood. After a moment of consideration, he said, are you not feeling well? Bo Yang did not dare to say that he was not happy with him. He nodded absent-mindedly. The Lord Devil Lord put down the curtains. After a while, Bo Yang felt the carriage stop. Then, the curtains in front of the carriage were pulled open. The eternal night devil came in from outside. The carriage was not big. After two people came in, it became crowded. The Lord Devil Lord's feet almost touched Bo Yang's feet. Bo Yang moved his body uncomfortably. The Lord Devil Lord suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. He said softly, don't move. Bo Yang's body stiffened. Then, he relaxed and did not move. Previously, the Demon King had grabbed him and absorbed his power. This had left a psychological shadow in his heart. He did not know what the eternal night devil wanted to do. But at this moment, it was better not to disobey him. The eternal night devil grabbed his hand. A moment later, demon energy came from his palm. It was like a warm river flowing gently through Bo Yang's meridians. Wherever it went, the originally withered meridians seemed to be nourished and filled with vitality. Bo Yang faintly felt that he had recovered a bit of his magic. After a while, the Lord Devil Lord let go of his hand. "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better," Bo Yang said honestly. "The reason why you lost all your power was because I absorbed most of your magic. Your meridians could not withstand it for a while. When we return to the Palace of Eternal Darkness, you can stay there and soak in the Spirit Spring. You should be able to recover in half a month." Spirit Spring. Bo Yang suddenly remembered that when he was injured, the Eternal Night Devil had arranged for him to rest in the Spirit Spring of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Spirit Spring was full of spirit energy. If he soaked in it, it would quickly nourish his meridians and restore his power. Once he thought of this, Bo Yang could not sit still. "Master, it's too slow for us to sit in the carriage. Why don't we use teleportation to return to the Palace of Eternal Darkness?" In this kind of high magic world where one could fly or teleport 1,000 miles, it was not common to sit in a carriage. Only when there were many people in the army would they move slowly. "Your body is too weak. You can't use teleportation," the Eternal Night Devil said. "Master, I can take it," Bo Yang said. "I want to recover quickly." The Eternal Night Devil frowned slightly. After a while, he relaxed. "Alright, I'll take you there first." He patted Bo Yang's shoulder comfortingly and walked out of the carriage. The Eternal Night Devil and Xianxia's voices could be heard from outside the carriage. "Xianxia, I want to return to the Palace of Eternal Darkness early. I'll leave the rest to you." "Master." Xianxia's voice was filled with shock. "You want to leave early? What about Firethorn City? Have their envoys already arrived?" "No, they're still on the way. If they arrive, take care of them. You have to send them back to the Palace of Eternal Darkness safely." Bo Yang leaned against the wall of the carriage and listened. He had naturally heard about Firethorn City. The demon world was not completely controlled by the Eternal Night Devil. There were still some special powers, and one of them was Firethorn City. This city was very strange. It did not exist in the real world. Even if you saw it from afar, you would never be able to enter the city. Even if you wanted to attack the city, you wouldn't be able to do so. The people inside rarely came out. These people all had strange powers, so they had always been the target of various powers. The Eternal Night Devil had tried his best to invite them. He had been sending out invitations for 10 years. This time, Firethorn City actually accepted the invitation. What was even more unexpected for Bo Yang was that the Eternal Night Devil actually gave up on Firethorn City's envoys for him. Bo Yang's emotions were complicated. The carriage curtains were opened and the Eternal Night Devil appeared in the carriage. "Let's go." He reached out his hand as if he wanted to hug him. Bo Yang hurriedly said, "I'll get up myself." "Don't move." The Eternal Night Devil easily picked him up and his deep voice sounded from above. "Don't force yourself at this time. Don't worry, the people outside can't see." Bo Yang's body was weak and he could only let the Eternal Night Devil pick him up. He felt that his entire body was enveloped by the Eternal Night Devil's demonic chi and the flame-like demonic chi blocked his vision. Then his body soared into the air and he left the carriage. The scenery on both sides flew past quickly. Originally, there should have been a whistling wind, but because Bai Yang was wrapped in the devil chi of the Eternal Night Demon Monarch, he didn't feel the wind at all. This feeling was very strange. It was like sitting on a plane, stable and comfortable. Since the great Demon King was willing to give up on meeting the Firethorn City's envoy for him, it meant that he still valued him. Bo Yang's anger dissipated a lot. Bo Yang used teleportation to travel 1,000 miles from the Eternal Darkness Palace to the Western Sky Demon Realm and spent a day and a night. For such a long distance, the great Demon King only used half a day to complete it. Once they returned to the Eternal Darkness Palace, the Lord Devil Lord directly carried him to the hot spring in the harem and gently placed him down. Then he reached out to take off Bo Yang's clothes. He had already accepted the Princess Carrie and definitely would not accept the Demon King taking off his clothes for him. If this continued, he would lose all his dignity as a man. "Master, let me do it myself." Bo Yang hurriedly stopped the Demon King's actions. The eternal night devil stopped and stared at him with his black pupils, but he did not take any further actions. It was fine as long as he did not take off his clothes. Bo Yang secretly let out a sigh of relief. The Lord Devil Lord had returned to normal. His aura was cold and aloof, making people feel uncomfortable. But after waiting for a long time, he did not leave. How could he take off his clothes if he did not leave? Master? Bo Yang reminded, you're not leaving? Why should I leave? I still need to help you heal your injuries. The Demon King's voice was very gentle, completely different from his previous ice-cold demeanor. Eh? Take it off quickly, he said again. Bo Yang, I'm not used to taking off my clothes in front of you. The eternal night devil seemed to have noticed something, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Are you shy? What was even more perverted was that even such an annoying smile was dazzling. Of course not, Bo Yang denied subconsciously. Then hurry up and take it off. What are you dawdling for? Bo Yang thought that since the eternal night devil didn't like him, and he didn't like men either, what was there to be pretentious about? Thus, he relaxed his guard and reached out to undo his belt. The eternal night devil stared at him quietly. Suddenly, his gaze seemed to have gained some kind of power. Bo Yang took off his jacket and underwear, revealing his smooth upper body. As one of the top villains in the novel, Xianxia was devilishly handsome, and his figure was naturally quite good. The exposed upper body was moderately full of muscles, and the texture was delicate and smooth. It was quite interesting. The eternal night devil's gaze focused on his skin, and a red light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black pupils. The strength of his gaze was too strong, and Bo Yang felt a little uncomfortable. His actions of taking off his pants slowed down. Why did you stop? The Demon King's voice was still calm and gentle. Bo Yang thought to himself, aren't you embarrassed to watch a man take off his clothes? Do you want to leave for a while, Great Demon King? The Lord Devil Lord suddenly chuckled. Speaking of which, you seem to have changed a lot. Bo Yang was caught off guard when he heard this comment, and his heart skipped a beat. That time when you offended me on the mountain, I felt that you were a little different. Seeing you, my temper seems to have improved a lot, and I'm more tolerant of you. Eh, really? Bo Yang forced himself to calm down. What's different? The eternal night devil tilted his head, as if he was carefully sizing him up. Then, he thought for a moment and said, I can't say exactly what's different. It's just a feeling. Bo Yang secretly asked Xiaoling in his mind, what should I do, Xiaoling? Did he discover something? I didn't do anything that went against my character. After thinking for a while, he forced himself to say, at least I didn't do anything that obviously went against my character. I've only met him a few times, so how does he know that I'm different? Xiaoling was also a little confused. I don't know why he feels that you're different. The system won't say that I'm a bug, right? The system hasn't reacted yet, so it shouldn't be. Bo Yang was uneasy. The eternal night devil continued, Xianxia, after these days of experience, I think you're quite good. Bo Yang was still discussing with Xiaoling, do you think there's a chance that I'll expose myself? Xiaoling said, I don't know about that, but from what I see, the Lord Devil Lord probably intuitively feels that you're different. He can't produce any evidence that you're a different person. Bo Yang was still uneasy, but there was nothing he could do. He could only listen to what the eternal night devil had to say. The Lord Devil Lord didn't notice the turbulence in his heart and continued, the reason why you're different, I've thought about it for a long time. It should be because you can't suppress your feelings for me. That's why you're different. Xiaoling and Bo Yang, who were panicking in their minds, fell silent at the same time. Bo Yang, Xiaoling, don't you think that the eternal night devil is a little? Xiaoling thought for a moment and said seriously, from his point of view, Xianxia is loyal and devoted. He woke him up when he was suffering from qi deviation and even went to the human world to steal the Bianzhu for him and got seriously injured. When he heard that he went to fight with the Western Sky Demon, he immediately rushed back and stayed by his side. If this isn't love, then what is? Can't he think that I'm especially sincere? You see, in reality, there are some people who are especially close to brothers. Before he could finish, Xiaoling said disdainfully, brothers? 9 out of 10. Bo Yang struggled. In ancient times, there were some loyal officials who could do anything, but I don't see the emperor thinking that he loves him. What's the eternal night devil thinking? Why must he think that I love him? That's because you touched his butt from the start. Last time at the hot spring, you touched his face and flirted with him twice. Are you going to pretend that nothing happened? In ancient times, there were some loyal officials who risked their lives for the emperor, but have you ever seen anyone touch the emperor's butt? Bo Yang, isn't it because of that bullshit T daily mission? I had no choice, I know, but the Demon King doesn't know. In his eyes, you just can't help but want to get close to him and have skin-to-skin contact with him. Bo Yang's head hurt. Now that his misunderstanding is getting deeper, what should we do? What should we do? Xiaoling said, Sir, what are you worried about? Anyway, it won't affect your mission. Let him misunderstand. Bo Yang, damn. Xie Tian. A slightly cold hand was placed on Bo Yang's face. That sudden static feeling made Bo Yang tremble slightly. Master? Why did he suddenly touch my face? Bo Yang was confused and uneasy. He felt that things might develop in a bad direction. The eternal night devil's expression changed for a moment. Countless emotions flashed through his beautiful eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something extremely important, so he didn't immediately answer Bo Yang. After a long time, about a minute, the eternal night demon emperor finally spoke after some deliberation. He coughed and said calmly, Since you love me so much, then I'll reluctantly accept your love. You don't have to be too touched. As he spoke, his ears began to turn red. Bo Yang was speechless. He was thinking about how to tactfully tell the Demon King that he was thinking too much when the Demon King spoke again. His words were very serious. Xianxia, I've lived for more than 4,000 years and have never loved anyone. I don't know much about love. That's why I've repeatedly told you that I don't like you and that you shouldn't waste your time. Bo Yang thought to himself, that's great. You don't like me, and I don't like you either. Lord Devil Lord, please keep it up. I know you've done a lot for me. The last time I gave you a reward, you didn't even look at it. The eternal night devil's expression was complicated. Xianxia, I know you don't like those things, and I know what you want. But I'm sorry, I don't know much about love. I can't give you any, so I can only give you something else first. Although the Lord Devil Lord misunderstood, the result was still good. At least he didn't like him. This way, everything was fine. Bo Yang sighed in relief. He was even a bit happy. The Lord Devil Lord misunderstood that he couldn't get what he wanted. Maybe he felt guilty towards him. No matter what he did in the future, he would forgive him. Thinking about it this way was actually a good thing. The Lord Devil Lord stopped talking. Bo Yang raised his head and stared at him in confusion. He was secretly thinking about what the Lord Devil Lord would say next. And Demon King, aren't your hands sore from touching my face? Don't you feel awkward? Since you don't like me, you'd better stop doing this. Otherwise, people will misunderstand. As though he had heard his thoughts, the Lord Devil Lord's hand left his face. However, he didn't pull his hand back as Bo Yang had expected. Instead, his hand moved from his face to his neck, all the way down to his chest. Bo Yang shuddered. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Xiaoling, what is the Demon King trying to do? Why did he touch me? Xiaoling was also confused by this development. I don't know either. Bo Yang immediately probed carefully, Master? The Eternal Night Devil said, although I can't give you feelings, I can still give you something you want. His voice was low, and he lowered his head slightly. Bo Yang noticed that the tips of his ears were red, and he looked surprisingly cute. But Bo Yang was still not in the right state. What do I want? Bo Yang's head was full of question marks. What he wanted the most was for the male lead to ascend quickly so that he could complete the mission and return to the real world. However, the Lord Devil Lord definitely didn't know about this, so he must be talking about something else. I know you've always wanted my body. Since I can't give you feelings, I can let you be happy for once. The Eternal Night Devil said awkwardly, let me tell you, this is the first time I'm hugging someone. You should feel honored. Bo Yang. thunder rumbled, and 5 bolts of lightning struck. Before Bo Yang could react, the Lord Devil Lord's hand suddenly hooked around his neck and pulled his head forward. Then, 2 pieces of something warm covered Bo Yang's lips. Bo Yang's mind went blank. In his mind, Xiaoling was screaming, "Oh my god!" Bo Yang's head hurt from her screaming. He asked slowly, "Xiaoling, what does the Eternal Night Devil mean?" "What does he mean?" Xiaoling's voice was sharp. "He wants to F***CKU, sir." F***CK. Bo Yang was shocked by her scream. His eyes widened instantly, and he pushed the person in front of him away forcefully. But who was the Eternal Night Devil? How could he be pushed down so easily? In the end, Bo Yang didn't manage to push the Eternal Night Devil away. Instead, he fell backwards and fell into the hot spring with a splash. A huge splash of water appeared, and Bo Yang struggled in the water. The Eternal Night Devil seemed to be shocked. He didn't understand Bo Yang's actions. "Xiazetian?" Bo Yang struggled in the water for a while and choked on 2 mouthfuls of water. Then, he popped his head out and said, "Master, I have something to say." "Say it." Bo Yang felt that he had to make things clear. "Master, you've misunderstood. I don't have any other thoughts about you. I only treat you as someone I respect. There are no other feelings. That's enough. I've said it very clearly." The Eternal Night Devil tilted his head. "You don't have any other feelings for me?" Bo Yang said, "Yes, I've never liked Master." It's Master who misunderstood. The Eternal Night Devil narrowed his eyes. "I misunderstood?" Bo Yang nodded furiously. "I just respect Master." The Eternal Night Devil smiled. "When I asked you if you liked me, why did you say yes?" Bo Yang. He had shot himself in the foot. The first time the Eternal Night Devil misunderstood, he had admitted that he had a crush on the Demon King to avoid being questioned. Now, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment and said, "Are you blaming me for rejecting you?" Then, he gently patted his forehead as if he was helpless. "It's no wonder you have such a reaction. I went overboard just now. I wanted to sleep with you before we understood our feelings for each other. It's my fault." Bo Yang, the Eternal Night Devil thought for a moment and said, "Did I hurt your self-esteem?" "You're asking me to answer yes or no." Bo Yang felt that the Eternal Night Devil's brain circuit had run in another direction. This person's brain had always been very strange. He didn't know how he thought. Bo Yang felt that it was necessary to clearly convey his intentions. He didn't want any misunderstandings. "Master." He stood up straight in the water and took a deep breath. He stared at the Eternal Night Devil. "I really don't like you. I only have respect for you. There are no romantic feelings." Something seemed wrong. Bo Yang quickly changed his words. "No, I don't have any romantic feelings for Master. I was just joking the last time. I was just spouting nonsense." The Eternal Night Devil seemed to have hurt him. He smiled and pursed his lips. "If you don't like me, then why did you do all that for me?" "Why?" Bo Yang was quick-witted. "For power and skills." Once he said it, it was much clearer. "Master, everything I did was to help Master achieve great things. I also want to follow Master and ascend to the celestial world." The Eternal Night Devil pursed his lips. "You want to ascend to the celestial world?" Bo Yang nodded furiously. "Is there anyone who doesn't want to? Master's skills are unparalleled and he's very talented. He'll definitely achieve great things if he follows you." The Eternal Night Devil's face finally turned cold. "So you did all this for power and skills?" The surrounding air pressure was a little low. Although the temperature in the hot spring was very high, Bo Yang still felt a chill run through his body. The Eternal Night Devil's expression was cold and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. He felt that if he answered yes, the Eternal Night Devil would definitely cut him into pieces. He was a little timid to begin with. His original courage instantly disappeared under the Eternal Night Devil's strong aura. Bo Yang mumbled for a moment, but he didn't say a word. The Eternal Night Devil reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing him to raise his head so that he couldn't escape his sight. "Answer me." Yes or no? Bo Yang asked Xiaoling in his mind. What do I do now? Should I continue to coax him or tell him the truth? Xiaoling said, Sir, I think he wants to kill you. You don't have to say it. I already know. For the sake of your safety, I think it's better for you to coax him. But if this continues, if something really happens, he'll definitely kill me. Xiaoling sighed. Then I don't know what to do. The decision is up to you, sir. You handle it yourself. The ball was kicked back into Bo Yang's court again. Bo Yang thought about it again and again. Finally, after a rational analysis, he concluded that the eternal night devil wouldn't kill him over such a small matter. Thus, he mustered up his courage and said, yes. Just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a huge splash in the hot spring. The waves reached a height of 10 feet, drenching Bo Yang's head and face. Bo Yang's heart trembled, and his courage began to shrink again. Xiaoling, am I going to die soon? Sir, not yet. If you have any last words, quickly say them. I'll help you pass them to your father. Bo Yang almost cried out. Do you think it's too late for me to change my words now? Change what words? Say that I love you deeply, and that everything I do is because I like you. Xiaoling said, Sir, can you have some integrity? What's the use of going back on your words now that you've done it? I'm scared. Bo Yang wanted to cry. Do you see the Lord Devil Lord's face? Look at his face. Did I just say that I don't like him? Why do I have to show such a face? The eternal night devil's face was indeed very ugly. His eyes were cold, and his lips were pursed into a straight line. The Lord Devil Lord had always been cold, but his face rarely showed any anger or happiness. It could be described as a smile that didn't show on his face. But now, the words "I'm very angry" were clearly written on his face. Sir, I don't know how to evaluate you. If I say that you're timid, you'll dare to do anything. If I say that you're brave, you'll regret it sometimes, Xiaoling said. You're so unpredictable, I can't judge you. Bo Yang said, my courage is built on the basis that I think this matter will succeed. But look at his face. Even when the Western Sky Devil attacked him, he didn't show such an ugly face. I just told him the truth and told him that I didn't like him. Why did he get so angry? When Xiaoling heard his analysis, she also felt that it was strange. That's right. He was worried that you would like him and pester him. Now that he understands that you don't like him, logically speaking, he should be happy. Unless what? I don't think that's possible. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. You're making me anxious. Unless he already likes you. That's why he's so angry. Impossible. I also think it's impossible. The two of them fell into a strange silence at the same time. Bo Yang raised his head to look at the eternal night devil. The man's face was cold and his eyes were devoid of warmth. Master? Bo Yang asked boldly. The eternal night devil did not speak for a long time. After a while, a smile slowly appeared on his face. You must have been scared. What kind of operation was that? What was he up to this time? Why did he suddenly smile? Bai Yang trembled with fear as he said, Jun Shang. I was just joking just now. Since you don't like me, that's good. I don't like you either, the eternal night devil said with a smile, but the words I don't like you either were said through gritted teeth. Then he continued to smile, although the smile looked like it was forced out, and said politely, okay, the misunderstanding has been cleared. Let's heal. His words were gentle and polite, and his face returned to its usual half-smile and slightly cold expression. Seeing that he had returned to normal, Bo Yang could not figure out what he was thinking. However, when he looked again, the eternal night devil had completely returned to his usual state. Maybe he was really joking just now. Bo Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said to Xiaoling, you see, he definitely doesn't like me. I already said that it's impossible. Xiaoling said, the eternal night devil's thoughts are strange and unpredictable. Maybe he was really just testing you just now. Bo Yang's anxious heart returned to its original position. The eternal night devil followed him into the hot spring. Turn around. Bo Yang hurriedly turned around with his back facing him, so he did not see the Lord Devil Lord's cold expression. The Lord Devil Lord put his hand on his back and began to use his magic. The magic flowed through his meridians like flames, and wherever it went, it was like being burned. Bo Yang felt his whole body heat up and was very uncomfortable. However, the temperature of the hot spring was very high, and the rising steam was even hotter, making him dizzy. Trapped internally and externally, he felt like a steamed bun in a steamer and was about to be cooked. The Eternal Night Devil did it on purpose, right? A vague thought flashed through his mind, but he did not have the energy to analyze it. When he finished healing, Bo Yang had already shed a layer of skin. When he came out of the hot spring, he suddenly found that his meridians were unobstructed, and a lot of spiritual energy had gathered in them. Thank you, Master. Bo Yang originally had doubts about the Eternal Night Devil's intentions, but now he did not have any doubts at all. He happily bowed and thanked him. The Eternal Night Devil's expression was indifferent, and he said, "At this rate, it will take at most 7 days to recover." 7 days, that's great. Bo Yang would not forget the important matter. Master, I wonder if the human world, the Eternal Night Devil said, I will tell Lu Jianfeng about your matter. What about the suspected son of 7 stars? I will tell Lu Jianfeng to pay attention and not touch him for the time being. Bai Yang felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Go back and change your clothes, and have a good rest. The Eternal Night Devil threw down these words, and his figure disappeared. Seeing him leave so quickly, he probably did not want to see Bo Yang. Seeing him leave, Bo Yang hurriedly packed up and rushed to his spare room. The next day, Bo Yang woke up early. He was refreshed and full of energy. It seemed that the hot spring bath yesterday was very effective. Sir, remember the daily mission? Of course I remember. Every day, Xiao Ling would remind him. After a period of time, even a dog would know when to eat, let alone a human. Bo Yang sat in his room and waited for the palace servants to deliver water. He was ready to pinch their little faces to complete the mission. After a while, footsteps came from outside the door, followed by a male voice. Lord Xia, we are here to deliver water. Bo Yang yawned as he opened the door. He saw the 2 men delivering water. The 2 men had delicate features, and one was more beautiful than the other. Bo Yang was resting in the Palace of Perpetual Darkness. In order to complete the daily mission, he had teased the people delivering water. He originally wanted to continue, but he did not expect that the people would change. Bo Yang was very surprised. The welfare of the Palace of Perpetual Darkness is too good. Even the palace servants delivering water are delicate features. Xiao Ling also said, that's right. If these 2 people were placed in modern society, they would be the little fresh meat of the entertainment circle. It seems like the man and woman who delivered water before are no longer here. Bo Yang was a little regretful. I'll make do with these 2. They're quite good-looking. What's the use of being good-looking? They are not women. Bo Yang said. If they were all replaced with women, you wouldn't have the heart to do anything to them. All right. Hurry up and complete the daily mission. The advantage of changing all the people to men was that Bo Yang did not have to worry about the lack of people to complete his daily mission. In any case, he felt that it was much easier to do something to men than women. Lord Xia, your water. One of the newcomers carried a copper basin and stepped forward. His eyes seemed to be filled with water. Bo Yang was just about to reach out his hand when the youth suddenly cried out. The basin of water poured on Bo Yang's body, soaking his new clothes. Lord Xia, I am sorry. I did not do it on purpose. The youth knelt down and said with a panicked expression. It's fine. Bo Yang didn't get angry and waved his hand. Lord Xia, let us help you change your clothes, the youth said respectfully. Bo Yang didn't suspect anything and nodded in agreement. They entered the room together and one of the youths went to the closet to get some clothes, while the youth, who had knocked over the copper basin, nervously helped Bo Yang change his clothes. Bo Yang opened his arms and let him do as he pleased. At first, the youth still helped him undress, but later on, whether it was intentional or not, his hand kept touching Bo Yang's sensitive areas. When he took off his jacket and revealed his firm chest, the youth's actions became bolder and bolder. He actually placed his hand on Bo Yang's chest and called out shyly, Lord Xia, Bo Yang. He didn't think that someone would seduce him so early in the morning. Did he do it on his own accord or was he sent by someone? Bai Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that he had yet to complete his daily mission. He raised his hand and lifted the young man's chin, and the corner of his mouth raised into an evil smile. "Little beauty, who asked you to come?" The youth bit his red lips and said with watery eyes, "Lord Xia, you came here of her own accord. We've been in the Palace of Eternal Darkness for a year and a half, but Master didn't even look at us. He doesn't have any compassion for the fairer sex. We heard that the Lord Xia lived in the Palace of Eternal Darkness, so we wanted to see the Lord Xia. We hoped that the Lord Xia would take us out so that we could serve the Lord every day." So this group of people were palace servants who had been neglected by the Eternal Night Devil? And then they couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to climb into his bed. How would the Eternal Night Devil feel if he saw this? Would he feel like there was a green grassland above his head? Probably, because he didn't see Bo Yang's next move. The youth suddenly untied his belt and his grey robe fell to the ground, revealing his white body. The youth anxiously grabbed Bo Yang's hand and quickly pressed it on his, breasts. Bo Yang. Bo Yang subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand, but the young man did not loosen his grip at all. He grabbed Bo Yang's hand and caressed his body. While caressing him, the young man called out, "Lord Xia, I'm so hot. I'm so hot. Harder. F*ck, F*ck, F*ck. Bo Yang's scalp went numb, and with a ding sound in his mind, he retracted his hand at lightning speed. However, the young man had some skills. He stuck close to Bo Yang like a snake and rubbed his smooth body against Bo Yang's. But now that Bo Yang had lost all his power, he couldn't do anything to him. That young man thought that Bo Yang was half-heartedly refusing, and screamed even more ecstatically. "Go away." Before he could finish, a surprised voice came from outside the door. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Hearing this voice, the few people in the room turned their heads and saw the Eternal Night Devil standing outside the room with a few people. The voice just now should have been from the guard outside the door. The Eternal Night Devil stood a little further away, but with his eyesight, he should have seen everything that was happening in the room. His handsome face was cold, and the temperature of the entire room dropped by a few degrees. The air suddenly froze. Awkwardness spread silently. Bo Yang felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his head. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he didn't know how to react. At this moment, someone in the Eternal Night Devil's palace was hugging him with disheveled clothes, and that person was shouting so loudly. So the Eternal Night Devil should know that he had cuckolded him. Bo Yang felt that when he rejected the Eternal Night Devil's invitation to sleep with him, the Eternal Night Devil wouldn't kill him. But now that he was with his pet, he had cuckolded him in front of so many people, no man would be able to tolerate it. "Xiao Ling, do you think you will cut me into pieces?" Xiao Ling was also speechless. "Why didn't you close the door just now?" "I was just changing my clothes. Why would I close the door? How would I know that this person would seduce me?" "You cuckolded him in front of so many people." "Sir, you are quite bold." Bo Yang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "You know the truth is not like that. Sir, if you have any last words, quickly say them. I will help you pass them on. Perhaps a person's potential would be stimulated in a life and death situation." Bo Yang pushed the disheveled young man away, raised his hand, and swore, "Master, nothing happened between us." Then he quickly explained, "He wet my clothes just now, so he is helping me change." The Eternal Night Devil, who had been standing there quietly, finally moved. He walked into the room step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on the hearts of everyone. The more he stepped, the heavier it became. It was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. Finally, he came in front of Bo Yang. He looked at Bo Yang, then looked at the frightened young man, and laughed coldly. "Change clothes? Do we need to strip naked and hug each other to change clothes? Master, listen to me. We really didn't do anything," Bo Yang said helplessly. "If we came a little later, everything would have been done." The Eternal Night Devil's tone was indifferent. "It really isn't what you think," Bo Yang screamed in his heart. Now he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Why did these people come to seduce him? Why did it have to be seen by the Eternal Night Devil? Didn't the Eternal Night Devil usually stay in the main hall to deal with government affairs? Why did he come to his side? Master, what are you doing here? Bo Yang forcefully changed the topic. The Eternal Night Devil laughed coldly. It seems like you didn't lie yesterday. You really don't have any other intentions towards me. Bo Yang blinked. Why did he suddenly change the topic? If I had other intentions, you wouldn't have dared to seduce me like this. The Eternal Night Devil said indifferently. It seems like I have misunderstood you all along. You like to seduce people. As long as you see someone good-looking, you will want to lay your hands on them. The last word was accompanied by a cold snort. Bo Yang broke out in cold sweat. The Eternal Night Devil stretched out his hand. You said yesterday that you wanted martial arts and power. Today, I will fulfill your wish. Open your mouth. Bo Yang opened his mouth subconsciously. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly grabbed his chin and stuffed a black pill into his mouth. This is the Xianxia pill. Go to the hot spring and meditate in seclusion. The Eternal Night Devil threw the white porcelain bottle in his hand to Bo Yang. Bo Yang caught it subconsciously. The bottle was cold to the touch, as if it was made of jade. The Eternal Night Devil's cold gaze swept across the two trembling men in the room. As for the two of you, since you like men so much, I will cripple your meridians and send you to the military brothel. You will serve men every day. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The two young men were shocked. They cowed out and begged for mercy. The Eternal Night Demon King left these words and disappeared on the spot. After he disappeared, Bo Yang's tense nerves finally relaxed. He realized that his back was sweating. Just as he was about to go home, he suddenly heard the Eternal Night Devil's cold voice. What are you waiting for? Get over here. Bo Yang knew that the Eternal Night Devil was angry. He didn't dare to disobey his orders. He hurriedly ran out, looking as pathetic as he could. Behind him, the two young men who tried to seduce him were dragged out of the room by the guards. Their fate was obvious. Bo Yang quickly arrived at the hot spring. The Eternal Night Devil was sitting on the shore with his back facing him. He was only wearing a thin white shirt. Zhou was surrounded by fog. His figure was lean and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He looked more like an immortal than the cultivators in the human world. He didn't look like the Demon King at all. He looked more like an immortal. Bo Yang stood in place for a moment. He calmed himself down before walking forward. Master. What happened just now wasn't what you think it is. The Eternal Night Devil raised a hand and stopped him from continuing. Bo Yang noticed that his hand was very good-looking. The joints were distinct and slender like jade. Bo Yang didn't understand why he suddenly noticed his hand. You don't have to say any more. Come and heal your injuries. The Eternal Night Devil's tone was calm. He moved slightly and walked into the hot spring from the shore. Bo Yang didn't know how he would react to his anger just now. He could only develop wretchedly and obediently follow him into the hot spring. Bo Yang guessed that he would get angry, but he was wrong. The Eternal Night Devil didn't reprimand him. After entering the hot spring, the Eternal Night Devil started to heal him without saying a word. However, when his demonic energy rushed into Bo Yang's body, Bo Yang didn't feel like he was a steamed bun in a steamer. Instead, he felt like a piece of dough that was thrown into boiling water and cooked repeatedly. In the end, it was boiled into juice. Xiaoling, I can't take it anymore. It's too painful. It's too hot. Bo Yang cried in his mind. He must be taking revenge. He wants me to be boiled to death. Xiaoling said, Sir, the Lord Devil Lord saw what happened just now. Not only did he not punish you, he even gave you the Xianxia pill to heal your injuries. How can you not be grateful? Xiaoling, whose system are you? How can you speak up for him? I'm not speaking for anyone. I'm just telling the truth. In this matter, I feel that the Lord Devil Lord is very pitiful. You wore his green hat, but he magnanimously didn't bicker with you. He even gave you good things to help you heal. He's completely a good person. Xiaoling, you've changed. Bo Yang complained, you knew that it was those two men who seduced me. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. Yeah, I know. Xiaoling said, that's why I didn't call you a jerk. Bo Yang could not get Xiaoling's consolation and was greatly affected. An extremely hot current flowed through his body, and he didn't know how he managed to endure it. After the treatment, he felt like he had been steamed into a puddle of Bo Yang juice. His body was completely hollowed out, and he floated motionlessly in the water. Get up. The Eternal Night Devil was about to leave, but when he saw the pitiful look on Eternal Night Devil's face, he reached out and poked him. Bo Yang didn't move. The Eternal Night Devil stood there for a while, but in the end, he didn't harden his heart. He stretched out his long arm and scooped him up from the water. Bo Yang hung on his arm like a noodle, and he allowed the Eternal Night Devil to scoop him out of the water. Bo Yang was naked, and he hung limply on the Eternal Night Devil's arm. His hair was wet, and it looked like a snake slithering on his fair skin. Because the hot spring was too hot, his cheeks and skin were pink, and his expression was dazed. He looked very fresh and delicious. The Eternal Night Devil held his breath. The moment he got out of the water, he threw Bo Yang onto the shore as if he was throwing a hot potato. Bo Yang was thrown onto the ground, and he finally woke up from his daze. He sat up dizzily and looked at the Eternal Night Devil innocently, as if he was asking, "Why did you throw me onto the ground?" The Eternal Night Demon Emperor took a deep breath and took a step back without saying anything. Then, he turned around and flew away. He left just like that. Bo Yang was completely awake. He didn't understand his own feelings at this moment. He was looking forward to him leaving, but he was also looking forward to him staying. For the next 5 days, the Lord Devil Lord fed him a Heaven Yang pill every day, and then he healed him in the hot spring. Of course, the magic power was extremely hot, and Bo Yang went through all kinds of trials. He couldn't believe that he was still alive. Bo Yang felt that the Demon King was deliberately taking revenge, but when he looked at the Eternal Night Devil's serious face and the serious expression on his face when he was treating his injuries, Bo Yang wondered if he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. After enduring for 2 days, Bo Yang couldn't hold it in anymore. He said very tactfully, "Master, no matter what you do to me, it's for my own good. Even if I can't stand the pain, I won't complain." The Eternal Night Devil obviously understood the meaning behind his words. He sneered, "You think I'm taking revenge on you? Would I do something so childish?" Bo Yang refused to admit it. "No. Master, you misunderstood. I can't be happier that Master healed me. How could I think that Master is taking revenge on me? It's just that. Master, can you be a little, gentler? Gentler?" The Demon King raised his eyebrows behind his back. "How gentler?" Bo Yang said, "Just like the first time you healed me." The Demon King let out a long "oh." "I understand. You think I'm too strong?" Bo Yang shook his head in denial. "No. Haha." The Demon King sneered and deliberately increased the strength of the transmission. Bo Yang was caught off guard and cried out, "Ah." After he cried out, Bo Yang felt a little embarrassed. In this kind of dense atmosphere, even he felt that his cry was a little lingering and enchanting. "Sir, your cry just now was so sexy." Xiaoling covered her face in his mind. "It's too seductive." Bo Yang was embarrassed. "Don't say that. I didn't do it on purpose." "Yeah, you didn't do it on purpose. Natural seduction is the most unbearable." Xiaoling teased him. "You'll make people misunderstand." Before Bo Yang could think of a way to refute, the hand behind his back suddenly let go. The Eternal Night Devil stood up and growled, "Xiaxia." Bo Yang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his voice was a little tense. What's wrong?" Bo Yang turned his head in confusion and looked at his handsome face with a guilty conscience, although he didn't know why he felt guilty. "Don't seduce me on purpose." The Eternal Night Devil was almost gritting his teeth. "Bo Yang. I didn't. I'm not." The Eternal Night Devil took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't call me that." Bo Yang lowered his head awkwardly. "Master used too much strength just now. That's why I asked Master to be gentler." The last sentence was said in a much softer voice. The Eternal Night Devil took another deep breath and calmed down. He sat back in the water and ordered coldly, "Turn around." Oh. Bo Yang obediently turned around. The Eternal Night Devil put his hand on his back and adjusted his strength. What about now? Gentler, yes, gentler, okay, that's it, don't, use more strength, yes, harder, Xianxia. The Eternal Night Devil stood up from the hot spring angrily. Probably because he was too angry, he didn't control his strength and the water in the hot spring exploded. The water overflowed the rockery on the shore and flowed back again. The whole hot spring was a mess. Bo Yang, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Bo Yang took a deep breath and plunged into the water. He thought to himself, he can't see me, he can't see me. He held his breath and squatted in the water for a long time. Seeing that he was going to suffocate to death, he had no choice but to stick his head out of the water and prepare to welcome the Eternal Night Devil's storm. Who knew that when he came out of the water, the Eternal Night Devil was no longer there? He had escaped death. Bo Yang still had lingering fears. Xiaoling said, "It seems like he's angry." Bo Yang tried to defend himself, he used too much force. Fine. He used too much force. Now that you've offended him, what if he doesn't heal you? Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Bo Yang instantly became weak. I'll go and apologize? After a pause, he said stubbornly, why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong. Bo Yang felt that he didn't do anything wrong. Why should he lower his head to an NPC? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't. This young master has a temper too. After a while, fine, I'll go and apologize to him. Xiaoling. Sir, you really know when to yield and when not to. Bo Yang pretended to cough and didn't reply. He was worried that the Eternal Night Devil wouldn't heal him. He thought that if the Demon King didn't come, he would think of a way to apologize. However, he quickly realized that his worries were unnecessary. Because the Eternal Night Devil still came to heal him the next day, and his method was much gentler. Bo Yang didn't dare to make any noise and obediently allowed himself to be healed. Finally, after 7 days, not only did Bo Yang's power completely recover, it was even better than before. Back then, he told the Lord Devil Lord that he wanted power and power. It seemed like the Lord Devil Lord was starting to fulfill his promise. For example, the Xianxia pill. The refining method was very complicated and the success rate was very low. It was a top-grade pill that could purify power. The Lord Devil Lord didn't even blink an eye and gave it to him. He was really generous. However, Bo Yang didn't have any requirements for power. If he had to choose, he would want the male lead, Zhou, to be stronger so that he could ascend as soon as possible. That's right, Bo Yang suddenly thought that if the male lead had the Xianxia pill, then his power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Instead of wasting the Xianxia pill on himself, he might as well give it to the male lead. Bo Yang became excited. Originally, Bo Yang should have left the Palace of Eternal Darkness after recovering his powers, but he did not return to his mansion. Instead, he went to the main hall of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Eternal Night Devil wasn't there. After asking around, the Eternal Night Devil was meeting with the Firethorn City's envoy at Clearwind Hall. Under the protection of Xianxia, the emissary of Firethorn City finally arrived at the Palace of Eternal Darkness. The Eternal Night Devil naturally wanted to talk to him. Bo Yang tactfully did not disturb them. After about 2 hours, they finally finished their discussion. Bo Yang then entered the side hall to meet the Demon King. The Eternal Night Devil was surprised by his arrival. He put down the pen in his hand and asked, "You haven't left yet?" He had already reverted to his usual attitude towards Bo Yang. To be precise, it was the attitude of a king towards his subordinates. He was neither too close nor too distant, and he was gentle and aloof. Bo Yang didn't care about his attitude. It was a good thing that the Demon King didn't think too much. He couldn't say if the great Demon King still had more Xianxia pills. He wanted to ask for some, so he said, "Master, this subordinate has disturbed the master these past few days. I've recovered my powers and even improved. This subordinate has specially come to thank you." "No need." The Lord Devil Lord's expression was calm. "You lost your powers to save me, so I naturally have to help you get them back. There's no need to thank me." He didn't give him any face at all? You cuckolded him, slept with his man, and even made fun of him. It's already good that he didn't kill you. You still want him to give you face? Xiaoling said. Can you not mention it again? Bo Yang was speechless. Alright, I won't mention it again. Bo Yang silently stood there. The Eternal Night Devil didn't even raise his head. What else do you have to say? Bo Yang thought that since he had already expressed his desire for power and powers, he might as well make him unhappy. Since he had already offended him, he might as well offend him to the end. Stealing his heart, Bo Yang walked in front of the Eternal Night Devil's table and knelt down. Master, this subordinate has 2 requests. The Eternal Night Devil's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. What is it? Master once promised to give me power and powers. I wonder if he still keeps his promise. Bo Yang said boldly. Xiaoling said in his mind, Sir, you're crazy. He's already angry enough, and now you're still making requests. Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you? I don't think so. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? After spending some time together, Bo Yang felt that the Eternal Night Devil was a person who valued friendship more than he had imagined. He was definitely not an unreasonable person who would do whatever he wanted. Also, although he felt that it was strange, he still wanted to say that the Eternal Night Devil had a trait that even he himself didn't know about: kindness. It was indeed strange to use kindness to describe the demon realm's biggest boss, but after spending time with him, Bo Yang really felt that there was some kindness and tolerance in this person. Evil and kindness existed at the same time, full of contradictions. This made this person's temperament very strange and difficult to understand. In short, he was a bit perverted. The Demon King's kindness was also the reason why Bo Yang became so bold. As expected, the Eternal Night Devil laughed coldly. I'll definitely keep my promise. Tell me, what do you want? Powers or power? Bo Yang knelt on the ground and said, First, this subordinate pleads for Master to continue giving me Sky Yang pills. I promise you. What's the second thing? The Eternal Night Devil didn't hesitate at all. Second, this subordinate is willing to be Master's lackey and go to the human world to find the other 3 boundary stones to complete Master's great wish of unifying the 2 worlds. The Eternal Night Devil laughed. Go to the human world for me? Tell me, what do you really want? The Eternal Night Devil now didn't believe that Xianxia would work for him without any selfish motives. Of course, he knew that everyone who worked for him had selfish motives. He would turn a blind eye if it was allowed, or even acquiesce. He always knew that no one was perfect, and that it was impossible for everyone to be selfless. There was nothing wrong with Xianxia being loyal to him for power and power. But he was still very angry. He also didn't understand why he was so angry. It was clearly a matter of course. The feeling of not being able to control himself made him irritated. Whenever he saw Bo Yang, he would be upset and wish that he would disappear from his sight immediately. It just so happened that he asked to go to the human world and agreed. Both of them were very satisfied. Bo Yang saw that he continued to ask and was a little confused. He really only had these 2 requests. Get the Heaven Yang pill and go to the human world to help the male lead. What did the Lord Devil Lord mean by asking this? Xiaoling, what does the Demon King mean? It means that he doesn't believe that you're going to the human world to help him achieve his wish. He should have other requests. Bo Yang immediately became nervous. He knows my purpose? You're thinking too much. He can't possibly know. Think carefully about what he's trying to say. Bo Yang pondered for a moment, but still didn't know why. But since the Lord Devil Lord asked himself, there was no reason not to accept. So Bo Yang said, Master, I hope to be able to act freely in the human world. The Eternal Night Devil's face showed a hint of understanding. Bo Yang didn't understand what he knew. In any case, the Lord Devil Lord's thoughts were very treacherous and difficult to guess. Okay, after you go to the human world, I'll send another group of shadow guards for you to use. You don't need to be under Lu Jianfeng's command anymore. How about it, are you satisfied? Bo Yang was slightly startled, then said, Thank you, Master. If he could act freely in the human world without being under Lu Jianfeng's command, it would be much more convenient. Since he already got what he wanted, he would only be an eyesore if he stayed. Bo Yang tactfully said, Your subordinate will take his leave. After saying this, Bo Yang quietly left. The hall suddenly became empty. As expected, he didn't do it for me, but for power. The Eternal Night Devil lowered his head and continued to write. But the words he wrote were very messy and had a wild aura. Once he left the Palace of Eternal Darkness, Bo Yang couldn't wait to go to the side of the passage to wait. Once the passage opened, he went through the passage to the human world. When he arrived in the human world, it was raining. The light drizzle moistened everything in the world. There was very little sunlight and very little rain in the demon world. Most of it was violent winds and demonic barriers. In such an environment, there was naturally very little vegetation. But the human world was lush and verdant. There were dense forests everywhere, and the leaves were green and cute. Bo Yang thought that he still preferred the human world. If he stayed in a place like the demon world that was always dark all year round, he would definitely feel very lonely. Lonely. The Eternal Night Devil had stayed in the demon world for 4,000 years. Was he lonely? Lord Xia. The shadow guard who followed him stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is under orders to help Lord Xia find the boundary stone. When in the human world, I will listen to Lord Xia's command." Bo Yang came back to his senses and nodded. Before he came in, he had already asked Xiao Ling in his mind to check the contents of the gale to find clues about the boundary stone. Xiao Ling had already told him the locations of the other 3 boundary stones. As long as Bo Yang gave the order, these people could quietly reach the 3 places and destroy the boundary stone. But Bo Yang obviously couldn't do that. Firstly, if he destroyed the boundary stone now, the mission would be completed, and he would have to return to the demon world immediately. His purpose in coming to the human world was to find the male lead so that he could increase his power quickly. This would take some time, and he couldn't go back immediately. Secondly, if he destroyed the 3 boundary stones quickly, the demon race army would arrive and the cultivation world would be caught off guard and might be destroyed. The male lead wouldn't be able to protect himself at this time. Thirdly, and most importantly, if he destroyed the boundary stone immediately, the system would be able to determine that he was a bug and kill him. Then it would be game over for him. Therefore, even if he knew the location of the 3 boundary stones, he couldn't show it. On the contrary, he had to hide it and wait for the right time to release the news one by one to complete the mission. He gave some missions to these secret guards. These missions only asked them to search in the direction of the 3 boundary stones. As for whether they could find them or not, that was another matter. After giving the secret guards their missions, he was left alone. The Eternal Night Devil had already given him the right to move freely, so he naturally didn't need to report to Lu Jianfeng. Therefore, he immediately set off for the Tingyun sect. Previously, he had caused a ruckus in the Tingyun sect, and the Tingyun sect had strengthened their defenses. He couldn't rush up the mountain to inquire about the situation, so he came to the small town at the foot of the Tingyun sect to inquire about the situation. If he wanted to inquire about the situation, he would naturally go to the restaurant. When Bo Yang arrived at the small town, the first thing he did was find a ready-made clothing store to change his clothes. The clothes he was wearing were too cumbersome and gorgeous, and were very eye-catching. Xiaozetian himself was excessively handsome and devilish. Coupled with his clothes, he was even more handsome and extremely eye-catching. Therefore, in order to deceive others, he prepared to change his clothes. When the store owner saw his extraordinary bearing and handsome appearance, he knew that he must be a rich man. He immediately went up to greet him attentively. "Dear customer, our store has all kinds of styles. What kind of clothes do you want?" Bo Yang went up to take a look. Suddenly, he saw a green cloth hanging on the shelf next to him. When he saw that set of clothes, Bo Yang suddenly remembered the first time he saw the Eternal Night Devil. He especially remembered that day when the Demon King wore a green cloth without any patterns and stood on the rooftop. The strong wind brushed against his clothes and hair. That scene was unforgettable. For some reason, Bai Yang pointed at the cyan robe and said, "I'll take this one." "Sir, you really have good taste. The material of this dress is very particular, it's made of the highest quality cloud silk. Don't look at how there aren't any flowers on it, but every stitch and line was sewn by the embroiderer herself." The shop owner bragged as he took the dress down. Bo Yang tried it on, and it fit perfectly, so he settled on it. By the time he changed his clothes and came out, Bai Yang had already changed from an arrogant and unbridled devil to an elegant youth of the immortal cultivation world. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Sure enough, if you wear the right clothes, your temperament will also change greatly. I think it's because your temperament is too clear. Previously, Xiaotian's clothes were too extravagant, so you had to deliberately imitate his movements, so others couldn't tell. Now that you're in the human world, you don't deliberately imitate Xiaotian, and this dress brings out your original temperament. Xiaoling said. Thank you for the compliment. Bo Yang took it as a compliment. Of course, in order to hide his identity, Bo Yang did a little transformation on his face, and completely changed into another person. He was a bit handsome, but definitely not as handsome as Xiaotian. Bo Yang finished dressing up, and entered one of the restaurants to sit down. At the foot of the Xianxia mountain, there were many cultivators coming and going. Just ask anyone and you'll be able to find out what happened. Bo Yang ordered a pot of wine, and slowly tasted it. At the same time, his ears were constantly paying attention to the situation around him, listening in on the contents of some people's conversations. Just like that, he slowly listened for a while, and suddenly he heard someone say, "Aya, this Zhou Ying's luck is too good." 200 people entered the secret illusion realm at the same time, and not only did he survive, but he also obtained the dragon sword. This kind of luck is hard to come by in this world. Humph, the deaths of those 200 people were said to be related to the demon race, but who knows the truth? Maybe because they saw the dragon sword appear, those people killed each other, and Zhou Ying took advantage of the situation. Or maybe he used a despicable method, and waited for both sides to be injured before jumping out and killing everyone, and then obtained the dragon sword. You can't talk nonsense like that. Zhou Ying is just a small foundation establishment cultivator. How could he kill so many people? That's right. Moreover, the elder of the Tingyun sect has already said that it was the demon race that caused the destruction of almost everyone in the secret flower fantasy realm. Wasn't there a demon race that invaded the Tingyun sect last time? That's just a one-sided story. Chen. Sheng, you don't have to be jealous. So what if Zhou Ying has the dragon sword? As the saying goes, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Currently, Zhou Ying is protected by the Tingyun sect. If he goes down the mountain one day, who knows what will happen? After that person finished speaking, he chuckled, and the others also laughed tacitly. The dragon sword was the most valuable treasure in the world. Everyone wanted it, but even if they obtained it, they might not be able to protect it. That's right. That Zhou Ying doesn't even dare to go down the mountain now. He's been holed up in the Tingyun sect and doesn't come out. He's afraid that someone will steal his dragon sword. I don't know how many people in this town are eyeing it covetously. A few of them burst into laughter. Bo Yang listened calmly. From the analysis of these people's words, the male lead, Zhou Ying, was currently in the Tingyun sect and was safe for the time being. The Tingyun sect was protected by the sect leader and Zhao Qing'er. There were also other elders who were intentionally or unintentionally protecting him. The male lead was currently living a relatively safe life. In the original novel, there seemed to be a description of the male lead breaking through to the golden core stage in the Tingyun sect, but it didn't seem to be successful. Did the plot reach this stage? Bo Yang remembered that after that, the male lead went down the mountain. After going down the mountain, he fought with someone and broke through to the golden core stage. Who was he fighting with? Bo Yang suddenly remembered. Wasn't it Xiaotian? In other words, it was Xiaotian who helped the male lead break through to the golden core stage. Bo Yang hurriedly shouted in his mind, Xiaoling, help me check if the male lead went down the mountain to break through to the golden core stage. Did he fight with Xiaotian? Xiaoling gave an affirmative answer. Then why did they start fighting? Xiaotian took liberties with Zhao Qing'er. The male lead was angry and challenged someone of a higher stage. Then, he was beaten half to death by Xiaotian. Who knew that the male lead's 7-star body would take effect, so he broke through to the golden core stage. Understood. Bo Yang nodded. He had a plan in his mind. It was necessary to help the male lead break through to the golden core stage, but before that, there was one more thing to do. Bo Yang stood up and was about to leave when a figure suddenly flashed beside him. A person sat in front of him. Brother, do you mind if I sit here? The person sitting at the table laughed. Bo Yang was slightly stunned. Speak of the devil. The person sitting in front of him was actually the male lead that he had been thinking about for a long time. Zhou Ying also disguised himself when he went down the mountain. He pasted a small mustache on his lips and even had a mole on the corner of his eye. All of a sudden, his entire temperament became incomparably wretched, just like a hoodlum. If someone wasn't familiar with him, they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. He was the handsome youth who carried the dragon sword. But who was Bo Yang? He worried so much for the male lead that he could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Bo Yang glanced at him and knew that the male lead's skills hadn't improved much. If he wanted to break through after fighting with him, it was impossible. He guessed that the male lead would break through to the golden core stage later. It seemed that giving him the Sky Yang pill was the right choice. Sit. Being able to have a face-to-face conversation with an equal for the first time, Bo Yang also felt that it was a novelty. He wasn't in a hurry to leave and sat back down. Brother, you look very unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Anningtown? The male lead began to probe. That's right. This is my first time here. How did you know? Bo Yang didn't bat an eyelid. The male lead slammed the wine pot in his hand on the table and stepped on the stool with one foot. Of course. I've been in this town for 20 years and I've never seen someone as imposing and extraordinary as you. May I know which sect this young master is from? The male lead in the novel was good at sweet-talking and running his mouth. It wasn't the first time that Bo Yang had seen him like this. He smiled slightly. Can you guess where I'm from? I can't. The male lead shook his head. Young master's aura must be from a big sect. Are you from the Tingyun sect? Bo Yang found it funny. This guy was quite good at acting. If someone didn't know, they would probably be fooled by him. No. Bo Yang shook his head. The male lead guessed a few more sects, but all of them were denied by Bo Yang. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Brother, your background is mysterious. I really can't guess. Bo Yang saw his spirited appearance and knew that he wasn't injured or suffering. His heart calmed down a lot. How about this? If you can guess where I'm from, I'll give you something good. Since he had already met the male lead, he had to quickly give him the Tianyang pill. Sure enough, the male lead immediately became spirited. What good thing? Bai Yang stretched out his hand and slowly opened it. A sparkling and translucent pill lay quietly in his palm. What is this? The male lead asked curiously. It was obvious that although he didn't recognize this pill, he understood that it was very precious. Have you heard of the Tianyang pill? Bo Yang smiled mysteriously. Tianyang pill. The male lead was immediately shocked. This is the Tianyang pill? That's right. Bo Yang retracted his hand. You actually used such a precious thing to make a bet. And it's with someone you've met for the first time. The male lead was a little incredulous. Bo Yang was very confident. He calmly said, that's because I know that you definitely won't be able to guess where I'm from. As he spoke, he retracted his hand and put away the pill. At this time, Bo Yang noticed that the people at the tables next to them were all silent. They had been secretly talking before, but after he took out the Tianyang pill, they all went silent. This was Bo Yang's goal, so it wasn't surprising at all. Originally, the male lead was just playing around, but when he saw that Bo Yang really took out the Tianyang pill to make a bet, he immediately became serious. The Tianyang pill was a treasure, and everyone was scrambling for it. The male lead guessed many sects, even some ancient sections. Bo Yang still shook his head. Forget it, you won't be able to guess. Bo Yang stood up. I chatted with you because we were brought together by fate. I have to go now. He placed a spirit stone on the table, then turned to leave. Wait. The male lead hurriedly chased after him. Master, where are you going? Bo Yang turned his head. We've never met before. Why are you asking? The male lead also knew that he was being rude. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, Master. It's mainly because your figure is a little familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. That's why I wanted to chat with you and make friends. Bo Yang was stunned. This male lead's intuition was too sharp. They had only met twice, but he actually remembered his figure. And it was in a situation where his aura and clothes were completely different. Bo Yang smiled. Then it's really fate. Where are you going, master? I'm very familiar with Ning town. I can lead the way. Bo Yang ignored him and quickly left the restaurant. He could feel that the male lead hadn't given up and ran after him. At the same time, the group of people from the restaurant also followed. Bo Yang turned here and there. After a while, he flashed into an alley. There was no one in the alley. As soon as Bo Yang walked in, a group of people suddenly appeared from both ends of the alley and surrounded him. Who are you people? Bo Yang frowned. I don't remember offending you. Stop talking nonsense, pretty boy. Hurry up and hand over the Xianxia pill. We can spare your life, the leader shouted sternly. Bo Yang pretended to be surprised. You saw it all at the restaurant just now? Then he said, I thought that this was the foot of the Tingyan sect and that there wouldn't be any robberies. It seems that I was wrong. Pretty boy, don't you understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth? You took out the Xianxia pill in public. Didn't you just want us to rob you? The leader chuckled. Pretty boy, you're wrong for having such a good thing. You can't blame us. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Follow me. Two groups of people attacked from both ends of the alley at the same time. Bo Yang didn't move. These people were a motley crew and didn't pose any threat at all. He didn't plan to stop them. Just as their weapons were about to land on his head, a person suddenly jumped down from the sky and pulled Bo Yang's hand to jump outside. He's running away. Hurry up and chase him, the people in the alley shouted. Bo Yang was being pulled and sprinted across the rooftops. Are you an idiot? So many people want to hit you, but you're not moving. The person who saved him was the male lead. Bai Yang stared at his back with a slight smile on his lips. Actually, everything he had done was for the sake of giving the Heaven Yang pill to the male lead in a justifiable manner. I'm not running away because they can't do anything to me, Bo Yang said lightly. The male lead who was running away suddenly stopped, turned his head, and stared at Bo Yang in disbelief. The pursuers had already caught up. The motley crew was shouting and waving their weapons as they attacked. Bo Yang stood on the roof with one hand behind his back and the other hand lightly waved. The people who were running on the rooftops seemed to have hit a wall and fell off the rooftops. Do you understand now? He turned his head and said to the dumbfounded male lead. At the same time, he asked Xiaoling in his heart, Xiaoling, was I cool just now? Wasn't I too cool? Sir, you were really cool. Xiaoling was very supportive. It's not easy to act cool in front of the male lead. I'm so touched. Bo Yang was very excited, but his expression became even more unreadable. The male lead's expression changed for a moment. He took a step back and said, Senior, who are you? It seemed that he had already sensed that something was wrong. I told you before that you can't guess my origins. Bo Yang continued to act pretentious. Little friend, you and I are indeed fated to meet. The Xianxia pill in your eyes is just a pile of trash in my hands. Since you saved me and have a good temperament, I'll give these things to you. After speaking, Bo Yang took out a porcelain bottle from his chest and threw it to the male lead. The male lead subconsciously caught it. He wasn't a person with a negative IQ, so he realized something and suddenly said, Senior, why did you come here? You said that this is a Xianxia pill, so does it have to be a Xianxia pill? How do you know it's not poison? Bo Yang admired his vigilance. Little fellow, to be honest, I came here for you. For me? The male lead raised his eyebrows and his eyes became more alert. Why? Because you're the owner of the dragon sword. Bo Yang said, I want you to reach the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Only when you reach the nascent soul stage and build your body can I completely separate you from the dragon sword. In order to give you the Xianxia pill in a reasonable way, I really went through a lot of trouble. The male lead seemed to be shocked, his pupils constricting. You know who I am? Of course I know who you are. Bo Yang became more and more unfathomable. Little fellow, don't die before you reach the nascent soul stage. Wait for me to take the dragon sword. After speaking, he didn't bother with the male lead anymore and jumped off the roof, disappearing into the crowd. Xiaoling, wasn't my back figure especially handsome just now? Bo Yang ran away after acting pretentious. His heart was so excited that it was hard to calm down. It should be. Xiaoling said calmly, do you think the male lead will eat the Skyang pill? He will, he's very smart. Bo Yang said, I'm guessing that he'll take the Skyang pill back to the Tingyan sect and find Elder Bai to confirm its authenticity. Once it's confirmed that it's real, he'll eat it. But didn't you threaten him? He'll still increase his cultivation? With his personality, do you think he won't dare to level up because of fear? Xiaoling thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, with his personality, it's impossible. Having completed one task, Bai Yang continued to walk forward in a good mood. Sir, where are we going now? Xiaoling asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Bo Yang purposely kept her in suspense and smiled. Bo Yang came to a grocery store. This place was relatively remote, and business was not particularly good. The owner of the store, who was about 40 or 50 years old, was leaning on the table and dozing off. Boss. When Bo Yang walked in, the grocery store owner seemed to have been awakened. He raised his head and yawned. Sir, what do you want to buy? You can choose for yourself. Our goods here are genuine and honest. The price is also very cheap. You can definitely rest assured if you buy it. Bo Yang looked around the shop for a moment, then turned his head and said, Boss, I want to buy some information. The store owner was still smiling and his expression did not change. Sir, we don't sell information here. Bo Yang smiled and said, a tree blossoms when spring comes. Wind and rain cover the horizon. Hearing Bo Yang's words, the store owner's expression finally changed slightly. I wonder what information young master wants to buy. This place was a stronghold of the Wind Whispering Tower mentioned in the original novel. The Wind Whispering Tower was a mysterious organization in the novel that specialized in gathering information. As long as one was willing to pay, any kind of information could be bought. Bo Yang touched a vase beside him and said, Boss, I want to buy fake information. The store owner did not understand. Fake information? Bo Yang said, if someone wants to buy information about the Child of Destiny from you, you will reply that the Child of Destiny comes from the south, has 7 stars, and is both male and female. The store owner's expression did not change after hearing Bo Yang's words. Many people thought that the Wind Whispering Tower could only buy information, but they could also release information. Most of the information released by the Wind Whispering Tower was true, except for 2 situations. The first was when the Wind Whispering Tower thought it was true, but it was actually fake. The second was when someone released fake information through the Wind Whispering Tower. Bo Yang smiled. As long as you agree, I will give you 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The store owner bowed slightly. We will accept this business. Bo Yang continued, there is one more thing that I need to ask of the Wind Whispering Tower. The store owner said, Sir, what other instructions do you have? I hope that the Wind Whispering Tower will spread the news that the Child of Destiny comes from the south. The store owner hesitated. Sir, we only sell information. We are not in charge of spreading information. Bo Yang smiled. Really? The store owner did not say anything. 10 years ago, there was a sudden news in Longyu City that a treasure had been born. Many people came to the Wind Whispering Tower to buy information, wanting to know what the treasure was. In fact, the news of the treasure's birth was released by the Wind Whispering Tower themselves. 3 years ago, the same thing happened. Didn't the Wind Whispering Tower do it very quickly? Why would they reject me? The store owner was shocked. Who are you? How do you know? Bo Yang smiled mysteriously. Who am I? I am someone who has read the original novel, however, he said, won't the Wind Whispering Tower investigate who I am? I will add another 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Do you accept the business just now? The store owner's expression changed for a moment. Sir, please wait a moment. Let me ask inside. Bo Yang ignored him and lowered his head to look at the vase in his hand. The store owner walked inside and came out after a while. He said to Bo Yang, my master has agreed. Great. Bo Yang clapped his hands lightly and took out a brocade pouch from his chest. There are 2,000 spirit stones in here. I hope that you can get this done. I trust the Wind Whispering Tower's reputation. The store owner took the brocade pouch and smiled so widely that his eyes almost turned into slits. 2,000 spirit stones was a huge sum of money for many people. The person in front of him gave it away without batting an eye. He was really generous. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely do it. Then I will thank the Wind Whispering Tower in advance. Bo Yang smiled and turned to leave the store. After Bo Yang left, Xiaoling said, Sir, so you came to the Wind Whispering Tower. That's right. What's the point of you releasing the news? I was worried that the male lead's identity would be exposed, so I released fake news to confuse the public. Will that work? I remember that 2 people will appear in the south. They are both very interesting people. One is a man, and the other is a woman. The man is killed by the male lead in the end, and the woman becomes the male lead's harem. Xiaoling thought for a moment and said, Right. There will be a plot in the middle of the story in Phoenix City. The male lead is about to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Yes. As long as I let others think that one of the 2 is the child of destiny, the male lead will be safe. Wow, sir, you are so smart. Don't flatter me. Bo Yang couldn't help but laugh. After doing all this, Bo Yang prepared to return to the stronghold. The Eternal Night Devil allowed him to move freely in the human world and even brought a team of shadow guards with him. This meant that he wanted him to be on the same level as Lu Jianfeng. So when Bo Yang entered the human world, he was in a hurry to do something and didn't go see Lu Jianfeng. He used instant travel 1,000 miles and teleported himself, quickly arriving at the secret stronghold they had set up. His power had increased again, so the guards didn't see him at all. Bo Yang walked directly into the barrier. Before he entered the room, he suddenly heard voices from inside. Sir, aren't you angry? What does the master think of you as? Xianxia is just a lowly flatterer who was lucky enough to help the master. I heard that the master not only healed him personally, but also allowed him to move freely in the human world. He also gave him another team of shadow guards, so he won't be under your control anymore. A familiar voice was indignant. What the master meant by doing this was to let him be on the same level as you. But you came to the human world so many years before Xianxia. How much effort did you put in to get to where you are today? What did Xianxia do? Why should he be on the same level as you? After a moment, Lu Jianfeng's unhurried voice sounded. The master has his own reasons. Why are you so indignant? Bo Yang, who had wanted to barge in, paused. But sir, the master is too biased towards Xianxia. He only helped the master a little. What about you? You have been working hard in the human world for so many years, but the master doesn't know anything. Sir, I think you need to go back to the devil world and show off in front of the master. Otherwise, the master doesn't know how hard we work. Listening to the voice, this person seemed to have a lot of complaints and was full of jealousy towards Xianxia. Bo Yang wanted to hear what Lu Jianfeng would say next. Don't worry. Do you think the master doesn't know what we are doing? After the dust settles, the master will make his own decisions. Lu Jianfeng's voice was still calm. Hearing this, Bo Yang walked in and said, That's right. The master has his own thoughts. Whatever the master wants us to do, we will do it. There were 2 people in the room. One was Lu Jianfeng, and the other was the commander of the forces he had established in the human world. He had cooperated with Bo Yang to attack the secret flower fantasy realm. The 2 of them probably didn't expect Bo Yang to suddenly walk in. The commander's expression was not good, and his eyes were evasive. Bo Yang smiled and said to him, Looks like Chief Zhang has a lot of dissatisfaction with me. Chief Zhang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Lord Xia, there's no such thing. Bo Yang righteously said in a bureaucratic tone, The master has his own reasons for letting me go to the human world to find the boundary stone. The Lord Lu and I are both in the human world, so we should work together. No matter what our positions are, it's all for the master's great cause. We must not have any animosity. I don't care about fame and fortune. My only goal is to help the master complete his great cause. As long as the master achieves his goal, I am willing. His words silenced everyone in the room. Xiaoling said, Sir, you've gone a bit overboard. I'm embarrassed for you. Bo Yang's expression didn't change. There's nothing wrong with showing loyalty. Lu Jianfeng smiled and said, That's right. Everything is for the master's great cause. Bo Yang glanced at Chief Xiang and continued to brag, I know what Chief Xiang is thinking. The master values me because I am loyal and devoted. I have no disloyalty to the master, and I do my best to do things for the master. The master has great foresight, so he naturally sees everything. That's why he gave me this important task. If Chief Xiang has the time to complain, why don't you complete the task properly? Then you can ask the master for credit. Chief Zhang's face turned red and green, but he didn't dare to refute. He muttered, Sir's teachings are right. Lu Jianfeng didn't say much. He walked over and patted Chief Zhang's shoulder. Listen well to the Lord Xia's words. Remember them in your heart. Chief Zhang said, Yes, yes, yes. Lu Jianfeng turned his head and smiled at Bo Yang. The Lord Xia's loyalty to the master is really admirable. Bo Yang glanced at Chief Zhang. From his face, he could see the words loyalty to the master. I'm afraid he's just a bootlicker. Bo Yang didn't care about this. Xiaoling said, Sir, you really looked like a bootlicker just now. Don't you hate people who pretend to be nice? I feel like you're enjoying it. Bo Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. They're talking bad about me behind my back, so I want to disgust them. Besides, the eternal night devil has spies everywhere. Today's words will probably reach his ears. He must be very touched that I spoke so well. Xiaoling, she didn't think so. After bragging for a while, the atmosphere was harmonious and awkward. Lu Jianfeng asked Chief Xiang to leave while he stayed behind to exchange information with Bo Yang. Lu Jianfeng tried to sound out Bo Yang's purpose in coming to the human world many times, but Bo Yang only said that it was to complete a great cause. Actually, he wasn't wrong. The eternal night devil had asked him to come to the human world to find the boundary stone. In the novel, Xiazetian was the Demon King's #1 lackey. As for how he came to the human world and how he became the leader, it didn't say. Now that Bo Yang had taken this position by accident, he knew the truth behind Xiazetian's arrival in the human world. The Demon King's courtship was unsuccessful, so Xiazetian wanted to make a name for himself, so the Demon King sent him to the human world. Bo Yang, the truth was actually so melodramatic, Bo Yang was speechless. Lord Xia, there's something I don't understand. I wonder if you can answer me? Lu Jianfeng suddenly asked. Please ask. Lu Jianfeng asked, last time, the Lord Xia suddenly caused trouble in the Tingyun sect because of the Biyunzhu and the dragon sword. I can understand the dragon sword, but I don't understand why the Lord Xia wants the Biyunzhu. Bo Yang was stunned. The greatest use of the Biyunzhu is to cure illnesses and injuries. The Lord Xia didn't hesitate to fight against the entire Tingyun sect to steal the Biyunzhu. He wasn't injured himself. Who is the Lord Xia doing this for? Bo Yang was greatly shocked. He didn't expect Lu Jianfeng to ask this question. His ostensible purpose for stealing the Biyunzhu was to save the eternal night devil, but his real purpose was to save the male lead, Zhou. However, he couldn't say either of these reasons. Bo Yang didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he could only say, this is my private matter. Very good, he refused to answer. Lu Jianfeng smiled. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Bo Yang asked Xiaoling in his mind, do you think Lu Jianfeng has guessed something? Xiaoling said, he shouldn't, right? This person is very cunning. If you don't pay attention, he'll see through you. That's true. Lu Jianfeng probed for a while more, but Bo Yang was always on high alert. He didn't leak any information and didn't let him find out anything. After that, Bo Yang excused himself and left. Lu Jianfeng didn't want to keep him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Bo Yang felt that his eloquence wasn't as good as Lu Jianfeng's, nor was his scheming. In order to not let him see through him, he tried his best to reduce the time he spent with him. For the next few days, he wandered outside in the name of looking for the boundary stone, but in reality, he was sightseeing and having fun. The male lead returned to the Tingyun sect and was temporarily safe. Moreover, with the Skyang pill, the male lead's skills should improve very quickly. Now, all Bo Yang had to do was wait. It was rare for him to have some free time, so he naturally had to find some fun for himself. He hadn't experienced the customs of the ancient times yet. Now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to go sightseeing. Half a month passed like this. Suddenly, one day, a piece of news spread in Anning town. The child of destiny, bearing the 7 stars, male and female. In the beginning, the astrology sect, which was good at divination, received a revelation from the heavens. They divined that a child of destiny would appear in the human world. This person had 7 stars and could save the body cultivation world from the abyss of suffering. He could even destroy the demon race, unify the 2 worlds, and finally ascend to become an immortal. The prophecy only said that the child of destiny would have 7 stars, and nothing else could be divined. Whether this person was a man or a woman, how old they were, and what their occupation was, none of it was known. As soon as the prophecy was made, the human world was shaken. Everyone was trying to guess who this child of destiny was. The prophecy said that the child of destiny would be able to destroy the demon race and unify the 2 worlds. This meant that he was powerful and had a high level of cultivation and magic. As a result, everyone turned their attention to those who were more powerful. However, not long after, for some unknown reason, a poem began to circulate. It said that the child of destiny originated from the south. Thus, everyone knew that the son of destiny came from the south. The male lead was born in the extreme north of the wilderness, which did not conform to the prophecy of the child of destiny. As a result, he was naturally cleared of suspicion. The male lead was carrying the dragon's sword, which was indeed coveted by others. Some people already knew that the way to snatch the dragon's sword was to let the male lead live and advance to the nascent soul stage. During the period when he reached the nascent soul stage, the male lead's safety should be guaranteed. This was because whether it was his friends or those who wanted to snatch the dragon's sword, they would all subconsciously protect his safety until he reached the nascent soul stage. Not to mention the male lead's peaceful life, the prophecy became more and more intense. What surprised Bo Yang was that there was actually an imposter. In Bo Yang's mind, being the child of destiny was not a good job. This was because when you were not strong, if you had too much of a halo around you, it would instead attract disaster. The child of destiny was such a halo. However, he forgot that there was actually another set of cruel rules in the cultivation world. There were millions of people who cultivated immortality, and there were countless large and small sections. The path of cultivation was extremely bumpy. At the first stage, countless people with unqualified spiritual roots were screened out. Even if their spiritual roots were qualified and they entered the sect, if their cultivation progress was slow, they would gradually be abandoned by the sect. After all, the resources in this world were limited. Why did those people pretend to be the child of destiny? This was because when they claimed to be the child of destiny, the sect would give them resources to help them cultivate. This was the reason why there were so many imposters. In order to enter the sect, people who did not even have spiritual roots risked their lives and branded themselves with 7 scars. They insisted that they were the child of destiny and asked the Tingyun sect to accept them. The sects also had a headache. The prophecy said that the child of destiny had a 7-star body, but it did not say what his spiritual roots were like. According to historical records, when the previous children of destiny appeared, 2 of them did not have spiritual roots at all. It was only by chance that they were able to stimulate the 7-star body that they were able to practice cultivation. Moreover, there was no accurate method to identify the 7-star body in this world. Therefore, in the face of the constant emergence of imposters, the sects did not know whether to chase them away or accept them. If they wanted to chase them away, what if they were real? Wouldn't they regret it in the future? But if they wanted to accept them, some people's skills were low and their aptitudes were poor. It was a complete waste of resources. For a time, the entire cultivation world had a headache. And the culprit, Bo Yang, only watched the show in the dark. To him, as long as the male lead was safe, everything was fine. Just like this, a period of time passed. Bo Yang took the spirit stones and toured the cultivation world. He had a great time. He did not even have to spend time like Lu Jianfeng to find the boundary stone because he already knew where it was. Therefore, the human world was a paradise for him. However, happy days were always short-lived. One day, when he was wandering around the small town, a secret guard in a black cloak suddenly appeared in front of him. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Sir, there is news from the demon world. The Western Sky Demon and the Suzerain of the 10 Directions are attacking the Palace of Eternal Darkness." Bo Yang was shocked. The Western Sky Demon? Where did this Western Sky Demon come from? Isn't he already dead? It is said that the Western Sky Demon used the Nirvana Pearl to escape. He did not die at all. He even contacted the Suzerain of the 10 Directions and swore to take revenge. What? The Western Sky Demon did not die. Not only was he still alive, he was actually going to make a comeback. The last time he fought with him, the Eternal Night Devil went crazy and almost sucked Bo Yang dry. It was not long ago. The Eternal Night Devil's skills were sometimes good and sometimes bad. He had already lost a lot of them in the previous battles. This time, he was forced to fight again. Was his body okay? Bo Yang frowned. He could not help but feel a little worried. However, the moment that worry appeared, he quickly suppressed it. What are you worrying about? That person was the Eternal Night Devil, one of the biggest villains in the book. How could he be killed by a Western Sky Demon that he had never heard of before? At most, he would be injured again. Bo Yang comforted himself in his heart. However, his hands subconsciously pulled at his sleeves. This was a habit of his when he was nervous. Bo Yang purposely said loudly, "Even if the Western Sky Demon's magic is boundless, in front of our master, he is just a small bug. The master's skills are unparalleled. He can crush him with just a little finger." But it is said that the master seems to be seriously injured. The man in black said. What? The master is seriously injured? Bo Yang was in disbelief. When did he get injured? He was not shocked by the news of the Eternal Night Devil's injury. He was shocked that the news of the Eternal Night Devil's injury had spread and was even brought to him by the man in black. Did this mean that many people already knew that the Eternal Night Devil was injured? Did other people know that he had gone berserk, or perhaps, it was because the news of his injury had spread that the Western Sky Demon had gathered the Suzerains of the 10 Directions to attack the Palace of Eternal Darkness? That is not clear. The man in black said. He probably got injured when he attacked the Western Sky Demon. At that time, the Lord Xia was right beside him. Could it be that he did not know that the master was injured? A voice came from the side. Bo Yang turned his head and found that Lu Jianfeng had appeared beside him at some point. He was still dressed as an inner disciple of the Tingyun sect. His white robes fluttered in the wind. He had a smile on his face. He looked cultured, refined, and amiable. No one would know that this person was a complete black sesame. Lord Lu, why have you come? Bo Yang's body tensed up when he saw him. Lu Jianfeng slowly walked forward and said, "The demon realm is in turmoil, yet the Lord Xia is still in the mood to go sightseeing. I wonder who was the one who swore to be loyal to the master that day." Bo Yang was momentarily speechless. "Lord Xia, neither you nor I know what the situation in the demon realm is like now. I have no right to ask you to return or stay. I wonder if the Lord Xia wishes to remain in the human world or return to the demon realm." Lu Jianfeng stood in front of Bo Yang. His posture was natural and clean, just like the popular second male lead in a period drama. Bo Yang also found it strange. These big shots of the demon realm looked even more righteous than the righteous ones. No wonder Lu Jianfeng was able to successfully infiltrate the Tingyun sect and be put in an important position. At this point, Bo Yang could only say righteously, "I will return. If the master is in trouble, I will naturally go and help." Who asked him to have a loyal and devoted persona? Since he was so worried about the master's safety and was so loyal to him, Xianxia naturally had to return. He actually also wanted to go back and check on the situation. As for why he wanted to go back and check on the situation, he didn't think too deeply about it. Lu Jianfeng smiled. The Lord Xia is indeed loyal to the master. Bo Yang immediately said, "Of course." He decided to go back. Suddenly, he wanted to go back. Bo Yang immediately used instant travel to rush to the entrance of the passage. Coincidentally, today was the day that the passage opened. He didn't need to wait to go back to the demon realm. Returning to the demon realm altar, the light suddenly dimmed. The demon realm sky was always gray. Even at noon, when the sun was at its brightest, the sky was always filled with gray clouds. It was oppressive and gloomy. Looking around, whether it was the mountains or the rivers, they were all shrouded in a thin layer of demon realm. Some places were very thick. Wherever it shrouded, there would be no birds, no humans or beasts. Compared to the human world, this place was lifeless. If he had a choice, Bo Yang would of course choose to stay in the human world. There were 4 seasons: flowers, trees, birds, and insects. There were countless colors and rich lives. So the demon race yearned for the human world. Looking at the little demons struggling to survive in the wilderness, Bo Yang suddenly thought, if I were the master of the demon realm, I would probably want to attack the human world and let my people live in the human world. But he quickly shook off this thought. What was he thinking? This world was just a virtual world. All the pain and happiness were fake. Everything I am doing now is to complete the experiment and return to reality. It is not my turn to worry about the master of the demon realm. Using instant travel, Bo Yang quickly rushed to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. On the way, he looked up and saw the sky above the Palace of Eternal Darkness was covered by dark clouds. The whirlpool was constantly rotating. The whirlpool formed by the clouds was flashing with bright lightning. It looked like it would come down in the next second and split the entire Palace of Eternal Darkness. That meant that the enchantment of the Palace of Eternal Darkness was beginning to loosen. The Palace of Eternal Darkness had a very high status in the demon realm. Besides being the symbol of the master of the demon realm, it also had an important suppressive effect. The demon realm's demon realm spread everywhere. The miasma in the deepest part of the Palace of Eternal Darkness was constantly producing miasma. The demon king of the past set up a huge array to firmly suppress the demon realm underground. The eye of the array was the entire Palace of Eternal Darkness. As the master of the demon realm, not only did he have to rule the entire demon realm, he also had to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the array. Now that the array of the Palace of Eternal Darkness had begun to fluctuate, it could only mean that the Eternal Night Devil was seriously injured and could not even maintain the array. Thinking of this, Bo Yang suddenly became very anxious. He instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. When the guard in front of the palace saw Xianxia suddenly appear, he stepped forward and respectfully said, "Lord Xia. Where is the master?" Bo Yang asked. "Inside." The guard said worriedly, "The Western Sky Demons have gathered a large amount of their army outside the city. They want to catch us all in one fell swoop." Below the Palace of Eternal Darkness was a demon city. The Palace of Eternal Darkness was on a higher ground. Bo Yang could see the black mass of the army outside the city at a glance. It was like a large swarm of densely packed ants waiting to attack. The city surrounded by the army was like a sand dune surrounded by a swarm of ants. It would fall very quickly. After all, with the participation of the suzerain of the 10 regions, it looked like a very large force. The situation was not good. Bo Yang retracted his gaze and followed the guard into the palace. On the way, he saw that there were soldiers of the demon race all around him. On the way to the main hall, he met Xianxia. "Xianxia, you're back." Xianxia greeted loudly. "It's good that you're back. We were just lacking people." His voice was as loud as a bell, so loud that it hurt people's ears. However, one could also hear the joy in his voice. Bo Yang smiled in response. "The master is in trouble. How can I stay in the human world and not come back?" Then he asked, "What's the situation now?" Xianxia frowned. "Not very good. Some people think that we're going to lose and directly seek refuge with the Western Sky Demons. Usually, some people look loyal and devoted, but at the crucial moment, they know that they're not reliable." After saying this, he sighed heavily. Bo Yang's heart was heavy. "Is the master inside?" "Yes," Xianxia said. 3 days ago, the master locked himself in the palace and never came out." 3 days ago? Bo Yang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he thought of the Eternal Night Devil's appearance when he went berserk. Could it be that the Eternal Night Devil could no longer control the riot of magic? So he had to lock himself up. Bo Yang was anxious. Without caring about anything else, he directly used instant travel to 1,000 miles to break into the main palace. Wait, the master set up a barrier. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, an incredible scene appeared in front of him. The barrier that prevented anyone from approaching melted like water in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's figure entered the barrier without any hindrance. Xianxia opened his mouth and scratched his head in disbelief. Hua Feihua, dressed in red, floated in from outside the city. What's the situation inside? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head and pointed to the main palace shrouded in a barrier. Xianxian just went in. He can go in? Hua Feihua raised her eyebrows in surprise. Xianxia said, yes, he's the only one who can go in. Hua Feihua stared thoughtfully at the barrier. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she said, Xianxia, don't you think it's strange? What's strange? Xianxia did not understand. The western sky demons are entangled with the suzerains of the 10 directions and gathered outside the city with their armies. Why haven't they made a move yet? Xianxia frowned. Maybe they're waiting for an opportunity. Now that the master is seriously injured and has shut himself in. Without a leader, isn't it a good opportunity to launch an attack? Why aren't they attacking the city? Hua Feihua was obviously much more attentive than Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Isn't that a good thing? If they really launch an attack, we'll be in trouble. We don't have enough soldiers in the city, the people are unstable, and the reinforcements haven't arrived. After saying that, he sighed heavily. Hua Feihua looked thoughtful. No one knew what she was thinking. After entering the hall, Bo Yang quickly arrived at the back of the hall. He was prepared to see a figure emitting demonic aura. However, when he walked into the back of the hall, he found the eternal night devil in a white robe, half lying on the couch and reading a book. His long black hair was loosely tied up, and a few strands of black hair fell on his shoulders and chest. He was in a relaxed posture, and his complexion was good. He seemed to be in good spirits. How did he look like he was suffering from qi deviation and was seriously injured? Master? Bo Yang was confused when he saw this. Outside, it was rumored that the eternal night devil was seriously injured, but now he found that he was fine. Since he was fine, why didn't he go out? Why didn't he dispel the rumors? Because he was injured, everyone was in a state of panic, and the morale of the army was unstable. Outside, the army was pressuring the border, but he was living a carefree life here. What was going on? Bo Yang's mind was full of question marks. Hearing his voice, the eternal night devil looked up at him and put the book aside. He raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "You actually came back. So what if I came back? Did you think I wouldn't come back? Why did you rush back?" The eternal night demon king sat up, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. "I promised you to let you do whatever you want in the human world. You don't have to rush back to the demon world." His posture was casual and aloof, but his gaze was very bright. It was so bright that Bo Yang was a little flustered. Bo Yang didn't dare to look him in the eyes. He turned his head slightly and said carefully, "I heard that Master was seriously injured in the human world. The Western Sky Demon didn't die, and even gathered a demon army to attack the Palace of Eternal Darkness. I was worried about Master's safety, so I rushed back to take a look." In the next moment, the Eternal Darkness Demon King was already in front of him. He said in a low voice, "You were worried about me, so you came back?" Bo Yang was shocked by his sudden approach and quickly took 2 steps back. "Master, answer me." Bo Yang stabilized his body and murmured, "Yes, yes." These 2 simple words seemed to have turned on a switch. The Eternal Night Devil suddenly laughed, and even the aura on his body seemed to become cheerful. "So, you came back for me?" Bo Yang, he had an ominous feeling. If he answered yes, the topic would change in an unpredictable direction, so he shut his mouth. The Eternal Night Devil was a little dissatisfied. "Why didn't you answer? I want to hear you say it again." Bo Yang, what's with this feeling of a child asking for candy? No, the Demon King wouldn't be so childish. I'm overthinking it. Bo Yang cleared his throat and said methodically, "The demon realm is in trouble. As the guardian of the demon realm, I naturally have to come back to protect my home. Protecting my master is my duty as a subject. The Eternal Night Devil raised his eyebrows, seemingly dissatisfied. That's it? Yes. Bo Yang nodded fiercely. Heh. The Eternal Night Devil sneered and approached him. Xianxia. Why didn't I realize that you were so insincere? Huh? Bo Yang was confused. When did I say insincere? I'm telling the truth, he felt that this scene was familiar. Thinking about it, wasn't it the same as the time when the Demon King attacked the Western Sky Demons, and he misunderstood that he came back for him? He had already made it clear at that time. What was wrong with him? Why did he think that he came back because he loved him? The Demon King approached Bo Yang. Xianxia, you obviously like me. Why won't you admit it? Bo Yang, wait a minute, why did the topic still change to this, Great Demon King? How many times do I have to say it before you believe that I don't? Like. You. Still won't admit it? Bo Yang insisted on his innocence. Master, I really don't like you. No? The Eternal Night Devil sneered. At first, you tried to deny it. Last time, you even used the excuse of power and skills to fool me. But do you think I'm so easily fooled? I have evidence. Bo Yang was shocked. Do you think I don't know whether I like you or not? Do I need you to prove it? Also, it's clearly a relationship problem that can't be explained clearly. Why do I need evidence? Do you think you're solving a case? Bo Yang tried hard to suppress the urge to slap his face. He tried to use a calm voice and said, what evidence? The Eternal Night Devil was confident. He looked a little smug. Previously, you risked your life for me many times, Bo Yang immediately said, I've already said it before. That's my duty as a subordinate. The Eternal Night Devil didn't mind that he interrupted him and continued, then why did you touch me? Bo Yang's expression didn't change. I was dizzy and saw the wrong person. At the same time, he scolded himself in his heart. Who asked you to be blind? Why did you touch him of all people? The Eternal Night Devil raised his eyebrows. Did you snatch the Bianju for me? It's what a subordinate should do. I don't see any subordinates breaking into the Tingyun sect for me. Because they don't know that you've gone mad. Bo Yang answered fluently, similar to the last time. The first time I asked you if you liked me, you said yes. Damn it, I should have answered properly at that time. I answered wrongly in a moment of desperation. The Eternal Night Devil still didn't get angry. Okay, I'll take it that you're right. Why did you try so hard to seduce me when you were recuperating in the hot spring? Bo Yang widened his eyes and refused to admit it. When did I seduce you? Damn it, I've never done that, okay? Don't throw dirty water at me. You did. You were seducing me all the time. The Eternal Night Devil said with certainty. He looked very confident. Bo Yang, Xiaoling said, I told you not to call me that. Great, he misunderstood. Bo Yang, the Eternal Night Devil saw that he didn't speak and thought that he was convinced. He continued, last time, I was injured in the Western Sky Demon territory and you came back. This time, I let you go to the human world. Once you heard that I was injured and attacked, you rushed back and said that you don't like me. Do you think I'll believe you? Bo Yang said with difficulty, Master, you're wrong. No, I'm not wrong. My judgment has never been wrong. The Eternal Night Devil said confidently, you love me very much. Although you deny it, your body is honest. As long as I'm in danger, you will find a way to rush back. Bo Yang fell into deep thought. He realized that it was a huge mistake for him to come back. Why did he come back? As the biggest boss in the early stages of the book, how could he be killed by a mere Western Sky Demon? Bo Yang really wanted to go back and slap himself to death a day ago. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, the Eternal Night Devil approached him. He reached out and hooked the back of his head, pressing his head against his chest. Bo Yang was caught off guard and bumped into his chest. The Eternal Night Devil's chest was very hard. Bo Yang's nose was numb from the impact. Xiaoling, what's going on? Why can't I understand this development? Xiaoling was obviously a little confused. Sir, you're asking me, But who should I ask? Let's see what he's going to do next. Master, what do you mean? Bo Yang covered his nose and looked up, facing the eternal night devil's handsome face. That face was used to having a half-smile, cold and distant. At this moment, he was still smiling, but Bo Yang could clearly feel that he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. That pair of cold eyes was now shining brightly. Cough cough. He said awkwardly, I agree. Huh? Bo Yang was dumbfounded. He was confused. Agree to what? He was completely out of it. Bo Yang forgot that they were hugging each other, and he even forgot to break free from the Demon King's embrace. The Demon King's ears started to turn red, but his face was still cold and arrogant. Don't you like me? I agree. Bo Yang, no, I don't agree. For the past 3 days, I've been sitting in this hall, thinking. If you don't come back, I'll pretend that I don't know that you like me. If you come back, I'll agree to be with you. The eternal night devil touched his face, his eyes full of the brilliance of the stars. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his expression was unbelievably gentle. In the end, you came back. Perhaps the starlight in his eyes was too bright, but Bo Yang was slightly dazed, and his heart was thumping. A kind of panic that things were about to get out of control filled his heart. Bo Yang quickly took a step back, avoiding the source of his uneasiness. He tried to calm down and said, Master, you've misunderstood. I've said it before, I don't have any romantic feelings for you. I only have a heart full of respect. The reason why I'm good to Master is because of power and power. The eternal night devil seemed to be angry. If you really want power and power, you can go to the Western Sky Devil and the Suzerain of the 10 Directions. Why did you rush back? You obviously like me, but you won't admit it. Why? Bo Yang said calmly, because I believe in Master. Master is the true ruler of the world. You definitely won't let a small Western Sky Devil steal your throne. The eternal night devil was silent. After a while, he returned to his usual cold and distant self. He snorted. All right, I won't force you. Bo Yang sighed in relief. But I'll let you understand your true feelings. I'll wait until the day you tell me personally. The eternal night devil added, almost making Bo Yang kneel down. Great Demon King. Great Demon King, let's stop fooling around, okay? There's a huge army outside. Is it appropriate for you to talk about love here? Besides, I really don't like you. Why must you think that I like you? Can't you just look at the relationship between the two of us in a simple way? For example, monarch and vassal? Won't that be good for you, good for me, good for everyone? Bo Yang's face was full of tears. Master, there are so many demon soldiers surrounding the Palace of Eternal Darkness. What should we do? Bo Yang tried his best to change the topic. Let's not talk about love for now. We have more important things to do. As expected, the eternal night devil didn't bother about whether he liked him or not. His expression calmed down. Are you afraid? Bo Yang shook his head. He thought to himself, I was a little afraid at first. But seeing that you're not hurt at all, I'm not afraid anymore. As long as I'm with Master, there's no problem that can't be solved. Bo Yang said. The eternal night devil's expression became very strange. He stared at Bo Yang for a while, then quickly looked away. After a while, he said, Is this how you look at me? His ears turned red again. Bo Yang nodded. The eternal night devil's lips curled up, like he was in a very good mood. Your eyes have always been very good. Bo Yang blushed with shame. He was just casually saying some polite words, but the eternal night devil actually took it seriously. Was flattery no longer popular in the demon world? Someone in a high position actually took flattery from others as real. He thought about it and asked the question in his heart, Master, I remember that the Western Sky Demon is already dead. Why did he appear outside the city? How did he escape? The eternal night devil was in a very good mood, there's no harm in telling you. The Western Sky Demon is already dead. Bo Yang was shocked, since the Western Sky Demon is already dead, then who is the one outside? The eternal night devil turned around and sat down on the couch. He said calmly, the one outside is the messenger from Firethorn City. Bo Yang suddenly thought of the situation when the messenger from Firethorn City had visited the Eternal Night Devil. Suddenly, the blurry things became clear. Could it be? The Eternal Night Devil smiled. His eyes were cold. Yes, it was all planned by me. When his eyes turned cold, his aura was very frightening. Bo Yang continued to ask, but why did Master do this? The commotion was so big, but it was all planned by the Eternal Night Devil himself, as expected of the big boss of the villains. Bo Yang felt that with his intelligence, he hadn't exposed himself yet. It was probably because the Eternal Night Devil was blind. Because I want to know which people around me are humans and which are ghosts. The Eternal Night Devil replied, the 10 territory lords already have bad intentions and will rebel sooner or later. I just had the messenger from Firethorn City pretend to be the Western Sky Demon and they actually took the chance to rebel. Moreover, I also want to know if the other territory lords have bad intentions. I want to test them all and kill them all. When we attack the human world in the future, if there is a fire in our backyard, we will be attacked from the back. Therefore, I have to make sure that the demon race is united. Oh, this was the method of stabilizing the internal before dealing with external threats. But this time it was too big. The Eternal Night Devil really went all out. Bo Yang could not compare to this kind of thinking and intelligence. Looking at the Eternal Night Devil's cold appearance, Bo Yang's heart beat fast. At the start, he felt that the Eternal Night Devil was cruel and cold. Afterwards, he felt that he was a good person. Therefore, he had a misconception that he was similar to him. But at this moment, Bo Yang knew that it was a misconception. A ruler was still a ruler. For the Eternal Night Devil to be able to become the ruler of the demon world and not fall, it meant that he was not a simple person. He would not hesitate to kill those that needed to be killed. He would do what he needed to do, even if blood flowed like a river. This was the ruler of the demon world. Bo Yang swallowed his saliva and subconsciously took a step back. This kind of person should be kept at a respectful distance and not have anything to do with him. If he got too close, he would not even know how he died. I am very happy that you can come back, so I told you this secret. You are the first person to know. What do you want to say? What do I want to say? Bo Yang knelt on the ground with one knee. Master, you are very thoughtful. This subordinate admires you very much. It was always good to flatter someone. The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment. Is that all you want to say? What else can I say? Bo Yang raised his head in confusion. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes flashed with helplessness. He waved his hand and said, you can leave first. What I told you today, you are not allowed to tell anyone else. This subordinate understands. Bo Yang could not wait to leave immediately. He turned around and left the palace happily. Looking at his back as he left, the Eternal Night Devil sighed in annoyance. Xianxia still refused to admit his feelings. Why, I am so outstanding, so good-looking, my cultivation is high, and I have power. I am even willing to be with him. Why did he refuse? I have just shown him my wisdom, skills, and grand aspirations. He should have fallen head over heels for me, right? He has done so much for me. He clearly loves me to death. Why won't he admit it? Could it be that he has some difficulties? The Eternal Night Devil's mind started to wander. Could it be that he is terminally ill and does not want to be a burden to me? Or is he being threatened? Or is he playing hard to get? For a moment, countless guesses appeared in his mind. Bo Yang did not know that the Eternal Night Devil's mind was about to turn into a black hole. He walked out of the palace and suddenly asked Xiaoling, Xiaoling, I like girls, right? Xiaoling was speechless. How would I know if you like boys or girls? Pretend I never asked. Bo Yang also felt that he was crazy. As soon as he walked out of the barrier, Bo Yang met Zhong Shua and Hua Feihua who were guarding outside. The two of them came forward and asked with concern, how is the master? Thinking of the Eternal Night Devil's advice, Bo Yang shook his head. The two of them were shocked. Is the master seriously injured? Bo Yang did not answer. He only sighed softly. We have to do our own things. First, we have to guard the Palace of Eternal Darkness. After a few days, we will see how the master is doing. The master is injured, and he has to maintain the formation of the entire Palace of Eternal Darkness. It is not easy. Xianxia and Hua Feihua's expressions became serious. We swear to protect the Palace of Eternal Darkness with our lives. Speaking of the four great masters of the devil world, Xianxia, Lu Jianfeng, Hua Feihua, and Xianxia, from Bo Yang's point of view, these four people had different positions in the Eternal Night Devil's heart. From the looks of it, Bo Yang believed that the Eternal Night Devil trusted Xianxia the most. Otherwise, he would not have dared to hand over the entire army to him. Next should be Hua Feihua. This was because Hua Feihua had control of various intelligence organizations and was specialized in spying on secrets. This was a very important task. Next should be Lu Jianfeng. Otherwise, the Eternal Night Devil would not have given him the task of spying on his enemies and building up his forces in the human world. As for Xianxia, the Eternal Night Devil did not trust Xianxia the most. There were two reasons for this. First, after Bo Yang came to the devil world, he found that he did not have much power in his hands. He only had the title of one of the four great masters, but in fact, he did not have much power under his command. Second, in the novel, Xianxia was the lackey of the Eternal Night Devil. He stirred up trouble in the human world, but the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. People who were exposed on the stage were generally chess pieces that could be abandoned at any time. Only those who were truly standing at the back could escape unscathed, such as Lu Jianfeng. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. The Eternal Night Devil trusted Xianxia more. Bo Yang did not want to talk too much. He was afraid that information would be leaked, so he found an excuse to leave after a few words. In the blink of an eye, it was night time. Bo Yang sorted out his subordinates and assigned them to guard the city walls. After a tiring day, he was a little tired. He returned to his room in the Palace of Eternal Darkness and prepared to sleep. Now, Bo Yang had learned his lesson. Last time, he was caught by the Eternal Night Devil early in the morning. So, he planned to find a guard to guard outside and inform him immediately if anyone approached. But before he could do so, there was already a guard standing in front of his door. When the guard saw Bo Yang, he cupped his fists and said, "Lord Xia, from today onwards, I will be on guard for you." In the past, there was no one guarding outside the spare room. Bo Yang was a little surprised. "Who sent you?" The guard replied respectfully, "This is a special period. The master is worried about the safety of all of you, so he specially sent me to guard outside the room for you." In the Palace of Eternal Darkness, the four great masters were the most powerful. Who could hurt them? Rather than being worried about their safety, it was better to say that he was worried that Bo Yang would tease a beauty again and make the Eternal Night Devil a cuckold. It seemed that the Eternal Night Devil was still holding a grudge about what happened last time. Bo Yang had been in the demon realm for a long time and had a general understanding of the local customs. The rules of the Palace of Eternal Darkness were not as strict as the rules described in the palace dramas. For example, the palace maids could not fall in love. In the demon realm, only the women who had been favored by the demon king could not fall in love with others. Last time, if Bo Yang really did have a relationship with those two people and asked the Eternal Night Devil to give them to him, according to common sense, the Eternal Night Devil could have given them to him. But the Eternal Night Devil crippled those two people and sent them to the military brothel. This was a little too much. No matter what, Bo Yang did not want anyone to climb into his bed again, so he acquiesced to the Eternal Night Devil's arrangement. Bo Yang washed up and prepared to go to bed. "Master Hua." The guard's voice sounded. "Is Xianxia inside? I want to see him." Hua Feihua's voice was gentle and charming. "Master, Lord Xia has been busy all day and has just gone to bed," the guard said respectfully. There was a commotion outside. Hua Feihua had rushed in and was stopped by the guard. "Master Hua, Lord Xia has just gone to bed. I'm afraid it's not very convenient." "You dare to stop me?" Hua Feihua's voice was very arrogant. "My apologies. This subordinate has been ordered by the master to guard this place. No one is allowed to enter." Faced with Hua Feihua's threat, the guard's voice was calm and unhurried. He didn't have any intention of giving Hua Feihua any face. When Bo Yang heard this, he knew that if he didn't say anything, there would be a commotion outside. He raised his voice and said, "Let him in." Only then did the guard open a path. Hua Feihua unceremoniously pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he entered, he complained, "Xianxia, you actually dare to stop me." Xianxia and Hua Feihua had a good relationship in private. It was mainly because Xianxia was passionate and loved beautiful women. Even if Hua Feihua was a cross-dressing giant, he still liked him and wanted to get his hands on him time and time again. But most of the time, Hua Feihua was just playing around with him. From time to time, he would use his eyes to tease Xianxia. He had never really been taken advantage of. Bo Yang analyzed that if the two of them really got together, it was hard to say who would be the one at a disadvantage. Xianxia was probably the one with the lowest IQ among the 4 princes of the devil world. This person was blinded by lust and couldn't move his legs when he saw a beautiful woman. "You're wrongly accusing me. I also just found out that there was a guard outside the door." "The master sent a guard to guard you?" Hua Feihua seemed to have thought of something. He smiled and said, "Could it be because of what happened last time? Didn't you never mess with palace servants before? Why were you so bold last time to play with the people in the palace? Aren't you afraid that the master will be furious?" There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. The eternal night devil probably didn't want the news of Bo Yang's affair with the palace maids to be spread to the public for the sake of his reputation. But after all, Hua Feihua was in charge of the intelligence organization. It was impossible to hide it from him. Bo Yang was speechless. Hua Feihua was right. In the past, Xianxia had subconsciously avoided getting involved with the people in the palace. This was because Xianxia was very afraid of the eternal night devil. He was afraid that he would get angry and kill him. "They took the initiative," Bo Yang explained. Haha. Hua Feihua obviously didn't believe him. "If you didn't give any hints, would the people in the palace dare to seduce you?" Bo Yang was speechless. This damned daily mission. After a period of time, you've become more and more daring. Hua Feihua was still wearing a bright red dress. A lock of hair by his right ear fell to his chest. He played with that lock of hair and gave Xianxia a flirtatious look. Bo Yang looked at that lock of hair. He swore that he was just looking at it casually and didn't have any other intentions. Hua Feihua exclaimed and pouted. "You're so annoying. Looking at my chest." Bo Yang shuddered. "Brother, your chest is fake." "What's there to look at?" Hua Feihua smiled. "Speaking of which, you saved the master in the Western Devil world last time. The master seems to value you a lot." "I'm just doing my part." Hua Feihua covered his mouth and giggled. He approached Bo Yang and gently touched his face with one hand. He smiled. "We're all on the same side. What's with the bureaucratic jargon? Just tell me what happened." Bo Yang was alert. "What do you mean? Based on my understanding of the master, how could a mere Western devil hurt him?" Hua Feihua was indeed the head of intelligence. He was very sensitive to everything. He leaned on Bo Yang's shoulder and whispered into Bo Yang's ear. His voice was very flirtatious. "Lord Xia, just tell me. What happened to the master? He actually used a honey trap on him." Bo Yang was very conflicted. Should he show that he had fallen into the trap or not? "Just tell me." The crossdresser continued to act coquettishly. Bo Yang's hair stood on end. He politely refused to be attracted to the crossdresser. "Just tell me." The crossdresser leaned close to him and rubbed his full chest against Bo Yang's chest. Bo Yang's hair stood on end. "Stop. Don't seduce me. I won't say anything." In a moment of desperation, Bo Yang reached out his hand and rejected him loudly. At this moment, he was like an angry hamster. He stared at Hua Feihua with his round eyes. Hua Feihua was stunned. Then he deliberately leaned closer to him and said, "I want to seduce you. What can you do about it?" Bo Yang was forced to retreat. Who knew that there was a bed behind him? He fell on the bed. "Don't come over. If you come over again, I won't be polite. I'm a famous lecher." Bo Yang tried to act tough. Hua Feihua was convulsing with laughter. "Aya, why didn't I realize you were so cute? Come on, lecher. Don't be polite with me." As he spoke, he rushed forward like a hungry wolf and pulled Bo Yang's clothes. Bo Yang couldn't resist the crossdresser's attack. Soon, his clothes were torn into a mess. Stop, stop, stop. Bo Yang struggled with all his might. Come on, let's have fun together. Hua Feihua laughed. Bo Yang's clothes were torn open, revealing half of his white shoulder. The collar at his chest was open, and his delicate collarbone was faintly visible. Coupled with his round eyes, slightly red cheeks, and rapid breathing, Hua Feihua paused. He originally wanted to play around, but now he suddenly felt that it wasn't bad to make the act real. He lowered his head and kissed those two red lips. Bo Yang really couldn't deal with the crossdresser. He used his magic and used all his strength to push Hua Feihua away. Hua Feihua flew out and hit the ground. He lay on the ground for a while before getting up. He said pitifully, "It hurts, Bo Yang. It hurts." Damn, how can you say that, Juju, you really are a Juju. He knew that Hua Feihua was here to find out about the eternal night devil. As he put on his clothes, he said, "It's no use looking for me. Master is indeed injured and needs to rest." When he mentioned the eternal night devil, Hua Feihua immediately became serious. Really? Of course it's true. Master is really injured. Got it? Hurry up and leave. No, you must be lying to me. Hua Feihua pouted. He acted coquettishly and threatened for a while. Bo Yang kept his guard up and didn't say anything useful. You've changed. You don't love me anymore. Hua Feihua was very sad. He covered his face and cried. Bo Yang stared at him acting. His heart didn't waver. Seeing that the honey trap didn't work, Hua Feihua stopped pretending and looked at Bo Yang from head to toe. Even though he was dressed in women's clothing and had put on makeup to make him look like a giant in women's clothing, when his expression turned serious, his gaze was extremely sharp. Xianxia, you seem to have changed. Bo Yang's heart jumped, but his face didn't change. Really? Why didn't I notice? Hua Feihua rubbed his chin and looked at Bo Yang from head to toe. He tilted his head and said, "If I look closely, you don't seem to have changed. But I don't know why, but I feel like you're a different person." Wow, this person's intuition was too scary. Bo Yang asked Xiaoling in his mind, Xiaoling, what should we do? Did he find out? Xiaoling wasn't sure. I don't think so, right? Both the person and the system were a bit weak. Then what do you think I've changed? Bo Yang asked tentatively. Tell me, and I'll change immediately. Hua Feihua thought for a moment. You seem to be more daring than before. You're also more pleasing to the eye. And what else? I can't say. Hearing him say that he was daring, Bo Yang wanted to cry in his heart. He said to Xiaoling, did you hear that? He said that I'm daring. Sir, I heard that. Xiaoling said. Has my mission been completed? Look, everyone else says that I'm daring. I remember that you said the same thing a few times. Did the system say that I've completed the experiment and can go back? Xiaoling said, Sir, you're thinking too much. Bo Yang, there's one more thing. Hua Feihua's words interrupted Bo Yang and Xiaoling's conversation. Bo Yang raised his head and listened carefully to what he was going to say next. Hua Feihua said, another thing is that you've become Master's favorite person. Bo Yang, I've become the Demon King's favorite person. When did this happen? Bo Yang's shocked expression probably made Hua Feihua explain. The most obvious example is that Master set up a barrier to prevent anyone from approaching the main hall. But you're the only one who can enter the barrier without any hindrance. Barrier? What barrier? Bo Yang was confused. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized. Are you talking about the barrier in front of the main hall? You can't go in? Hua Feihua nodded. His Majesty locked himself in there for 3 days. Whatever he wanted to say, he used a secret technique to transmit it to the people guarding outside. No one was able to enter, but only you. He paused. You're the only one who can enter the main hall. Doesn't that mean that Master loves you? Bo Yang didn't know that he was the only one who could enter the barrier. After a moment of silence, he forced himself to explain. It's probably because I saved Master once in the Western demon world. Hua Feihua shrugged. Maybe. Then he said, alright, since you're not willing to say anything, I won't disturb your rest. Thank the heavens, he finally left. Hua Feihua turned and left the room. Bo Yang closed the door and lay on the bed like a tortured salted fish. So tired, he closed his eyes and wanted to sleep. But for some reason, Hua Feihua's words kept circling in his head. You're the one Master loves the most. He thought for a moment and asked Xiaoling in his mind, Xiaoling, do you think the Demon King loves me a lot? Of course. As a fan of the original novel, I think that from a character analysis, the Eternal Night Devil is an ambitious villain. His methods are cruel and cold. It's very difficult for people like him to trust others. Going berserk is his biggest weakness. According to his personality, he should have gotten rid of you, but he kept you. That's the Eternal Night Devil. After interacting with him, I think he's a good person. He won't kill people casually. That's right. But he really does love you. He let you enter the palace alone and told you all his plans. Who would believe that he doesn't love you? Bo Yang had nothing to say. He could only say, alright, I'm going to sleep. He lay down and fell asleep. The next day, Bo Yang was called to the main hall by the Eternal Night Devil. When Bo Yang arrived, the Demon King was reading a book. Seeing him arrive, the Demon King said indifferently, You're here? Bo Yang said respectfully, I'm here. What orders does Master have for this subordinate? The Demon King put down his book and snorted. I heard from my guards that you and Hua Feihua had a good time in the room last night? Bo Yang, holy shit, Bo Yang, no. Hua Feihua only wanted to find out about you from me, because I'm the only one who can enter the barrier to see you. The Demon King raised his eyebrows. Oh, is that so? That's right. Bo Yang was not afraid at all. I listened to your orders and did not reveal a single word. Really? Really? The Demon King stared at him for a moment, but Bo Yang's expression remained the same. Thus, the Demon King said, This is a special period, and the army is pressing down on us. It's best if you don't fool around and distract yourself. Bo Yang felt wronged. Master, I didn't. You can leave. The Demon King said calmly. It was unknown if he had hurt him or not. Bo Yang could only dejectedly walk out of the main hall. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the city became more and more solemn, and more people became anxious. Everyone was worried that the Western Sky Demon's army would attack one day. During this period of time, another 2 people of high status joined the Western Sky Devil. Only Bo Yang was very calm. He ate and drank as he pleased, and every day, he secretly teased beauties, not daring to let the Demon King find out. Actually, he also felt that it was a little strange. Why was he worried that the Demon King would be angry if he teased a beauty? Xianxia was originally a lecherous person, and it was his nature to be a playboy. It would be strange if he didn't tease a beauty. However, when he recalled the Demon King's ugly expression when he was caught in the act, and the Demon King's warning not to fool around, Bo Yang felt that it was necessary to keep a low profile. This continued for about 7 days, and everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. The Western Sky Devil currently had overwhelming power, and many people had surrendered to him. Logically speaking, he should have attacked immediately, but he still hadn't attacked. What was even stranger was that the Eternal Night Devil had locked himself up in the palace and did nothing even though he was injured. Logically speaking, the Eternal Night Devil had been in the demonic realm for more than 4,000 years, and his influence was spread throughout the demonic realm. Why didn't he receive any reinforcements when he was besieged? Gradually, everyone smelled something unusual. It wasn't just the Eternal Night Devil who couldn't sit still. According to Hua Feihua's spies, there were different voices in the Western Sky Devil army. According to the current situation, it was best to end the battle quickly. If the army from the border rushed over and surrounded them, they would become turtles in a jar. Therefore, some of the lords in the Western Sky Devil army strongly requested to attack the city. However, they were all suppressed by the Western Sky Devil. On the 7th day, the voices of the Western Sky Devil army grew louder and louder. 3 of the lords couldn't hold back and began to mobilize a small part of their army to flank them. The other lords also showed signs of following. The battle was about to start, and there were no more deserters or traitors on the Demon King's side. Everyone was prepared to fight to the death. Under such circumstances, the barrier in front of the main palace was removed, and the Eternal Night Devil walked out in high spirits. There were no signs of injury on his body. Seeing the Eternal Night Devil come out, Xianxia and Huafeihua, who were guarding outside the main palace, were pleasantly surprised. Only Bo Yang was very calm. After all, he was the one who knew all the inside information. "Master, are you all right?" Xianxia was more straightforward and asked directly. The Eternal Night Devil said, "I was slightly injured before, but I've been focusing on recuperating for the past few days. I've recovered." Bo Yang looked at his nonchalant face and secretly cursed him for being a liar. "That's great," Huafeihua said. "Let's go out and fight." The Eternal Night Devil said indifferently and took the lead to float out of the city. Bo Yang and the others followed closely behind. Xianxia and Huafeihua were very nervous. Only Bo Yang was very calm. Of course, he still showed a hint of nervousness on his face. Otherwise, if he didn't pretend at all, it would definitely arouse suspicion. The Great Demon King would also think that he wasn't professional enough and couldn't keep the secret. What happened after that was beyond everyone's expectations. The Eternal Night Devil came out to fight, and the morale was greatly boosted. The Western Sky Demon was also prepared to fight, but they had different opinions and quarreled. The army was a little hasty. When the close combat was in full swing, the Western Sky Demon suddenly called for a meeting to discuss how to attack the city. But in the middle of the meeting, he killed the suzerain of the 10 regions and surrendered with their heads. Everyone was dumbfounded. Now that the two sides were evenly matched, it was unknown who would win. The Western Sky Demon must have taken the wrong medicine to suddenly kill the suzerain of the 10 regions and surrender. What was even more amazing was that the Eternal Night Devil accepted his surrender, but the Western Sky Demon said that he had sinned too much and wasn't fit to be king. Then, he killed himself, yes, he slit his own throat and killed himself on the spot. It was as baffling as a farce, no one understood the reason behind it. Only Bo Yang knew that all of this was the doing of that high and mighty person. Not long after, the people outside spread rumors that the Demon King must have done some kind of mysterious spell when he was locked in the main hall. That kind of mysterious spell could turn the Western Sky Demon into a puppet that would completely obey his orders. The rumors became more and more exaggerated, and the Eternal Night Devil in the rumors became an image that possessed mysterious power. Listening to those rumors, Bo Yang felt that the image of the Demon King was similar to that of a god in the sky, omnipotent. But perhaps this was the goal of the Eternal Night Devil. He wanted his image to be deeply ingrained in people's hearts so that no one would dare to go against him. The Demon King had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Beautifully done, Bo Yang, who was involved in this, once again deeply understood that the Demon King wasn't as imaginative as he usually appeared in front of him. He was still an ambitious schemer, decisive, cold, and ruthless. He wouldn't forget to do what he needed to do. Thinking about this, Bo Yang was a little scared. Once he faced someone he couldn't control, Bo Yang would subconsciously want to escape. For example, when he faced Lu Jianfeng and Huafeihua, he would talk as little as possible. When he faced the Eternal Night Devil, he would avoid him like the plague. Once this matter was over, he wanted to return to the human world. But everything didn't go as he wished. After the victory of the war, the Demon King wanted to reward him. In the following actions, the Demon King promoted those who were loyal and useful on the battlefield. Those who performed poorly were demoted, and those who were hesitant were directly kicked out. There were many people who were kicked out this time. In addition to those who betrayed before, there were many empty positions in the military and government. The territories of the 10 suzerains had to be guarded. Those territories were relatively far away and were located at the border. The Demon King gave the military power of the border to Xianxia and sent him to station there. Once he left, the position of the capital guards was left empty. This position was very important. He guarded the safety of the entire capital and was the leader of the defense of the entire palace. It could be said that it was related to the safety of the Demon King. People who weren't absolutely trusted couldn't take up this position. Everyone was guessing who this position would be left for. The Eternal Night Devil didn't announce it on the spot, and Bo Yang didn't ask too much. He wasn't interested in these rewards at all. Right now, he only wanted to return to the human world to see the male lead. Therefore, he was the calmest and coldest person out of everyone. That night, he didn't need to sleep in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. He directly returned to his own residence. Bo Yang felt that some things were repetitive. For example, the men and women in his harem were always tirelessly trying to seduce him. As long as he returned, there would definitely be naked beauties throwing themselves at him. Bo Yang was already a little scared. He often used excuses to not return home at night. However, what was to come would still come. As soon as he returned to his residence, the eyes of those beauties were already red. They insisted on asking him for an explanation. "Sir, don't you like us anymore?" The beauties stood in a row crying. Bo Yang instantly felt an incomparable headache. He really admired those ancient emperors, or those people who had a foot in several boats. How did they manage to deal with it? Did they have the energy? Bo Yang felt mentally and physically exhausted. Even if he had to sleep with beauties every day, he wouldn't be able to sleep with all of them. Wouldn't his body be hollowed out? Would his kidneys be fine? Previously, when Xianxia found excuses to not pamper them, those who climbed his bed didn't complain much when they were chased away. However, as time passed, everyone began to complain in their hearts. This time, it was rare for the harem to unite. They gathered together to ask him for an explanation. According to Xiaozitan's character, he was dissolute by nature. It was impossible for him to sit by and do nothing. No matter what, he should sleep with them. Bo Yang had a huge headache. It wasn't impossible to sleep with them. Bo Yang was also a normal man. He wouldn't be indifferent to beauty. He was already prepared to find someone who was more pleasing to the eye and had a gentler personality to sleep with. Just as he was worrying about which one to find, he suddenly heard someone outside announcing that the Lord Devil Lord's reward had arrived. Bo Yang immediately abandoned the group of men and women and ran out to welcome it. His harem was unwilling to give up. They followed him to the front courtyard. There was a huge commotion. It was a spectacular sight. There were a few guards in armor in the courtyard, carrying a few large boxes. The leader read out the names of the rewards. It was mostly calligraphy, paintings, gold, silver, and treasures. The Lord Devil Lord was very generous. He didn't even blink when he rewarded them with such a large sum of money. Behind the boxes was a palanquin. The palanquin was luxurious. There were tassels hanging from the four corners. The front curtain was embroidered with blooming flowers. It looked like a palanquin for women. Bo Yang asked curiously, "Who was inside?" The leader smiled and said, "Come out." The curtain was lifted and the person in the palanquin walked out. The people standing in the courtyard suddenly felt their eyes light up. "What a beautiful woman. Darren, this little girl is called Qinghe." The beautiful woman walked to Bo Yang's side and gently bent down. It must be said that Qinghe's appearance was definitely first class. When she walked out, she was so beautiful that the row of flowers in the courtyard couldn't be compared to her. If other people saw this kind of beauty, they would definitely say that the Lord Devil Lord really loved Xiaozitan. He actually gave such a beautiful woman to him. Xiaozitan really had good luck with women. But Bo Yang felt that things weren't that simple. "Xiaoling, why did the Demon King suddenly give me a beauty?" "Xiaoling, maybe he always felt that you were sexually harassing him and felt very annoyed. So he sent you a wife to let you vent your anger?" "Bo Yang, when did I sexually harass him? You touched him so many times and you still say that you didn't sexually harass him?" "I was at most teasing him." "How did it become sexually harassing him? Don't you know how to use words? Besides, it's your system's daily mission." Bo Yang was indignant. "What's the difference between teasing and sexually harassing him?" Xiaoling asked back. Bo Yang, when Qinghe appeared, the row of crying beauties in the backyard who were begging Bo Yang to pamper them immediately shut up. Because no matter if it was appearance or background, none of them could compare to Qinghe. Moreover, Qinghe had just arrived. As the host, Xiaozitan would definitely be very interested. Look, Xiaozitan's eyes were straight. Actually, he was in a daze because he was discussing with Xiaoling why the Eternal Night Devil suddenly sent a beauty over. The people living in the backyard all knew how to read people's expressions. When they saw Qinghe's beauty and Xiaotian's eyes glued to Qinghe's body, they knew that Xiaotian would definitely want to sleep with Qinghe that night. Therefore, the group of people admitted defeat and scattered like birds and beasts. After his harem members left, only Qinghe was left. Bo Yang's had heard even more. It was up to him whether or not to pamper the flowers and plants in his own backyard. However, Qinghe was different. She was a beauty bestowed by the Eternal Night Devil. If he didn't pamper her, then he would face two problems. First, Xiaotian was deeply afraid of the Eternal Night Devil. He wasn't willing to pamper the beauty he bestowed. This was a great disrespect to the Demon King. The consequences of being disrespectful to the Demon King wouldn't be pleasant. Second, if he didn't do it, he would go all the way. Since the beauty was delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He might as well pamper this beauty. However, when he thought about how she was bestowed by the great Demon King, he didn't know what kind of demons were inside. He didn't dare to pamper her. Left was no good, right was no good. Before Bo Yang could think of a reason, the sky turned dark. He first dawdled in the study for an hour. Only after being urged again and again did he dawdle to his room. In the room, Qinghe was indeed waiting there obediently. Her dimples were like a flower, and her face was alluring. As a lecher who only liked beauties, what kind of reaction would he have when he saw such beauty? Bo Yang lamented in his heart, but his face revealed a lustful expression. He slowly approached Qinghe and reached out to touch her face. "Your face is so smooth." Xiaoling was already speechless. "Sir, can you change your sentence when you're teasing people? You always say the same sentence over and over again. Aren't you annoyed?" Bo Yang was also very speechless. "You can come up with new tricks when you're teasing? Besides, I don't really want to tease her. Could it be that in your heart, I'm really a lecher?" "Xiaoling, you're not a lecher, but Xiaotian is a pig trotter. Can't you act a bit more like a pig trotter? If you're so good, then go ahead." The two were arguing in his mind. Qinghe suddenly spoke. "Sir, this servant has something to say." Bo Yang waved his hand. "Beauty, if you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do it." He thought that the beauty wanted to ask for something. "It's great to hear these words from Sir." Qinghe bowed. "This servant's words are from master to Sir." "Eh?" The great Demon King, what was it that he didn't want to say in person? Why did he have to let a beauty pass the message? "Say it." Bo Yang immediately became serious. "The monarch said that in the future, he will assign important tasks to you. He hopes that you can restrain your thoughts and focus on your career. Don't let yourself be distracted by beauties and delay yourself." Qinghe said softly, "Monarch bestowed me to Darren to supervise Darren. I hope Darren can understand." By Yang, he knew there was something wrong with the Devil Monarch's sudden gift of a beauty. "Sir? I don't believe there's any important task, this beauty is really straightforward. She actually said she was here to monitor Xiaotian. She's not afraid that I'll be unhappy." Since the other party is so frank, how should I react? Bo Yang thought about it. He really couldn't think of a second reaction, so he just said, "Oh." Qinghe glanced at him and said respectfully, "It's late. Sir, please go to bed." After saying this, Qinghe got up from the bed and walked to the side. He carried a mattress and walked out. He nimbly placed the mattress under the bed, looking like he was planning to sleep on the floor. Bo Yang was dumbfounded. "Qinghe, what are you doing?" Qinghe said innocently, "I'm sleeping on the floor." "Why do you want to sleep on the floor?" "Sir, I just said that master sent me to supervise Sir's cultivation. Sir, you should focus on your career and not be addicted to beauty. Sir, you can't have forgotten this quickly, right?" Bo Yang, so, he can't pamper Qinghe anymore. Bo Yang felt a wave of relief. Probably because he didn't say anything all this time, Qinghe thought that he was uncomfortable in his heart and said seriously, "Darren, you don't have to blame Jun Shang. Jun Shang said that as long as Darren can find someone you like and peacefully get married and have children, he will let me leave." In the future, if you want to go out and favor someone, he won't have any objections. Bai Yang asked out of curiosity, where are the people in my courtyard? I can't pamper them either? Qing He narrowed her eyes. Sir, if you want to disobey a military order, you can go pamper them. Bo Yang. Haha, the eternal night devil is really ruthless. He even wants to meddle in my private life. He was indeed worried about how to reject the women in his courtyard. Now that the Demon King has helped him solve it, haha. Bo Yang wasn't grateful. On the contrary, he was very unhappy. Even if he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. He was a cowardly dog who didn't dare to anger the Demon King. He couldn't resist, he could only accept. Bo Yang coughed. Alright, it's late. Let's sleep. Qing He was a woman of her words. When she came out of Bo Yang's room the next day, she had already become a popular person in everyone's eyes. Wherever she went, people would flatter her. Qing He also fully played her role. She immediately went into the role of pampering his concubine and taught everyone in the courtyard a lesson. After a period of time, Qing He gained a firm foothold and used powerful methods to control the entire courtyard. She was in the limelight and no one could compete with her. From then on, Bo Yang didn't have to worry about someone being afraid of his bed in the middle of the night. Qing He was with him and there were no other disturbances, unless he wanted to pamper someone. At first, he was indeed unhappy that the Demon King sent Qing He over. However, Qing He was really too awesome. She managed the entire harem well and even guaranteed the daily missions. There were also some inconveniences. For example, if he wanted to investigate information about the male lead and arrange things in the human world, he couldn't fully display his personality. Xianxia was arrogant and domineering, while Bo Yang was a cowardly dog. The difference was a little big. In the past, when Qing He wasn't around, he could go back to his original self in the mansion. Even if he was scratching his feet, no one would care. Now that Qing He was here, Bo Yang was worried that she would pass on his OOC parts to the Demon King and arouse the Demon King's suspicion. At this time, the vacant positions in the Palace of Eternal Darkness were almost filled. This time, the demon world had undergone a huge reorganization. Those who should be promoted were promoted and those who should be demoted were demoted. The Demon King was busy for a while and didn't have time to personally promote Bo Yang. People like Xianxia and Hua Feihua all had clear responsibilities and rewards. Only Bo Yang's position didn't have any changes. It seemed that the Demon King didn't plan to promote him anymore. Bo Yang didn't care about his fame and status at all. What Bo Yang was anxious about was that when he mentioned that he wanted to return to the human world, the Lord Devil Lord rejected him and told him to go back to his mansion. He stayed in the demon world for a while and didn't know what the male lead was like in the human world. According to his speculation, the male lead couldn't reach the nascent soul stage so quickly, so he was still safe for the time being. After waiting anxiously, news finally came from the Palace of Eternal Darkness, summoning him for an audience. Bo Yang immediately rushed over. He didn't know why the Eternal Night Devil summoned him, but he felt that it was necessary to communicate with the Lord Devil Lord again about going to the human world. So when he heard the news, he immediately rushed to the Palace of Eternal Darkness. There seemed to be many new faces among the guards in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. When these people saw Bo Yang, they immediately saluted respectfully. They didn't talk much and didn't look much. Bo Yang rushed all the way to the main hall and happened to meet a few generals from the demon world. When they saw Bo Yang, they quickly saluted. Bo Yang nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. The few of them left hand in hand. He could faintly hear them saying something like, "I wonder who will be the commander of the Imperial Guards." Bo Yang didn't take it to heart and walked straight into the main hall. In the main hall, the Eternal Night Devil was reading official documents. When he heard the sound, he didn't raise his head and said, "You're here?" Bo Yang quickly went forward and knelt on one knee. "Master, I wonder why the master summoned this subordinate?" The Eternal Night Devil put down the pen in his hand and raised his hand. "Get up first." Bo Yang also didn't like kneeling, so he stood up. The Eternal Night Devil coughed and said, "Did you receive the thing I sent you?" "I received it." Bo Yang quickly said. "Are you satisfied?" "Can I say that I'm not satisfied?" "Of course not." Thus, Bo Yang went against his conscience and said, "Thank you, master. I'm very satisfied." When the eternal night devil heard his words, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. "Does that include the beauty I sent you?" Why did he ask when he already knew? This person's heart was really bad. Bo Yang muttered to himself, but on the surface he said gratefully, "Thank you, master. The beauty is indeed devastatingly beautiful. I like it very much." The eternal night devil seemed to be very satisfied with his answer. "As long as you like it. You sent me a beauty, but you didn't let me touch her. Not only did you not let me touch her, but you also didn't allow me to touch anyone else." What was the meaning of this? If Bo Yang was still the Xianxia of the past, he would probably hate the eternal night devil to death. Although Bo Yang was very glad that Qing He came to his residence so that he didn't have to pamper other beauties, Qing He was the eternal night devil's spy. It was uncomfortable to be monitored every day. "I know you hate me. I'm doing this for your own good." The Demon King seemed to know what he was thinking and said seriously, "You said that you want power and power. I'm fulfilling your wish." Bo Yang raised his head in surprise. "You will be the commander of the guards," the eternal night devil said lightly. The eternal night devil actually let him be the commander of the guards, the four great protectors of the demon realm, Xianxia, Hua Feihua, Lu Jianfeng, and Xiaozetian. These four people had very high positions in the demon realm. Each of them had the position of protector. However, this position was just an empty one. It didn't have any real power. It was mainly used to show their status. Under this empty position, they had other positions. For example, Lu Jianfeng controlled a secret guard and was in charge of the demon realm's affairs in the human world. Hua Feihua controlled the intelligence network. Xianxia controlled the military. Only Xiaozetian had the least real power. This was also the reason why Bo Yang felt that the eternal night devil didn't like Xiaozetian. Xiaozetian only controlled a flying eagle team. Everyone in the team was an elite. They could fight against 10 people each. However, there were too few of them. Previously, the eternal night devil gave Bo Yang another secret guard. Bo Yang placed the secret guard in the human world to collect information about the boundary stone. Therefore, in the demon realm, Bo Yang only had one flying eagle team. It was the weakest of the four. Now that the eternal night devil wanted to give him the position of commander of the guards, it meant that he would have the power of the guards in his hands. This position was very important. It was a lucrative position that everyone coveted. The Demon King actually gave him such an important position. It was enough to show his trust in Xiaozetian. With this position, Xiaozetian's power would increase greatly. If it was the previous Xiaozetian who heard this news, he would probably be overjoyed. However, to Bo Yang, this wasn't good news. What was the commander of the guards? The guards' duty was to protect Modu and the Palace of Eternal Darkness. They were to protect the Demon King. In other words, once he received this position, he would have to be stationed in Modu and wouldn't be able to move freely. This way, he wouldn't be able to freely enter and leave the human world. How could that be? Absolutely not. After thinking about this point, Bo Yang hurriedly said, "Master has given such an important position to me. I'm afraid that I'm not up to the task. I hope that Master can give it to someone else." Bo Yang's rejection was probably out of the eternal night devil's expectations. A surprised expression finally appeared on his usually cold face. He raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Bo Yang said, "I hope that Master can take back his order." The eternal night devil didn't say anything. He stared deeply at Bo Yang, as if he was studying whether his words were true or false. After a while, he probably saw that Bo Yang's face was full of sincerity. He really wanted to reject this task. He slightly frowned. "Why?" The reason was very simple. It was because he didn't want to stay in the demon world. He wanted to go to the human world. However, he definitely couldn't say that. Bo Yang said, "I'm not talented enough. I can't be put in an important position. The commander of the guards is extremely important. I don't think that I'm up to the task." The eternal night devil's expression became slightly better. "If I say that you're up to it, then you're up to it. Could it be that you're doubting me? Why are you so domineering?" Can't I just reject the things you give me? Bo Yang cursed in his heart. He continued, I think that Hua Feihua is more suitable than me. Hua Feihua has other things waiting for him to do. Bo Yang racked his brains. Master, the eternal night devil waited for him to speak. After a while, Bo Yang still didn't say a reason. The eternal night devil's face gradually darkened. You don't want to do it? Bo Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The eternal night devil's eyes were like two bottomless pools of ice. His gaze was as cold as ice water. Bai Yang felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet just by looking at him. He asked in his mind, Xiao Ling, do you think I'll be beaten to death if I tell him I don't want to do it? Xiao Ling replied in a low voice, I think he's very angry. It's possible. Bo Yang whispered even more quietly, then what do I do now? If I don't agree, I'll be beaten to death. If I agree, I won't be able to go to the human world anymore. Xiao Ling whispered even more quietly, Sir, I don't know what to do either. Every choice is a test for you. Sir, this is your own career. You have to make your own decisions. Bo Yang whispered even more quietly, why are you like this? If you can't do it, you're kicking the ball to me. Xiao Ling felt wronged, but she still whispered, Sir, this is your career, not mine. Moreover, I'm not a human. I'm just a system. Bo Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, why do you think we have to be so secretive? The eternal night devil can't hear us. Xiao Ling was silent for a moment, then said, how would I know? The two of them were silent. Finally, Bo Yang said, it's all because the eternal night devil is too scary. Look at his face. It's just like the last time when I refused to sleep with him. I don't owe him anything. I just don't want what he gives me. Why is he so angry? Maybe he really wants to give it to you. So I have to accept it? Bo Yang was full of resentment. Xiazetian. The eternal night devil's cold voice brought him back to reality. Bo Yang immediately replied, here. His voice was clear and loud. It was very noticeable. The eternal night devil was so angry that he laughed, I'm asking you a question. Why are you in a daze? Bo Yang's face darkened. Your subordinate is thinking about how to answer Master's question. Is my question really that difficult? The eternal night devil asked. Bo Yang thought for a while and felt that the eternal night devil would not kill him just because he rejected him, so he mustered up his courage and said, Master, I am very grateful for your kindness towards me, but I really am not qualified to be the commander of the Eternal Night Guards. I hope that Master can find someone else. As soon as he finished speaking, Bo Yang felt the temperature around him drop even further. The Eternal Night Devil was sitting behind the desk with his back straight. His lips were pursed into a straight line, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Bo Yang felt that he was about to be dismembered by his gaze. It can't be, right? Is he really going to kill me? Bo Yang's heart started to palpitate with uncertainty. Speaking of which, he had indeed offended the Eternal Night Devil and slapped his face many times. What if the Eternal Night Devil wanted to kill him in a fit of anger? That seemed possible. Bo Yang thought that he could not die like this. He had to save himself, so he said, Master, I feel that the position of commander of the Eternal Night Guards needs someone with a strict and meticulous personality. As for me, I can go out and fight and show off, but if I have to manage an army and guard Shanghai every day, I will be bored to death. So, this position is really not suitable for me. The Eternal Night Devil still did not have any intention of relaxing. He said unhappily, if the commander of the Eternal Night Guards is not suitable for you, then what position is suitable for you? My position? Bo Yang was shocked. No. Master, you misunderstand. Your subordinate definitely does not dare to think about it. Your subordinate thinks that the task that you gave me before is not bad. You asked me to search for the boundary stone in the human world. Firstly, I can share Master's burdens and solve your problems. Secondly, I can make a name for myself. It is very suitable for me. The Eternal Night Devil's expression became slightly better. You don't have to feel inferior. After this period of observation, you have already improved a lot. I believe that after a period of time under my supervision, you will improve even further. Supervision? Bo Yang had a strong sense of foreboding. The Eternal Night Devil said slowly, "You have great potential. I want to train you personally." "What? The Great Demon King wants to supervise me personally?" There was Qinghe at home and the Demon King outside. Did he still want his freedom? "Master," Bo Yang was about to speak when the Eternal Night Devil raised his hand and stopped him. He said impatiently, "You don't have to refuse anymore. This matter is settled. From today onwards, you will report to the Eternal Night Guards." Bo Yang was speechless. Forcing people to buy and sell, what the hell? He originally wanted to fight for it, but seeing that the Eternal Night Devil had already made up his mind, he knew that there was no point in arguing. He could only say aggrievedly, "All right. Since it is Master's request, your subordinate naturally does not dare to disobey." The Eternal Night Devil probably read something from Bo Yang's face. He said, "Is it wrong for me to give you the position of commander? You are giving me such a face." Bo Yang suppressed his grief and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. He said, "Master, your subordinate is happy." The Eternal Night Devil was silent for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and slightly turned his head away. "You said that you wanted power and power. I will satisfy you." So, Bo Yang was still immersed in grief and could not keep up with the Eternal Night Devil's thoughts. Anyway, this Great Demon King's mind was very strange. No one knew what he was thinking. The Lord Devil Lord paused for a long time. Bo Yang finally realized that he had something to say. This was very strange. The Lord Devil Lord had always been decisive. With his status and power, why would he need to hesitate for so long? "Master." Bo Yang's words made the Eternal Night Devil seem to have made up his mind. He took a small breath. "Xianxia, what do you want?" "I will do my best to satisfy you. I only have one request." "What request?" The Eternal Night Devil glanced at him and turned his head away. "I only want you to stay by my side, to protect me." The Eternal Night Devil coughed and his ears turned slightly red. "Humph, I can give you whatever you want. Seeing that you have a crush on me, I will give you a chance to get close to me. Don't be too grateful. I have already lowered myself to beg you. If you dare to not agree, be careful of your skin." The Demon King stared at Bo Yang. Bo Yang was far away and didn't see the subtle changes in his expression. He also didn't feel his scattered thoughts. He only felt grief and indignation in his mind. "He just wants me to be the commander of the guards. I know why, because only I know that he has gone mad. He just wants me to protect him, Xiaoling, that's normal." Bo Yang was very dissatisfied. "If I become the commander, how can I go to the human world?" "Xiaoling, sigh, you have to think of another way. I don't want to be. This pervert, of all people, he just has to find me." He was really a domineering CEO, no, a domineering Demon King. "Xiaoling, if you refuse again, he will be angry." Thus, Bo Yang was terrified. He knelt on one knee and said seriously, "I will definitely do my best to protect Shanghai and your safety." The Eternal Night Devil stared at him suspiciously for a moment and then said, "Do you really understand what I mean?" Bo Yang said firmly, "I understand." The Eternal Night Devil smiled. Bo Yang was dazzled for a moment. This person looked too good when he smiled. "Okay, go to the guards and report to Xianxia first. Come to the palace tomorrow." "Yes, I will take my leave." Bo Yang left the main hall. After he left, he remembered something else and was a little confused. He asked Xiaoling in his mind, "Xiaoling, why do you think the Lord Devil Lord wants me to go to the palace again? Can't I just report to the guards?" Xiaoling said, "Sir, I don't know either." Bo Yang didn't think for long. He was now thinking about what he should do to make himself look completely incompetent since he had already taken over the position of commander. As long as he didn't do a good job and caused people to hate him, would the Demon King be willing to put him in this position? Bo Yang felt that he was really smart. Thus, he used it to travel thousands of miles and quickly arrived at the commander's office where the guards were. Bo Yang walked in. Xianxia was explaining things to the guards. When he saw Bo Yang, he said happily, "Xianxia, why are you here? Didn't the master summon you?" Bo Yang coughed. "The master has already explained things clearly. Xianxia chuckled. He turned to the group of guards and said, "Brothers, from now on, the commander will be my friend Xianxia. From now on, whenever you see him, it will be like seeing me. You can't disobey his orders. Understand?" Originally, Bai Yang had wanted to show off a proud expression and show off a little so that this group of people would have a bad impression of him. However, he didn't expect that Xianxia had already known that he was going to take over the position of commander and had even told everyone to listen to his orders. Now that his plan had failed, Bai Yang was somewhat speechless. That was right. Since the Lord Devil Lord wanted him to be the commander, he must have told Xianxia beforehand. However, Bo Yang wasn't someone who would give up easily. He immediately pulled himself together and raised his head, his nostrils almost reaching the sky. "Listen up. From now on, I will be the commander. You are all my subordinates and have to listen to my orders. Understand?" His voice was extremely arrogant. "Yes, sir." The guards replied in unison. Bo Yang carefully observed their expressions and found that there wasn't a trace of unwillingness on their faces. Bo Yang was very frustrated. Go. Let's hurry up and do the handover. I'm still waiting to go to the border to take up my post." Xianxia looked like he couldn't wait to throw away his position and run away. At the border, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. He could do whatever he wanted. How could he not be happy? Bo Yang could only agree and follow behind him. He lazily completed some basic handover. In fact, he didn't even take it to heart. Xianxia was very busy and was called away in a short while. When Bo Yang saw him leave, he thought that his opportunity had come. He immediately said to the two adjutants of the guards beside him, "You two, hurry up and gather everyone. I have something to announce." The two adjutants obediently followed the order. The guards were very high quality. In a short while, almost all the guards of the commander's manor had gathered. Of course, the troops that were sent out to guard didn't come back, but there were enough people. When a few hundred people gathered on the field, Bo Yang stepped forward and reprimanded them directly. "Listen up, I will be in charge of the entire Imperial Guards in the future. Xianxia will be your commander. I know you are not convinced, but it's okay. Now that he's gone, I will be your commander. You have to listen to me. Do you hear me?" Everyone replied in unison that they heard him. No one objected to it. He arrogantly acted like a tyrant again. The Imperial Guards only replied with one word, yes. Bo Yang felt defeated again. But he quickly regained his spirits. It was okay. There was still time. He would definitely get rid of this position. He dismissed everyone. The adjutant came forward and said, "Sir, there are still some things that need to be done in the governor's office. Sir, please come with me. We will give you directions. Do as you see fit. I've just arrived and you're already asking me to do something. I haven't even drunk wine yet." Bai Yang threw down these words and swaggered away as the two looked at each other in dismay. After leaving the governor's office, Bo Yang didn't know what to do. He just wandered around the streets. In the end, he met Xianxia again. "Are you here to check on the defenses?" Xianxia asked. Bo Yang. "No, I didn't." Xianxia was very happy. He grabbed him and said, "Let's go. I was just about to look for you. Hurry up and come with me to check on the defense of the Imperial Guards." "No." Bo Yang still wanted to struggle, but Xianxia pulled him away. Xianxia was very strong. Bo Yang couldn't break free at all. He was forced to go to the nearest stronghold. He could faintly hear a few Imperial Guards talking behind him. Sir Zhong and Lord Xia have such a good relationship. In the future, when we see Lord Xia, it's like seeing Sir Zhong. We must listen to him. Lord Xia came to check on the defenses after taking over today. He is very diligent. Master trusts him a lot and gave him the position of commander of the Imperial Guards. We must be more alert in the future. Bo Yang was in tears when he heard their conversation. She wanted to grab their shoulders and shout, "No, listen to me, it's not like that. I don't want to be a commander. How much do you want to oppose this?" However, no one else could hear his call. The next day, Bo Yang went to see the Eternal Night Devil. The Demon King's expression was gentle, and it could be described as amiable. This made Bo Yang feel flattered. The Demon King only asked about the handover of the Imperial Guards. Bo Yang told him the truth, saying that the handover had not been completed. In the end, the moment Bo Yang went to the commander's manor, the Demon King sent an order to the local guards to listen to Bo Yang's orders and hand over the job as soon as possible. At this moment, everyone knew that the great Demon King valued Xianxia. The Imperial Guards didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. They almost worshipped Bo Yang like a bodhisattva. Bo Yang was speechless and felt defeated. This continued for a period of time. The Lord Devil Lord summoned him to the palace every few days to ask him about the handover. Bo Yang told him the truth until recently when the handover was completed. Only then did the Demon King stop asking. Today, the Demon King summoned him to the palace again. When he arrived at the Palace of Eternal Darkness, before he entered the main hall, a person suddenly appeared beside him. Looking at the person's attire, it was someone from the palace. "Lord Xia, this way please." Bo Yang said, "The master summoned me. If there's anything, we can talk about it later." The servant said, "This is the master's order." "Lord Xia, this way please." What did the great Demon King want to do this time? Bo Yang was full of doubts. He followed behind the servant and soon arrived at the side hall next to the main hall. The side hall was empty and spacious. It was clean and tidy, and the decorations were very beautiful. There were a few servants inside. As for their appearance, they were big and rough, but very ordinary. They were also very old. In short, they were not the type of people that Xianxia would take liberties with. "Greetings to the Lord Xia." Bo Yang looked around. "Why did you bring me here?" The servant who brought him in said respectfully, "Lord Xia, the master said that in the future, the Lord Xia will frequently patrol the Palace of Eternal Darkness to ensure its safety. Therefore, he specially ordered us to clean this palace for the Lord Xia to live in." So they were giving him a house. Bo Yang was a bit surprised. The Lord Devil Lord was really generous. In the past, the spare room he lived in was smaller and more remote. Now, he actually gave him a palace to live in. Bo Yang was once again overwhelmed by this favor. The Lord Devil Lord was too good to him, right? In the past, when Xianxia was the commander of the guards, he did not have this good fortune. The commander of the guards was indeed responsible for the safety of the Palace of Eternal Darkness. But living in the palace, he always felt strange. After the servant finished speaking, he asked again, "Is the Lord Xia satisfied?" Bo Yang, satisfied, very satisfied. He had already given him a palace to live in. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Could it be that he still wanted to live in the main hall? That would be completely usurping the throne. The servant took him around the palace and gave him a general introduction of the situation in the palace. Bo Yang nodded one by one, indicating that he remembered. Then he went to the main hall to thank the Demon King. Of course, the other party had prepared a palace for him to live in. It was natural for him to thank them. When he went to the main hall, Bo Yang found that the Eternal Night Devil was still reviewing official documents. The Eternal Night Devil was very diligent, especially since there were many things to do recently. If he was not working, he was on his way to work. If Bo Yang saw this scene before he transmigrated, he would think that this person was an ambitious schemer. No matter how he woke up early and worked late, it was all because of his own ambition. He wanted to unify the world. Naturally, he did not have a good impression of him. Now that he had interacted with him for a long time, he felt that such a boss was very rare. As the saying goes, one's position determines one's head. In the past, he stood on the side of the male protagonist and the cultivation world to look at the whole demon world and the Eternal Night Devil. Now that he was a member of the demon world, he found that the Eternal Night Devil was a very good king from the perspective of the demon world. The Eternal Night Devil had ruled the demon world for 3,000 years. He had always been cautious and conscientious, thinking of the people of the demon world, stabilizing the borders, and creating happiness for the people. Not to mention the distant past, not long ago, he was able to find the schemer and the schemer with the smallest number of troops. He was able to nip the crisis in the bud in exchange for a long period of peace at the borders. This was already a rare feat. On the other hand, the demon king of the past generations had always wanted to unify the human and demon worlds. Unfortunately, no one was able to do it. Only the eternal night devil was able to open up the barrier passage and send people to the human world to develop his power, turning the human world upside down. These methods could be said to be brilliant. Thinking about it this way, the eternal night devil was really amazing. Did you see the palace just now? Are you satisfied? The eternal night devil's cold voice sounded from above. Bo Yang hurriedly said, satisfied, very satisfied. Thank you, master. Hearing him say that he was satisfied, the eternal night devil's handsome face showed a trace of a smile. The time was a little rushed, so the decorations were not very good. I remember that you like beautiful things. In a few days, I will order the palace to find some rare treasures and put them inside. Thank you, master. Hearing him say this, Bo Yang hurriedly cupped his fists and said, I think that master does not need to do this. The palace is beautiful enough. Inside, Xianxia was indeed a person who loved to enjoy life. He would use the best things that he handled. However, Bo Yang was not like that. Even he did not dare to do so. They were now in the Palace of Eternal Darkness, not his own home. If his request was too high and the place he lived in was too beautiful, it would be difficult to prevent him from being suspected of stealing the limelight. Did he think that he had lived too long? The eternal night devil seemed to be a little confused. Bo Yang hurriedly explained, Master is already very kind to let me live in a palace. If the decorations are too beautiful, I am afraid that it will be criticized. The eternal night devil laughed coldly. His strong confidence covered Bo Yang's face. Who dares to criticize? Bo Yang was speechless. Indeed, the great demon king's words were like an imperial edict. Who dared to criticize him? Bo Yang did not want to live in the palace. He felt uncomfortable being too close to the eternal night devil. Master, there has never been a precedent of a commander of the imperial guards living in the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Is it against the rules for me to live here? The great demon king, we can just meet during the day. Please let me go back to sleep at night. The eternal night devil did not hear his thoughts and waved his hand. Today is different from the past. You are the only one in this world who knows about my condition. I am worried that something will happen at night, so you have to stay by my side. So that's why. Bo Yang suddenly understood. The eternal night devil's chi deviation was only known to heaven, earth, him, and himself. Moreover, the time of the outbreak was not fixed, so it was natural that the eternal night devil wanted someone to stay by his side to guard him. It was no wonder that he wanted to find a palace for himself beside the main palace. He was still wondering if the two palaces were too close to each other, as they only needed to walk 2 steps to reach them. So this was the purpose. Since the eternal night devil had said so, as a loyal subordinate, Bo Yang naturally could not refuse. He said, then this subordinate thanks the master. You don't have to thank me. You deserve it. The eternal night devil glanced at him. Bo Yang could not understand the meaning behind that glance. The next day, Bo Yang moved into the Palace of Eternal Darkness and began his life in the palace. He was the commander of the Imperial Guards. Firstly, he did not have any control over the situation. Secondly, he did not have the heart to be the commander. Therefore, he spent his days idling around and even being picky and bossy. He hoped that his subordinates could not take it anymore and report him to the Eternal Night Devil. Then, the Eternal Night Devil would fire him. But the more he was like this, the more his subordinates respected him. The Eternal Night Devil did not say anything about his negligence. He turned a blind eye and did not even mention it. Bo Yang spent his days idling around under his nose. The Lord Devil Lord did not say anything. What else could the others say? What else could they say? No one could compare to this favor. After a long time, the Eternal Night Devil could not stand it anymore. He specially called Bo Yang over and said, I see that you have not done anything all day. Are you very free? Bo Yang said indifferently, everything is handled by the adjutant. I do not need to do anything. If I have to do everything myself, why would I need my subordinates? His words were reasonable and were quite shameless. After he finished speaking, he waited for the Eternal Night Devil to get angry. who knew that the eternal night devil paused and said, "What you said is not without reason." Eh? He wasn't angry? "Since you don't have anything else to do, come and pour tea and grind ink for me." Ah, Bo Yang was dumbfounded. Pour tea and grind ink? The eternal night devil lifted his eyelids and glanced at him lightly. "Liu isn't here anymore, so he needs someone to serve him. You'll be his servant." What kind of joke was this? If he had to face this great Buddha every day, wouldn't he have to tremble all day and lose all his hair? "Master, your subordinate is clumsy and can't do well." "If you can't do well, you can learn. Unless you're not willing to serve me?" The eternal night devil raised his eyebrows. Did Bo Yang dare to say that he wasn't willing? Of course he didn't dare, so he could only agree. Thus, he ended his leisurely life of wandering around and helped the eternal night devil in the main hall. If he had known this would happen, he would have worked harder. Compared to facing the eternal night devil every day, being the commander of the guards was actually not bad. Although he wasn't willing, Bo Yang couldn't find a reason to reject it. He could only bite the bullet and take up the position. He had been a rich young master since he was young and had never done the work of serving others. What if he didn't serve the demon king well and got killed? With a heavy heart, Bo Yang started his life of pouring tea and water in the main hall. After a while, he realized that the eternal night devil was very easy to serve. He didn't have any special requests. Every day, he would review official documents and discuss official matters with his subordinates. He was so busy that he wanted to die. As for Bo Yang, he was responsible for pouring tea and water at the side. Most of the time, he would doze off. At first, he was still cautious. However, Bo Yang came from the modern era after all. He couldn't be as careful as the ancient people. After a while, he relaxed and dozed off peacefully. When the eternal night devil discussed business with someone, regardless of whether it was big or small or confidential, he would always let Bo Yang listen by the side. At first, the people who came in to discuss business were surprised to see that Bo Yang was the eternal night devil's attendant. After all, Bo Yang was one of the 4 great protectors and the commander of the eternal night devil's guards. Asking him to serve tea was a waste of talent and even a little insulting. But as time passed, they realized that Bo Yang was not there to serve their master. Instead, it was their master who was there to serve him. No matter how hard he tried, the eternal night devil could not grind the ink properly. He waved his hand impatiently and chased him away so that he could grind the ink himself. The eternal night demon monarch had no choice but to make do with it. The eternal night demon monarch had no choice but to drink it. Sometimes, Bo Yang would fall asleep while sitting. When the demon king discussed business with someone, he would lower his voice and even change to another place to continue the discussion. He was afraid that he would wake him up. Not only that, the Lord Devil Lord would also consult Bo Yang when he was hesitating. How could Bo Yang know anything about government affairs? He often talked about things that did not make sense, but the Lord Devil Lord did not get angry. More importantly, the Lord Devil Lord never avoided Bo Yang when discussing secrets. Everyone understood that Xianxia was the Lord Devil Lord's confidant and the most favored official in the demon realm. The others followed the wind and became more respectful to Bo Yang. Even if he did not do anything, a lot of credit would go to him. Regarding this, Bo Yang could only look at the sky speechlessly. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this time, Bo Yang wanted to go to the human world all the time. Unfortunately, the eternal night devil kept him under control and kept an eye on him every day. Fortunately, the eternal night devil did not hide anything from him. Naturally, when Lu Jianfeng sent the news, he was also present. In addition to arranging manpower and resources in the human world, Lu Jianfeng had 2 big goals. One was to find the boundary stone, and the other was to find the child of destiny. Previously, he focused on the male lead and thought that he might be the child of destiny. However, after Bo Yang did something in the human world, there were many fake children of destiny in the human world. Therefore, the people in the demon realm could not figure out which one was real and which one was fake. In order to prevent any fish from escaping the net, Lu Jianfeng would regularly send news about the child of destiny. He focused on a few people who were likely to be the child of destiny. Currently, the male lead was also one of the skeptics. However, compared to the others, he was much less suspicious. The reason why they paid attention to him was because he carried the dragon sword. Everyone knew that if they wanted to take the dragon sword, they had to wait until the male lead reached the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the news that Lu Jianfeng sent back was mainly to pay attention to the male lead's cultivation level. The concept of time in the cultivation world was different from the world that Bo Yang lived in the 21st century. Once he started cultivating, 10 days to half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. What's more, in order to break through to the next level, it was even possible to sit in seclusion for 10 years. Bo Yang was forced to stay in the demon realm by the demon king for more than a year. A year was a long time to him, but in the eyes of the people in the cultivation world, it was only a very short time. Once one stepped onto the path of immortality, one's life would be extremely long. A year was nothing. Lu Jianfeng sent news that the male lead's cultivation level was almost at the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. It was already very scary to have such a cultivation level in a year. In the cultivation world, if one could reach the late stage of the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, unless one was a genius with good luck, most people would have to use their own elixirs and miraculous medicines to forcefully cultivate it. In this world, the foundation establishment stage was very long. The early, middle, and late stages were very long. This was because this was the first stage of a cultivator's cultivation. Their physical quality and temperament were not yet stable. More importantly, the meridians and channels for cultivation had not been established yet. To develop these things, it would take a very long time. When Bo Yang heard this, he understood that the male lead was safe for the time being. Moreover, he had used his own Xianxia pill, so he was at ease. After listening to the message sent by Lu Jianfeng, the Eternal Night Devil asked, "Xianxia, do you think that Zhou Ying's cultivation level is rising too quickly?" Bo Yang was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil was very sharp. He could actually see that something was wrong with one look. Bo Yang continued to mislead him, "Master, among his peers, Zhou Ying's cultivation level is not the fastest. It's very likely that someone deliberately fed him elixirs." The Eternal Night Devil narrowed his eyes. "You're saying that someone deliberately raised his cultivation level in order to get the dragon sword as soon as possible?" "Yes. If one's cultivation level rises too quickly, it will be very difficult to cultivate in the future if one is not careful. It might even damage one's spiritual root and be unable to advance any further. If Zhou Ying was really nurtured as a pillar of the sect, he wouldn't be able to rise so quickly." Bo Yang calmly analyzed. Using elixirs and spiritual treasures could indeed increase one's cultivation level. However, one had to control the amount used. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Especially when building a foundation for the foundation establishment stage, one should not spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Therefore, although various sects used elixirs to nurture their own rookies, they would not increase their cultivation level by too much. Of course, the Xianxia pill was an exception. It was very safe, so it became a treasure that everyone sought after. Bo Yang gave the male lead the Xianxia pill that the Eternal Night Devil gave him, which was why his cultivation level rose so quickly. The Demon King would definitely not be able to guess the reason. When the Eternal Night Devil heard Bo Yang's words, he pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said makes a lot of sense." Bo Yang did not want him to continue on this topic, because he knew that the Eternal Night Devil was definitely not easy to fool. If he thought about it deeply, he would definitely find something wrong. Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. "Master, have you finished dealing with the government affairs?" "I'm almost done." The Eternal Night Devil raised his head. "What's the matter?" Bo Yang hurriedly said, "Master, my cultivation level hasn't increased much recently. I would like to compare notes with you and see where the problem lies." The Eternal Night Devil laughed. This laugh was very sincere. Even though Bo Yang felt that he should be a straight man, he was still a little softened by this laugh. It was really scary for a man to look like this. Fortunately, he usually liked to put on a fake smile, and his aura was too strong, so no one dared to covet him. If his aura was slightly weaker, with his beauty, he would probably be torn apart by the people of the demon world. The people of the demon world were valiant, and the people of the mortal world cared about etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. In the demon world, if they liked something, they would pounce on it and snatch it. No, he had to stop thinking. Why was his thoughts getting more and more crooked? Bo Yang gathered his thoughts and heard the eternal night devil say, "You've been by my side for more than a year, and this is the first time you've made a request." Bo Yang was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. For more than a year, he was like a pig by the eternal night devil's side. He did not speak, did not care, ate, slept, and ate. Recently, he even seemed to have put on weight. He did not make any requests, and did not act like he wanted power and cultivation at all. Bo Yang's heart was alarmed, and he pondered if he should act more greedy next. "Master? Okay, let's go." The eternal night devil stood up and gestured for Bo Yang to follow behind him. The two of them quickly arrived at the training ground. The eternal night devil stood in the middle of the training ground with his hands behind his back. He gestured, "Come." It was the first time Bo Yang sparred with the eternal night devil, so he was a little excited. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, I won't hold back." The eternal night devil smiled and nodded. Since he had the approval of the eternal night devil, Bo Yang did not hold back anymore. The two of them fought back and forth. As they fought, Bai Yang felt that the eternal night demon king could defeat him with only one hand. Perhaps out of respect, the eternal night demon king did not want to hurt Bai Yang's pride. Therefore, the eternal night demon king was still very serious. The more they fought, the more Bo Yang understood how scary the eternal night devil was. Of course, Xianxia's skills were not to be underestimated. Originally, Bo Yang only fought with the eternal night devil to change the topic. Now, he was getting more and more excited and serious. The eternal night devil probably saw that he was interested, and the smile on his face deepened. The two of them fought back and forth in the training ground. After some time, Bo Yang could not catch his breath and suddenly fell from the sky. Just as he was about to fall, the eternal night devil suddenly appeared beside him and hugged his waist. This position was a little ambiguous. Bo Yang stayed by the eternal night devil's side for more than a year. During this time, the eternal night devil did not do anything inappropriate. There was no ambiguity between the two of them. The Lord Devil Lord did not have any other requests for him. The only request was for Bo Yang to stay by his side. As for work, Bo Yang was used to being a young master. When there were no outsiders around, the Demon King was self-reliant. "Are you okay?" The deep voice entered his ears, and Bai Yang instantly felt an electric current flowing into his body. His ears felt numb as if they had been electrocuted. The two of them were a little close. The Demon King almost hugged Bo Yang on his chest. He lowered his head and leaned on Bo Yang's head. When he spoke, his lips were close to Bo Yang's ear. His hot breath touched the tip of Bo Yang's ear. That small patch of skin instantly turned red. Bo Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately left. The eternal night devil let him leave. He stared at him with his dark eyes. Bo Yang blinked. He suppressed the strange throbbing in his heart and stood up straight. "I'm fine. Thank you, Master." For more than a year, the Lord Devil Lord did not do anything inappropriate. Perhaps it was because Bo Yang always followed the rules. The eternal night devil smiled. "It's good that you're fine." Then, he seemed to think of something. He said doubtfully, "Logically speaking, after taking the Sky Yang pill, your skills should not be limited to this." Bo Yang had already recovered from the strange atmosphere. He blinked and said without changing his expression, "This is also what I don't understand." The eternal night devil pondered for a moment. "Perhaps the Sky Yang pill is not suitable for your body. If you want to increase your skills quickly, you have to find another way." Bo Yang did not have much interest in increasing his skills quickly. However, he had to put on an act. He deliberately said dejectedly, "If the Sky Yang pill is not effective, then I can't think of any other way to increase my skills quickly." The eternal night devil saw that he was dejected. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to pat his shoulder, or touch his head. In the end, he stopped for some reason. He then put his hand back as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry. There are other ways." Bo Yang pretended to be excited and asked, "What ways?" 3 days later, come here and wait for me." The Eternal Night Devil said with a smile. That's all for today. After successfully diverting the Demon King's attention, the mission was accomplished. Bo Yang naturally did not want to continue getting beaten up in the training field. He immediately agreed. Master, Commander Xia. One of the guards who came in earlier had been guarding the training field. When he saw that the two had stopped sparring, he ran over. The Eternal Night Devil signaled for him to speak. Vice Commander Zhang invites Commander Xia over for a chat. The guard said in a trembling voice. Bo Yang, as the commander, was completely a hands-off boss. Almost all of the small and big matters of the guards were left to the two vice commanders to manage. This caused the group of subordinates to be so angry that they did not dare to say anything. This time, Vice Commander Zhang invited him. He probably wanted to give him some work again. The Eternal Night Devil said, "You can go." Bo Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He quickly followed the guard and left. When he arrived at the commander's manor, it was just as he had expected. Vice Commander Zhang's main purpose was to complain to him about the complicated matters, hoping that Bo Yang could take on the responsibility of being the commander. Bo Yang listened in one ear and eventually fell asleep. Vice Commander Zhang's nagging was quite annoying, but Bo Yang was not in a hurry. Sure enough, after an hour, the main hall sent someone over. The Lord Devil Lord wants to see Commander Xia. Vice Commander Zhang could only shut up and watch as Bo Yang swaggered out of the commander's manor and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed like this, and it was the third day. Bo Yang remembered his promise with the Eternal Night Devil and arrived at the martial arts practice field on time. There was no one around the martial arts practice field. He stood in the martial arts practice field for a while, wondering if the Eternal Night Devil had forgotten their promise. Suddenly, a figure slowly descended from the sky. That figure was majestic and had an extraordinary aura. Who else could it be but the Eternal Night Devil? He was wearing a large black robe and his black hair was loose. When the wind blew, his robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being that had descended to the mortal world. The only thing missing was a spotlight on his head. Bo Yang was stunned for a while. He thought to himself, there's no one around, what's he doing? Who is he trying to show off to? The Eternal Night Devil did not know that he was slandering him in his heart. He slowly walked in front of him and raised a hand with a smile. Bo Yang, ? Open your hand. Not knowing what he was going to do, Bo Yang obediently opened his hand. Look at what this is. The Eternal Night Devil opened his palm. There was an exquisite box lying on his palm. The box was about the size of a palm. It was exquisitely carved and looked small and cute. Bo Yang's mind was instantly opened. Xiaoling, what do you think he's going to do? Xiaoling said, he's going to give you something. I know. The problem is, do you know what's inside the box? I don't know, sir, Xiaoling said. Bo Yang muttered, it can't be what I think it is, right? Xiaoling was curious. The one you're thinking about? Bo Yang said hesitantly, don't you think this box looks like a ring box? Xiaoling. I think so. After a pause, he said, wow, does he want to propose to you? Bo Yang, the Eternal Night Devil descended from the sky with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He chased everyone away and only gave him a small box. No, it's definitely not what I'm thinking. Bo Yang forcefully pulled back his thoughts that were running further and further away. The Eternal Night Devil proposing to her was too scary. Seeing that he didn't move, the Demon King placed the box in his palm and said with a smile, open it and see. Bo Yang asked in his mind, Xiaoling, what if it's a ring? Should I accept it or not? Xiaoling said, of course you won't accept it. You don't even like him. Bo Yang was distressed. Then how can I return the ring without hurting his self-esteem? Xiaoling said, I don't know. Bo Yang, you're always so useless. Xiaoling, woo. After a while, Xiaoling said, speaking of which, do you propose with a ring in this world? Bo Yang. I don't think so. Xiaoling was speechless. Then it's definitely not a ring. Why are you so nervous? Bo Yang, why are you in a daze? The Eternal Night Devil's voice brought Bo Yang back to his senses. Bo Yang was conflicted as he gently opened the box. When the box opened, the contents were revealed, a black pill. I was thinking too much. Bo Yang was speechless. This pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was crystal clear and contained a faint layer of light. One look and you could tell that it was not an ordinary pill. Master, what is this? Xianxia was very knowledgeable and was very familiar with rare treasures. However, he had never seen a pill like this before. This is the best Skyang pill, but it's different from normal Skyang pills. It contains 1,000 years of my power. What? 1,000 years of power? Bo Yang's eyes widened. He could not believe what he had just heard. He lowered his head and stared at the crystal clear pill. His heart was beating fast. The eternal night devil had only lived for 4,000 years, but he had given him 1,000 years of power? Master, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Bo Yang subconsciously rejected it and returned the box to the eternal night devil. This was too much of a joke. He had no intention of increasing his power. However, the eternal night devil had taken it seriously and actually gave him 1,000 years of power. Accept it. The eternal night devil did not accept it. You deserve it. What? Bo Yang was stunned. When did he deserve such a valuable thing? He had not done anything. The eternal night devil raised his head and slowly said, I promised you that as long as you stay by my side, you will have both power and power. Take this pill. It should be able to increase your power. So it was like this, Great Demon King, you are too honest. Other leaders would give their subordinates power and wealth as a token of appreciation. However, you are giving me such a big one. I really cannot accept it. Master, I cannot accept it. 1,000 years of power is too precious. Master, you should take care of yourself. How can you give it to someone else so easily? Bo Yang said righteously. Hearing this, the eternal night devil smiled gently. He reached out and lifted his chin, forcing him to look at him. How can you be someone else? Both of them looked at each other. The Demon King's eyes were slightly curved, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in his dark eyes. At that moment, Bo Yang seemed to see the summer sky of his hometown. It was high, elegant, and accompanied by the refreshing night breeze and the crisp chirping of insects. Something was thumping in his chest. Bo Yang felt that he was now a woman who was being proposed to by a tall, rich, and handsome man with 100-carat diamond ring. Even if his will was firm before, it was now on the verge of collapse. Which woman could resist a handsome, noble, and domineering CEO proposing to her with 100-carat diamond ring? However, Bo Yang was not a woman. Haha. Do you think you can make me waver by taking out 100-carat diamond ring? Let me tell you, Eternal Night Devil, I am not such a shallow person. Sir, wake up. Wake up. In his mind, Xiao Ling's voice gradually became clearer. Bo Yang calmed himself down. Xiao Ling, what's wrong? I wanted to ask you what's wrong. I called you a few times but you didn't answer. What's the matter? Hurry up and accept it. Don't reject it. I can't accept it. If I accept it, I will agree to his proposal. Bo Yang said subconsciously. Xiao Ling, Bo Yang, who finally reacted, Xiao Ling, sir, what did you just say? Bo Yang. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything just now. But I think I just heard you say you agree to the proposal? You heard wrong. Bo Yang tried to change the topic. Right, why did you ask me to accept this pill? I can't use it. Are you stupid? You can't use it, but the male lead can. The Eternal Night Devil has 1,000 years of power. If the male lead eats this pill, won't he level up immediately? Her words woke him up from his dream. That's right, I can't use it, but the male lead can. But what? This thing is too precious. The Demon King treats me very well. He takes care of my food and accommodation and even gives me a good position. I didn't work hard and received such a precious gift from him. I really feel bad. Bo Yang was very conflicted. Thinking about it carefully, for more than a year, other than eating and sleeping, he didn't do anything. He was doing well as a shopkeeper. Even if he helped the Lord Devil Lord a few times before, he had other motives. If he accepted 1,000 years of power now, Bo Yang's conscience ached. Sir, he's just a set of data, a fake person. Why are you thinking so much? You're a bastard who doesn't take advantage of the situation. You're a businessman. You should take action when the time is right. If you miss the opportunity, it'll be too late to regret it. Xiaoling said. Bo Yang was indecisive. Xiaoling said, Sir, I realized that you shouldn't train your courage, but your temperament. You're too kind. You can't be ruthless at the crucial moment. His mind was still arguing fiercely. The Eternal Night Devil saw that he didn't speak for a long time and frowned. Why don't you accept it? Bo Yang came back to his senses. Master, it's too precious. 1,000 years of power. How can Master take it just like that? It was obviously a reprimand, but when the Eternal Night Devil heard it, he revealed a happy expression. You care about me? Bo Yang said. Are you stupid? The Eternal Night Devil said, Don't worry. 1,000 years of power won't affect me much. You should know that I'm currently in a state of chi deviation. The reason is that the magic in my body is too strong and I can't control it. The extra magic can be made into pills. It's the best of both worlds. It was easy to say, but it was actually very difficult to do. After all, it was 1,000 years of power. In this world, taking away 1,000 years of power didn't mean that 1,000 years of power would be taken away. When a person advanced, even if a lot of power was taken away, the body would slowly recover. Even so, taking away more than 1,000 years of power was not a small matter. Master. Bo Yang didn't know what to say. I've already taken out the pills. I definitely won't take them back. You can keep them for yourself. After the Eternal Night Devil finished speaking, he directly grabbed his hand and stuffed the box back into his palm. Then, he turned and left. Bo Yang held the box in a daze and looked at his back. Master, that's great. Let's quickly give it to the male lead. Xiao Ling said in his mind. Bo Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the box in his hand again. He took a deep breath. All right, he'll accept it. However, he wouldn't accept it for nothing. He would remember this kindness and repay it in the future. This kind of pill that increased power was very useful for people who were on the rise. The Eternal Night Devil's magic was very strong. After it was injected into the pill, even if it dissipated, the remaining power was very strong. However, this kind of pill was made of magic and didn't match the male lead's physique. Fortunately, Xianxia was very knowledgeable. As one of the 4 great guardians of the demon realm, he knew a lot of strange techniques. As long as he used a secret technique, he could change the power in the pill into one that was suitable for the male lead's physique. However, in this way, less than 1/10 of the power in the pill would be left. Moreover, this pill would constantly dissipate power, so the sooner it was given to the male lead, the better. Now, Bo Yang was facing a problem. What excuse should he use to hurry to the human world? After staying in the palace for a few days, he still couldn't figure out how to tell the Demon King. The Eternal Night Devil didn't have many requirements for his job, but he wanted him to stay in the palace so that he couldn't find a chance to escape. In this situation, Bo Yang's heart was tormented. On one hand, he wanted to give the pill to the male lead as soon as possible so that he could complete the mission. On the other hand, he felt guilty towards the Eternal Night Devil, but he was also afraid. Think about it, the Lord Devil Lord went through so much trouble to give him the pill, but he tricked him and gave such a valuable gift to someone else. This kind of behavior was like a goddess receiving a gift from a spare tire and giving it to a puppy. Damn, this is too much of a scumbag. Xiaoling, I realized that I'm a scumbag. Bo Yang's heart was in pain. Xiaoling said helplessly, this is the 120th time you've said this to me. Sir, you must remember that those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. If you want to achieve your goal, you must pay the price and do some things that you don't want to do. If you're too influenced by the morals of the outside world, you're not suitable to be the leader of the company. Bo Yang felt wronged. I didn't want to be the leader in the first place. The company is my brother's. Xiaoling, but sir, don't forget that your brother is still lying in the hospital in a coma. Sir's father spent 10 million to send you here in order to cultivate you. If you don't complete the mission, how will you be able to face them? Moreover, the Demon King himself gave it to you. You shouldn't feel guilty about it. Bo-yang, Xiaoling's tone was very strict. Sir, I've reminded you again and again that everything you're experiencing now is virtual and not real. The person you feel guilty about doesn't exist at all. It's just a set of virtual data. The inner torment you've experienced and all the choices you've made are all tests given to you by the system. It's also your trial in this world. Sir, please think carefully. Bo-yang was silent. After a while, he sighed. I'm sorry. I didn't manage my emotions well. Xiaoling's tone softened. Sir, this is your first experience. It's normal for you to feel uneasy. Sir, you must understand what the biggest goal is. For this goal, you can do anything. Bo-yang smiled bitterly. It's fine if you're unscrupulous, but you have to have a bottom line. Xiaoling sighed. Sir, Bo-yang said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. If the Lord Devil Lord knew about this, he would be furious. From now on, he would carry out his duties seriously as a form of repayment to the Eternal Night Devil. With this thought in mind, Bo-yang began to attach importance to his job as a commander and began to accept his own affairs. Everyone in the governor's manor was shocked by his change. They didn't know what medicine he ate. It just so happened that the Eternal Night Devil called Bo-yang to the main hall, and Bo-yang went. What business does Master have with this subordinate? Nothing much. Come, help me grind the ink. The Eternal Night Devil saw him and waved his hand. Bo-yang felt guilty when he saw him. He cupped his fists and said, Master, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, this subordinate hasn't thought of improving himself and has been slacking off. Please punish me, Master. The Eternal Night Devil was surprised. Why are you suddenly saying this? This subordinate has received Master's love, but I haven't thought of improving myself. Recently, I've been thinking about it and feel that this subordinate can't continue like this. Since Master has given this subordinate the position of commander to this subordinate, it means that he trusts this subordinate. This subordinate should work hard and not let down Master's love. The Eternal Night Devil smirked. You mean that you have to perform your duties well? Bo-yang said, yes. The Eternal Night Devil thought for a while and nodded. Since that's the case, you have to work hard in the governor's manor. This subordinate obeys. Bo-yang replied loudly. His heart was filled with motivation. At first, the Eternal Night Devil thought that Bo-yang was just joking. After all, he had been by his side for more than a year and knew what kind of person Bo-yang was. However, what surprised him was that Bo-yang really did work hard. Originally, the Eternal Night Devil wanted to keep Bo-yang by his side every day. After seeing that he was willing to work as a commander, he didn't ask him to stay in the Palace of Eternal Darkness any longer. After a long time, Bo-yang's mind started to become active again. He started to make plans in his heart. He was worried that he wouldn't have the chance to go to the human world because he was always by the Eternal Night Devil's side. However, now that the Demon King had relaxed his guard, he had a lot of free time. If one day, when the Demon King wasn't paying attention, he could disappear for a period of time and say that he had gone out on a mission. The Lord Devil Lord wouldn't notice. Bo-yang's heart began to stir. When he said that, Bo-yang first went out to test the waters. First, he went out for 4 hours, then 6 hours, and then disappeared for a day. At first, the Lord Devil Lord still asked him a few questions. However, as he went out more frequently, he didn't keep asking him. Bo-yang was filled with regret. If he had known that he could do this, then when he took over the position of commander, he would have created an image of being hardworking. The Lord Devil Lord wouldn't have watched him so strictly. He had really wasted a year. Just like that, a month passed. Bo-yang estimated that it was about time and wanted to take the opportunity to run away. That day, he found out the time when the passage would open and specially found someone to change his night shift. He wanted to take advantage of the dark night to run away. Bo-yang patrolled the Palace of Eternal Darkness as he planned his route. Suddenly, he felt a strong demonic aura coming from the direction of the main hall. After being by the Demon King's side for such a long time and experiencing his chi deviation twice, Bo Yang was very familiar with this kind of demonic aura. He cursed inwardly and immediately rushed to the main hall. The Palace of Eternal Darkness was the same as before. When night fell, most of the palace servants would disperse. No one could be left around the main hall, so when Bo Yang ran there was no one in the main hall. As soon as he entered the interior of the palace, it was already enveloped by a thick demonic aura. In the past, when the Demon King went berserk, the surrounding demonic aura would only gather around him. However, this time it had already occupied the entire interior of the palace. It was as if flames were burning everywhere. Bo Yang was already very experienced. He first used the demonic aura to protect himself. Then, he searched for the Demon King's figure in the black flames. When the Eternal Night Devil went berserk, he would temporarily lose his mind. However, he would not completely lose his mind. He would still retain a trace of clarity, and this trace of clarity would ensure that he would not go on a killing spree. Bo Yang walked into the hall and faintly saw a black figure. "Master!" Bo Yang shouted in an attempt to regain his consciousness. At the same time, he continuously dispersed the surrounding flames. Once the flames tightly wrapped around him, he would most likely die here. The closer he got to the center, the denser the flames became, and breathing became more difficult. The pressure was increasing, but Bo Yang did not retreat. Thinking of how well the Demon King had treated him, whether it was for public or private reasons, he had to ensure the Demon King's safety. This was a good time to repay his kindness. After a while, he finally saw the figure of the Lord Devil Lord. The Demon King was burning with dense flames. His entire body was like a phoenix bathed in flames. "Master!" Bo Yang rushed over and hugged him. He used all the strength in his body to suppress his demonic power. The Eternal Night Devil's eyes regained their clarity for a moment, but it was quickly covered by a blood-red color. "Master, wake up!" Bo Yang shouted. At this time, there was no other way. He could only awaken his consciousness and let the Eternal Night Devil control his own demonic power. The Eternal Night Devil's power went berserk. Bo Yang desperately tried to suppress it, but he could not. Damn, didn't this guy just use 1,000 years worth of power? Why was he still so ferocious? Even if he used another 1,000 years worth of power, Bo Yang felt that he would not be able to suppress him. The moment of distraction caused Bo Yang to be heavily injured. He groaned, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The surrounding flames immediately swept up, completely enveloping him. At this time, Bo Yang could choose to leave. This was because a demonic power explosion was very dangerous. It was like being near a bomb that was about to explode in the real world. However, Bo Yang only hesitated for a moment. He continued to guard the Demon King. He had safely passed through the previous 2 times. This time should not be a problem. He skillfully used his demonic power to suppress the chaotic demonic power around him. Gradually, the demonic power finally calmed down. Bo Yang was already sweating profusely. Seeing this, he was overjoyed. He once again tried to force the demonic power back into the Demon King's body. Who would have thought that perhaps because he was too happy and careless, the demonic power that was originally calmed down flew out again like an enraged snake. The huge demonic power rebounded onto Bo Yang's body, causing him to fly out of the palace. The Demon King's cultivation level was unfathomable. That attack just now caused Bo Yang to spit out blood. He lay on the ground for a while before he recovered. The air was filled with hot air, bringing with it an ominous aura. With a bang, the palace doors opened. Demonic power flooded out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it wanted to tear the sky and earth apart. What was going on? Bo Yang's eyes widened. This time, the demonic power was different from the previous 2 times. It seemed to be out of control. Xiaoling shouted in his mind, "Mister, quickly leave." Bo Yang calmly said, "It's fine." Xiaoling was anxious, "Mister." Bo Yang was silent for a moment. A dark light flashed through his eyes. "Xiaoling, mister? You said that the Demon King suddenly became like this and couldn't control the demonic power. Was it because he extracted his power to refine pills for me?" Xiaoling was slightly stunned. She immediately said, "It must be." Bo Yang's hands subconsciously clenched. How could extracting 1,000 years' worth of power be so easy? I lied to him, but I still wanted to give it to someone else, Xiaoling said. Mister, you didn't lie to him, and you didn't ask for anything from him. He wanted to give it to you himself. Bo Yang had already walked into the palace. Mister, don't be stubborn. Xiaoling anxiously shouted. If she had legs, she would have jumped 8 feet high. It's so dangerous, don't go in. Don't tell me you don't want to go back to the real world? Bo Yang said, of course I do, but I also want to save him. You will die. No, it's not 100% certain that I will die. Bo Yang said, believe me, if I have to die, I definitely won't stay. You. Sigh. Xiaoling said helplessly, do as you please. Anyway, it's your own choice. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Believe me. Bo Yang said. Bo Yang walked into the palace. It was already completely enveloped by the Demon King's demonic power. He calmed his mind and once again used all his power to force the surrounding flames away. Sweat rolled down Bo Yang's forehead, blurring his vision. However, he didn't dare to blink. He was still focused on forcing the surrounding flames away. At the same time, he kept calling out the Eternal Night Devil's name. Master. Master. The surrounding flames gradually became smaller. Bo Yang was overjoyed and relaxed slightly. In an instant, the surrounding flames that had originally subsided suddenly exploded, swallowing him up in an instant. A black shadow appeared in the center of the flames. Bo Yang didn't have time to react before his neck was bitten by something. The familiar suction force and pain could be felt. Knowing that the Demon King had bitten him, Bo Yang let out a sigh of relief. A large amount of blood and power was sucked away by the Demon King, just like last time. Xiaoling was so frightened that she cried out, Sir, I'm fine. Bo Yang resisted the dizziness caused by the large amount of blood loss. He quickly took out the pill that the Demon King had given him from his Chankuan bag. He used the power that he had hidden previously to shake off the Demon King. The Demon King didn't have a good fighting style after entering the demonic state. He was forced to take a step back by the sudden sneak attack. He seemed to be enraged. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he once again opened his mouth to bite at Bo Yang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bo Yang quickly flicked his finger and threw the pill into the Demon King's mouth. Every time the Demon King entered the demonic state, he would grab the people nearby and suck their blood and power. In order to prevent innocent people from getting hurt, he had dismissed the people in the palace. Bo Yang, who had entered the demonic state 3 times, had been by his side and had already noticed this pattern. This time, the demonic energy was stronger than the previous 2 times. Bo Yang guessed that it had something to do with the extraction of power, so he took a gamble. The pill was originally refined from the Demon King's own power. If he returned it, it should be able to be absorbed quickly. Sure enough, the Demon King's movement stopped after the pill entered his mouth. Bo Yang let out a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. Xiaoling said in surprise, Sir, why did you give the pill to him? It was originally his, so I returned it to its rightful owner. Hey, sir. Why can't you be ruthless? To achieve great things, don't bother with trifles. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. Your father will be very disappointed if you act like this. Bo Yang said, yes, my father wants me to be a decisive person, but I have my own bottom line. I will complete the mission using my own methods. But, there will be many detours, Xiaoling, I am me. I probably won't be able to become the kind of person my father wants me to be, Bo Yang said. Xiaoling let out a long sigh. Just when Bo Yang thought that he was safe, a few red flaming tentacles suddenly appeared around him and quickly grabbed him, sending him to the Eternal Night Devil's side. Master! Bo Yang was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil tilted his head and looked at him curiously. Bo Yang thought that he had regained his senses and hurriedly said, Master, quickly put me down. The Eternal Night Devil looked at him for a moment, then suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed his chin, and pulled his head closer. June. Woo, before he could finish speaking, his lips were blocked. A scalp-numbing wet and hot feeling moved around in his mouth. Bo Yang's hair stood on end. He shook his head with all his might, trying to break free. However, his struggles were in vain. Perhaps the eternal Night Demon King had sensed Bai Yang's resistance, so he snorted in dissatisfaction. He reached out a hand, grabbed Bai Yang's waist, and pulled him hard. Bai Yang fell into his chest. The surrounding flames wrapped around them like snakes, tightly entangling the two of them together. The passionate kiss brought with it a sense of tyranny. The eternal Night Devil's hands tightened, almost breaking Bo Yang's ribs. He was deprived of his freedom and breath. His head was dizzy and he almost fainted. Xiao Ling, I can't breathe. Idiot, hurry up and breathe. Xiao Ling said anxiously. Bo Yang had already started to roll his eyes, but the person in front of him had no intention of letting him go. He continued to kiss him deeply, as if he wanted to suck something out of his mouth. Bo Yang felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away by him. Damn it, if he had milk, it would be sucked dry by this guy. In a daze, such a strange thought flashed through his mind. He had already fallen into a very subtle state. He couldn't feel any pain, and his body and soul seemed to be separated. Just as his vision turned black and he was about to faint, the person in front of him finally let go of him. Bo Yang took a deep breath. Because he inhaled too quickly, he coughed violently. His face was red from coughing. The eternal Night Devil frowned and stared at him. Bo Yang glanced at him and found that his eyes were still filled with curiosity and some confusion. This kind of gaze was definitely not something our great demon king should have. It was like a child's gaze. Thus, Bo Yang concluded that the Lord Devil Lord hadn't regained his consciousness at all. He was purely a retard now. Master. Bo Yang finally stopped coughing and said hoarsely. So comfortable. The eternal Night Devil suddenly leaned over and used his body to rub Bo Yang's body. Then, he bit his neck. The fangs bit Bo Yang's skin. Bo Yang hissed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Warm blood flowed out, and the air was filled with the smell of rust. The eternal Night Devil stuck out his tongue and licked the wound. Bo Yang was like a fish that was suddenly electrocuted, and he jumped up from the chopping board. He couldn't find the right words to describe the excitement he felt at that moment. Instinctively, he wanted to avoid it. If this continued, there would be problems. Master, let go of me. Bo Yang's voice was a little hoarse. Compared to his usual voice, it sounded more fragile and magnetic. Originally, he wanted to say it out loud, but unfortunately, he didn't have any strength in his body. The words that came out of his mouth seemed weak and powerless. It didn't seem like a resistance, but more like an invitation. The eternal Night Devil seemed to have been bewitched. His tongue left his neck and slowly moved upwards, trying to bite his lips. Bo Yang quickly turned his face away. The eternal Night Devil did not manage to bite his lips. Instead, he used his tongue to gently lick his face. Like a big dog. Bo Yang's scalp went numb again. He had a very bad feeling. He felt that his breathing became rapid, and his skin started to heat up. Beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. His body was a little weak, and he was gradually losing control. Maybe it was because he lacked oxygen, but after all, the Demon King was hugging him too tightly. He forced himself to explain. This couldn't go on. There was an inexplicable fear in his heart, and Bo Yang started to struggle violently. It would have been better if he didn't struggle. Once he did, the eternal Night Devil's pupils immediately turned red. His hands locked him tightly, not allowing him to move an inch. Bo Yang was even more anxious. He lifted his leg and kicked him. The eternal Night Devil frowned unhappily. More flames appeared around him. The flames twisted and wrapped around Bo Yang's limbs like snakes. Bo Yang's limbs were forcefully pulled apart, and he was hung in the air with his arms and legs spread out. His entire body was wrapped in snake-like flames. In a sense, it was a little awkward. Luckily, there was no one around, so they couldn't see his awkward appearance. The flames wriggled on his body and quickly tore his clothes apart. The eternal Night Devil stretched out a hand and gently scratched his skin, leaving a trail of blood. The bright red blood seeped out. The eternal Night Devil stretched out his tongue and licked the blood off. His face revealed an expression as if he had eaten something delicious. The situation was getting worse and worse. Master, wake up! Stop! Bo Yang screamed. Unfortunately, his voice was like a cat's, and it didn't have any deterrence. The flames continued to twist. It was warm but not scorching. Soon, Bo Yang's clothes were torn apart, revealing his firm and white chest. The eternal night devil seemed to have found a fun toy. He used his fingernails to cut countless wounds on his body. These wounds were very shallow, and it didn't hurt at all. It was just a little numb and itchy. The eternal night devil licked these wounds clean of the blood that flowed out. Bo Yang's upper body was naked. His chest was covered with wounds, and his limbs were spread out. More importantly, there was a man licking his body. "Aya, I'm so shy," Xiaoling said in Bo Yang's mind. "Sir, are you going to be done by him?" Bo Yang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're still joking at a time like this. If this goes on, I'll bleed to death. These small wounds won't happen." Xiaoling didn't care at all. "Hurry up and think of a way. If this goes on, I'll really be done for." Bo Yang was embarrassed and anxious. "I told you to leave just now, but you didn't. Now you're anxious." Xiaoling snorted. "Don't worry, I don't think he wants to kill you." "Why? Last time, he almost sucked you dry. This time, he's only sucking a little of your blood. I think he's in a semi-mental state now. What's the point of telling me this? I just want him to stop." The feeling of being licked in such a sensitive place was very uncomfortable. He was about to break down. Just as he was chatting with Xiaoling, he suddenly felt his chest itch. An intense stimulation swept through his body like a storm. Bo Yang couldn't help but let out an "ah" sound. That sound was very perverted. How dare he do such a thing? Bo Yang was about to go crazy. Xiaoling didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that it would agitate him. Just now, the eternal night devil actually bit a spot on his chest. It was as if he had found a fun toy. He licked it with his tongue and bit it with his teeth. That spot quickly became red and swollen. "Don't worry, I closed my eyes and didn't see anything." Xiaoling comforted him in his mind. F***ck. Bo Yang, who rarely used vulgarities, finally exploded. He was panicking. It wasn't just because he was being treated like this, but because at the same time, he felt his body react. He actually had a reaction. This was something he didn't expect. Bo Yang couldn't accept it no matter what. He actually had a reaction because of a man's teasing. This conclusion had a bigger impact on him than being killed. After all, he had predicted his own death many times and was mentally prepared. But he never expected himself to have a reaction to a man. When faced with this kind of unknown, uncontrollable and sudden stimulation, the first reaction was to escape and be afraid. He used all the strength in his body, intending to break free from the shackles even if it meant risking his life. However, at the next moment, the eternal night demon king stopped all his movements. He seemed to be stunned as he stared at Bo Yang quietly. Bo Yang gasped for air. Beads of sweat slid down his cheeks, rolled up his Adam's apple, and rolled down his bloody chest. The magic around him suddenly disappeared. Bo Yang fell to the ground from midair. The eternal night devil still stood there in a daze. Bo Yang got up from the ground. When he saw the flames disappear, he knew that the demon king had regained his consciousness. He forced himself to calm down and said hoarsely, "Master, you're awake?" The eternal night devil suddenly fell back and fell to the ground. He seemed to have fainted. Bo Yang had a stomach full of anger and wanted to vent. Seeing him suddenly fall, he was stunned. After a while, he admitted that he was unlucky and squatted down to help the eternal night devil up. He really didn't have the strength to vent his anger on someone who was unconscious. After the restraints were removed, his strength quickly recovered. After all, the self-healing ability of the demon race was very strong, especially for someone like him who was in a high position. Bo Yang spent some effort to help the demon king to the bed in the back palace. The eternal night devil still hadn't woken up and was lying on the bed obediently. Bo Yang stared at his handsome sleeping face. His expression was uncertain. This person had gone berserk, so he used him as an example. He either sucked his blood or played with him. If this continued, he would be played to death by him sooner or later. He had to think of a way. That's right, Bianzhu. As long as he could find the Bianzhu, he would be able to cure the eternal night devil of his chi deviation. Curing the eternal night devil of his chi deviation could be considered as returning the favor. In the future, he wouldn't have to feel guilty. He remembered that there was a demon dragon in the human world. As long as he stole its inner core and gave it to the male lead would be able to improve his skills quickly. Yes, he could do that. If he went to the human world to kill the demon dragon and steal its inner core and give it to the male lead, if the demon king pursued the matter, he would say that the Lord Devil Lord had gone berserk and made him very worried. He went to the human world to steal the Bianzhu because of him. He didn't believe that the eternal night devil would pursue the crime of breaking into the human world. And during this process, he had already secretly given the pill to the male lead. Everything was flawless. Bo Yang had originally planned to sneak away tonight. Now that he had a good reason, he turned around and left the bedroom without saying a word. What he didn't see was that the person on the bed opened his eyes as soon as he left. The eternal night devil sat up from the bed and looked guiltily in the direction Bo Yang left. When he went berserk, other than losing his mind at the beginning, he quickly recovered. However, he was still in a daze. He instinctively grabbed that person and hung him up. Xiaozitan's appearance just now, the kind of body that was forcefully tied up and hung in midair, filled with sadistic beauty, the eternal night devil forced himself to concentrate and not think about what had just happened. When he saw that scene when he woke up, he knew that with Xiaozitan's pride, if he knew that someone had seen him being humiliated like that, who knew what he would do? Therefore, he subconsciously chose to escape. The dignified demon king actually used the trick of pretending to be unconscious. Xiaozitan left in a huff. No one knew where he was going. The eternal night devil couldn't help but be worried. He hurriedly got up from the bed and quietly followed Bo Yang out of the bedroom. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to detect the demon king's aura. Therefore, Bo Yang didn't know that someone was following him. Bo Yang rushed all the way to the array. He had already investigated that the passage would open tonight, so he wasn't surprised to see it open when he arrived. He walked straight through the passage and quickly arrived in the human world. It was night in the demon realm, and so was the human world. It was just that the night in the demon realm was always dark and oppressive, but the night in the human world was filled with stars and the moon. It was quite refreshing. Bo Yang took a deep breath. The air in the human world was very fresh. Bo Yang breathed in the air here and felt his mind clear up a lot. Forget about what happened just now. Bo Yang's current mood was like that of a tourist who had left his hometown to travel to other places. Even if there were many unhappy things, he would adjust himself when he saw strange and beautiful scenery. Although the demon race recovered quickly, Bo Yang was still very tired after using a lot of energy to suppress the eternal night devil's magic. He quickly went to the previous stronghold and found a room to lie down. Probably because of the high tension, he tossed and turned on the bed and couldn't fall asleep. The air was suddenly filled with a faint fragrance. Bo Yang smelled this fragrance and frowned. After a while, he relaxed and fell asleep peacefully. A slender figure appeared in the dark room. The figure walked to the bedside and quietly stared at the person on the bed. After a while, he sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to hold Bo Yang's wrist. He slowly injected demon chi into his body and soothed his damaged meridians. Bo Yang hadn't recovered yet and couldn't wake up like a dead pig. After a while, the repair was completed. The demon king let go of his wrist and gently picked up the blanket that Bo Yang had kicked off and covered him again. Then, he sat on the edge of the bed and didn't move at all. He didn't know why Xiaozitan came to the human world and wanted to chase him back. After thinking about it, Xiaozitan might be very embarrassed, and he wasn't prepared to face the victim. Thinking of Xiaozitan's appearance just now, the demon king coughed and his face turned slightly red. Forget it, let's not meet for now. I'll come back after the matter in the demon realm is settled. After some time, the sky began to brighten. The eyelashes of the person on the bed fluttered, as if he was about to wake up. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. This door has been touched. This is the room prepared for the Lord Xia. Could it be that the Lord Xia has come? Let's go in and have a look. Let's knock on the door first. The voices were getting closer and closer, and then someone outside the door whispered, "Is the Lord Xia back?" The person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The person sitting on the edge of the bed disappeared the moment he opened his eyes. Bo Yang was woken up by someone outside. He thought that he wouldn't sleep well last night, but unexpectedly, he slept very well. Am I a pig head that doesn't think about things? Such a thing had clearly happened, yet he was still able to sleep like a pig without a string. Bo Yang sat on the bed and began to reflect deeply. Someone knocked on the door again. Is the Lord Xia in there? Are we coming in? Bo Yang patted his face with his hand, lifted the blanket, and got off the bed. He put on the posture of a superior and said, "Come in." There was a moment of silence outside the door, and then someone said in a trembling voice, "When did the Lord Xia come back?" "Last night." Bo Yang said, "Bring me a basin of water." "Yes." The person outside obeyed and quickly brought Bo Yang hot water and a towel. After Bo Yang finished washing up, he ate a bit of his breakfast and got some spirit stones from someone. Then, he swaggered out. From beginning to end, he didn't explain why he suddenly appeared or why he left. Anyway, with his status, he didn't need to explain, and the people around him didn't dare to say anything. "Xiaoling, tell me the location of the demon flood dragon," Bo Yang said. Xiaoling said, "The book says that the demon flood dragon is at the rising dragon lake." According to the book, the demon flood dragon swallowed the surrounding wild beasts and cultivators. Later, the male lead's other beautiful partner, Feng Ming, had her cultivation crippled. The male lead, whose cultivation was already very high, took her to the Dragon Soul Arcane Realm to find blood Lingji for her to eat. On the way, they passed by the rising dragon lake. The author's main goal was to let the male lead and Feng Ming enter the Dragon Soul Arcane Realm to improve their relationship and find blood Lingji. The description of the demon flood dragon was very brief. It only said that the demon flood dragon was very strong, and it was heavily injured by the male lead. From the book's description, the demon flood dragon's inner core was very good for increasing cultivation, but it was only for low-level cultivators. Feng Ming's cultivation was already high, and only blood Lingji could save her. That was why the male lead didn't chase after the demon flood dragon. After that, there was no description of the demon flood dragon. The male lead hadn't reached golden core yet, so the demon flood dragon's inner core was just right. He didn't dare to touch the male lead's blood Lingji and other pills, but the demon flood dragon was harmless. During the year when he was chained up by the demon king, Bo Yang had the idea of getting the demon flood dragon. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave the demon realm. Now that he had a reason, he naturally went straight to his destination. Under Xiaoling's guidance, Bo Yang quickly arrived at the Rising Dragon Lake. The Rising Dragon Lake was located between two mountains. The lake's surface was clear and calm, and there was no sign of danger. According to the book, the demon flood dragon would always sneak attack people when they weren't paying attention, and it would most likely succeed. Bo Yang dispersed his aura and slowly approached the lake. He pretended to be a travel-worn cultivator and bent down to drink water. Under the calm surface of the lake, a pair of huge eyes stared at him without blinking. Bo Yang didn't seem to feel anything. After drinking the water, he picked up the water and splashed it on his face. At this moment, a ferocious beast that had been hiding in the water for a long time suddenly rushed out of the water. Its ferocious head bit towards Bo Yang. The person by the lake raised his head, and a panicked expression appeared on his face. The demon flood dragon felt proud and swallowed its prey in one gulp. After swallowing, it retreated back into the water, preparing to slowly digest the prey in its body. Recently, there were very few cultivators and ferocious beasts that came to the lake. It had been hungry for almost a month. This cultivator's arrival was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Its skin was soft and tender, and it looked very delicious. The demon flood dragon sank into the water and curled up its body, preparing to digest. However, after a while, it felt that its body wasn't right. Its body, which had always been as hard as iron, seemed to be wrapped in a knife, constantly cutting its soft and tender flesh. The demon flood dragon was soon rolling on the bottom of the lake in pain. The calm surface of the lake suddenly surged with wind and clouds, and huge waves appeared. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the demon flood dragon rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Its huge body flew into the air, and then it exploded into two parts with a wail. Bo Yang held the pigeon egg-sized inner core in his hand and hung in the air. He was one of the four great guardians of the demon realm. He was an existence that could run amok wherever he went. After getting the inner core, the second stop was the small town of the Tingyun sect. Currently, there were two ways to meet the male lead. The first way was to go up the mountain to meet him. The second way was to have him come down to find him. The first way, he would have to put in a bit of effort to sneak into the mountain. If he didn't do well, he would be chased down. No matter how he looked at it, the second way was more comfortable. But how would he get him to come down the mountain to meet him? Bo Yang thought about it and made a plan. He would first write a letter to have the male lead come down the mountain. If the male lead didn't come, he would think of another way to sneak into the mountain. Bo Yang understood the male lead. The male lead, Zhou Ying, was a man with a very adventurous spirit. Normally, when faced with danger or challenges, ordinary people would retreat. However, he would face them head-on. Therefore, his achievements were greater than anyone else's. Bo Yang wrote a letter. In the letter, he bluntly told the male lead that he was the one who gave him the Sky Yang pill last time. This time, he brought a pill that could increase his power. He hoped that the male lead would come down the mountain to meet him. If an ordinary person saw such a letter, they probably wouldn't believe it. However, Bai Yang had indeed given Zhou Ying a bottle of Heaven Yang pills last time. Presumably, after taking the pills, the male lead Zhou Ying's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had tasted the sweetness of it. On the other hand, Zhou Ying's character was very adventurous. If he judged that Bo Yang contacted him to get the dragon sword, then he would judge that the current Bo Yang was safe and could be contacted. After all, he was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator. He spent some spirit stones to have a disciple who went out to purchase the letter to the male lead. The letter had been specially processed. If other people tried to force it open, it would be destroyed. Bo Yang waited at the tavern at the foot of the mountain. That was the first place where he had direct contact with the male lead. When the sun went down, he finally saw the male lead in disguise. The male lead still had a small mustache pasted on his face. He wore the clothes of a commoner and had a sloppy appearance. Bo Yang still used the same disguise as the last time they met. He even sat at the same table as the last time they met. He ordered 2 bottles of good wine and a plate of side dishes and waited quietly. When the male lead, Zhou Ying, saw Bo Yang, a smile appeared on his face. He walked briskly to his side and sat down. The male lead was more sociable. He automatically poured himself a glass of wine and said, "Last time, we left in a hurry. I didn't even know your name. Today, you specially asked me out. Why don't you tell me your real name? Otherwise, I don't know how to address you." Bo Yang admired his courage. He smiled and said, "You can call me Mr. Xia." "Is your surname Xia?" the male lead asked curiously. Bo Yang nodded slightly. Actually, he didn't think that he would meet the male lead so easily. He even thought that the male lead would send someone to test him first before doing something else. Or perhaps he would first reply with a letter and set a time and place. But he didn't think that the male lead would actually come according to the time and place written in the letter. This was out of Bo Yang's expectations. Zhou Ying probably trusted him more than he thought. "Then why? You came out just like that? Do you know that I did all this for the dragon sword? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Bo Yang asked curiously. Zhou Ying smiled and shook his head, "You won't." His tone was resolute. Bo Yang was very surprised. "Why?" "First of all, you know that in order to take out the dragon sword, I have to reach the nascent soul stage. But right now, I'm only at the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. If you kill me now, you'll only destroy the dragon sword. So you definitely won't kill me," Zhou Ying said. "Then there's a possibility that I'll capture you and torture you," Bo Yang said. Zhou Ying shook his head again, "You won't." "Why?" Bo Yang was even more curious. "Intuition," Zhou Ying blurted out. Zhou Ying's words were out of Bo Yang's expectations. He never thought that Zhou Ying would actually say the word intuition. They've only met once. Where did he get the confidence that Bo Yang wouldn't hurt him? Before he could think of a reason, Zhou continued, I don't know why, but when I see you, I feel very close to you. It's like we've met before. I feel that not only will you not hurt me, you'll even help me. Bo Yang was speechless for a moment. He chuckled and didn't say anything. He was secretly surprised at the male lead Zhou Ying's sharp intuition. In a sense, his feelings were correct. If there was one person in the world who would never hurt the male lead, it would probably be Bo Yang. Bo Yang was touched by the male lead's trust. However, when he thought about how Xianxia and Zhou Ying were destined to kill each other, Bo Yang's feelings became complicated. After a pause, Bo Yang said meaningfully, Young man, I want to tell you that you can't just rely on intuition. You have to rely on evidence. Because feelings can lie. Only evidence can't lie. Zhou Ying didn't take it to heart, Mr. Xia is just joking. Oh right, mister, you said that you have some pills for me. Is that true? Zhou Ying's gaze was filled with anticipation. Bo Yang was a bit speechless. This person really had guts. He clearly knew that he would be killed as soon as he reached the nascent soul stage, but he was still passionate about cultivating. The male lead was indeed the male lead. His guts were heaven-defying. If I didn't come to give you pills today, would you still come out to see me? Bo Yang asked casually. Zhou Ying thought for a moment and nodded, I treat mister as a friend. Of course I'm willing to see a friend. Bo Yang sighed in his heart. This child trusted him so much. He hoped that he wouldn't hate him later. Then I'm really honored. Bo Yang picked up the wine jug on the table and poured him a glass of wine before handing it to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying took the wine glass. Bo Yang poured himself another glass and raised his glass, come, let's have a drink. It's fate that brought us together. Let's drink until we're drunk, Zhou Ying also raised his glass and said. The two clinked their glasses and finished the wine in their glasses. Bo Yang slowly sipped his wine and stared straight at Zhou Ying. Why are you looking at me? Zhou Ying felt that it was a little strange. Waiting. Bo Yang placed the wine glass on the table and lightly spat out a word. Waiting for what? Zhou Ying asked. Bo Yang's lips curled up slightly, do you feel uncomfortable? Hearing Bo Yang's words, Zhou Ying frowned and then held his forehead, saying, that's strange. Why do I feel so dizzy? After saying that, his eyes suddenly widened as if he understood something. He seemed to want to stand up and walk out. Unfortunately, his body moved and he fell unconscious on the table. Bo Yang held the wine glass and sighed, child, don't blame me. I didn't have a choice. He helped Zhou Ying up and disappeared with him from the tavern. 2 hours later, Zhou Ying slowly woke up and found that she had arrived at an unfamiliar place. Looking around, he found that he was in a house. The surroundings were very quiet. The house was dilapidated. One of the walls had collapsed, and only the other 3 walls provided shelter from the wind and rain. The things in the house were also in a mess. It was very likely that the previous owner did not want them. Overall, this house looked like a ruin at first glance. At the open gap in the wall, a familiar figure stood quietly with his back facing him. Mr. Xie? Zhou Ying sat up from the ground, where are we? At this time, he already felt that something was wrong, but he probably still did not believe that Bo Yang would harm him. Bo Yang turned his head, good question. Where are we now? Zhou Ying blinked. His originally blank expression gradually became serious, and a trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. Mr. Xia, I don't understand what you mean. It seemed that he had already reacted. Bo Yang slowly walked in front of him, bent down, and stared straight at him. I told you not to rely on your intuition when doing things. Do you really think that I won't hurt you? Zhou Ying stood up and forced a smile. Mr. Xia, what do you mean? It means what you think it means. Bo Yang's tone contained a trace of arrogance. That trace of arrogance instantly made Zhou Ying feel that this person was somewhat out of reach. He was not quite what he had imagined. This man's temperament was ethereal and noble. His every movement was full of nobility. Even when he was in the Tingyan sect, he had never seen such a person. Perhaps it was because this person's temperament and appearance were too outstanding that he let his guard down. You really want to kill me? Zhou Ying asked again. He still did not quite believe it. Bo Yang laughed loudly. Boy, what do you think? But I haven't reached the nascent soul stage yet. So I won't kill you now. Bo Yang gently pinched his chin. There was a trace of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, but there are many things in this world that are scarier than death. You haven't understood them yet. Zhou Ying's expression finally changed. What do you want to do? You're not here to deliver the elixirs? Bo Yang let go of his chin and clasped his hands behind his back. I'm indeed here to deliver the elixirs. But there's no free lunch in this world. If you want the elixirs, you have to exchange them with something else. Zhou Ying took a step back. His whole body was on guard. What do you want? Bo Yang was silent for a moment, then said word by word, Bianzhu. Bianzhu? Zhou Ying was shocked and his eyes widened. How could I have that kind of thing? It's the most precious treasure of our Tingyan sect and is personally safeguarded by the sect leader. There's only one, so I definitely don't have it on me. Of course I know you don't have it. Bo Yang ridiculed him in his heart, but on the surface, he had an unfathomable expression and smiled without saying anything. Zhou Ying continued, if you want the Bianzhu, then you've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the Tingyan sect. I haven't even seen the sect leader a few times, so how could I have the Bianzhu? Bo Yang laughed, just because you don't have it doesn't mean that others don't. The Bianzhu is really with the sect leader. Zhou Ying hurriedly explained. He thought that Bo Yang had misunderstood that the Bianzhu was on him and had specifically caught him, so he felt that it was necessary to explain clearly. I know. Bo Yang said again. Zhou Ying was shocked. Since you know that the Bianzhu is with the sect leader, why did you catch me? Don't you know that you're very precious now? Bo Yang gently stroked his cheek. I believe that someone would be willing to exchange the Bianzhu for you. Zhou Ying shook his head. No, even if I had the dragon sword, the sect leader wouldn't exchange the Bianzhu for me. Not only because the Bianzhu was the most precious treasure of the Tingyan sect, but also because the Bianzhu was related to the Tingyan sect's honor. Bo Yang was too lazy to explain to him, so he stood up and looked at the sky. He softly said, looking at the time, the person should be here. Not long after he said that, a green figure appeared on the small path outside. The figure approached from afar, as fast as a shooting star, and soon arrived in front of the dilapidated house. Zhou Ying was shocked. Zhao Qing'er. That's right, it's her. Bo Yang grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the room. He threw him on the floor roughly. Zhou Ying was poisoned and could not move. He allowed Bo Yang to throw him to the ground like trash. In this short period of time, Zhao Qing'er had already arrived in front of the two of them. Probably seeing the scene of Bo Yang throwing Zhou Ying, Zhao Qing'er anxiously shouted, Stop! Bo Yang brought out the aura of a villain. He smiled evilly and reached out to strangle Zhou Ying's neck. Zhou Ying struggled with all his might. His face was red, but his limbs were soft. Even if he struggled with all his might, he was as weak as a little bug. When Zhao Qing'er saw this scene, her heart burned with anxiety. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at Bo Yang. Let him go. Bo Yang continued to act as the villain. Not only did he not let go, he even smiled coldly at Zhao Qing'er. You want me to let him go? Sure. But you have to use the Bianzhu to exchange for it. Zhao Qing'er was stunned. After a while, she said, I don't have a Bianzhu. The Bianzhu is with my father. Bo Yang smiled. Zhao Qing'er saw that he did not loosen up. She stomped her feet and said, change it to something else. Do you want a treasure sword or a cultivation method? I can satisfy you. Bo Yang chuckled. His face sank as he coldly said, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. After saying this, he took out a black pill. He pinched Zhou Ying's chin and forced his mouth open. Then he stuffed the pill into Zhou Ying's mouth. After making sure that he swallowed it, Bo Yang released his hand. Zhou Ying covered his neck and began to retch. Zhou Ying. Zhao Qing'er hurriedly ran over to help Zhou Ying up. Zhou Ying finally stopped coughing. I'm fine. After saying this, his face suddenly twisted. His expression was very painful. His body began to twitch and his skin became redder. It was like he was being roasted by an intense temperature. It was unbearable pain. Of course, the Mo Jiao was at the nascent soul stage. Although Bo Yang had already prepared the pill, the male lead was still at the foundation establishment stage. It was very difficult for him to bear so much power all of a sudden. Zhou, what happened to you? Zhou, answer me. Zhao Qing'er shouted loudly. She grabbed Zhou and shook him with all her might. Bo Yang, why did the female lead always have to shake the male lead who was about to die or was seriously injured? Didn't she know that this would make the male lead die faster? Sure enough, Zhou on the ground twitched even more violently. It was unknown whether it was because of the pill or because of her shaking, but he began to roll his eyes. Bo Yang couldn't bear to see this. He wondered if he should go up and help. Zhou. Zhao Qing'er was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Her tears were about to fall. The male lead seemed to be enduring great pain. His hands clutched his chest tightly. Then he fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. It was so painful that he wanted to die. What did you feed him? Zhao Qing'er was shocked and angry. She sternly questioned Bo Yang. Bo Yang clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "It's just a small pill. Don't worry, he won't die for now. But if he doesn't get the antidote in 3 days, his intestines will rot and he will die." Zhao Qing'er immediately rushed to his side. Her eyes widened. "Give me the antidote." Bo Yang ignored her expression that looked like she wanted to eat him alive. He vividly portrayed a cold-blooded and ruthless villain. "If you want the antidote, give me the Biyunju in exchange. Remember, you only have 3 days. I don't care what method you use. After 3 days, if you don't bring me the Biyunju, Zhou will die." Xiaoling praised in her mind. "Wow, Sir is so awesome. The supervillain is super handsome." Bo Yang was secretly pleased. Zhao Qing'er's eyes turned red. She bit her lip, as if she was having a fierce mental struggle. "Don't give it to him, don't listen to him." Zhou endured the intense pain and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Bo Yang somewhat admired him. It must be known that with his foundation building cultivation, the pain his body had to endure must be extremely unbearable. He didn't expect him to retain some consciousness. "Zhou, are you okay?" Zhao Qing'er rushed over and hugged him. Zhou suddenly grabbed her hand and spoke with difficulty. "The Biyunju is the Tingyun sect's most precious treasure. We absolutely can't take it out. Don't do anything stupid for me." The people present weren't fools. Bo Yang's purpose of capturing Zhou was to force Zhao Qing'er to steal the Biyunju. The 3 of them understood. Bo Yang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Zhao Qing'er, if you delay for a quarter of an hour, Zhou Ying's life will be reduced by a quarter of an hour. Although this poison won't take his life for the time being, it will burn his insides and cause him great pain. Can you bear to see him in such pain?" Zhao Qing'er's face was distorted. She painfully hugged Zhou, her expression extremely conflicted. Bo Yang didn't rush her because he knew that overdoing it would be counterproductive. From the looks of it, Zhao Qing'er loved Zhou and would eventually agree. Xiaoling said in his mind, "Sir, I think you're quite good at playing the bad guy." Bo Yang said in his mind, "Am I not being forced? I hope that the 2 of them won't hate me too much in the future. I don't think it's possible. Actually, I also don't think it's possible. But there's no other way. If I want to get the Biyunju, this is the fastest and easiest way. The Eternal Night Devil is so good to me, I have to do something to repay him. Otherwise, my conscience won't be at ease." Bo Yang said. "Why do I feel like you're trying to distance yourself from the Demon King?" Xiaoling said. "I don't like owing people favors. You care too much about the Eternal Night Devil." Bo Yang's heart tightened. "Do I?" "Yes." Xiaoling's voice was resolute and decisive. Bo Yang was silent. After a while, he said, "I've lived for more than 20 years. Other than my parents and brother, no one has ever treated me so well. That's fake. He's just a virtual person. You don't have to repay him." "I know, but..." Bo Yang frowned. "I feel like he's very real, just like a real person." Xiaoling, sometimes I think, is this world really virtual? When I interact with the people in this world, they're just like the people I meet in the real world. They're made of flesh and blood, they cry and laugh. There are good and bad people, and they have dreams and ambitions. Xiaoling, is this world really fake? Of course it's fake. Xiaoling was a little nervous. Zhao Qing'er seems like she's about to say something. Bo Yang came back to his senses. Sure enough, he saw Zhao Qing'er let go of Zhou and stand up with a determined expression. Bo Yang perked up. Have you thought it through? Zhao Qing'er took a deep breath and stared at Bo Yang with a gaze that could devour people. She gritted her teeth and said, okay, I promise you. I'll bring the Bianju here within 3 days. Bo Yang's lips curled into a smile. It's a promise. At this time, Zhou had already fainted from the pain. Don't think about telling other people, and don't think about bringing people here. If you bring people here, Zhou will never be able to get the antidote, Bo Yang threatened. Zhao Qing'er took a deep breath. Okay. Zhao Qing'er knew that she couldn't take Zhou away. She glanced at him, gritted her teeth, turned around, and used instant travel 1,000 miles to leave. After she left, Bo Yang quickly helped Zhou up and moved him into the thatched hut. Then, he used his internal energy to protect him. Although this pill was safe and harmless, Bo Yang felt that it was necessary to relieve his pain after seeing him in so much pain. Since he had just used him to get the Bianju, he mercifully unblocked his meridians. With Bo Yang's internal energy, Zhou Ying's furrowed brows relaxed. Kid, this is all for your own good. What you're eating isn't some poison. It's a treasure that I worked hard to get. You have to cultivate well. Knowing that he was unconscious and couldn't hear, Bo Yang felt relieved and said this boldly. He wasn't worried that Zhao Qing'er would play any tricks. After all, in this book, Zhao Qing'er was the male lead's first wife and the woman he loved the most. Zhao Qing'er gave up everything for the male lead and was deeply in love with him. If the male lead was in danger, she would definitely do anything to save him. Bo Yang suddenly thought of something and asked Xiaoling in his mind, Xiaoling, I remember that in the original book, there wasn't a plot where Zhao Qing'er used the Bianju to save the male lead. Now that I've done this, will it affect the plot? Xiaoling said, I don't know. I'll ask the main system first. Bo Yang was a bit nervous. If the main system judged that he was a bug and removed it, then it would be a big loss. After a while, Xiaoling spoke again, Sir, the main system said that everything is normal. Everything is normal? Yes. Since everything was normal, then there shouldn't be any problems. Bo Yang let out a sigh of relief. In the story, the male lead was caught by someone who gave him the dragon sword. Zhao Qing'er did come to save the male lead, but later on, the villain didn't ask Zhao Qing'er to use the Bianju to exchange. Instead, he wanted to lock up the male lead and raise him like a pig so that he could be fattened up and killed. The male lead and Zhao Qing'er worked together to seriously injure the villain. The male lead even leveled up and left with Zhao Qing'er. After about 2 hours, the male lead's internal energy was finally channeled. Bo Yang placed the male lead on the bed and set up a formation around him to ensure that he wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world. In about 3 days, the male lead would be able to completely digest his internal energy and level up to the golden core stage. Time passed in a flash. The 3-day deadline was almost up, but Zhao Qing'er still hadn't appeared. Bo Yang had calculated that 3 days was enough time to steal the Bianju. Zhao Qing'er hadn't appeared. Could it be that something went wrong midway and Zhao Qing'er didn't succeed? If that was the case, he would have to do it himself to get the Bianju. But if he did it himself, it would definitely alarm the other people in the Tingyun sect. At that time, there would be a big disturbance in the human world. If the other sects were alarmed and sent some old ancestors to deal with him, he might not be able to escape. Just as he was thinking about how to minimize the negative effects of doing it himself, Zhao Qing'er's figure appeared. She looked very flustered. She quickly arrived in front of Bo Yang's hut and constantly looked around, as if she was worried that someone would chase after her. When Bo Yang saw Zhao Qing'er appear, he knew that the matter was settled. He smiled and walked out. Miss Zhao, I thought you wouldn't come. For the male lead, Zhao Qing'er even dared to steal the Bianju. Her infatuation could be witnessed by heaven and earth. Bo Yang thought that the male lead and female lead were indeed a match made in heaven. Zhao Qing'er bit her lip. I've already brought the Bianju. Where's the antidote? Don't worry. As long as you give me the Bianju, I will naturally let Zhou leave in one piece. Bo Yang smiled and reached out his hand, indicating for Zhao Qing'er to take out the Bianju. Zhao Qing'er hesitated for a moment, as if judging whether his words were trustworthy or not. What if I give you the Bianzhu and you don't let Zhou go? Bo Yang chuckled. That smile almost made Zhao Qing'er dazed, and her face quietly turned red. Miss Zhao, I'm a man of my words. You can only believe me. If you dare to fool me, I will immediately kill him and then kill you. Bo Yang said darkly and sternly said, give it to me. Zhao Qing'er was shocked. In fact, she also knew that the gap between her and Bo Yang was insurmountable. If Bo Yang really wanted to snatch it from her, she couldn't do anything about it. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Qing'er took out a small box and handed it to Bo Yang. Bo Yang took it and opened it. A smooth and lustrous bead was lying in the small box. Inside the bead, there was actually a small green grass. The whole body was crystal clear, as if it was alive. Bo Yang used his power to investigate and found that the spiritual energy inside was rich. It was indeed the real thing. He closed the box and smiled at Zhao Qing'er. Okay, since you brought the Bianzhu, I will also give him to you. He pointed inside the room and said, Zhou is inside. You can take her away. Zhao Qing'er frowned. Where's the antidote? Bo Yang's lips curved into a smile. Miss Qing'er, the pill I gave Zhou isn't some poison. It's very beneficial to him and he won't need any antidote to recover. After a pause, he continued, that's not right. He didn't recover to his original state. Instead, his cultivation improved by another level. Zhao Qing'er still couldn't believe it. Nonsense. You want to go back on your word and not give me the antidote? She trembled with anger. Give me back the Bianzhu. As he spoke, he pulled out his sword and tried to snatch the small box from Bo Yang's hands. Bo Yang lightly dodged. With his cultivation, dealing with a cultivator of Zhao Qing'er's level was like an elephant against an ant, so he didn't need to use much strength. Miss Qing'er gave me something, so I won't return it. I already said that Zhou isn't poisoned. If Miss Qing'er doesn't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Zhao Qing'er chased for a long time, but couldn't even touch the corner of Bo Yang's clothes. She huffed and puffed as she stared hatefully at Bo Yang. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. She angrily said. Bo Yang was a bit helpless. He knew that she didn't believe him. He waved his hand and removed the barrier around the room. He raised his voice and said, Zhou, come out. Miss Qing'er doesn't believe that you aren't poisoned. Actually, Zhou had already woken up the next day. Bo Yang had also told him his plan, so Zhou already knew that Bo Yang didn't give him any poison, but a pill to increase his cultivation. He also wanted to stop Zhao Qing'er from stealing the Bianzhu. Unfortunately, he was locked up by Bo Yang and couldn't leave. The conversation between Zhao Qing'er and Bo Yang, he clearly heard it from inside. As soon as Bo Yang removed the barrier, he quickly came out of the room. Senior Zhao, I really wasn't poisoned. After the pill cleansing, Zhou Ying's cultivation was a level higher. He directly entered the gold core stage from the foundation establishment stage. His entire temperament also slightly changed. His posture was light and his face was rosy. Compared to the first day when he was rolling on the ground in pain, it was a world of difference. When Zhao Qing'er saw him, she rushed over to grab his hand and checked his body up and down. She asked with concern, Are you okay? Are you really okay? Zhou held her hand and comforted her softly, I wasn't poisoned. Don't worry, Mr. Xia was lying to you. After saying that, he turned his head and glared at Bo Yang. Bo Yang touched his nose and didn't say anything. He was in the wrong in this matter. Zhao Qing'er was still worried and checked again. When she found that Zhou was indeed unharmed, she excitedly hugged him, That's great, that's great. You're okay, that's great. Zhou was caught off guard by her hug. He opened his arms and was a little helpless, Senior Zhao. Zhao Qing'er realized that their posture wasn't right, so she quickly let go of her hands. 2 red clouds quietly crept onto her white cheeks. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. As a single dog, Bo Yang felt that the atmosphere was extremely unfriendly. He got the Bianzhu and gave the pill to the male lead to take it. His mission was completed and he was ready to leave. So he opened his mouth to break the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Miss Qing'er, I didn't go back on my word, did I? Zhao Qing'er bit her lip. Why did you lie to us? Zhou Ying also asked. Mr. Xia went in such a big circle just to get the Bianzhu? Why? Could it be that Mr. Xia has gone mad? Bo Yang deliberately put on a straight face. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Just because I didn't give you poison this time doesn't mean that I won't do it. Since I got the thing, I won't make things difficult for you. Goodbye. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and directly teleported back to the devil world. He was going to run after getting the thing. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen if he stayed any longer. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden roar from all around. Evil demon, don't even think about running away. Along with the shout, several figures flew over from all directions. The speed at which those people used to travel 1,000 miles in an instant was several times faster than Zhao Qing'er's. From this point alone, one could tell that their cultivation was very high. Zhao Qing'er actually brought people here. Bo Yang was shocked, but then he thought that it shouldn't be. But whether it was true or not, he was already prepared. He always had to plan for the worst, so he had already set up a formation around them. Bo Yang estimated for a moment in his mind and judged that these people's cultivation levels were probably at the Great Ascension stage. In addition to the barrier between the devil world and the human world, there was another kind of barrier. As long as a high-level demon race entered the human world, their power would be suppressed by the barrier. When Bo Yang entered the human world, he only left half of his power. If the Eternal Night Devil entered, he was afraid that his power would be suppressed even more. This kind of barrier protected the human world very well. Even if a demon race accidentally broke into the human world, it would not completely disturb the order of the human world. This was why the Eternal Night Devil, even if he found the passage, was bent on finding the boundary stone to break the barrier. If it was in the devil world, Bo Yang would not put a few Great Ascension stage cultivators in his eyes at all, but now, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you don't want me to run, I really won't run. Several people instantly came to the front of the thatched hut and surrounded Bo Yang. Father, why are you here? Zhao Qing'er asked in surprise. If I didn't come, would I let you take our Tingyan sect's treasure to this evil sect? If I hadn't left a mark on the Bianzhu, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that it had been stolen. The person who came was the head of the Tingyan sect. This person looked like an immortal and his face was very serious. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not easy to get along with. He snorted heavily and just glared at his daughter, then turned his head and stared at Bo Yang hatefully. This is the person who forced you to steal the Bianzhu. The head's voice was low and depressed. When Bo Yang heard it, he knew that he hated him. Zhao Qing'er usually followed the rules and had never done anything out of line. Now, she had stolen the clan's treasure. If it was an ordinary person who did this, they would have been skinned alive. Fortunately, Zhao Qing'er was his daughter. This was also the reason why Bo Yang asked Zhao Qing'er to steal the Bianzhu. Father, Zhao Qing'er said weakly, and then didn't know how to explain. Did you think that the Bianzhu could be stolen just because you wanted to? The head's face was gloomy. Qing'er hurriedly knelt on the ground. Qing'er knows that she was wrong. Father, please punish her. Zhou Ying also hurriedly knelt down. Qing'er stole the Bianzhu to save me. Please don't punish her. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Of course I will punish you. The head stared at Zhou Ying and gritted his teeth. But before that, I have to get the Bianzhu back. After he finished speaking, he turned and stared at Bo Yang. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he shouted, "Do it." TSK, he didn't even negotiate and directly attacked. It seemed that he hated him so much that he didn't intend to let him live. Bo Yang secretly thought for a moment, then smiled and said, Zhao Zhangmen, I heard that the Tingyan sect is a large orthodox sect. You definitely won't leave someone in the lurch. Now that my friend is injured and needs the Bianzhu to treat her, I believe that the head of the sect won't leave her in the lurch, right? As he spoke, he secretly looked around, looking for an opportunity to escape. You captured my disciple and forced my daughter to steal the Bianzhu. Now you're talking to me about justice? How preposterous. There's no need to talk about feelings with people like you who practice evil. Do it. Zhao Zhangmen's words were fierce, and he was very angry. After he gave the order, the people behind him immediately flew up and attacked Bo Yang fiercely. Bo Yang originally intended to disguise the source of his power so as not to expose his identity as a member of the demon race. Unfortunately, as he fought, he found that his power wasn't enough and he couldn't hold on much longer. He couldn't die. He had lived well for a few years under the Eternal Night Devil's hands, and he was about to complete his mission and go home. How could he die here? Bo Yang steeled his heart and suddenly used his demonic power. It's the demon race. The people who were fighting with him were shocked and quickly retreated. Their faces were full of surprise and vigilance. Zhao Zhongmen, who had been standing on the side with his hands behind his back, was also shocked when he saw this scene. Last time, there was a demon race that openly broke into the Tingyun sect. Today, they encountered it again. Moreover, the skills of these two demon race members were extremely high. This made him shocked and worried at the same time. Could it be that the enchantment between the human world and the demon world had weakened a lot? Otherwise, how could such a powerful demon race appear in the human world? If a few more of these devils came, it would be strange if the human world wasn't turned upside down. He had to catch this demon race and get to the bottom of it. He made up his mind and took the initiative to step into the battlefield. Everyone, don't be afraid. Let's attack together. Zhao Zhongmen didn't join in because ganging up on others was already ungentlemanly. Now that the other party was a demon race, he couldn't care less. Bo Yang held back his surging blood and laughed. The Tingyun sect thinks so highly of me. 5 people against 1. Aren't you afraid that the Tingyun sect's prestige will be destroyed if word gets out? Zhao Zhongmen said, you're a demon race. There's no need to follow the rules with a demon race. Zhou said anxiously, Master, Mr. Xia didn't hurt us. Is there some misunderstanding? He and Zhao Qing'er were stunned by the series of events just now. They only reacted now. Bo Yang couldn't help but look at him. Good boy, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Bastard. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. As soon as he did, Zhao Zhongmen became angry. You're actually pleading for a demon race. Zhou was being reprimanded. Zhao Qing'er naturally wanted to help him. Father, we didn't know that he was a demon race. She didn't have a good impression of Bo Yang. Even if he didn't poison Zhou, he did force her to steal the Biyunju. She only spoke up for Zhou. You guys stay here. I'll deal with you after I catch this demon race. The sect leader didn't want to waste any more time with Bo Yang. He called for the others to swarm forward and attack Bo Yang with all their strength. Bo Yang met the attack and retreated as he fought. Then, he suddenly used the phantom technique when everyone's attention was focused on him. The phantom technique revealed a flaw, and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. They felt that this was a good opportunity to attack, so they all rushed over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bo Yang moved to Zhao Qing'er's side. Qing'er. Zhao Qing'er had been kidnapped once before. Zhao Zhongmen saw Bo Yang flash to Zhao Qing'er's side and knew what he was going to do. He was shocked and angry, and he flew over as well. The others also saw the scene and panicked. They also rushed over to attack Bo Yang. Zhao Qing'er was also scared to the point that her face turned pale. Zhou, who was next to her, reacted even faster. He instantly blocked in front of Zhao Qing'er. However, all of this was just Bo Yang's smokescreen. His goal was to break their encirclement and mess up their formation. Naturally, the encirclement array would be broken. The one that rushed toward Zhao Qing'er was actually his phantom technique. His real body took advantage of the chaos and rushed to the mountain road not far away. Don't even think about escaping. The elder closest to him reacted. He suddenly raised his hand and placed something in front of him. Bo Yang only felt that his neck had been bitten by something. There was a slight pain, but there was no other discomfort. Bo Yang was focused on escaping and didn't care. He turned into black smoke and floated away. Several elders chased after him. Bo Yang crushed the jade talisman in his hand. The array that had been set up was instantly activated, trapping them on the mountain. He desperately rushed to the stronghold where the demon race was. However, halfway there, his chest suddenly felt heavy and his vision turned black. He couldn't help but fall from the sky. There was a forest below him. He crushed a few trees and stood up awkwardly. He vomited a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. I can't faint, Bo Yang desperately told himself that the Xianxia's mark was on his bianzhu. The array wouldn't last long. They would find him. He staggered forward 2 steps. He couldn't stand it anymore and quickly sat down to meditate. Unfortunately, he found that he had been poisoned. His whole body was in pain and his meridians were blocked. What's going on? Bo Yang was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He forcefully circulated his cultivation and finally dispelled the dizziness in his head. He didn't care. He had to get out of here first. In order to avoid the worst situation, he had set up an array on the mountain and also sent the shadow guards to provide support. He just had to walk a bit more and he would reach the agreed location. However, he didn't expect that the Tingyan sect would use such despicable means to deal with him. Moreover, this kind of poison wasn't easy to cure. He stood up and prepared to continue rushing to the stronghold. However, at this moment, a figure flew over. Stop. Zhao Zhangmen and the others had already caught up. Bo Yang couldn't do anything. He hurriedly circulated his energy and used instant travel to escape. Unfortunately, his meridians were blocked and he couldn't use it. Bo Yang's mind suddenly flashed with the scene of the little bug biting him. He immediately understood that he had been poisoned. Damn it. He had never expected that the other party would poison him. Bo Yang felt bitter in his heart. Could it be that he was really going to die here? He had expected that he would die, or be killed by the eternal night devil, or be killed by the system. However, he had never thought that he would be killed by this group of people. It was simply an unexpected failure. Now that he was unable to use his skills, he was completely an ordinary person. There was no way he could fight against this group of elders. He clutched his chest and used all his strength to stumble forward. When Zhao Zhangmen saw him running away, he rushed down and slapped him on the back. Zhao Zhangmen was already furious that his treasure had been stolen. Now that he had been played for a fool, Zhao Zhangmen's anger had reached its peak. That palm strike contained all of his power. With Bo Yang's current state, there was no way he could withstand it. If that palm had really landed, Bai Yang would definitely have lost his life and would not have been able to keep it. What to do? What to do? He could have dodged, but he couldn't. Bo Yang was about to go crazy. Xiaoling also shouted in his mind, dodge. Dodge it. I can't dodge. Bo Yang was about to go crazy. He watched as Zhao Zhangmen came closer and closer. He was so close that he could clearly see the furious expression on his face and his bulging eyeballs. At this critical moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly flashed out of nowhere and hit Zhao Zhangmen's hand. Zhao Zhangmen's palm was blown away by the gust of wind, and all of his power hit the forest beside him. With a loud bang, a large area of the forest was blown to smithereens. What great power! If it had hit him, there would have been nothing left of him. Bo Yang's heart still palpitated. Who was it? Zhao Zhangmen shouted angrily as his palm missed. Humph. A heavy snort came from the sky. A black figure appeared out of thin air and hit Zhao Zhangmen with a palm, sending him flying. Because the force was too great, Zhao Zhangmen crashed into the forest and created a path. Bo Yang looked up at the sky. His eyes widened, and then he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a person's aura appeared beside him. Then, Bo Yang's waist was grabbed, and he was quickly taken away. Bo Yang was dizzy. After being poisoned, his body's condition deteriorated rapidly. The person who came was extremely fast, and he felt like he was on a roller coaster. He only wanted to vomit. Probably sensing that something was wrong, the person who took him suddenly stopped on a flat ground and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Bo Yang vomited another mouthful of blood. After vomiting that mouthful of blood, his chest felt much better. He then turned to look at the person beside him. "Master, why are you here?" He had contacted the shadow guards before he came, and they would come to his rescue. He thought that the person who saved him might be one of his subordinates, or even Lu Jianfeng. He never thought that the eternal night devil would actually appear here. Speaking of which, the last time he caused a ruckus in the Tingyan sect and was almost beaten to death, it was also the Demon King who saved him. This time, it was the same. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something. You sneaked into the human world without saying anything, and even made yourself like this. What are you trying to do? The Demon King's voice contained a hint of anger. Bo Yang thought that he was reprimanding himself, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Master." He had already prepared himself for the Lord Devil Lord's fury and had already thought of an excuse. Your subordinate left his post without permission. Please punish me, Master. As he spoke, he deliberately struggled to kneel on the ground. Anyway, he had already figured out the Eternal Night Devil's character. This person was very cold and heartless, but he treated him extremely well. He didn't believe that he would really punish him. Don't move. Sure enough, before he could kneel, the Lord Devil Lord pulled him and leaned him against his chest. The posture was a bit strange. Bo Yang's body was injured, but he was too lazy to care. Moreover, there were more important things to do now. Master. Bo Yang took out the Biyunju that he had prepared and trembled as he handed it to him. This is the Biyunju. With it, you will never go crazy again. Hee, with this pearl, if the Lord Devil Lord punished him again, it would be unreasonable. Based on his understanding of the Eternal Night Devil, the Lord Devil Lord would definitely not pursue the matter of him leaving his post without permission and sneaking into the human world to have a conflict with the Tingyan sect. Sure enough, the moment he saw the Biyunju, the Eternal Night Devil's eyes widened slightly, and then his expression changed. You came to the human world for this? Bo Yang didn't need any effort to pretend to be weak. Moreover, he was originally very weak. Acting weak appropriately could gain sympathy. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. Bo Yang said very shrewdly, "Yes, Master." That night, Master went crazy again. I saw that Master was in so much pain, so I came to the human world to get the Biyunju. Master, quickly take the Biyunju. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and stared at the Demon King's face, waiting for the Demon King to show a moved expression. Who knew? How preposterous. Not only did the Lord Devil Lord's face not show the moved expression that Bo Yang expected, but he was extremely angry. Did you ask for my permission to do such a thing? I am the Lord of the Demon Realm. Do I need you to come to the human world to steal this kind of thing for me? You are a dignified protector, the commander of the Imperial Guards, but in order to steal this kind of bead, you actually put yourself in a half-dead state. How preposterous. The storm of scolding stunned Bo Yang. Why was the plot different from what he had imagined? Shouldn't the Lord Devil Lord be very moved and say things like, "You've worked hard, I'm very grateful that you have this kind of heart"? Alright, even if the Lord Devil Lord was proud and arrogant, he wouldn't say such pretentious words. At the very least, he would show a smiling face. Why was he cursing him? The treatment was too bad. Master. Bo Yang didn't know what to do after being scolded. He couldn't use the excuse that he had thought of, so he could only obediently say, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. But the reason why I did all of this was for the sake of Master." It would have been better if he didn't explain, but once he did, the Eternal Night Devil became even angrier. For me? Humph. The Eternal Night Devil coldly snorted, "If you really did it for me, then you should protect yourself well. Don't let yourself be in danger, and don't let yourself get hurt." Bo Yang opened his mouth, but realized that whatever he said was wrong, so he could only shut his mouth and not say anything. He thought that he understood the Eternal Night Devil, but in the end, the Demon King's reaction was once again out of his expectations. He was really hard to get along with. There was another dull pain in his chest. Bo Yang couldn't help but frown and cover his chest. The Eternal Night Devil's expression changed slightly. He couldn't be bothered to be angry with him, and immediately became nervous. "What happened to you?" "I think I fell for their dirty trick just now. My neck seems to have been bitten by something." Bo Yang panted as he said. The Eternal Night Devil hurriedly checked his neck. Bo Yang couldn't see the situation on his neck. He tilted his head and asked, "How is it?" The Eternal Night Devil pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. "Master? Come with me." The Eternal Night Devil saw his sickly appearance and was a little angry. "I only went back for a few days, and you started causing trouble the moment I wasn't around." That day, he followed Bo Yang to the human world, but because he hadn't finished dealing with the matters in the demon world, he went back again. When he finished dealing with the matters at hand, Bo Yang still hadn't returned. He was a little angry that this guy had gone out for a few days and hadn't returned. So he took advantage of the opening of the passage to the human world to catch him and bring him back. He didn't expect to run into Bo Yang's life and death situation. Thinking of the scene just now, if he had come a little later, Bo Yang would have died in that forest. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. But this guy actually told him that he was in this state because of the Bianju. He even said that it was for him. How could he not be angry? Clearly, the lesson of breaking into the Tingyun sect last time had just passed, and this guy actually did it again. Just thinking about it made the eternal night devil want to pinch him to death. He was happy that Xianxia loved him so deeply, but he was also worried. But seeing his sickly appearance, no matter how angry he was, he could only swallow it down. What could he do to him? It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. What he felt more was anger and fear. He was afraid that if he had come a little later, he would have died. Of course, Bo Yang didn't understand the twists and turns in the Lord Devil Lord's heart. He only felt that he had been wronged. He had risked his life to get the Bianju for the Lord Devil Lord, but he was still scolded. He felt very wronged. Sensing that something was wrong with Bo Yang's body, the eternal night devil stopped carrying him and hurried on. Instead, he found a place nearby and set up an array to isolate his and Bo Yang's aura. Then, he began to carefully examine Bo Yang's body. Bo Yang obediently let him do as he pleased and sat upright in the array. The eternal night devil sat behind him and used his magic to check his meridians. But when his magic flowed through his heart, Bo Yang felt an indescribable pain. Is it here? The eternal night devil's voice came from behind. There was a trace of obvious concern in his voice. Bo Yang rarely saw him care about others. Suddenly hearing his concerned voice, he was a little flattered. He nodded and said, "Master, it's here. Is there a problem?" There was no answer for a long time. Bo Yang turned his head and saw the eternal night devil frowning deeply, as if he had encountered a huge problem. This was surprising, because in his impression, the eternal night devil's expression would never change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. No matter how difficult the situation was, his expression would always be calm. For example, when he suffered from chi deviation, or when the demon army surrounded the Palace of Eternal Darkness. Everyone was in a state of panic and many people left him, but the Demon King had never frowned like this before. Bo Yang's heart could not help but feel uneasy. "Master, is there no hope for me?" Could it be that the eternal night devil's expression meant that he was about to die? No, his mission had not been completed yet. The male lead had already unblocked all of his meridians. As long as he was willing to cultivate seriously, his cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than normal people, and he would soon be able to break through the Jindan stage and reach Yuanying stage. If he had other opportunities, he might be able to reach the Mahayana stage within 10 years, and become an immortal. "Don't talk nonsense," the Demon King growled. Bo Yang was shocked. "I won't let you die." The eternal night devil took a deep breath, a dark light flashing in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Bo Yang's shoulder. "Xianxia, don't worry, I definitely won't let you die." Bo Yang was startled. The eternal night devil's expression was too solemn, his gaze too firm, and his tone too heavy. It was so heavy that he could not help but believe that he was making a very important vow to himself. Bo Yang believed that he was speaking the truth. "Master, what's wrong with me?" The more it was like this, the more Bo Yang felt that he was about to die. Otherwise, why would the eternal night devil say such words? The eternal night devil gently caressed his face. If it was in the past, Bo Yang would quietly turn his head away and avoid his hand. But this time, the eternal night devil's gaze made him unable to do so. "You've been poisoned by the rebirth goo," the eternal night devil said softly. Rebirth goo. Once the eternal night devil mentioned it, Bo Yang searched through his memories regarding rebirth goo. The rebirth goo was said to be a type of goo worm created by a cultivator in ancient times. This type of goo worm was very powerful. The poisoned person would not die immediately, but would be slowly bitten to death by the goo worm. How long one could live depended entirely on the cultivation level of the person who fancied the goo. If one's cultivation level was high, they could live for 2 more years. If one's cultivation level was low, they would be sucked dry within 2 to 3 months and die. Goo worms would break out of a person's body after death and return to the side of the person who raised them. Because the worms had absorbed all of the person's power, the body would become an excellent material, and the person who raised them would use the worms to refine good pills. The most frightening thing was that there was no cure for this type of goo. Bo Yang was stunned when he heard the Eternal Night Devil's words. It was actually this type of goo, in other words, he would not die immediately, Bo Yang quickly calculated in his mind. With Xiaozitan's current cultivation level, the goo worm would probably live for a long time. It was said that a Mahayana cultivator had been poisoned by the goo and lived for about 5 years. Now it was his turn. As long as he cultivated diligently, he could live for 8 to 10 years. Within 8 to 10 years, the male lead would have successfully ascended and his mission would have been completed. Damn it. With this thought, Bo Yang relaxed and comforted the Eternal Night Devil. Master, do not worry. With your subordinate's cultivation level, I can live for a period of time. Maybe I can find a way to break it during this time. The Eternal Night Devil nodded. That's right. There are many capable people in the demon realm. We can definitely find a way to break it. Come, close your eyes first. I'll pass on some of my power to you. Wait. Bo Yang was shocked. The Eternal Night Devil wanted to pass on some power to him. The Demon King had just spent 1,000 years of his power to make a pill for him. Now he wanted to pass on some power? No need. Bo Yang hurriedly refused. The Demon King's power could not be passed on. Moreover, they were not in the demon realm. They were in the human realm. If they were discovered, both of them would die here. The Lord Devil Lord was the ruler of a realm. It would be a pity if he died here. Close your eyes. The Eternal Night Devil ordered coldly. Then, he reached out and covered Bo Yang's eyes. Bo Yang opened his mouth but did not know what to say. The Eternal Night Devil grabbed his hand and intertwined their fingers. Their palms were facing each other. Bo Yang suddenly felt his palms become sensitive. Every inch of his skin and every nerve could acutely feel the Eternal Night Devil's hand. Warm magical power continuously flowed from the place where the two of them touched. The Eternal Night Devil actually passed on his magical power to him without holding back. Moreover, they were in the unfamiliar human realm and there were pursuers. Did he not know that he was in danger? Did he not know that if he was caught, there was a possibility that he would die? No, he definitely knew. What kind of person was the Eternal Night Devil? He was meticulous and had a good plan. He definitely knew that he was in danger, but he still chose to do so. In other words, he felt that Bo Yang's life was more important. The moment he came to this conclusion, Bo Yang's heart violently jumped. To be honest, the Eternal Night Devil had been very good to him before. He did not feel anything special. It was not that he was not moved, but that he was only moved on the surface and could not reach his heart. He felt that the Demon King's kindness to him was a burden. In order to avoid this burden, he had to find a chance to repay him. But now, he did not know what was going on. His heart was beating very fast. After living for more than 20 years, other than his parents and brother, the Eternal Night Devil was the first person who treated him so well. No, if this world was not fake, then he was the person who treated him the best in both worlds. Even his parents and brother could not compare to him. But this world was fake. The Eternal Night Devil was also a fake person. He was a set of virtual data. Bo Yang could not help but feel pain in his heart. He could not help but open his eyes and look at the handsome man in front of him. Why was it fake? Was he really fake? His mind was suddenly in a mess and his heart was uneasy. The Eternal Night Devil immediately sensed it and said softly, "Calm down, don't let your thoughts run wild." Bo Yang quickly calmed his mind and focused on healing his injuries. If he could not figure it out, then he should not think about it. He did not want to continue thinking about it. After a while, the two of them gradually entered a good state. Bai Yang felt that his meridians had been smoothed out, and his chest was no longer as stuffy. Even that restless goo worm seemed to have calmed down. But at this time, he suddenly heard voices not far away. Is he here? It was Zhao Zhongman's voice. Bo Yang was shocked. Zhao Zhongman and the others had found him so quickly? He's been poisoned by my goo worm. I can feel that he's nearby, someone said. Let's split up and search, someone else said. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we have to find them. It was terrible that the person who raised the goo worm could sense the location of the goo worm. Calm down, don't let your thoughts run wild. The eternal night devil must have heard the commotion outside, but he still said the same thing. Even his expression did not change. Master, they've already caught up. What should we do now? Bo Yang could not help but ask. The goo worm is on me. They can sense it. Don't worry. The array I set up can hold them off for a while. Even if they sense the goo worm here, they won't be able to find us. The eternal night devil's voice was gentle, as if he was trying his best to comfort him. As long as I clear your meridians, none of these people will be able to stop me. Yes, although the eternal night devil's power had been weakened in the human world, his skills were still there. These people were no match for him. Bo Yang calmed down a little and closed his eyes again. The people outside paced back and forth around the formation, but they couldn't find any clues. They couldn't find any signs that Bai Yang was here, but the person who raised the goo insisted that he could sense the location of the goo insect nearby, so the group of people didn't leave. What's this? Finally, someone found something unusual on the ground. What did you find? Someone asked. There seems to be something on the ground. Get Elder Long to take a look. After a while, someone walked over and looked at the thing on the ground. He immediately said, "This is the trace of an array. There's an array here. The person we're looking for must be hiding in the array. No wonder I could sense him nearby but couldn't see him. He must be hiding in the array. What should we do now? I've never seen this array before. It should be a special array from the demonic world. But it's the same. To form an array, we need the foundation and the eye of the array. If we find all the foundation, we'll definitely be able to find the eye of the array." After the group of people found a way to break the spell, they immediately searched around. During this period of time, they found several unusual places one after another. Knowing that they were getting closer and closer to breaking the array, Bo Yang became even more nervous. He opened his eyes again and found that the eternal night devil had also opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Bo Yang saw that the eternal night devil's eyes were dark, like a clear summer night sky. It was so dark that you couldn't see the bottom of the night, but it was very calm. "It's okay," he said. His voice was very gentle, as if he was comforting a frightened child. Hearing that voice, Bo Yang's originally nervous heart calmed down. "Found it," the people outside shouted happily. Bo Yang felt the eternal night devil's hand tighten around his, and then an intense flame-like power surged into him. At that moment, there was some pain. Bo Yang almost screamed out loud, but at the last moment, he bit his lips tightly. A loud noise came from outside, and then the ground shook. Bo Yang knew that the array had been forcefully broken. "They're here." The array was broken, and Bo Yang and the eternal night devil's figures were immediately revealed. At that moment, the eternal night devil suddenly stood up. He was still holding on to Bo Yang with both hands, but his feet were in the air, and he rushed towards the sky. 5 figures rushed over, and in an instant, they were like sharp swords, and followed him into the sky. When the 5 of them rushed into the sky, the eternal night devil suddenly came down heavily, and directly stepped on the head of the person who was at the front. In an instant, that person was stomped back to the ground, and a huge crater was created. The others hurriedly dodged, but quickly rushed up again. The eternal night demon monarch's figure moved about in midair, his hand still holding on to Bai Yang. As he transmitted his powers, he dealt with the 5 of them. Just by relying on his 2 legs, he sent them flying in midair. Bo Yang was stunned. There was actually such a move, this snake-like movement, this godlike maneuvering. Bo Yang only wanted to shout 666. Relying on this godlike maneuvering, he delayed for a while, and the transfer of power was completed. The eternal night devil's hands were released, and he directly hit the first person who rushed over, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards, unable to get up again. End of chapter 58. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.